Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another edition of Turbo Drive Live Let's Plays here on Twitch TV. And for Last Minute Continue, I am John Turbo Finley, here with a, well, lopsided 3DS capture screen, because the game in question that we're going to be playing here is a return to a long-lost developer that is no longer with us for a good 6 years now, and it's kind of a shame. We are going to be going back to the Cing anthology of games that was developed between 2005 to 2010. And of course, we're going back to a franchise, I say a franchise, more so of a series of games that ended before its time, and culminated into that of Cing's last ever developed game, being that of Last Window, The Secret of Cape West. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be playing the very last Cing game that was ever developed while Cing was still formed. And I'll tell you, kind of a somber one. Last Window obviously was released back in 2010, and so roughly about 6 years ago, with everything that just continued off from the last game, which was that of Hotel Dusk, and of course, it has the returning Kyle Hyde, the man who was a former detective back in New York City, now a finder of such, a finder of items, lost items, things that people have lost and whatnot. And we go back to his life and what's he doing since the events of Hotel Dusk. Will we find out what happened? Where things, went on from the last game, and where it kind of like culminates at? Who knows? We just need to we just need to play the game. So let's do this. And it's a very simple intro to us: Nintendo, Cing, and mobile clip. Like, okay, a video format that not many people have ever used ever again. And here we are. No flashy intro, no before title card kind of like thing. No. Straightforward. It's like logos, title screen. That's it. And that's what I love. It's simple, yet different at the same time. So, with this, we are going to go straight into starting a new game, because there is no New Game Plus in this game, essentially. There's kind of like an epilogue. You can save your game, you can save your game after you've beat the game, but it doesn't allow you to restart restart the story again from the beginning. You have to start the story again if you want to play again. And but there's some unique extras in the final game that I can show off later. So anyway, let me get comfortable. Look, a little more comfortable for you people. Let's do this. Let's do this. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Last Window, The Secret of Cape West. Let's start. This is a work of fiction. The characters, groups, and events and blah blah blah. Damn it. 1955, Los Angeles, December 14th, 11:07 p.m. Hotel Cape West. A burglar. He's after some jewels. Oh, Rouge would definitely love him. Oh, he's caught. Oh. Memories. And he's, well, that's crying doesn't pay, apparently. 1967, Los Angeles, December 10th, 9:22 p.m. Hotel Cape West. Wow, this Cape West place is very popular. A woman also dead, and also the jewel. Maybe it's a curse. Ooh. And 1980, Los Angeles. And here is our protagonist, Mr. Kyle Hyde. December 18th, 11:45. Oh, sorry about that. We'll send another salesman around right away. Rachel! Find out where the hell that bozo Hyde is! Can't read the subtitles long enough. 10:45 a.m. East 7th Street. Kyle Hyde taking a nap. Relax, Ed. I'm just taking a bit of a breather. A breather? It's work, not some kind of game, Hyde. Whoa there, boss. You don't say. You know what, Hyde? I've had enough of your bull. You're fired. Huh. That sucks. 8:57 p.m. Cape West Apartments. Ah, so it's Cape West Apartments, not a hotel anymore. So yeah, Kyle got fired from his job from the Red Crown. That sucks. Oh. Mysterious woman. Yeah. Not normal for someone like her to be around here. Right. The name's Kyle Hyde. I'm a salesman for a 2-bit company called Red Crown. Quit my detective job in Manhattan and got out of the city a good 4 years ago. On the surface, Red Crown makes deliveries, household stuff, nothing exciting. Behind the scenes, the boss has a racket going to find certain things. Things that don't want to be found, if you know what I mean. That's where I come in. I travel places and look for things. It ain't all dazzle and lights, but I'm not gonna hang it up just yet. And then again, December 18th, 1980. That's the day Ed finally grew a pair and sent me on my way. So I dragged my sorry ass to the dump I used to call home. used to calling home. And just like in the original game, all we have to do is just tap the door and we'll be on our way. By the way, if you're in the Twitch chat, you're more than welcome to sound off and let your voice be heard. Or seen, even. You know, I'm going over there. So let's go through the doors of Cape West, shall we? Chapter 1. December 18th, 1980. Hey, is that? Looks like someone shady. Someone shady. Let's go talk to him. Hey, Tony. Huh? Well, if it isn't Mr. Hyde. So long time no see. And you thought Sega had a problem with using that line a lot. Long time? You serious? It's been what, 3 days since we last bumped into each other? Trust me, seeing you once every 3 days is plenty. Come on, man, you're killing me here. Don't be so cold. And this is our introduction to Tony. Guy's name is Tony Wolf. A musician lives across the hall. Not exactly a platinum seller, though. Schedule full of free time and broke to boot even. living the big free and easy. So basically, he's a loafer. He loafs about. Just passed a dame in sunglasses on the way in. She's a friend of yours? Ah, that classy lady in the big hat. Nope, no friend of mine. Doesn't live here either. Came to visit someone, I guess. At least I don't think she lives here, anyway. Helpful, Tony. Real helpful. Aw, oh, come on, man. You in love with her or something? Nah, just curious. Yeah, sure. Give me that brain cell of yours a rest. Or give that brain cell of yours a rest. Why don't you? Speaking of rest, I got somewhere to be. So you're taking off already? Not exactly the chatty type, are you? No chit chat for your old pal Tony? This guy for real? Since when we've been close friends? This guy thinks we've been joined to the hip or something. I think this guy for real. Tony, we're just living in the same building. Doesn't exactly make us best friends, you know. But we're cool, right? I mean, I live right across from you and all. Under the same roof for 4 years now. That's gotta count for something. I mean, you're like family, man. Family, okay. Ah, Sunrose is hosting. Thank you very much, Sunrose. Welcome back. Seriously? Hey, that reminds me. I got this favor to ask. Us being buddies and all. This should be good. Here's the deal. I got this need. I got this need for a little cash real quick. My mom's sick and I had to check in to Wait, hold on. My mom's sick and I had to check in to hospital. My mom's sick and had to check in to the hospital. Okay, grammatically that's a little bit off, just a little bit, but you know, it's like it would be better if he said, "My mom's sick and she had to, and I had to check her into the hospital." Or send her to the hospital, or have her in, whatever. You know how it is. In a nutshell, I need to scrape together $1,000 to cover it all. $1,000 oh, jeez. I know how expensive it is for medical bills in the U.S. I mean, granted, I don't have that problem because the well, at the moment, the NHS is free. It's like, not for long, it's not. But it's like, not if the government's got anything to say about that. But you know, Jesus, $1,000? And this is 1980, by the way. $1,000 in 1980. That's no short change. It's no gold mine either, but fuck, jeez. I hate to rain on your parade, pal, but I don't have that kind of money. And there's me thinking you're swimming in it. You think I'd be living in a dump like this if I was? Listen. If I had that sort of cash lying around, I'd throw you a bone. But it ain't there. What a drag. Back to square one then. Where am I gonna come up with that kind of cash now? Knew I should have gone teetotal. Now Tony, why do I get the feeling you're not being entirely straight with me? Nah, man. You must have heard me wrong. I just wanted to see how much of a friend you were. That's all. Same old Tony. Same old Tony. You seriously think I've forgotten the crap you pulled 2 weeks ago? Don't say it, man. We've been through this. Only it wasn't your mom then. It was your brother. Quote unquote. You came to me with some sob story about getting him out to the hospital. And like a fool, I passed you the taxi fare. And then what do you do? What do you know? That hospital was a restaurant and your brother was some broad. I said I'm sorry, man. I said it like 1,000,000 times already. I wasn't thinking straight. Didn't mean any harm. You know that, right? Cross my heart. I won't try a stunt like that again. You got my word. Yeah, and the rest. Why have I got a funny feeling of deja vu right now? Right about now. I ain't no fortune teller. But I predict I'll be hearing it next month too. Are you for real? Next month? Yeah, that's rich. You know damn well there won't be any more of our little chats next month. You're leaving this dump, Tony? All we got left, meaning... And of course this is, part of the story. So it's, what's the best response? All we got left? Meaning... Are you kidding me? After we got that letter, I really didn't have a choice. What letter? What letter are you talking about? Man, I'm talking about the letter Max Patrice sent out. Sorry, I had to read that line for a second. It was all made plain and simple in there. Which letter would that be? Tell me you got the letter. We all got them about a week ago. Everyone in the building got one. First I've heard of it. You serious? You haven't read the letter? And you call me irresponsible. What a joke. Can it, Tony? What are you talking about? You even check your mailbox? Ever? What am I even asking? Last time I snuck a peek, yours was packed solid. Let's just say I'm not the kind of guy who has pen pals. Bills and other junk. They don't deserve my time. Sloppy, real sloppy. You're lucky to hold down a job with an attitude like that. That's supposed to be a joke. I just got fired, you asshole. What's my job got to do with this? Let's get back on track. What exactly did this letter say? Told us all to gather our stuff and clear out. Just like that? No reason, nothing? Apparently a lovely landlady threw in the towel and decided to sell up. Place has gotta get knocked down, is what I heard. What a day. First Ed drops the bombshell, then I hear this place is being sold. Hey guys! There's a voice coming from the stairs. Looks like someone's coming down. Hey! That's a woman, of course. Hey Tony! Betty! How you doing? How you doing? You're looking your usual fine self. Always, gentlemen. Always the gentleman. Hello, Mr. Hyde. Is everything okay? Ladies and gentlemen, Betty. Her name's Betty Meyer. Or Meyer. Meyer, whatever. Why is it whatever? Rents room 203 and sells trinkets in a little accessory shop nearby. Always polite to everyone. Can't say I'm her biggest fan though. So what are you guys talking about? Get this. Senior Hyde here didn't know the big eviction.
Really? I thought everyone knew.
Except me, apparently. Tony was just filling me in. It's been less informed than me. You can make that stuff up. Claims he never saw it. He never even saw the letter. Would have just gone about his normal routine if I hadn't broken the news.
No way! How could you not know? That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's right. Laugh it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. But you have to admit, it's pretty ironic. Now I think about it, it kind of fits in nicely with your personality.
My personality?
Type B, Mr. Hyde. You always act so focused. Then again, I guess we all have our quirks.
Enough of the character profiling, Doc. They always act like we're sharing a college. They always act like we're sharing a college dorm or something. But the truth is, we barely know each other around here. Hey, Betty! You got a place lined up for you after you move out?
What do you mean?
You know, like somewhere to stay?
Oh, that. Yeah, I'm all set. Lease is signed and sealed, in fact. I'll be out here next week.
Wasting no time, eh? So where you gonna be living from now on? Why'd you keep it all to yourself? We're buddies, aren't we?
Now, Tony. If I go giving away my new digs, I have a funny feeling I'm gonna find you lurking around in the shadows.
Me? Lurking?
Don't take it personally, but this is one thing I think I'll keep to my real friends.
Okay, I get it, Betty. But hey, our friendship's just blossoming. If we could work at it, it could become a real thing of beauty. What you say? We could chat over a latte, catch up on old times. You know, all that stuff.
Dream on, Tony. Anyway, I gotta dash. Don't want to be late for my date. Catch you guys later. Wink.
Out she goes. Damn, looks like I blew my chances. You think? She's got no idea of the heartache she causes. Just cast me aside like I'm not even there. Face it, Tony, you don't exactly exude charisma. Sorry. I thought I said excrete for a second, but no, it's worded differently. Or it's spelled differently. Duh. Yeah, thanks for that, friend. Way to kick a man when he's down, right? Sometimes I wonder when I'm gonna get myself out of this rut. Can't even drown my sorrows in a bottle without any cash. I don't know. Maybe I'll go for a stroll. Take in the night air. Later, man. Good, he's out of here. Let's get out of here. Oh, by the way, like my new shorts. Yes. Of course, I got these. These are the Drop Dead Sonic thing. It's ongoing. All right, let's check our mail. Oh. The door in the lobby opens, and out comes a person. Oh dear.
Hello, Mr. Hyde. May I have a word?
Mrs. Patrice. Margaret, or Mags. Her name's Margaret Patrice. Owner of Cape West Apartments and lives here on the first floor. Took over when this place was a rundown hotel and fixed it up into apartments. To the locals, she's known as Mags.
I could have sworn I heard Mr. Wolf's voice a moment ago.
He was here, you just missed him. He was ranting about needing some fresh air.
Oh, is that so? What a shame.
Alright. Okay, so this is a new mechanic. Well, actually, no, this is not a new mechanic. This is something that you can... that you could have done in the original game, but of course, in this game, it's obviously, you know, described a little bit better this time around. You can either, when someone kind of like says a comment, you're either given one of two things. You can either ignore the comment and don't press on it, or you can, you know, inquire a little more into it. But but in last window this time around, some moments where you try to push and inquire on something can actually backfire on you. So I could choose to ignore or inquire, but for this I'm gonna inquire. I think that should be okay. Hey. What's a shame? It's not like he's busy 24/7. Isn't he always sulking, scullerying around?
Not as much as you seem to think. In fact, Mr. Wolf's been quite elusive these days. I think I really do need to discuss a pressing matter with him right away.
And who could that? What pressing matter would that be? What is it that's so pressing? Do you need to ask Tony something?
Yes, I do. It's a fairly important thing, too.
Important?
It's about his rent.
Let me guess. He's come up short.
Quite. This month marks the 4th in a row. He hasn't settled his bill. I was going to ask him to clear his slate today.
Typical Tony. Squirming your way out of another financial situation. Look, looks like you've got a problem there.
Yes, I had hoped he'd be a little more forthcoming. After all, the rest of the tenants are such nice people. It's just Mr. Wolf, really. I suppose there's always one though.
Sorry. Trouble does tend to follow him around.
Actually, while I have you here, Mr. Hyde, there's a small matter of your rent, too.
Is that right? It's like, or, yeah, about that. Let's question it. Is that right?
Not trying to pull the wool over my eyes, are you, Mr. Hyde? If memory serves, you have both last month and this month to pay. I appreciate this comes at a bad time, with everyone getting ready to leave. But rent is rent, and these apartments don't pay for themselves.
Of course.
I'll expect 400 in total from you then, Mr. Hyde. If you could make sure it reaches me by the weekend, that would be perfect.
Got it. By the weekend.
There's one other tiny matter, Mr. Hyde.
Another one?
Yes, concerning your mailbox. I know you're a busy man, but if you could spare a couple of minutes and remove some of the clutter, I'll be most appreciative. I always check when I pass, and room 202's mailbox is practically overflowing.
Roger that. I'll take a look.
Much obliged, Mr. Hyde. Well, I think that's my cue to go.
Before you go, mind if I ask you something?
What is it?
Why did you decide to sell this place all of a sudden?
I had a feeling you'd ask. Originally, I had no intention of giving this place up, but you know, sometimes unexpected things happen, and, well, it's complicated.
Complicated? Uncomplicate it for me, why don't you? How's the situation complicated? Were you against selling the apartments?
Actually, well, it really is quite complicated. I'd rather not discuss it.
Why not?
I don't think that's any of your concern, Mr. Hyde. I'd be grateful if you could refrain from asking me again.
Okay, so with this fact, if we do inquire, she could actually piss us off. So we're gonna ignore this. So, you know. So, what could have happened? I guess I'd better bite my tongue and let it slide for now.
It's not easy for a widow like me to take care of a place like this, you know. I can trust you to understand that, can't I?
Yeah. Truth be told, my dad died and left my mom a widow too.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So your situation's not exactly alien to me.
It's nice to know there are still some understanding people out there.
I noticed there's a lot of demolition around these parts lately. Your predicament wouldn't be anything to do with that, wouldn't it?
Well, I can't say they haven't been hastily
sorry, I'll say that again.
I can't say they haven't been hassling me a little. But that's not the main reason.
Let's follow up on that. So you're saying there's a cast iron reason behind this?
I'm not going to comment on that. I don't think you should be prying either. Please don't pay it any mind.
Right.
I'm sorry things have turned out this way, Mr. Hyde. I really am. I think it's time for me to be on my way too.
Alright. Well, Mags heads back into her room. $400 by the weekend. That's a tall order. I better make a note of that in my notebook. Might as well. So yeah, here's our notebook, and we got obviously this is the menu screen essentially. So you got characters, save and load, notes, map, summary options. So we're gonna go into notes, and of course we're gonna just gotta do a quick note, obviously. It's like okay. Okay. That's us. Got a note there, just in case. Of course, it tells us which characters are around right now, like Ed there. It gives us a brief understanding of who's who. There's Rachel from the first game as well. Tony Wolf, Betty Meyer, Margaret, Patrice, and Ed again. Eddie. We're gonna do a quick save of this. And I already had like multiple saves done, and I did a complete run like ages ago. So I'm going to copy over this file. I think actually that's not a complete file, is it? No, it's not. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so confirm overwrite. So yeah, it goes to show you how long ago I played this. You know, back in 2010. And apparently it's 2014 on this thing. It's not 2014. So yeah, we can investigate certain areas just like in the first game. We can look around. There's a notice on the vending machine. Special promotion. Buy something from the machine and be sure to check the reverse of the bottle cap. Winners will receive fabulous prizes. For more information, please contact the landlady or the proprietor of Lucky's Cafe. Good luck. Make your 25 cents count. Fabulous prices, huh? Maybe I should buy some juice. Well, not at the moment, because I think we don't really have much in the way of kind of like stuff at the moment. And of course we've got different items. But of course you'll get the generic kind of like response from Kyle. It's like, oh, it's a dilapidated sofa. Not a dilapidated boat, but now that I've made that reference, Kevin's gotta be cutting in something. Right, so what is our number? Our number was 202, I think it was. As expected, it's full of mail. Suppose I better take a look at some of it. Right, let's go into it. Alright, so this is our thingy. Damn, can't remember the combination. I think I've got it written down though. Not exactly secure, but any thief out there is welcome to my bills. Okay, so he had it previously written. So 7 to the left, 7 to the left, 1 to the right. Okay. Is that right? No? Apparently not. So wait, so 7 to the left. Huh. Hang on. So 7. Oh wait, 7 to the right. 7 to the right, 7. There we go. So yeah, it was 777 or 771, but it was oh boy, but it was obviously just had to rotate it to those numbers. So it was like 7, or no, it was like 7, whatever. Anyway, puzzles. You gotta love puzzles. Anyway, been a long time since I saw this much mail jammed in there. Now to find the one for Max. Or from Max. There's a flyer, some sort lying on the floor. What's this? Looks like it might not be entirely useless. I stashed the flyer between the other letters. There we are. I pick up the eviction notice from among the mail. The eviction notice reads, "My dear tenants, after much deliberation, I have chosen to sell this property. The new owner plans to have the building demolished, so it is my unfortunate duty to inform you of the need to vacate at your earliest convenience. Further information will be posted on the notice board in the coming days. December 10th, or well, December 10th. It's like, according to the date, this thing arrived about a week ago. Pick up the mound of mail and put it in my case." Okay. Once that's sorted. Whoa there. My room's on the 2nd floor. What the hell would I want to do in the basement? I just want to explore! That's, that's something I just want to do. Alright, so we got summary, so you can get a summary of what happened in the chapter so far. Notes, go back to the notes here. So obviously that's the combination that was written there, which wasn't there already. And of course it's, not erasable or anything. So it's, it's a plot point. Oh, hello. Useful information. Message text. Advance through message text as shown below. Touchscreen, A button, control pad, blah blah blah. Fast forward. Press and hold either the R or A buttons or the control pad and touch the touchscreen to speed up messages you've read before. To walk quickly, press and hold the control pad in the direction you wish to go, or touch an area far away from you. And message log. Press the start select. Oh no, press select. To guess to display most recent messages. Okay, cool. Right. Okay. So we're clued up on that. Good. Well, let's get up to the second floor, and 202 is our door. So, oh, someone's coming down the stairs. Hey, who's there? What's the guy doing with with a hammer? Hey, you. What? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What are you doing there? Me? What am I? I was just wandering around and thinking a few things through. Thinking? You serious? Yeah, is that a crime now? And I suppose the hammer helps you concentrate, right? You want to tell me what you're really up to? This? Oh, I use this to fix the place up. Fix the place up? That's right. I was checking the hallways and doors, making sure it's all ship shape. I ain't suspicious at all. This guy goes by the name Dylan Fitcher. Dylan Fitcher. Okay. Lives in room 304. He's a plumber and general handyman. Got a glum look about him. Wouldn't make a very good clown at a kid's party. Kyle, brah! No, Dylan, brah! You're making kids cry, brah! Sorry. OSW review joke. Just ignore me. How come you get lumped with the building repairs? Don't know. Mrs. Patrice asked if I wouldn't mind. Mrs. Patrice? Yeah. She must have noticed I got all the tools already. Got a hammer, a spanner, everything I need to fix the plumbing. So that's why she asked you. Must be convenient. Convenient to have a free handyman. I guess so. Guess I'm the only one who didn't know you took care of all this. Could be. You're the only one who's ever quizzed me like this. Yeah, well, can't be too careful. Why are you even fixing the place up anyway? It's gotta be torn down, right? Sounds like a big fat waste of time to me. Mrs. Patrice was very clear. She told me to keep the place in good order. Right up until the last day, when the deeds changed hands. Interesting. Anyway, I gotta rush. Dylan takes off. Right. Oh well. Let's mosey on this way. Oh wait. I want to investigate this sign. Oh, the bench. So we can investigate the bench or the picture or the lights, and I'm guessing nothing will be relevant. So let's keep going. All right. Please, no more interruptions, please. Oh, there's an elevator. Oh, cool. 202. This is our place. And of course, we'll need our key. Simple enough. You know, have item in bag, use it on certain thing. Easy. I use my key to unlock the door. Oh, hello. Something was jammed. Something jammed in the door catches my eye, and as it falls to the ground. What the? Let's see what this is. I pick it up and take a look. What the hell is this? No name, nothing. Looks like I got me an anonymous letter. I take the anonymous letter and enter the room. Damn, I gotta be out of this place within the month. Didn't see that one coming, did you, Kyle? Yeah, sucks to be Kyle Hyde, eh? Room 202. Right. I place my suitcase on the table next to the wall. My trusty case has certainly seen its fair share of action. Feels like I've been dragging this thing around all my life. Inherited it from my old man after he died. Started putting it to good use after quitting the force and working for Ed. Since then, we've pretty much gone everywhere together. Ah, a man in his bag. I dropped my jacket on the sofa. Oh, right. I should take another look at that letter. I open the envelope and unfold the note. Inside, I find a typed letter reading, "Item: locate the Scarlet Star, which disappeared at Hotel Cape West 25 years ago." An order? What kind of order is this? Getting an order directly from a client never happens. This has got to be some sort of joke. I put the letter on the table. Ah, the phone's going off. Alright, let's... Oh, that the phone? The ring... Oh, the ring suddenly stops. That's weird. The lamp on the answer phone is flashing. Ah, so we've got a message. Okay. Well, let's... There's an answer phone hooked up. Makes me feel less guilty about ignoring calls. Okay, well, let us play. Okay. The first thing I hear on the tape is a young woman's voice.
Hey Kyle, it's me. Looks like you're not home yet, huh?
Voice of a nightingale. That's our Rachel.
You've really pushed Ed off the deep end this time. What are you gonna do? Don't get blind drunk and do something stupid, okay? I'll call again in the morning.
Damn. Looks like Ed wasn't just letting off steam this time. Beep. Looks like there's another message recorded. I hear the voice of a man I don't recognize. Kyle Hyde. Sorry. Kyle Hyde.
Who the hell's that?
I have an order for you. The request has been taken directly to your room.
Beep. What did he say?
The request was brought directly to my room. At least there's no doubt about where that letter came from now. I knew there was something not quite right about that letter. I better take another look. Let's do that. Alright, where's the table? Go here. And there's the letter on the desk. A lot of litter around. Typical man with his own place, doesn't clean it up after him. Still continues to this day. Haha. Anyway, I reread the letter and found jammed in the door. Item: locate the Scarlet Star, which disappeared at Hotel Cape West 25 years ago. So first I need to find out what the Scarlet Star is. Actually, come to think of it, Is that even a genuine order? Well, one thing's for sure. It was a hotel 13 years ago. But why is something from that long ago appearing on an order? Moreover, what the hell is the Scarlet Star? Time has passed. It's now 11 p.m. How are we doing for time? No, in an hour in, so that's cool. As the night drags on, the fatigue drags me to my bed. Not exactly a sound night's sleep or sound night's rest. Can't recall how many times I woke up. Just can't seem to fall into one of those deep slumbers. 4 years ago, after quitting the force and leaving Manhattan, I ended up working for Ed. He knew all about my past, but still gave me work. Ed introduced me to the world of locating things that didn't want to be found. The special service isn't publicized, but it's proved to be quite a flourishing business. But now Ed's canned me and it's all come to an end. Then this. Why'd such a bizarre order make its way directly to me? These kind of things normally go through Ed first. Does this mean that his little side business isn't as secret as he thinks? Even if that's the case, it doesn't explain why I've been roped into this. I realize I'm not gonna get to sleep and stop trying. I slip out of bed, head to the window, and open the blinds. As I lean on the glass, I take in the view that stretches out before me. I should be looking right at the old LA night I know so well. But tonight, something feels slightly different. As I idly stare through the glass at what's beyond my mind wanders back to the day's events. It's December 18th, 1980. Ed gave me my marching orders, and I dragged myself home. There was someone waiting at in the lobby when I got there. Right. That's when I ran into Tony first. That's correct. Right. I met Tony right after I got in the door. He was the one who dropped the bombshell about these apartments closing. After Tony and I went out our separate ways, I got into a conversation with Max. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked why she decided to sell the place. The reason she gave was that she had her own reasons. Yeah, that's right. Max was feeling the strain of running this place alone and decided to sell. She also mentioned another reason for selling, but wouldn't elaborate. After that, I checked my mailbox, as agreed, and went up to my room. I opened the door just like any other night and went inside. There were a couple of messages waiting for me on my answer phone. The second one caught my attention. It was a guy I didn't recognize. Exactly. The voice I heard wasn't one I recognized. He told me that he'd left me an order to locate something for him. I normally get this kind of thing from Ed, but this time it came directly to me. It didn't exactly instill the most positive of feelings inside me. December 18th, 1980. I waited in my apartment, mulling over what my next step was. I had an uneasy feeling and couldn't seem to shake it. At that point, I didn't have any clue about the bigger picture. The Scarlet Star, something lost it at Hotel Cape West some 25 years ago. Why did that order sheet come directly to me? And how does this all connect to the past? I'm worried this search might set me on a path to something I might not want to know. And that is the end of chapter 1. You can now read the events of this chapter in the Last Window novel. Yes, you can actually reread the events of the game in book form. Yeah, it doubles. Like in this time around with Last Window. Not only do you get the game itself that you play through, but after you beat a chapter, that chapter is then transcribed into an actual novel, which is actually quite something, I suppose. You know, it's like not many games actually do this, where they categorize the events of a chapter into a novel-esque kind of like way. And of course, at the end of the game, when you fully complete the game or fully beat the game, you get an entire novel to reread over, and have something, I suppose. Anyway, save in progress. Yes. I will actually. You know what? I'll save it on the second file, so I'll alternate between the two saves. Yes, I would like to overwrite. And I'll save my complete file. I've got a complete file at the very bottom there, so that's not obviously, that's definitely not going to be touched. Right, so we're not even 1 hour in, so should I continue? Yeah, we'll go into a little bit into chapter 2 and see where we go. December 18th, Cape West. Room 202. Mysterious order. Sleepless night. Chapter 2. December 19th, 1980. The alarm in my cramped apartment starts to beep. Oh, come on. Can't you let me get just a little more shut-eye? Every morning I have to fight the temptation to get a gun and shoot the damn thing. Guess the only way to stop that damn beeping is to get up and hit it myself. Okay, I get it. It's kind of like me when I'm trying to get up. I lift my weary head from the pillow and open my tired eyes. On the table beside my bed is that damn alarm clock. Okay, by the way, yeah, I know it's kind of weird with the how it is on the capture card, like on the capture thing and whatnot. Yeah, there's supposed to be a big gap, you know, between the two screens and whatnot. Yeah, it doesn't look well. It's obviously supposed to imply that obviously between the gap and whatnot is the rest of his body, but of course that's not showing in the in the screen capture because I don't have the two separate. So yeah, never mind. Anyway, it don't matter. It don't matter. Right. Okay, I need to stop this. There we go. Right, we got it. We stopped the alarm. Restore it. 8 o'clock already. If I still had my job, this would be my cue to get up. Guess I don't need to worry about that kind of thing anymore. Though. I throw my head back down on the pillow and fall asleep again. Ah, god damn it. Great. Now the phone's ringing. I reach out from my bed and grab the receiver. Yeah. From your voice, it sounds like you're still in bed. Who's this?
It's me, Kyle. Oh, Kyle. You don't remember your mother's voice after only half a year.
Mom? So it's my mom, Janine. Or Jenny. I think it's Jenny. Is it Jenny? Janine? Oh, fuck it. Oh, God. Jenny, Janine. We gotta go with Janine. Yeah, Janine. I think that's probably the better pronunciation. She had a tough time after my old man passed away. Had to raise me on her own. Now she lives by herself in New Jersey, working as a nurse.
If you don't drag yourself out of bed soon, you'll be late for work, you know.
I'm taking today off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have saved this call for another time and let you rest.
Don't sweat it. I was planning on getting up around now anyway. But why are you calling me this early? Is something up?
Well, actually there is. It's been on my mind since last night. I got a call from someone calling himself Rex Foster.
Rex Foster?
He said he wanted to ask me a couple of questions. He was keen to know if I was the mother of Kyle Hyde, ex-New York detective. When I told him I was, he continued with something that caught me off guard. He asked whether you were still searching for Brian Bradley or not.
What did you tell him?
I said I didn't know. That's all he wanted to know. In fact, once I answered his question, he hung up. I need to know though, are you still looking for Bradley, Kyle?
And this is obviously going back to the first game, and Kyle's response: "That's ancient history, Mom. I'm done looking for Bradley." He gave up the search! That's that plot point swept away! Yay! Yay! Whatever. Brian Bradley, my partner from back when I was a cop in New York. 4 years ago, he was working undercover, and it turned out he was on the take. He was a good friend. After I put a bullet in him, I quit the force.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah, maybe.
Who's this Rex Foster anyway?
Can't say the name rings a bell. And Mom, if you get any more calls from strangers asking you questions...
I know what you're going to say, but I thought he might be a friend of yours.
He's not. I told you. I don't know the guy. I don't know anybody who'd call my mom to snoop around for info.
Okay, I understand.
Glad to hear it. Anyway, glad to hear it. Anyway, I gotta go, Mom.
Kyle, wait.
What now?
How are things with Ed?
Yeah, about that. Ed, boss of Red Crown, he and my old man were buddies in a sense. They both drank at the same bar, and they got to talking a lot. It's been 25 years since the incident in the downtown parking lot, when an officer on patrol came across my dad's body. It was Ed, a member of the Los Angeles police force at the time, that found him.
When you said to me you were going to work for Ed, Kyle, I couldn't work it out. You're just not the salesman type. I worry about you. Even now, I'm your mother. It's in the job description.
I know that. Look, Mom, I'm 34 years old. I think it's about time you ease up on me, on the worrying a bit. Are you count? Well, granted, I'm 30 myself, so yeah.
I know your pain, man. I know your pain.
Although this is 1980, so yeah, totally different.
You're probably right. It's just, you're the same age as your father was when he died, and... No, you're right. I worry too much. I'll let you go now, Kyle. Have a nice day off and look after yourself.
Good. Oh boy. I was wide awake after the chat I had with my mom. Gave up trying to get back to sleep and dragged myself out of bed. Guess I was still in work mode. No late sleeping for me. Make my way to the sink and turn on the tap. I splash cold water over my face, giving my sense a sharp wake-up call. Feeling a lot more alert, I put on some clothes and get dressed. I still feel that strange lack of focus and can't quite get my head together. There isn't anything I feel like doing right now. Before I know it, I found myself slumped on the sofa. I slowly begin to gain a little clarity as I sit there, but there's something about hearing my mom's voice after all this time. That and the fact that I'm blankly staring at the worn out wallpaper in my room sends me plunging back through my thoughts to a point somewhere in the past. I start reminiscing about Los Angeles and the place I was born and raised. Then about my dad, Chris Hyde. He was a man with little to say, so into his work that he was rarely home. My mom was working as a nurse back then too. I'd come home from school each day only to be greeted by an empty apartment. I was 9 years old when my dad died. 3 days after he left for a job, he wound up dead in a parking lot somewhere downtown. I recall Mom crying for a solid week after it happened. After she managed to get her feelings together, she packed her stuff and took us to start a new life in Manhattan. So yeah, from one coast to the other, essentially. That's also another thing. She was calling from New Jersey, so yeah, it was the afternoon. Well, close to the yeah, it was the afternoon for her when she called Kyle in the morning. Ugh. Couldn't forgive about the time difference and all that. Why did my dad have to die like that? Who wanted him dead, and why did we have to leave town? I had all these questions going around in my head, but Mom wasn't talking. 7 years into our new life in Manhattan, when I was 16 years old, Mom decided to start talking to me about Dad. She chose this time to reveal something I didn't know about my dad. She told me that he used to be a safecracker. He reached the point where he wanted to wash his hands of it, but after he left home to do his last job, he never returned. His death was unexplained, and the case remains unsolved to this day. Excuse me. 6 short years from then, I became a detective. I still remember the words my mom said to me on that day about my old man. She said that now I'm a detective, I can uncover the truth behind his death. I took her words lightly. After all, I knew about being in this line of work. I knew that getting to the bottom of the mysteries surrounding my man's death, could lead to truths that relatives of the deceased wouldn't want to hear. Even with the tools I had at my disposal, I wasn't willing to dig. I quit the job and still didn't know the truth. I returned from my trance-like state, draw a long breath, and stand up from the sofa. Just me and my thoughts. Kind of like me, really. Kind of like me when I'm alone here. Alone in my thoughts and whatnot. Anyway, let's look at our inventory. What we got? The key, the pager, and the order sheet. So, where's our bag? Because we got some money to find. The case is lying flat on the table. Right. Trusty old hip flask. Pity there isn't a drop left inside. Oh, there's my wallet. I could tell I've been using this wallet for years. Although, doesn't want me to thingy. Okay, let's look at the top here. That's all the letters. Secret word. That's from the first game, the secret word. Work order sheet. Spare shirt. A fountain pen. Can't go wrong with one of these. Oh dear. Sorry. Much easier to write than a ballpoint. Okay. Well, there's nothing here, so. Would have thought I'd be able to find some money. What's in here? Cardboard box under the table. Full of crap Ed gave me to sell. And what's inside? Oh, we got wax. We got wax. Tin of wax. This thing will make anything shine in the sun, apparently. Surface cleaner. Only red crown is cheap enough to sell surface cleaner in a mixture tin like this. A little pocket camera. It's portable and easy to use. I wish I could afford one. Powerful bleach! Gets rid of stubborn stains in an instant. Not to be used on colors or patterns. So it's useful on white stuff. Great. And why does it stink of strawberries? A pen that writes in invisible ink. So whatever you write down, it disappears after a while. Right. And how do you make it appear again? Tub of glue. I think this is more industrial style glue. Takes time, but it works on wood and paper. A ruler set. There's a super strength adhesive. It's quick drying and made to work on plastic and glass. Better keep it away from me. Doorknob and set with a lock. Selling doorknobs door to door. Is this Ed's idea of a joke? Yeah, apparently so. Snow globe. How festive. You shake it and it looks like snow's falling on the house inside. Ed always says seasonal items sell the best. A solar calculator stores sunlight and uses it as power to power the calculator or something. Not cheap though. Okay. A security lock. Twice as good as any lock. Just put it on your door and see. Inspiring blurb there. Concentrate in detergent. Remove any sign of dirt or stain. And blah 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 blah. Wax, bleach, thingy. Okay. Nothing really of any interest in there. Alright. Stuck some notes on the wall. Important work-related business. Mostly it's just a list of what I have in stock and how much of it. Can't even read some of them anymore. The writing's all smudged. One of my jackets is draped over the chair. Okay, so nothing of importance just now. There's my kitchen, there's a wardrobe. Thingy. Oh, the phone's going off. Great. Huh? It's the phone again. And just as I was about to go out the door. Typical. And there's actually a button for the phone this time around, so that's convenient. Sorry, I'm just. Ay. Right, okay. Hey there. With the receiver pressed against my ear, I hear a familiar voice. Hi, Rachel.
How you doing, handsome?
I've been better.
Sure you have. Things could be a lot worse, though. For someone who lost their job yesterday, you sound okay at least.
Well, I'm not exactly full of sunshine and happiness, you know.
Same old Kyle. Always got something on your mind.
Ed around?
He just stepped out not 5 minutes ago.
Say anything about me?
Yeah, you've come up in conversation. He said that if you called, not to bother letting him know.
Damn. Sounds like he's really blown a gasket this time.
And then some. Can you blame him though?
And my eyes really irritating me now. Fantastic. Just as we were about to get into the bloody fucking game. Sorry, guys. Come on. Ay, 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 ay. Ah. Ah. Bloody eye. Ah, right, okay, back to this. Where were we?
Can you blame him though? Some people might say he made the right choice. 3 days after leaving on a job and not a single phone call to check in. You didn't even show up at the place you were supposed to be heading to.
Maybe I did kind of have it coming.
Still, even given the circumstances, why did he choose you now to fire you? I mean, it's not like this is the first time you've slacked off on a job. Hey, did something happen between you two?
Could have been because I told him I don't want to do this kind of work anymore.
Yeah, that'd do it.
Line myself up for a bullet there, I suppose. Do you know when he'll be back? There's something I need to discuss. Or there's something he and I need to discuss.
He'll be back a bit after lunchtime. Said he's going to listen to the election candidate speeches.
Really? Doesn't sound like Ed to know. Doesn't sound like the Ed I know. He was always raging on about how much he hates politics.
He mentioned that one of the people running for mayor is an ex-boss of his. A guy called Hugh Speck. The whole thing's going to be televised too. It'll be on at 9.
Right. Well, as soon as he gets back, get me on the phone.
Oh, one other thing. You had a phone call earlier. Someone going by the name of Rex Foster? Ring any bells?
What?
I just said that you were on holiday and he hung out. He a friend of yours?
Definitely not. But the same guy called my mom last night too.
Your mom? What did he want?
That's what I want to find out. Seems he already knew I used to be a detective though. Rachel, can you do me a favor? If he calls again, let me know.
Gotcha. And I'll be in touch when Ed gets back. Keep your pager on, okay?
Roger that. Rachel. Oh dear. I don't envy Rachel. She's Ed's PA, but also struggles to keep me and Ed civil. Come to think of it, she's the only woman I'm happy to be totally open with. I reached into my pocket and switched on my pager. Rex Foster. Why does this guy keeping tabs on me? Alright, well it's 9 a.m. now. Let's find out what's on the tube. 9 o'clock already? That's when Rachel said they'd start showing the speeches on the news. I guess if Ed's made the effort to drag himself along to listen, I might as well switch on the TV and give it a try. Got nothing better to do. Oh, let's do that. Where's this TV? There's a TV on the table. It doesn't look like much, but at least it works. Here we go. Joe Speck, the most prominent candidate in this election, will be giving his campaign speech momentarily. and 5 News is here with live coverage of that speech. Stay tuned. Answering the cheers from the crowd. Oh, sorry. Answering the cheers from the crowd, Hugh Speck takes the podium. Speck is a retired LAPD officer, and is even now working to stamp out pretty and organized crime, or petty and organized crime in the city. I can't believe I said pretty. Oh wait, sorry. It's still the news reporter. Sorry. God damn it. Today at 4 p.m., 5 will be airing an exclusive look at the man himself. Don't forget to tune in. This is Robert Harrison for 5 News, signing off. Hugh Speck, an ex-cop and also Ed's old boss, trying to become mayor now. Ambitious guy. Looks like he's got a special TV slot at 4 o'clock. Think I'll check it out. Do I want to watch any more? Guess I'll turn it on. Oh, it's Pinky Rabbit. There's an old cartoon on. Pinky Rabbit, huh? That takes me back. I used to love this guy. The news is on. And now for today's weather. Cold and dry. Inspirational. An infomercial is on. Let the sweet lemon taste of Cool Pop fire your neurons and tickle your taste buds. They have a point. I've been pretty addicted to the stuff lately. There's an old TV show on. I can't hear the audience laugh. I can hear the audience laughing every few seconds. Nothing worse than a bad sitcom. There's no cartoon on. Alright, cool. Okay. Okay, well, that's us done here. What's in my... Well, it's just stuff. Okay, let's go out. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah. Someone buzzes my room. Who's there? No answer? Okay. It's Tony. Cool! You're still here. Great. What do you want? You know what time it is, right? Trust me, man, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't important. It's always important with you. Go on, spill it. I need your help, like, really need your help. I'm not in the mood for trouble. Last thing I need right now is to be roped into one of your problems. Oh shit. Oh, come on, man. We're friends, aren't we? You know you're the only guy who can help me out with stuff like this. Pretty please, at least hear me out before slamming the door in my face. Okay, give me the gist. Thanks, bro. You need to come to my rescue. I keep seeing how there's a decent guy behind all that anger. So what's got you all worked up like this? It's really bad. I mean, it's worse than really bad. What could be that bad? Come on, Tony. What did you do this time? Yeah, that's right. Take one look at me and send me downtown. I'm innocent. I can't tell you how much I've tried telling her. She thinks I snatched her ring. Just keeps screaming it over and over. Ring? Who thinks you stole their ring? Marie! Or Mari. Is it obviously, there's two pronunciations to the name. It's either Mari or Marie. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna say it. Actually, it's a reference, so I might as well. Well, actually, it's not really a reference, but well, it's a reference in my heart. So I'll call her Marie. Or Mari, even. Mari, that's who. She's made up her mind and won't listen to reason. Mari. You know, the chick living in room 206? She's the blonde one who moved in about half a year back. The stuck-up one, right? So we're clear. Anyway, Mari's lost her ring somewhere, and now she's accusing me. I'm drawing a total blank. Alright. Let's find out why. Why does Mari think it was you that took her ring? Search me! She's gotta have a reason, though. I mean, she's not imagining it, right? I got no idea what she's thinking. I told you, it doesn't make any sense to me. Did you try asking her why she thinks it was you? Yeah! But she just came out of nowhere and barged into my room, demanding that I return her precious ring. She wouldn't even let me speak. So you didn't do anything that could led her to suspect it was you. I don't know. I mean, I can't remember. I see. I don't know what she's on. Chick must be crazy or something. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, Tony. But I need you to promise you really didn't take the ring. Why the hell would I even touch her stupid ring? I may be many things, but I'm not the kind of guy who steals people's stuff. Yeah, I guess you're not. Now I think about it, you're not the sort who'd grab a person's wallet. Damn right! Glad you finally realized, man. I'm not a thief. That's why I need you to go in there and convince her of the same. She's bound to listen to you. I don't have a chance in hell on my own. Yeah, well, let's hope you're right. Okay. Well, there's himself. There's herself. Let's talk to her. Yeah. Okay, cool. You got a moment?
Maybe. What do you want?
Looks like you and Tony are having some sort of disagreement.
You could say that.
Mari. Her name's Mari Rivette. She moved to 206 about half a year ago. I don't know the first thing about her. Can you tell me what happened?
My ring's been stolen, that's what. It was that guy from room 201. He did it!
Why are you so convinced it was him?
Simple. He was the only person around when it went missing. He stole it right out of my room.
How could you be sure?
He must have taken it this morning when I went to the vending machine in the lobby. I planned on going straight back to my room, so I left the door unlocked.
Is that all you've got to go on?
Not quite. I passed him on the stairs on the way down. He was heading up to the second floor. I think he seized that opportunity to snoop around in my room. And snatched my ring while I was away.
So that's why you think it was him?
Exactly.
Seriously, that's the only reason you think it was him?
It's got to be. I'm sure of it. After all, he was the only person around when he went past my room. I saw the door was unlocked. He
what?
Well, it's no secret that he's short on cash. And I'm sure he's no stranger to taking other people's stuff either.
No stranger? What the hell?
So getting too close to the truth, am I? Don't play the innocent with me. I've seen you borrowing money from other people in the building.
I don't have to listen to this crap. Take it easy, Tony. Waving your fists around ain't gonna help your case. Yeah, I know, man.
Mr. Hyde, I don't know why he's decided to involve you in this, but all I want is for him to return my ring.
When exactly did your ring go missing?
I'd say about an hour ago. When I got back from the lobby, my door was open. It was unusual, but I headed inside and soon noticed my ring was gone. It wasn't in the place I remember leaving it. I knew what had happened immediately. He stole it.
Okay, well, where did you leave it? Where did you leave the ring?
Where? Inside my room, of course. Though I don't see why I should share that sort of information with you.
Okay. Get nothing out of that. What kind of ring was stolen?
A diamond one. It was a 3-carat diamond ring with rubies on it.
Sounds like it came with quite a price tag.
It is a very important ring to me. I got it as a present from someone special. Do you see now, Mr. Hyde? Do you understand why I think he stole my ring?
It's not that I don't understand what you're saying, Mari, but Tony's telling me a different story. He swears he didn't take it. You tell it, Hyde. That's what I've been saying from the start. What would I want with the stupid ring anyway? How can you be sure it wasn't taken by someone who snuck into the building? After all, anyone could just wander in here. There are some weird people about. Like last night when I saw this suspicious lady in sunglasses going out the door. Where the hell was that? You saw it too, right, Hyde? Yeah, I saw her.
Well, I'm not convinced. It goes without saying that there are suspicious people around. But if you ask me, you're the most suspicious one of the lot.
Will you just drop it already?
Hey, get your hands off me!
Tony! Huh?
Can you people please keep the noise down? What's all this shouting in aid of anyway?
Betty! You gotta hear me out. It's Mari. She's saying all kinds of crap about me.
Yeah, she thinks you've stolen her ring, right? And keep your voice down unless you want the entire block to hear you.
I'm being set up. What would I want with her lousy ring?
Mari. Yes?
About the ring that you say was stolen from you. It's that diamond one you always wear, right?
Yes, that's right.
So you've seen the ring before, Betty?
Yeah, I've seen it. Don't know if the diamond's a real one or not, though. Of course it's real! I hate to say it, but I think you're pointing the finger at the wrong person, Mari.
So it's settled! You do believe me after all.
Slow down there, I never said that.
But
I think that your version of events is more believable than hers. What did you say? Mari, this isn't the first time this kind of thing has happened, is it? I don't know what you mean. Come on, think back. It was when you first moved into the building. You were ranting about some of your stuff going missing then too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you blame the whole thing on Billy from 205? In the end, though, it turned out that the moving company just messed up. Well, what I'm trying to say is, before you go blaming Tony, why don't you try searching your apartment again? And if you really want to continue this ruckus, do it somewhere else. I can't hear myself think with all the shouting right outside my window, right outside my door.
After having her say, Betty retreats to her room. Mari. I'm not saying I believe Betty, but anyone can make a mistake. You know.
And just what are you implying, Mr. Hyde?
You should check your room again. You could get lucky and find your ring there after all.
I've already checked everywhere. I told you it's not there.
I hear you, but what's the harm of having one last look?
Okay. Maybe we could take a look around my room one more time. But if I'm right, and the ring doesn't show up, what are you going to do then?
I don't know. Maybe you could take a look around Tony's room? You don't have a problem with that, do you, Tony?
Guess I don't. Then it's settled. But I have one condition, Mr. Hyde. You have to check my room.
Me?
Yes. You and Mr. Wolf seem to be friends, and you think he's innocent, so you need to be the one to check the room before you take me seriously. Then we'll see who's telling the truth.
If you insist.
I'll wait for you in my room.
Mario finishes speaking and returns to room 206. Okay. Well, actually, should I talk to... Yeah. Tony. Hey, Hyde. Get it, man. Get with it, man. Go check out Mari's room. Okay. Oh, fine. Whatever. Right. Was it 206, was it? I'm sure it was 206. The door's open. Alright, let's go on. Alright. Time to go into detective mode. And no, I am not going to use the Super Beer Brothers hashtag that they constantly do it. Because really, you know, we don't need to be perfect. So this is Mari's room. And plus, we're not even detectives anyway, so... We're going into detective mode, but we're not a detective. We're an ex-detective. There's a difference.
Please come in, Mr. Hyde. Search as much as you like, but I doubt you'll find anything.
Don't be so sure. I can be pretty thorough. Before I get started, though, I'm curious about something. Can you tell me where you left the ring this morning?
Certainly. I put it on the table, just in front of my sofa. I remember clearly putting it there. It's not there now, though.
Remember clearly, huh? Do you normally wear the ring, Mari?
Yes. But I do take it off and place it on my bedside table before going to bed.
Any other times you take it off?
Well, yes. When I wash my face, or if I'm cleaning dishes in this kitchen, for example. Also, I usually take it off when I'm putting on my makeup.
I see. Alright. So, let's check the table here. There's a sketch of the room on the table. Must be something to remember this room by after she moves. There's a box of cookies on the table. I wouldn't refuse one if she offered. Box of cookies on the table. Yeah, pretty tempting too. I must have left her this dress and sewing box here. Okay. There's something pink. There's some pink thread in the sewing box. Not really my color. The sewing box is made of wood. The floor designed. White one-piece dress. Looks like it's half finished. Okay. Not much interest. Free cushions on the sofa. Nothing of major interest. Sofa's soft to the touch, but if you sit down, it's like wood. Okay. Cup on the table. There's coffee in the cup, but it's getting pretty cold. Must have been a while since she poured it. bookcase on the corner. Bears the telltale signs of one less usage. There's a photo frame next to the books. Photograph is a portrait of a handsome young man. Who could it be? Right, so we've got nothing else there. Wooden cabinet. Few 60 pins. Nylon covered notebook. There's a measuring tape in the drawer. First aid kits. Okay, nothing of major interest. Shoes. Got that. Table. Blah, 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 blah. Man, it's been a while since I've done this. Oh, hello. Seems to be something lodged between the dresser and the chest of drawers. What's that? Looks like something shiny has dropped down between the furniture. Well, what do we have here? Damn, looks like my manly arms are too big to fit into the gap. Hey, Mari.
What is it?
Mind if I shift this dresser a little?
Good luck.
Thanks for the support.
That dresser's fixed tight to the wall, and there's no easy way of moving it. Good idea, in my opinion. I wouldn't want it falling everywhere every time we have an earthquake.
Then we may have a problem. Great, now what?
What is it, Mr. Hyde?
Looks like something's fallen between the dresser and the chest of drawers. I'm gonna get a closer look.
Between the dresser and the chest of drawers?
Yeah, right between the two.
Are you sure that you're not just seeing things? I can't make much out of it all.
You never know. It could turn out to be your ring. Problem is, I can't get my arm in to pull it out. Got anything lying around we can poke in there to get it out?
Like what?
Doesn't matter what it is. Just has to be thin enough and to fit into the gap.
Nothing really springs to mind. If you find anything that looks likely to fit, feel free to give it a try.
Great. Looks like I've got another search on my hands. And we know what we need to find. And we are going to go back to this drawer, because we already found it earlier. Set here. Yep. And the tape measure. Could be useful. You never know. Indeed. I take the tape measure. Right. Let's go. Of course, probably late in saying this, but yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna hold off that story for another part. I think. Yeah. I think that's good for another for another session. I think. Right. Okay. I'm going to use the tape measure. There's something shiny between the drawer and the chest of drawers. Or dresser and chest of drawers. If I use this tape measure, I might be able to pull the thing out. Okay, let's give it a shot. Ah, bugger. Can't put it like that. Guess it needs to be a bit shorter. Alright. Aha! Doing puzzles. Perfect. Got it. Take the ring. Now perhaps I can put an end to this whole mess. Alright, let's talk to her. Mari.
What is it?
So does this look anything like the ring you claim was stolen?
You found it!
Yeah, it didn't even break a sweat. I'm no expert on jewelry, but this looks like a pretty decent ring even to me. Definitely impressed by the big stone on it.
Mr. Hyde! Now you've found my ring, please hand it to me now!
What's got into her all of a sudden?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell. I'm just keen to get my property back.
Yeah, I guess you are.
That's it. That's my ring.
So that puts an end to it. Looks like you wanted to hang the wrong man after all, when you blamed Tony.
Yes, I'm not exactly proud of myself either. I mean, I did kind of jump to the wrong conclusion.
It happens.
I just lost it when I noticed my precious ring had gone.
Must be really special if you're that protective of it.
It's one of the most treasured things I have. It was a present from my older brother before he passed away.
Mari reached for the photo on her bookshelf.
I suppose I'd better go and patch things up with Mr. Wolf. Not sure if I can face him right away, though. I'm still pretty embarrassed. He's bound to fly off the handle and start shouting at me again.
You can't say you don't deserve it.
What should I do? Oh.
Tell you what, I'll have a word with them. See if I can't smooth things over a bit.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde.
Here, you might as well take your stuff back too. I won't be needing it now. You got your ring back. I'll see myself out.
Thanks again.
I leave Mari's room. Okay. Yeah, we got a wee bit of time left. Tony! What is it, man? I found the ring in Mari's room. Seriously, you got it? It'd fallen down the side of her dresser. I knew it! I knew she got her facts all wrong. She also said she's sorry. Yeah, like that's gotta be enough to clear the air. It's about time I started hearing some serious apologies. I think you should go easy on her, Tony. She's really embarrassed and not exactly proud of what she said. Perhaps you should just let it slide this time. But you heard what she said about me, right? Come on, Tony. We're all gonna be clearing out of these apartments soon. Do you really want to cause any more trouble for yourself? Yeah, maybe you're right. I think I'm man enough to take this one on the chin. Forgive and forget and all. Thanks to you, I'm in the clear. I can't thank you enough for what you did. Can't imagine if it would have gone this well if I'd asked anyone else. Guess all that detective training got pretty paid off. Hey, hold on. Hey Tony, how did you find out about me being a detective? I heard it from Dylan. Dylan? How the hell did he know? I thought you must have told him or something. Like I tell a guy like him all about my past. I haven't told anyone living in this building about that. That's so. I just figured that kind of info must have come straight from you. I'm pretty surprised when I heard you used to wear a badge. Figure you must have been through something rough to make you quit. Meaning, hey, no need to give me that kind of look.
I'm just thinking out loud. Looks like I crossed the line, huh? Oh, wow. Is that the time? I gotta be in an audition. Catch you later, man.
An audition? An audition, sorry.
Yeah, and if I make it, though, I'm gonna get me a live gig. And if that happens, drinks are on me.
Tony makes his way along the hallway and heads down the stairs towards the lobby. I won't hold my breath for those drinks. There's something about what Tony said. What was it? How does Dylan know about my past? How does Dylan know about my past? It's my pager. Oh, excuse me. It's my pager. I better get back to my room. Let's get back to my room then. 202. Right. Suppose I should give Rachel a call. Right.
This is Red Crown. How can I help you?
It's me. What's up?
Ed's just got back. I'll pass you over.
What is it, Hyde?
There's something we need to discuss.
Yeah, well, it's a little late to start apologizing. I don't care how much you grovel, I'm not going back on my decision.
It's not about me getting fired, Ed.
Then what the hell is it about?
It's about an order. An order that made its way to me directly.
What?
There was an order sheet in my room when I got back yesterday. The message on it was vague. It goes like this. Find the Scarlet Star that disappeared in Hotel Cape West 25 years ago.
You sure you got your facts straight? Orders shouldn't come directly to you at all. As far as the clients are concerned, they don't even know Kyle Hyde. You haven't been spreading what we deal with behind the scenes, have you?
What do you take me for? An idiot?
Whatever. Ignore that order sheet. In case you forgot, Red Crown ain't your concern anymore, so just drop it. You can take that piece of paper and burn it.
But Ed,
Plus, it sounds like a bogus order to me. Think about it. Who's gonna be after something that went missing 25 years ago? Just drop it. Besides, you've got more important things to do, like finding a job. Ed. I'm hanging up.
stubborn old fool. A bogus order. Even if it turns out to be bogus, how did it make its way to me? Speaking of strange, Tony heard I was a detective from Dylan, of all people. Something's not quite right about all this. I think it's about time Dylan and I got better acquainted. Okay, and I'm gonna save it there and leave it there. So yeah, we're gonna do that. So yeah, ooh, got bookmark now. Yeah, a new sealed file is available. Yeah, so so yeah, you can watch the you can go to the book at any given time, and that's what the bookmark is. And if you read through the book, there's a case file that actually spoils the game for you. It spoils that chapter, and it gives you hints of how to accessibly continue on. But if you don't use that case, if you don't use the if you don't open up the case files in the book, it gives you a special. Well, not only does it give you a special ending, obviously you get a special ending at the end, but you also get a special case file epilogue after you beat the game. which is pretty much your completion bonus as such. So yeah. Anyway, last time we left off, we just had a phone call with Ed, talking about the work order sheet and how he just wants us to dismiss it. But now we are on the search for Dylan, and we're going to find out a little bit more about that. Now, I forgot to bring this up. When I was getting myself ready, but I wanted to make sure things were alright. Now, I think he's up on the 3rd floor here. Ah, here we are. Huh. There's someone in the hallway. Oh, looky, looky. It's Dylan. Let's walk up to him. Alright, Dylan, what are you up to? You got a moment? I've got some questions I'd like to ask you. Questions to ask me? Yeah. Let me bend your ear for a bit. Are you going to tell me what it's about? Tony from 201 told me that you were blabbling about me once being a detective. That's right. I think I did mention it to him. But he came and asked me about it first. He asked you about me? Right. Must have been about 2 weeks back. I was called to his room to take care of that door that wouldn't close properly. And after I fixed it, he asked if I'd like to grab it. Like to grab it for a drink. Well, no, I'm flubbing my lines here. What do you expect? And he's like, well, you can sue me, like. That's when he started asking about you. I remember him asking if I knew anything about you. Okay, so I got these questions here. I just want to quickly sort out things before I continue. God damn it. Things. But no, if you're in the Twitch chat tonight, you're more than welcome to sound off and whatnot. I see one person lurking around. Although granted, many people just coming into stream and just, you know, like watching and whatnot. Like me pulling off voices. Very shit voices, mind you. And that's why I'm not a professional voice actor, because I am shitting all over the place. Oh, God damn it. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this guide up. I should have had this set up. I was kind of rushing because obviously, as always, XSplit wanted to update. Joy! Alright, last one go. Yeah, because I don't want to have any unforeseeable kind of like game overs come my way, so. Just like what happened in Hotel Dusk. We all know what happened in Hotel Dusk. I was not very clever there. So I was doing all right up until the very last bit, and got myself a game over. Silly of me. Okay. Okay, chapter 2. Check something out. Okay. I think we're doing alright. Right, so how did you know about my history? Can you tell me how you knew I used to be a detective? It just cropped up one day. Cropped up? What's that supposed to mean? I saw your name in an old newspaper article. In an article? Right. It was an article about an undercover investigation in New York. When I read through, I noticed the name Kyle Hyde. I also noticed that you shot an undercover cop. One that was on the take. Not exactly through and through blue. When was the newspaper dated? I think it was from around 4 years back. Alright. Well, we won't follow up on that question that bit just yet. We'll obviously continue. When did Tony want to know? Why did Tony want to know about me? He was going on about how he'd like to become your friend. I just wanted to know if I knew anything about you. So naturally, when he asked, I told him what I knew. All I said to him was that you're an ex-detective who works as a salesman. Right. Okay. Where did you find this newspaper? Let me think. It was just a coincidence. I stumbled across the paper and noticed that article. Finding an old newspaper with stuff about me was a coincidence? Do you really expect me to buy that story? Honest! I was out on the job at the time. Out on a job? Yeah, I'm in the plumbing and repair business, so I often get sent out on jobs. Found myself in buildings and offices a lot. I even fix windows occasionally too. Thinking back, when I saw that article, I had just moved back from New York and was doing a job in someone's bathroom. The people had just moved in there, and there was stuff all over the place, including an old newspaper someone left lying around. I just had lunch and thought I'd give it a read. That's when I saw your name. How far back was this? I don't know, 3 months? So, are we done with all the questions? Yeah, for now. Huh? Who's there? Oh, here we go. You should really take your chats elsewhere. You're blocking the hallway. Sorry. Kindly get out of the way. Your obligatory old man. Frank. Not Castle. Last name, not Castle. This miserable old guy's Frank Raver. Raver? What a last name. It's like Frank Raver. He's not raving about anything. Oh dear. He occupies room 302 and has a tendency to skulk around late at night. I thought it was sulk for a second. No, it's skulk. Apparently. Not the kind of word I would use, but hey. If memory serves, you're Kyle Hyde, the guy living in the apartment below you, who incidentally has to put up with the racket you make walking around at night all night. I don't appreciate being accused of things, Mr. Hyde. This building may be old, but it's solid and unlikely to cause such disturbance. I'm telling you, I can hear every one of your footsteps loud and clear. Sometimes I can't even get a wink of sleep while you're stamping around.
Looks like I misjudged you, Mr. Hyde. I had you pegged as the kind of guy who'd have more important things on his mind.
Meaning what? Mr. Raver, Mr. Hyde is just trying to say that he's noticed some noise coming from your room. He's not trying to start an argument with you. That's right. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Hyde? Yeah, I'm just saying. Are you, Kyle? Are you just saying?
Well, I suppose I can try to take a little more care late at night.
Gee, thanks. Bit of a cranky old timer we got here.
And while we're all here, I had a matter of bringing to your attention, Dylan.
You did?
Yes, it seems that someone left trash by the fire door on the 4th floor again.
Not again. Who would have been so careless?
That's a good question. But more importantly, we wouldn't want an incident like before now, would we? I recommend you get up there and clear it up right away.
Will do. Will do, sir.
Thank you, Dylan. Stay a while and listen to my rambles, my rambling around.
Frank goes back into his room and disappears from sight. Excuse me. Which reminds me, I never got around to checking out the 4th floor. You take care of the repair work on the 4th floor too? Certainly do. I thought the whole floor was disused. That's why it's out of bounds. All the rooms up there are all remnants from when this place was a hotel. The fire door was sealed to prevent access though. Having problems all the way up there just adds to the hassle. Oh, sorry. Dear. Oh dear, that's really bad. Anyway, that's the last place we want things to go wrong. I'm going to have to leave you, Mr. Hyde. I have to get up there and sort this out. Dylan heads up the staircase. What's up on the 4th floor? Now my curiosity's really piqued. Right, okay. Well, I guess we got nowhere else to go but to go up the 4th floor and see what's happening up there. Looks like Dylan's already here. What are you doing up here, Mr. Hyde? I didn't think it was a crime to wander up here once in a while. That's true. Frank said something about some trash. Yes, I already took care of it, though. Wow, that was quick. It's like, take care of trash so quickly? Wow. It was just a flood. Okay, apparently someone wanted some attention outside. Sorry if that picked up on the microphone. It's like someone's just going beep, beep. It was just a flyer from an old newspaper. No great shakes. So someone makes their way up here just to dispose of something like that. You'd be surprised. But it doesn't happen but it does happen from time to time. It's things like this that really get to me. Just another one of the many problems with a building anyone can get into. In my opinion, you're asking for trouble if people can just walk in off the street. Alright, what kind of incident?
Oh, sorry.
Well, apparently my eyes just want to...
Oh, for crying out loud. You stop honking your bloody horn.
It's like they probably got your attention. Anyway, sorry. What kind of incident was Frank referring to? Sorry, I don't follow. Just now, outside room 302, Frank Raver said something about an incident. Said that something happened up here on the 4th floor. Oh, right, that. Care to share some details? It was nothing. Is that right? Yes. Nothing you need to worry about. Okay, I've got to make a move. Dylan makes his way to the stairs and descends out of sight. Now I know something's up. He seemed caught off guard when I asked. I've got an idea. If the rooms up here have been left as they were when it was Hotel Cape West, I wouldn't mind having a better look around. Let's do that. Okay, so what do we got here? We got something here. Scorch marks on the wall from some sort of fire. Looks like Dylan took care of the trash someone left behind. Looks like there's some sort of control panel attached to the wall. Switches on the control panel are both in the on position. Of course, we can't mess with it, so. There's we've got boxes and whatnot. Don't think there's anything in here. Yeah. Right. Well, in that case. Hold on. Maybe I should check a little more. Okay, Kyle. Okay. Okay, we'll do it your way. We'll do it your way. There's a toolbox fixed to the wall. Wooden doorstop inside. Black set pliers. And a wrench! It's not a massive wrench, so you don't need to get out of its way. Wrench case on the wall with a joint glass. Fire bell. Currently in the on position. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well, might as well try open the door. The fourth floor hallway is blocked by a hefty looking fire door. Fire door. Further. Let's see if the thing's locked or not. Give it a try. God damn it. Damn. This can't be good. An alarm's ringing. Bell's loud enough to wake the dead. Really got to figure out a way to stop this thing. Right. Well, only one way to do this. Nope. Nope, okay. Guessing this side then. I think there's some sort of control panel. Switch on a control panel. I bet if I use both switches I can stop that damn bell from ringing. Alright. Let's do it. There! Haha! Yes, simple way of doing it. Use 2 fingers to do it. Finally, it stopped. Not a moment too soon either. Huh? Something's coming. You again. Mr. Hyde, what have you done? Yeah, about that. I kind of made a judgment error and set off the alarm. A judgment error? More like you thought you'd open the door and start snooping around inside. Yeah, you got me. This is bad. Real bad. What? Oh, shit. Mrs. Patrice. Told you this was bad. Dylan, care to explain what's going on here? For one, why was the alarm ringing just now? Let me explain. And just what are you doing up here, Mr. Hyde? I was just... Well... It's not what you think, Miss Patrice. Then kindly explain it to me. The alarm went off I thought... The alarm went off because I thought it would be a good idea to conduct a test to see if the system was working properly. A test? At this time of day? Yes. Yeah, sure. You buy that, right? Isn't that what happened, Mr. Hyde? That's exactly what happened. It's just like he said, a test. Dylan asked me to give him a hand while he set it up. I see. Sorry, my voice box is just definitely not handling with all the multiple voices right now. I see. Yeah, I asked him to help. I just figured that even though we're going to be leaving soon, it would be a good idea to make sure the safety measures are still working. Good thinking, Dylan. I can't tell you how grateful I am of you for taking such good care of the building. Now, if you'll excuse me. She was happy with that. I think the old broad bought it. Max walks away and goes downstairs. Thanks for covering for me there. It's not a problem. Now you're off the hook. You might want to head back downstairs. Guess he's right. Think I'll go take it easy in my room. Cool. And now it's 4 p.m. Wow, time flies. I mean, originally it was already like 11 a.m. or something like that. So that's like 5 hours passing by in that event. Excuse me. After I returned from the 4th floor, I decided to take a load off and relax on the sofa. Still can't shake the mystery surrounding that order sheet I got. 4 o'clock already? Just in time to catch that show about Hugh Speck on TV. Get it? Huge Speck? Hugh Speck? Yeah. There's no cartoon on. Japanese spies. Don't think I watched this much as a kid. Today on 5 News, we take a look back at Hugh Speck's career, from LAPD officer to candidate for LA mayor. Hugh Speck comes straight from the ranks of LA's finest, where he had a long and distinguished career. While in the LAPD, he cracked many high-profile cases, and even stamped out incidents of police corruption. One of his more famous cases happened in the 1950s. A crime ring named Condor was responsible for multiple jewel thefts all over LA. Speck was tireless in his efforts to bring Condor down. Then, 13 years ago, Speck entered the world of politics. As a politician, he continued down his path of justice. One could say that Speck was destined to lead the city. The election ahead will be very interesting indeed. This is Robert Harrison for 5 News, signing off. It's like, who could really say, again? It's like, that's a very good answer. That's a very good news announcer from there, that there John Turbo Finley there. Yeah. Anyway. Hugh Speck. He was an officer in the LAPD during the incident involving my old man. It's true that, back in the day, he solved his fair share of cases. But in the one surrounding my dad, Officer Speck had a far lesser role to play. Okay. Now how am I going to keep myself occupied? Still plenty of time until dinner. Maybe I'll take a trip down to Lucky's Cafe and grab a coffee. Grab a coffee and shake. Don't you learn, Kyle, that, no caffeine after midday? Simple thing. Yeah. I mean, do we have the money for it, though? Still. So yeah, might as well go downstairs. I'm sure we'll bump into someone. Oh. Hey, I recognize that guy over there. He's, Oh, oh god. Oh dear. Oh, we gotta interact with him. Well, hello there. Hi. I definitely know this guy. He's on the 3rd floor, and... You're Kyle Hyde from room 202, aren't you? Yeah. And you're... Charles. Charles? Yes, Charles. And is there something wrong with my name? No, I get it. You forgot again, didn't you? You got me, kid. But it's coming back to me. Your full name's Charles Jeanette, right? Exactamente. Exactamente. What? Okay, so he's supposed. Okay, so he's supposed to be French. Okay. Although I'm gonna keep with the snobbish kind of like attitude. Might be a good idea to make a note of it or something, though. There's only 9 people in this building. It shouldn't be too hard to learn their names. Yeah, you're right, kid. You're right. Sorry, kid. Some people find it very rude if you forget their name, you know. Trust me, I don't forget names on purpose. It just seemed to slip through the cracks. I don't go around presuming everyone remembers me either. Interesting attitude. Thank you, Mr. Hyde. That helps me understand the kind of person you are better. Glad to hear it. Try to make the effort to remember my name from now on, yes? When I forget a person's name, I feel terrible inside. I hear you loud and clear. So yes, Charles. The kid's name is Charles Jeanette. I'm guessing that's how it's pronounced. Jeanette, whatever. He came over as an exchange student from France about a year ago. Okay, should I really put a stereotypical French accent with him? Because really, it doesn't really matter. Because he doesn't have the regular kind of like French kind of like mannerisms and whatnot. And so I'll just make it as like a posh, kind of like posh guy. You know, so it's probably better. Yeah. It's like I'm an aristocrat. Whatever. Anywho, according to Betty, he has dreams of becoming a big-time movie director. Your buddies with Billy, who used to live in 205, right? Yes, that's right. I remember Betty telling me a while back. Betty's lovely, isn't she? It's a shame that we won't be living in the same building as her for much longer. We've all got to leave this place after all. Thanks for the reminder. Hey, I heard the alarm bell ringing earlier. Do you know what happened? That was just a test, nothing special. A test? I thought it might have been something a little more exciting. Here we go again, I thought. Alright, well, let's inquire on why he thought, what he was thinking on that. Hey, have you got a moment? Yeah, let's ask him what did you think had happened? Yeah. What did you think had happened? I thought it was happening all over again. What was? You know, like the panic about the fire from 2 weeks ago. I thought it was another fire. A fire. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. There was a fire here 2 weeks ago? Didn't you hear about that, Mr. Hyde? I didn't hear a thing. But then again, I was away on a trip at the time. It happened about lunchtime on the weekday. Do you know where the fire broke out? Yes, it was up. It was up by the staircase on the 4th floor. Interesting. I'm sorry if many people are. It's like, will you stop it with the damn fucking? It's like, God damn it, John! Just read the dialogue. Don't be so melodramatic with it. Yes. I heard that someone came into the building and started it. Luckily, someone spotted it and put it out right away. So the building didn't suffer any lasting damage. Okay, let's follow up on those questions. So who put the fire out? Mr. Raver. Frank Raver? From 302? Yes, that's him. I'm going all over the place with this fucking accent. If Mr. Raver hadn't noticed the fire, who knows what might have happened? By the way, Mr. Hyde, what are you going to do after you leave this place? I haven't quite worked that out yet. Me neither. I haven't even started looking for a new apartment. I really like this place, despite it being a little old and run down. You and me both, kid. I'll see you later, Mr. Hyde. Charles says goodbye and leaves. Okay. Well, might as well go to the coffee. Coffee, please. Cing. Ah, dang it. Oh, hey. That's some fine smelling food. Huh? It's Frank. You again. I'm bumping into you a lot lately, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Raver. Good timing. I have some things I'd like to ask you. What is this? An ambush? Charles told me that you came across a fire on the 4th floor 2 weeks back. Yes, I did, yes. Yes. Sorry. What about it? Are you in the habit of wandering around in out-of-bounds areas? What can I say? I get bored easily. I don't have a job to go to anymore either. Plus, it's good for my health and climbing up and down the stairs. I thought for a moment you had something interesting to ask me. Goodbye. Frank slips away towards the staircase. Oh well. Can I catch him, actually? Maybe not. Oh well. Lucky's Cafe. Best food and raw caffeine in town. Raw Just hook it to my veins! Sorry. It's worth the trip downstairs just for the aroma of freshly ground coffee. Christmas tree, of course. It's December after all.
Hi! Welcome to Lucky's Cafe. Oh, Mr. Hyde. Nice to see you. Today's coffee is a straight...
What? A straight what? Malan? Mineral roast? Okay, I'll take your word for it, dearie. Jesus. Oh, dear. Sounds good. I'll take one of those, coarsely ground and black.
Gotcha. Can I get you something to go with that?
That's the $1 million question.
Maybe I can tempt you with today's special dessert. We've only got one left. I made it myself, which makes it an extra special.
Yeah, why not?
I'm sure you won't regret it.
And this is Claire.
Claire!
It's like, not Redfield. The perky waitress is Claire... what? Regan? Renegan? We'll say Renegan. Claire Renegan. The daughter of the cafe owner. She's always cheery and keeps the customers coming back. Indeed.
Guess you'll be taking your regular spot, right?
Right. And we have our sit down. I have a habit of always sitting in the same seat when I come here. Sitting here enjoying a good coffee, and one of the best thing is yeah, sorry, I'll read that again. Sitting here enjoying a good coffee is one of the best things about this place.
Here you go. Today's coffee and one of my special desserts. My own homemade plum truffles. I took a ripe dried plum, filled it with a wonderfully, yeah, okay. Is that even a word? Probably is. I don't know. You can sue me later. Wonderfully fruity chocolate Ganic.
What? Oh, God. It really tests my English reading skills, doesn't it, this game? Or any game that is heavily text-based, isn't it? Oh, I'm just so good.
Then coated it with a slightly bitter type of chocolate for an edgy flavor. It all adds up to a delicious sweet dessert. I hope you like it, Mr. Hyde.
Certainly looks tasty.
Bon appetit.
Claire drifts away from the table after delivering my order. There's an appetizing looking combination of coffee and a dessert on the table. That's a fine aroma. The fragrant coffee takes me away from my troubles, if only for a while. Yeah, you just enjoy that, Kyle. Well, well, Mr. Hyde. Huh? Looks like I can't stay away from your coffee for too long, can I? Glad to hear it. You're what? How are you finding today's blend? Let me see. Full flavored, slightly bitter, and with a fine aroma to boot. Isn't it spectacular? Got my hands on some top-notch beans. A little darker, but ground coarsely and drip slowly, giving it a richer taste. I find it pays to add a little more than you think you need to. Well, it sure beats the instant crap. I'll take that as a compliment. Sydney. It's Sydney! The guy's name is Sidney Reagan. He's Claire's father, and he owns this place. He can dig his heels in when he wants, but he likes to talk and we get on well. Say, did you think of what did you think of the dessert? Be honest now. It was great. How great exactly? You know, just great. I thought you'd say something like that. For me, I find that adding some liqueur really sets the taste apart from the rest. Liqueur? Adding just the right amount boosts the impact of the Gaining, whatever. Fuck it.
Oh, look at this. Turtle doesn't know how to pronounce this fucking one word that nobody ever uses that often. What a dunce.
Helps to balance the taste of the plums and cocoa too. If you tried a dessert I'd put together, chances are you'd be pining for another. How come you don't tell Claire all this? Don't get me wrong, it isn't like I haven't tried. She's just not interested in my take on recipes. Tells me to keep them to myself. She's in the habit of ignoring my advice. Sometimes I think I can even see my ex-wife's personality poking through. By the way, Mr. Hyde, do you know the customer sitting over there in the back? Which one? Him, over there. The guy in the sunglasses. Guy in the sunglasses. There's a shifty-looking guy sitting at the back wearing sunglasses. Who the hell is that guy? Oh, excuse me. Well, apparently my body wanted to choke me at that moment in time. It's almost like it's almost like my body was surprised by the guy with the glasses, sunglasses, and my body just reacts. It's like, surprise! Oh God. Anyway. He a friend of yours, Mr. Hyde? Never laid eyes on him before. Strange. He seems to know all about you. What? He came around asking questions and everything. He just figured he must be a friend of yours. Looks like I got it all wrong, though. Sydney finishes speaking and leaves the table side. Who is that guy, and how does he know about me? Well, why don't we ask him? Let's go over there and ask him. Hey, got a moment?
That depends.
Firstly, who the hell are you? Sydney said you know who I am, but I've never even met you before. Time to start talking, pal.
Is that right?
Yeah? Why don't we begin with your name?
The name's Foster. Rex Foster.
Rex. So he calls himself Rex Foster. This must be the guy that called Mom and Rachel. Finally, I got a face to put to a name I keep hearing. You've been busy making a lot of calls, it would seem. What are you after? I don't seem to remember asking for a guy like you to follow me around.
Yeah, okay. You got me.
Hey. You got something you want to say?
Kyle.
You're really trying to pretend you're a salesman, aren't you?
The way you speak is a dead giveaway, though. There's no hiding where you were a detective.
What did you just say?
Whoops, there I go again. You used to be a pretty good detective back when you were a cop in New York. Seems you had a pretty high opinion of yourself too, but it seems that part may have been a little exaggerated. Didn't have you pegged as someone who'd want to conceal their past as a detective. Guess I was wrong.
You don't see that my opinion of myself has got anything to do with you. But let's get back on track. What exactly do you want from me?
About time you asked. I was hoping to ask you some questions, is all.
Questions?
Yeah, to begin with. Why did you choose to live in this particular building?
No reason. Just kind of wandered up here.
Pull the other one. That's not the reason. You set up here because of the place once being Hotel Cape West.
I got no clue what he's babbling about.
Made you think, did I? Let's try another question, shall we? What's your attitude, buddy? You're trying to hide the fact that some trouble today on the second floor, too.
Alright, so how do you know what was... let's find out. How did you know I was a detective?
Now that would be telling.
Don't play innocent with me. You better start talking real quick.
Let's just say a little bit of research on you went a long way.
So you're researching me now, are you? Care to elaborate on that? Who the hell are you?
Hey, easy. You're not the only person that I'm looking into.
Is that supposed to make me feel better?
I can't really tell you anything right now. Speaking to you could be quite dangerous, Kyle.
Cut the crap. And define dangerous.
If you know too much, you might feel inclined to get in my way.
And why would I want to get in your way? I don't even know you.
I never said you'd do it on purpose, but guys like you just tend to get in the way.
You're making less and less sense as you go along.
You may have left the force to seek out a life without too much excitement, but guys like you just get a whiff of a case and switch right back to their old ways. And that's precisely
why I can't afford to have you get in my way.
Guys like me?
You want to explain that to me? Oh, I'm sure you understand just fine. Now, let's continue with our questioning. Trouble? What are you talking about? So you're saying nothing happened, are you? Right, nothing happened. Fair enough. I just wanted to ask.
Who does this guy think he is?
That's me done. I'm leaving. Hey, hold it. Not so fast. Take it easy, Kyle. There's plenty of time for us to sit down and chat, you know. Rex says his piece and leaves.
Who does this guy think he is? Mr. Hyde?
Sorry. Mr. Hyde? It's really hard to tell when it's just a blank screen and it has the text and you don't know who it is. So, who was that guy? His name's Rex Foster. Seems he's been gathering information about me. Why would he do that? Are you in some sort of trouble? Not that I know of. He wasn't a detective, was he? Trust me, he was no detective. Well, more likely he's working for some lousy agency or third-rate paper. Third-rate newspaper. Yeah, I guess you're right. He seems like a weirdo, right from the moment I laid eyes on him. Sometimes he'd have his notebook on the table. Excuse me. Seems like when he thought of something, he'd write it down. Notebook. Yes. And then he'd read his notes back to himself. It bugs me every time I see him. Well, let's elaborate on that. See if we can get some more information on that. What made you think he was weird? For one, he's been coming here all the time, starting 2 or 3 days ago. Spending long hours with just a single cup of coffee, staring at my customers. And also, there's more. He goes around asking all kinds of questions, such as about stuff from the past, mostly. What kind of notes was he writing down? What kind of notes was he been making? When I took his coffee over once, I nearly caught a glimpse of his notes, but he noticed right away and snapped his notebook shut. Oh well. Asking about stuff from the past? Like what? He tends to be fixated on this building's past, when it used to be a hotel. That's quite a while back. It is. He also asked about something that happened 13 years ago. He never revealed his motives, but while he was so interested in that particular event. What happened in the hotel 13 years ago? That's a tough question, and I appreciate it if you kept this to yourself. Miss Patrice asked me to avoid talking about it. She seemed especially keen to keep it from the people living in the apartments. What happened? I think I could trust you not to spread it around, Mr. Hyde. If the truth be known, when this building was still a hotel, there was a murder here.
A murder? A murder? Quick, someone call Taggart.
I'm sorry, that's obviously a Scottish TV reference, so yeah, nobody's got to get that. On top of that, the case was never solved. Alright, so what do you know about it? An unsolved murder. What do you know about the incident? I don't know. I don't think I'd better go into any more detail, Mr. Hyde. Come on, you've told me this much. This is someone involved. Thing is, someone involved in the incident is rather close to me. There are also those who are keen to forget about the incident once and for all. Please understand, I'm just not happy to continue discussing it. Ah, one more thing. What is it? That Rex Foster guy seems to be out after information concerning that murder. He could be a reporter. The more I think about it, the more it fits. A shady character like him would make a perfect reporter for one of those gossip mags. I bet my money that's where he's from. Could be. Changing the subject, Mr. Hyde, have you decided what's going to get your vote? I haven't quite made my mind up. The media seems to be focused on Hugh Speck, the ex-congressman. I personally don't like the idea of him winning though. Really? Why is that? I just find that guys like him, with police backgrounds and such, can be a bit suspicious. I've got a friend who swears the guy was on the take during his days on the force. He said he was also into racketeering, among other things. We're talking about Hugh Speck, right? I've never heard these rumors. Well, it's politics, right? Everyone's at least a bit corrupt. It won't be easy for whoever becomes mayor. Lowering the crime rate will be tough. Ain't that the truth? Say, did you hear about the robbery at the jewelers near here yesterday? Sydney puts a newspaper down on the table. This kind of crime gives people like me the jitters. It reminds me of a very similar incident a while back. Dad? Yeah? We got orders queuing up over here. Can you come back to the counter for a while? Sure thing. I'll be right over. Duty calls, Mr. Hyde. I'll catch up with you another time. Do you mind if I take a look at this paper? No problem. Take your time. Sydney makes his way back behind the counter. Well, let's go have a look at this paper then. Sydney's newspaper is on the table. Let's see what it says. It reads, December 19th, 1980. New development in serial jewel robbery cases. With regard to the succession of jewel burglaries, I can't enunciate, that have taken place recently, the Los Angeles Police Department announced a new lead that the culprit could be a jewelry thief theft ring called Condor, based on the information that a woman in a black hat had been witnessed at the crime scene before the incident. This group once frightened the whole nation, and there are fears that their reign of terror is beginning once more. The woman in this article sounds just like the woman I saw outside the building yesterday. That is true there, Kyle. Things have been more hectic than usual since yesterday. Guess there's only one thing for it. If I think back over the events, maybe I can clear a few things up. Right, we're at the end of this chapter here, so might as well carry on. Right. December 19th, 1980. My alarm clock woke me up, as usual, but just after I got myself back to sleep, the phone rang and got me up again. The one who woke me up with the ridiculous early phone call was Janine. Yeah, Kyle's mother. Right. it was Mom who decided it would be a good time to call then. She's currently living in New Jersey by herself. After I finished speaking with Mom, Rachel called. Both she and Mom had some very similar stuff to tell me. They both said they'd been called by Rex Foster. That's right. Both Rachel and Mom said they had received phone calls from the same caller. They said his name was Rex Foster, and they were keen to find out whether he was an acquaintance of mine or not. After catching a TV show about the candidate whose speech Ed went to hear, Tony got me caught up in some crazy situation, just like always. Who was the second floor occupant that swore Tony stole her ring? Mari. That's right. It was Mari from room 206. She somehow she'd somehow got it into her head that Tony was a master jewel thief. I was concerned? Oh, whatever. Into taking a look into Mari's room to prove Tony's innocence. Turns out the ring had just fallen between some furniture. After I proved Tony was innocent, he expressed his gratitude. As we talked, he mentioned that he knew I used to be a detective. Tony got that info from Dylan. That's right. After squeezing him for facts, he finally told me that it came from Dylan. Dylan's the quiet guy who lives in 304. He takes care of the general repairs around here. He found my name in an article from a 4-year-old newspaper. Funny how coincidences like these seem to happen around me. As the day went on, I had the urge to go to Lucky's Cafe downstairs. Figured I'd head down there, grab a coffee, and take a breather. Imagine my surprise at finding none other than Rex Foster there. The cafe owner told me Rex had been asking questions. He was asking about an incident 13 years ago. Right. The owner told me that Rex had asked about what happened 13 years ago, when the apartments were still a hotel. He turned out to be the same guy who's been calling around for info about me. Now I find out he's after facts surrounding what happened in the past here. Unluckily for me, he chose not to let me in on his secret and left. December 19th, 1980. Despite the apartments being due to close, I spent the entire day embroiled in conversations with the other residents. It turned out to be pretty useful for gathering facts on past and present events here, especially the unsolved murder that happened 13 years ago. The sudden appearance of Rex Foster in the cafe today made me feel uneasy and sent my mind spinning back to the mysterious order of sheet I found in my room. I think I'm just beginning to register the fact that there's something more to this building that meets the eye. Da, 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 da. Sorry. There's some sort of secret to be found here. I'm sure of it. And there we go. And that's the end of chapter 2. All good. Nice. So now you can read the events of the chapter in the Last Window novel. You like to save progress? Yes, just to be safe. Yep, do that. So yeah, I know, can be quite bad. There we go. When it comes to me, talking about other things while things are progressing. December 19th. Unsolved. The truth about the past. Letters. Chapter 3, December 20th, 1980. Another lazy Saturday morning, and I was still dreaming. In my dream, I was standing in front of an old window somewhere. Beyond the glass stretched a vast blackness, through which I could make out a faint figure facing away from me. I pounded on the window in an attempt to get the person's attention, but just as the person noticed my voice and began turning around, my eyes opened and I was awake. Ugh. Damn phone calls. That damn phone again. I let slip a few choice words as I wearily slid my arm out towards the phone.
Hey, handsome.
Rachel?
Something wrong? You're not your usual chipper self this morning.
Yeah, your call woke me up. The sound of the phone pulled me out of this crazy dream I was having.
Did you have a late night or something?
You could say that. Had some things on my mind and didn't hit the hay until dawn. But forget all that. What's so important you gotta call me now?
There's a message from Ed. There's something he wants you to answer right away. Seems he wants to know if you still feel like working for Red Crown.
He what?
Well, do you?
Of course I do.
Thought so.
Rachel, you don't think the old man's beginning to regret firing me, do you? Didn't think he felt remorse. Well, time to break my vocal cords again.
You're quite done? Maybe you'd like to explain to me exactly what I have to regret.
Ed!
You're the one who should be on your knees. If anything, getting rid of a no-good bum like you was a breath of relief.
I think you've made your point.
Just to be clear, I don't regret booting you out, but it has been on my mind. Even had a strange dream about it.
Strange dream?
Yeah, it was pretty messed up. You were in it, lying dead by the roadside.
You're right. That is messed up. Not exactly a premonition. Though, unless you've got plans to off me yourself.
Yeah, well, careful what you wish for. Still not a great feeling to see a guy I fired dead by the roadside. You know what the worst part is? Well, I'll tell you anyway. It's waking up with that image in your head and feeling generally worried.
Worried, eh?
Think about it. There can't be that many guys out there willing to take on a lazy ass bum like you. And even if you did find someone, they'd likely fire you in 3 days. So if I don't take care of you, how do I know my dream will come true?
So what are you saying?
I'm a reasonable guy. I figured you got enough going for you to make me give you another chance. But mark my words. This will be the last chance I'll ever give you.
My last chance.
Got it. So what's gonna be? Do you accept?
Ellipses. Guess I do.
Then it's settled. I'm not gonna just bring you back in though. No way. I'm gonna think of a way to test just how loyal you are. You'll be hearing from me. Anyway, I've got things to do.
Ed, wait up. Hey, Ed, wait up. Bleh. Ed, wait up.
What is it?
I wanted to ask you about that weird order sheet we talked about before.
Thought I was pretty clear about that. Throw it in the trash. If the client ain't happy to go through me, we don't do the job. Simple. Rachel, you're up.
Hey, Kyle. You're still sweating over that sheet, huh?
Yeah, can't forget the damn thing. Just can't seem to figure out why it came straight to me.
It's puzzling. I'll give you that.
Not only that, I had a run-in with our mutual friend Rex Foster.
You did?
Yeah, I caught him skulking, sorry, in the cafe in an apartment building, in my apartment building. A real shady guy. Seems he's been snooping into my past too. I want to find out all there is about him. That's where you come in. Don't suppose you could do a bit of sniffing around, could you?
Will do, handsome. I'll give you a call as soon as something turns up.
I'm counting on you, Rachel. Alright. I twist the top off the tap and a jet cold refreshing water streams out. Put on one of my trademark suits. And I'm ready for the day. My buzzer suddenly sounds. Who's there? No answer. It's good that the door icon just illuminates. Just make it easier on myself. Ah. This is Patrice. Glad I caught you while you were at home. Is there something I can help you with? Come now, Mr. Hyde. Are you telling me you've forgotten our chat from the other day? Which chat would that be? Well, do you remember what we discussed or not? Yeah. Miss Patrice. Of course I remember. You're here about the rent, right? Precisely. I'm impressed the fact hadn't slipped your mind. How could I possibly let my highest priority fall by the wayside? Good. I'll be expecting both this month's and last month's rent. $400 in total. Roger that. Then I'll let you get back to whatever you were doing. Miss Patrice, could I ask you something? Perhaps. What is it? I overheard some gossip about an incident that happened here 13 years ago. Oh! Are the rumors true? Now, Mr. Hyde, I thought you'd know better than to pay attention to idle gossip and rumors. I really must be on my way. Not a cool move to do, Kyle. Miss Patrice walks away. Time to pay up, I guess. Doesn't sound like anything a trip to the bank can't solve. I'm pretty sure I've got enough left in there to cover it. Hang on. Today's Saturday. The bank's closed. Bullshit! I mean, come on. It's like banks can be open on a Saturday. Although this is 1980, so yeah. Times were different back then. To make matters worse, the ATM won't recognize my card anymore. Now I'm really stuck. How the hell am I going to get my hands on the rent money now? Wait, I think I might still have some cash stuffed into the wallet in my suitcase. If I put that together with whatever cash is lying around, I might have $400. Might? Okay. Well, let's try. Let's check your suitcase first then, Kyle. See what we can find. Right. So yeah, while I'm on the search for finding money, starting off $380. Wow. And $20, sorry. I'm $20 short. Maybe I should ask Pro Jared because he tends to find a lot of 20s around in his game of Zelda randomized. By the way, if you haven't checked out his series of Zelda randomized on his Pro Jared Plays channel, you should go check it out. It's actually quite funny, especially with his edits. Right, so I got 120 or 180, sorry. So I just need to find $20. While I'm searching for $20, what was it? Yeah, I'm not reading this because I've already said this before. Right. Yeah. Now, okay. Sorry, I just don't have enough time to say my mind because the game wants to have me speak its dialogue. $380. Not everything, but almost there. Now to scrape together the last $20 to pay up. I'm not gonna find $20 there. Let's try over this side. Ah, bugger! Who's there? Fucking. Who's asking now? Better not be Mags. I mean, Christ, give me a little time, woman. Ah, bull. You gotta be kidding me. Hey there! What did I do to deserve this early morning visit? You're not trying to get me involved in any more shady arguments, are you? Nah, man. It's nothing like that. Then what is it? It's something you're gonna want to hear, Hyde. What makes you think I'll want to hear anything you have to say? You gotta want to keep it close to your chest, though. Basically, I got wind of a surefire way of winning big bucks. There's no way we can lose, man. No risk at all. You stand to get 10 times the amount of cash you put in. 10 times! 10 times does sound good. If it's that good, why aren't you raking it in? Well, well, that's the thing. There's a minimum amount you need to start. And I don't even have that. There's definitely something fishy about this. So that's what I came to talk to you about, buddy. If we pull our resources, we could make a killing. I'm wasting my time just listening to this crap. Huh? My phone again. You don't have a problem with me using some of your money on this, do you? Oh, I am definitely not going to respond to that. You gotta lend me some cash, right? My phone's ringing. I really should answer it. Oh, come on, man. Help me out here. I'm in a tight spot, and I really need your support right now. Sorry, I'm gonna get that. Yeah, I need to grab that phone. Alright, phone's ringing, of course. Hello. I hear a stern voice on the other end of the phone. Who is this? Oh, it's Margaret. Mr. Hyde, this is Margaret. Mrs. Patrice. I'd just like to say that I'd like the rent paid in full by the end of the day. By the end of the day? Yes, Mr. Hyde. Thank you and goodbye. Yeah, see you. Now this really complicates matters. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Okay. Trying to search for money right now. Hey, Hyde! We're still talking here, you know. Ah, fuck! God damn it! Look, I'm trying to rustle up enough money to pay for my bloody rent here, man. Fuck off. So getting back to what we were saying. What do you mean by a tight spot? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. You better not be lying to me, Tony. No way, man. I'd never do that. Besides, you got your own problems, right? That was Mags on the phone just now. I noticed how you were speaking. Well, he did say Mrs. Patrice, so yeah, that was probably a good giveaway. When she wants something from you, there's no stopping her. She was on the phone to me not long back. If I don't strike it rich with this deal, I'm never going to sell the rent. What deal? Tony, the deal you were talking about. Is it just some kind of gambling scheme? That tight spot you let slip was your rent, right? No, man, what makes you say that? You're just chasing dreams, Tony. If you gamble away your cash, you're gonna lose. You think I'm going to lend you cash out of my own pocket just like that? Maybe you should try working for your money. That's harsh, you know that? I got the message. I'm out of here. Good. Fuck off. Okay, time to get your head straight. What's it gonna be? Find that $20. That's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, while I'm searching for this $20, wherever it may be, I'll be in the chest of drawers here. Let's see what I can find. Red crown, that's a screwdriver. Spare key. Cafe matchbooks. So yeah, okay, maybe not something there. Poster on the wall. Oh, okay. That's my favorite. I admire it. Okay. Record player. Good old reliable. So yeah, what I wanted to talk about while I'm searching for this $20 is there's a new game that was actually just released in Japan just recently that's actually has a lot of former Cing team members working on the game. Yeah, I don't need to say anything there. And yeah, it's what was it? Check this over. And they have a new game called Chase. Unsolved investigation, crime, whatever. Well, the main title is called Chase. And the possibility of a new of that game making its way over here, is very unlikely. Obviously, because people don't like that. But it's done. It's what was it? It was developed by Arc System Works, the same guys who've done most of the fighting, like 2D fighting games, like what was it? Recently I played one of their games, Dragon Ball Extreme Butoden, I think was the game. Right, let's see if we can find anything in this cupboard. Nope, nothing in there. Okay. How about here? Maybe not. Okay. Fuck. Come on. Is there anything here? Refrigerator, something that. Oh, jar of pickles. Can't get enough of these when I had a couple of beers. Joy of all joys. Nothing much in here. What the hell? Sorry about that, guys. Something disconnected and then immediately reconnected as soon as things went. Don't think anything bad happened. Think we're okay? Think we're alright? Ah, it should be alright. I mean, I didn't notice anything bad happened here. So, yeah, it should be okay. I say should. Better. Okay. Alright, let's go back to the entertainment hub. I didn't check everything over there, so... Apparently a ball here. Ah! It's a nice little savings here. Nice. Got quite a bit saved up too. Yeah, let's the bills are stuck in there. Maybe if I shake it around. Of course not. Of course it's not going to be easy to get that out. Well, a little more cash fell out. Still no bills, just 5 coins. I'm going to need to break the ball and get the bills. Could smash it on the table. But if I damage the furniture, Max would probably have a fit and charge me even more rent. Ah, so obviously it's furnished accommodation, not just, you know, that wasn't his own like furniture. Better go find something else to break it with. All right, where's the hammer? Where is my hammer? Well, might as well go into the box of Red Crown goodies. So yeah, that new chase game. I really wish it would get a localization, but because it's such a niche game and not many people will obviously buy it, and of course it's also a digital title on the eShop for the Japanese version, the chances of it, you know, getting released and whatnot doesn't help matters. Security lock. Doesn't look like anything's in, you know, good there. Let's try my case. See what, do I have anything good in here? Don't think I do. No. Oh, I know. I know of one guy who would probably have stuff. And that's our good old pal, buddy old pal guy, Dylan. I'm sure he's got something. Can't remember his name. I can't remember his door though. Actually, if I go to characters, Dylan lives in 304. Okay. Let's give him a buzz. Dylan pokes his head through out the open door. Oh, it's you, Mr. Hyde. Dylan, I've got something I need your help with. You think I can help you somehow? Here's hoping. Okay, well, glad to be of service. Why don't you come on inside and we can talk? Great. Getting invited into his place. Awesome. So this is where Dylan calls home. Dude, your trousers, man. Sort 'em out. Alright, let's talk to him. Yeah, excuse me. So, Mr. Hyde, you were saying something about needing my help? Yeah, I need to borrow something. I'm pretty sure you've got what I need. Well, don't keep me hanging. What is it? A hammer. A hammer? You do have one, don't you? Oh dear. Wouldn't be able to call myself a repairman if I didn't. Now, if I didn't, now would I? But why do you need to borrow my hammer, Mr. Hyde? To be blunt. Okay, I need to smash open a ball. What do you need to do that for? There's something inside I need to get my hands on. I've tried everything else, but nothing short of smashing it is gonna work. That's quite a fix you're in there. I think I'm good to help you out. Just hang about here for a little while. Why should I do that? Simple. I left my toolbox in my car, and it's got my hammer inside. Won't take me long. I'll be back before you know it. Understood. And he's like, you're leaving Kyle Hyde alone in your place. Not a smart idea. Dylan leaves to go to his car. Okay, while we're at it, yeah, we might as well just snoop around. Oh, hello. Maybe I'm imagining things, but that painting looks strangely familiar. Indeed it does. Let's have a look at it. I noticed a framed jigsaw puzzle on the wall depicting an angel. That painting. It's Angel Opening a Door by Osterzone. Can't believe that thing's hanging up here of all places. The original artwork was stolen from the New York Art Museum. The people who took it were part of the Nile crime syndicate. And that's all from the last game. Ah, subtle little references. Wonder if Dylan made this puzzle. Certainly beginning to show its age too. Plus the frame is absolutely covered in dust. Let's try to clean it up a little bit. Oh, damn it, Kyle. Damn. Should have seen that coming. Of course you should have seen that coming. You're Mr. Clumsy. Now the whole thing's in pieces. This really isn't my day. It's not really been your week. Alright, let's get this sorted. At least it's not too bad. Simple puzzles. Nothing too majorly thingy. I don't want to say anything. I don't think anything on that. Ah well. Alright. That should just about do it. And perfect timing. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about the wait. Sorry about the wait. Didn't really notice the time, to be honest. That's good then. Anyway, the hammer wasn't there. The hammer wasn't where I thought it was. That's why I couldn't get back here earlier. Don't fret. You're back now. Well, yeah. So here's your hammer, Mr. Hyde. Good. Yeah, I noticed of course, in the last game, whenever a character would hand over something to me, I would have to literally take it from the character. Apparently, that's not the case sometimes in this game. I take the hammer from Dylan. It's like it automatically does it. Thanks. Just remember to return it when you're done. Wasn't planning on selling it, you know. No, there's one more thing. There is? The puzzle with the angel hanging on the wall. Did you put it together yourself? Yeah, jigsaw puzzles pass the time between repair jobs. Is there something you'd like to say? Just how I've seen the painting your puzzle is based on before. Didn't think you were into art, Mr. Hyde. I'm not, but this is the exception. It's called Angel Opening a Door. Painted by an artist going by the name of Osterzone. Damn good work, too. The original was stolen years ago from a museum in New York. I got the puzzle from a friend. It was a gift to remember our friendship. I had no idea it was based on something well known. Anyway, time I was off. Sure, no problem. No problemo. No problem. Yeah. Right. Make for the door and leave Dylan's room. Alright. Let's make our way down back to our place. And hopefully no one will bump into us. But yeah, back to my thoughts on Chase. I really hope that it does actually happen again. So yeah. Or like, if it does get released, I would like it to be released, Chase, for and localized. But because, you know, although granted nowadays adventure style novel games are coming up in the way with the likes of like the Telltale games. I don't know whether or not people will actually accept a game like this again in the wake of all the Telltale games. Alright, let's give this a go. There we go. Whack, whack, whack.
Puzzles! Yay!
Got it. Now let's see how much was inside this thing. There was $25. Nice. If I add that to the money that I took out of my wallet earlier, looks like I can pay the rent. And that's 2 o'clock. Haha. Right. Right. Well, you know what? I'm going to end the session early tonight. Yeah, I know. I'm a big tease. It's like we just got the money for the rent. Guys, the rent's too damn high. In 1980, the rent was too damn high.
Yeah, $405. Yes. So we need to take that to our landlady, and I'm remembering where we need to go and what we need to do. But yeah, so I've been dealing with that for the last 5 weeks. The first. What was it? The first what was it? The first thingy
the first 3 weeks after my surgery was absolute hell. It was just absolutely atrocious to me. So I felt like shit. I was in a lot of pain. I was taking a lot of painkillers to try to dull it down and whatnot. And I've now come to, a point where I actually feel better. Better enough to continue where we left off, and we're gonna continue from where we left off last session right now. And I've got something to talk about later on that will also result in the scheduled streaming for Turbo Drive Live Let's Plays to be increased. So I'll talk about that in a moment. But anyway, back to the story here with thing. And I don't know if it's streaming right now because apparently my preview window doesn't want to show me the thing, but I'm being hosted by Sunrose, so thanks for that, Sunrose. Anyway. Ooh, Mr. Hyde. Sorry about the wait. I've got the money for the rent. Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Please come in. Very shit womany voice. Female voice. Okay. That's kind of weird. Guess you can call that as hallway, I guess. So this is what Mag's room looks like from the inside. I've been living above her for 4 years, but this is the first time I've been in here. Well, it's not every day you're invited into, your landlady's humble abode, Kyle. So be grateful. Here's the money for the rent. And get so. Now I have $405, but obviously Kyle would be sensible enough to just give the $400 and keep the $5. I hand Mags the $400 I owe for the rent. Many thanks. It appears to all be here. Sorry it took me so long to pay up. I think I can see my way clear to forgiving you this time, Mr. Hyde. I wish I could make this an example to the other residents. They're not all like you, Mr. Hyde. Some have still yet to pay me what they owe. At my last count, there were still 2 tenants who are behind on what they owe. Well, let's ask who they may be. Who's behind on their rent? Mr. Wolf from room 201, and Mrs. Miss Rivet from room 206. Marie from 206? She didn't strike me as the kind who'd fall behind. From what I can tell, Mr. Wolf is out of work, and Miss Rivet, unfortunately, is a widow like myself. I can see they have their reasons, but my point is, I know people can be hit by circumstances beyond their control, just like me. It's like, circumstances of my health are out of my control when it comes to doing live streams like this. But my apartments are not a charity, and they should make an effort to pay up. I hate to ask, but would you be willing to have a word with them for me? Oh, but while you're here, would you care for some tea, Mr. Hyde? If memory serves, we haven't really had much time to chat up until now. Sorry, but I'll have to pass. Got things I need to take care of.
Is that so? I hope I haven't said anything to offend you.
No, it's nothing like that.
Then I see no reason why we can't have at least a little chat together.
Well, if you insist.
I do.
That was a high Sunrise. Just saying hi in the chat.
I often reminisce about the past, Mr. Hyde.
You do?
Yes, especially about things that happened a long time ago. I find myself doing it more and more as the day we all have to leave gets closer even. I can't help myself.
You can't help yourself. Whoa, lady! You can't help yourself. Just chill.
Before I realize it, my mind gets lost in the past.
What kind of things do you think about?
Well, there's my late husband for one. About the time we bought this place when it was just a closed down hotel. Lots of things, really.
Okay. Let's follow up on that question. What kind of person was your husband?
He was a musician. He was really into his jazz and played the saxophone.
You mean saxophone? Sorry. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm referencing. No, I'm not. Anyway, Max reach over and picks up a framed photo.
Ah, all those memories. If he'd still been alive, chances are I would never have gotten involved in the leasing of apartments. If only I could switch things back to how they were 13 years ago.
Let's follow up on that. Yes. Someone was talking about her playing Super Mario RPG for the first time. That's a question for the future. Do you ever want me to play Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood at any time? Even though LMC already did a massive playthrough of the series or through that game. Does anyone want to have me do my own interpretation or not bother? I'm going to go with not bother. Probably. I mean, I've got plenty of other DS and 3DS games to do, and plus, I got other things in mind as well. So, just keep it, keep it in mind at the moment. What happened 13 years ago?
Lots of things happened, Mr. Hyde. My husband passed away, and I became a widow for one. Then I bought this building, which was still an out-of-business hotel.
Did the incident I asked you about before happen then too?
Come now, Mr. Hyde. I admire your persistence, but I think I made myself clear regarding the gossip.
Okay, so just go with the first question for the moment. Try to leeway out of trying to make her pissed. What was the cause of your husband's death?
It was an accident.
Not a collision? Not a traffic collision?
Just an unforeseen accident. Let's change the subject, shall we?
Oh, well, that was fast.
I believe your mother is also a widow.
Yeah, that's right. My dad died when I was still a 9-year-old kid.
What happened to him, if I may ask?
He was murdered.
Murdered?
And the worst part is, the killer never got busted.
That's terrible. In my experience, people tend to find it hard to detach from the past.
Yeah, well, seems like you're the same, kinda. So all this gossip is about 13 years ago?
I'm growing a little tired of this line of questioning, Mr. Hyde. Who told you about this anyway?
Don't think it matters where I heard it from. I'm more interested in hearing what you know about it. Especially if there's any truth to it or not.
None whatsoever. It's just malicious gossip, like I said.
And that's what you're sticking to, is it?
Please, Mr. Hyde, do me the courtesy of forgetting about it. I won't take kindly to you raising it again in my presence. Is that the time? I see we must have gotten lost in our discussion.
It was only like 5 minutes. I mean, come on.
It was very stimulating talking to you, Mr. Hyde.
Yeah, for me too. I think it's about time I headed off anyway. I leave Mike's apartment. Still can't quite swallow the story about the incident 13 years ago being gossip. I need to get some more info out of Sydney. Good timing too. My stomach's beginning to sound like a bullfrog. Is it croaking Budweiser? Budweiser. Apparently, Kyle's stomach wants to drink heavily. I can grab a bite and speak to the old man at the same time. Yeah, we'll do that. Simple enough, I suppose. I think I can use this, can I? Vending machine lobby. Maybe I'll grab a drink. Yeah, let's do that. Let's use our quarters. What will it be? Well, I got... Well, there's the money. Put that in. So what do you think, Sunrose? Some cherry, some orange, some grape, lime, apple, or some Cool Pop?
Cool. How about some Cool Pop?
You mean Cool Pop?
Cool Pop.
Why are you putting so much emphasis on the word?
I don't know. Cool. You like Cool Pop, don't you? Cool Pop is refreshing. Cool Pop.
Say pop.
Pop.
Now say Cool Pop.
Cool Pop.
That was my very shitty Stewie impression. Sorry.
I say, Hyde. I think you should go for the Cool Pop. Cool Pop. Cool Pop.
Yeah, let's go with Cool Pop. Cool Pop, my favorite drink. Open the bottle and glug the whole thing down. I drink this all the time, but it's just as tasty as ever. This time it might come with a prize. This bottle cap. Hey! It's a winner! Put the winning bottle cap in my in my pocket. Your winner! Sorry, Sunrose. As soon as I made the choice, I just saw that your selections. Sorry, Sunrose.
Maybe next time, shall we?
No sign of Rex. Oh, I forgot what I called, what voice I was putting on for Claire.
Coming in. Welcome to Lucky's Cafe.
Hey Claire. What's today's coffee?
It's a strong Colombian blend. It goes very well with cream. Care to sample a cup?
I'll just have it black. And a jumbo burger with a side of fries.
Sure. Let me make a note of that.
Throw in plenty of cheese and pickles, but hold the tomato, okay?
Sure thing.
Claire!
Huh? Huh?
Don't tell me you're still having trouble remembering Mr. Hyde's order.
Give me a break, Dad.
How many times do I have to tell you? You gotta memorize customers' orders first time.
Yeah, I got it. I'm sure I'll get it right next time.
I hope so. For your sake.
You're usually spot on with things like that.
Never mind him. My dad's always saying stuff like that. Doesn't take much to make him yell either.
No second chances in this trade, I'm afraid.
Yeah, okay, Dad. You've made your point.
Claire heads off in the direction of the kitchen.
Made my point. She's got some cheek.
Just a piece of friendly advice. But you might want to ease up on her.
Take it from me, Mr. Hyde. What that girl needs is a firm hand. In my opinion, it's a father's right to get a little angry once in a while. Gets the point across, you know? Ha ha ha.
Can I bend your ear for a minute?
What's up?
It's about what you told me yesterday. You know, the incident from 13 years ago.
That again?
What kind of incident was it, exactly?
Mr. Hyde, I'm pretty sure I made myself clear. I just thought I'd mention it to you, seeing as we were chatting. But I've got nothing more to add. Would you mind just dropping it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just answer me this, though. Why does Mrs. Patience, or Mrs. Patrice, seems to be trying to cover something up regarding the incident?
That should be obvious, even to you. She's the owner. It's not exactly good for business making it public that a murder happened here. You have to understand that she put everything into the running of this place. She took on the business and by herself and has had her fair share of troubles. I didn't want to add to them, so I agree on keeping the incident to myself.
There's a fucking fly here and it's fucking annoying.
Fuck off!
God, stupid flies. Seriously, they're trying to keep within my warm center of hominess from the outside cold. Loafers. Them and spiders. Honestly, they're bad as each other. Did I say that line? Yeah, I think I did.
What happened yesterday was just a little slip on my part. Guess I figured that we're all going to be leaving soon, and it couldn't do any harm. Be best for everyone if you could just forget you ever heard about it.
I suppose you're right.
By the way, are you any good at puzzles?
Puzzles? Oh, am I? It's like, thank God King Graham is not around. He'd be all giddy and going, Yee! If you probably don't know what I'm talking about, I suggest you go play the new King's Quest episodic game that's around. Episode 4 specifically. Yeah. Never met one I couldn't solve.
And it looks like you're the right man for the job. If you're really that good, you should make short work of this.
Not exactly what I was expecting.
It's a quiz entry form with a kind of crossword puzzle.
I take the crossword. What kind of quiz is this anyway?
Just a little idea we cooked up. We call it the Lucky's Thank You Quiz. It's just a bit of innocent fun and a way to thank all of our loyal customers. Get your answers in by December 22nd, and for your chance to net a cool $1,000. $1,000? Not a penny less. So fancy your chances, do you, Mr. Hyde? I thought I'd help boost people's spirits, seeing as we're all leaving soon.
Of course, this place is going to close as well.
There are 5 keywords in the quiz, and they're all somewhere inside the cafe. Why not give it a shot?
Sydney moves away. I think I'll make my way to my usual seat. And so we do. It's a shame to lose one of the few places I can relax in.
Here you go. Today's coffee and a burger with a side of fries.
Oh, sorry guys. Give me a moment. Sugar. Damn it. Okay, sorry about that. Oof, jeez. Oh, sorry, a little bit of family matters there. So, yeah, just nothing too major. But anyway, back to the story. It's like edit that out, Kev. I've been giving Kevin a lot of hassle with editing and whatnot. Yeah, so, and I feel bad for him. So yeah. Sorry, Kev. Really sorry. Anyway. Lots of pickles and cheese, but no tomato, just like you said. The burger was grilled to perfection and is medium rare, as you like it. Perfect.
Glad to hear it. Enjoy.
Wink. Give it a little wink there. Claire walks away from the table. I've got a delicious looking burger and freshly made coffee in front of me. I would never have a coffee with a burger. That's just not the right thing. It's like I would rather have a cold beverage with a hot meal rather than a hot beverage with a hot meal. It doesn't make any sense. The smell coming from the fries is mouth-watering. Now, geez, if you're going to be describing every inch of this meal, Hyde, I might actually want to get something to eat now. Seriously. Oh dear. And as for the burger, I don't think I've ever eaten better. It's huge too. Wow. He just, that's like it's like that's food challenges eating methods right there. You just gobble the whole thing up. That was amazing. I'm gonna miss this place. Right, well, if you want, you can look at this, crossword here. Now this is an optional thing that you can do. As same with the bottle cap thing from the thing. So yeah, you're given a crossword here. So you got like, 1 across, 3 across, 2 down, 5 down, 4 down. And each have their own kind of like thing. So we can investigate the cafe around here. I need to look for stuff that's out of the ordinary, essentially. Blackboard. Cafe is famous for its cheap prices and tons of options. Come out of that then. Don't think there's anything behind there. Let's see what's on the Christmas tree. Poster for a drink on the wall. Poster has a picture of iced tea on it with a stick. I think I'll stick with cold pop. But yeah, I think iced there because it's in blue. Make a note of that. Oh, I can erase that now. So iced. Christmas tree decorated. Of course, we can use the jukebox. What was it? We can use the jukebox to change the music of the game, or it's kind of like the sound test, essentially. Just like in the first game, actually, I think. Now, the Lucky's in green, or Lucky is in green, but the apostrophe S isn't. So I'm going to make a note of that. Yeah, Luck Y. Okay. Landscape painting. Picture on the wall. There's hotel. Black and white. Does Kate West look like when it was a hotel? Okay. Interesting. Yeah. A lot of interesting things. Poster of a cow stuck on the wall. Ah. Words beef in that. Hold on. Yeah. Beef. There you go. I need 6 words, don't I? Doesn't look like anything of interest there. already checked that way. Well, there's the billiards room. I think this is also part of the cafe. Say maybe. Doesn't look like anything's. Can't think I've seen anything in there. Oh well. Well, let's work on what we have so far. Alright, so I think that's correct. Then that was little key. And then that one's beef. I'm guessing this one's jukebox. Because the jukebox is the only thing that has purple lanes. So. It only begs the question, what's 4 down? It's a yellow, so... Something begins with C and ends with E. Well, I know the secret answer is juice, which is easy enough. Well, I do have an answer here. Okay. Well, it seems like the missing letter that I was looking for was cafe. Right, so yeah, the answer is juice. This looks fine to me. If I get a chance, I'll show it to Sydney. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's find Sydney. Or actually, well, Sydney's here. That's Claire. Let's talk to him. Yeah. Oh, have you finished the? Oh, have you finished the word crossword? Simple puzzle. A simple puzzle like that? I could have done it in my sleep. Let me see. Yep, you got it. Not bad, Mr. Hyde. Well, here you go. What's this? It's a slip with your entry number for the prize draw. Number 053. Sydney hands me my entry slip. This is your proof that you've entered, so take good care of it, okay? Prize draw is on December 23rd. Who knows? You might get lucky. Got it. Let me ask you, Mr. Hyde, if you won $1,000... I'm sorry, I'm not being gruffy enough with the voice.
Let me ask you, Mr. Hyde. If you won $1,000, what would you spend it on?
I'll think about that if it ever happens.
Ha ha ha. I guess I should have expected an answer like that.
$1,000, huh? Yeah, what would... Question... I know this is a Beer Brothers thing, but question of the day. What would you do for with $1,000? If you had $1,000? Well, my equivalent would be £1,000. Yeah, just use it on a holiday. Simple enough. Easy. Take a trip somewhere. Either the US or Japan again.
Can I help you with anything, Mr. Hyde?
No, not really. Oh. Okay.
You need anything, Mr. Hyde?
Take a look.
Oh, it's a winning bottle cap from the vending machine. Congrats! Here's your prize.
And my prize is... Game & Watch. Sydney hands me a Pinky Rabbit Land game.
I think it's a handheld video game they just brought out.
Which makes sense because this is 1980, and although, historically, I don't know. I don't know if that's correct or not. Anyway, should I talk to him again? Something I can help you with, Mr. Hyde? No, not really. Okay. Well, we're mosey on elsewhere. That's what I could say, but what I want to do is save. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, get my backup save because that's been about 45 minutes or so. Right, let's move on. Let's move on. Mr. Hyde. Oh, it's
Mr. Hyde!
Oh, it's you, Mary.
Glad I caught you. I just wanted to apologize for my behavior yesterday.
No problem. I had a word with Tony and managed to smooth things over. You got nothing to worry about from him.
Thank you very much. I don't know what came over me. I'm not proud of the commotion I caused. I hope I hadn't given you a reason to hate me.
Trust me, it takes a lot more than that to make me hate a person. I try not to take things too seriously. I'm an easygoing kind of guy. Probably best if we just forget the whole thing happened.
You're very kind.
It's not kindness. I just don't want to waste any more time on it. Why is she crying? Hey, there's no need to get upset.
Ever since I lost my husband, things have been very tough for me. But after talking to you, I've been able to relax and open up a little. I feel less stressed and worked up than usual. I'm sorry, Mr. Hyde. I must be getting on your nerves.
Well, are you in some sort of financial trouble? Maybe a little. Let's be more concerning, Mr. Hyde, and ask about the financial trouble. Are you in some sort of financial trouble?
Actually, I am.
And you've fallen behind on your rent payments, right?
So Mrs. Patrice told you, did she? Well, it's true. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm short on money right now and I can't pay my rent.
So you're completely broke? I mean, do you have any sorts of income at all?
Kind of. I'm expecting to come into a large sum shortly. When I receive it, I'll be able to settle the rent.
I see. Huh? The door opens and somebody comes in. Oh boy, it's Rex. Great, it's Rex Foster. Mari, what's the matter?
It's nothing. Please don't worry about it. I think I'm going to leave, Mr. Hyde.
Mari makes a quick exit. Rex definitely caused something there.
What is it?
Rex Foster. What are you still doing lurking around here?
I've got no business with you, Mr. Hyde. Or Hyde. I just came around to pay a little visit to someone in this building.
Let's find out who. Who have you come to visit?
There's someone here who I have business with. Catch you later.
Oh no, we're gonna find out what you're on about. Hold it right there. Well, it's more of a case. Well, we already know what he's up to with us, so the person's in this building.
You mean you haven't made any connections yet?
I'm asking the questions here. You better make with some answers fast.
Yeah. They're right here in this building. Someone with a shadier past than an ex-cop who put a bullet in his partner.
And who could that be? Someone with a shadier past? So that's who you're tracking, is it?
Right. Bet you're dying to know who it is, aren't you?
I have the feeling that you're not going to tell me even if I ask, though. To be honest, I haven't got the energy. I'm sick of throwing myself into other people's problems. Got my own stuff to sort out.
Have you now? So you wouldn't even be interested if I told you it's a woman you know?
So he's been tracking a woman, has he? He is a shady fucker, isn't he? Just across his arms and stuff. Half open t-shirt.
I think we've said all that can be said for now. I'll be seeing you, Kyle. Later.
Rex walks off. So he's tailing some broad in this building. Could be Mari. Yeah. Could it be Mari he's after? Well, let's head on back upstairs. Ooh, hello. There's something on the floor here. Huh? There's something lying on the floor. I'll pick up the item on the floor. Looks like some sort of letter. The address label says it's for Mari Rivette. And it appears to be from an insurance company. I'll take the insurance letter. Guess I better give it to Mari. What's the conversation saying? Oh, people have been quiet. You're more than welcome to say who you're. If you're in the chat and you're watching, if you're on twitch.tv/Turbo Drive Live, and you're in the chat for that channel, but you're watching it from Sunrose's channel, you can say hi in my chat if you want to. If you can, of course.
I like interacting with people. It helps me.
Nice. Okay. Let's replace it. That's down here. Of course.
Who is it?
I hear Mari's voice echo from inside. It's Kyle Hyde. It's Kyle Hyde.
I'm a little busy, Mr. Hyde. Can it wait?
I've got something here that belongs to you.
You have? Okay, hang on. So, what have you got that belongs to me?
Did you drop anything in the hallway?
What?
Like a letter from an insurance company?
Did you see an insurance company?
Easy. What's with the sudden excitement? I found this on the floor.
I see.
So the money you said you would likely be getting is from an insurance policy?
Mr. Hyde, please come in. I think it'd be better if we discussed things this here.
Mari.
Please show me the letter you found, Mr. Hyde.
Of course. Insurance letter. Here. I hand the letter from the insurance company to Mari.
Thank you. I've been trying to find this.
It was lying on the floor out on the hallway.
Can't believe I didn't notice I dropped something this important. I'm going to have to pay more attention to what I'm doing. It's from my late husband's insurance company. It contains the details on the amount of money I'll be receiving from the policy.
So that's the money you were talking about earlier.
Precisely. It's the money my husband left me when he died. When the funds reach my account, I'll be able to pay my rent and leave this place. But it's unfortunate, isn't it? I had no idea I'd be leaving this apartment so soon. After all, I only decided to move in here half a year ago.
Alright, let's follow up on the questions. How did your husband die, Mari?
It was a car accident.
You mean a car collision? Traffic collision? Damn it, I already used that joke.
I waved him goodbye one day, half a year ago, but he never returned home.
Why did you choose to live here?
It was somewhere I was fond of.
How come?
I met my husband here. It was quite a while back, when the place was still a hotel, actually. I came back here after he'd passed away. I had no idea that this place had been converted into apartments. Still, the exterior had remained untouched. I thought to myself, living here would help me keep the memories of our time together alive.
Living with your memories?
Does it sound strange?
Not at all. Your husband's a lucky guy. I mean, you're still devoted to him even now.
He was so dear to me. You're an unusual person, Mr. Hyde. I find you a very easy person to talk to.
You're sure you're not getting me mixed up with someone else?
Mr. Hyde?
Yeah?
There's this other thing I'd like to talk to you about.
Okay. Well, first, let's continue with why you wanted to continue talking about this place. What kind of hotel was it?
It wasn't very big, and only had a small number of rooms, but it had a good reputation, exceptional service, and delicious food. My husband used to work here, actually. He worked here with my brother when they were both still alive.
What did you say? Your brother used to work in the hotel too?
That's right. But when the decision was made to close the place down 13 years ago, both he and my husband found themselves out of work.
So you know about the incident that happened here 13 years ago.
Incident?
Someone got murdered and the case never got solved.
I had no idea.
I see it. I see. Okay. So let's talk about that other thing you want to talk about. You got something you'd like to discuss?
It's about that man who came into the building just now.
You mean Rex?
Yes, Rex Foster. I wanted to talk to you about him.
Did he try any funny stuff?
He placed this in my room while I was out.
Mari showed me a small electronic device. That's a
Bugging device, I know.
That's a bugging device? You said he placed this device in here?
I'm sure it was him. I can't think of anyone else who would.
So he's been trying to gather information about you all this time.
That's why I suspect, yes.
Tell me something, Mari. Can you think of any reason why he's so interested in your day-to-day activities?
I haven't got a clue. Lately, wherever I go and whatever I do, I feel like I'm being watched. I only noticed him watching me about 3 days ago.
Do you have any sort of connection to him?
None whatsoever. In fact, he scares me. What do you think I should do, Mr. Hyde?
Leave it to me. He and I have got some unfinished business. I got some questions of my own that need answering.
Really? Will you talk to him for me?
I think that's my cue to leave.
Of course.
Alright. Alright. Am I meant to believe that Rex goes around planting bugging devices in people's rooms? Could he have planted this one in Mari's room? Well, let's find out. Let's go find out where Rex is. I got a good feeling he's right over there. Convenient. What? You really are a nasty piece of work. Steady on, pal. Listen up, Rex. You've been targeting Mari Rivette, and don't try to deny it. She's the one you're after. And what's that got to do with you? Don't try to pull a fast one, Rex. I'm on to you. I don't know what you think you've stumbled on. Really? I know about the bugging device you planted in her room. What bugging device? You're not making any sense. Spit it out. I know the kind of dodgy dealings you're into. You sure? You sure you're feeling alright, Kyle? This feels like a police interrogation, you know. You guys jump to the wrong conclusion and force people to confess to it. Like now, you're trying to get me to own up to planting a bugging device. You don't have a shred of proof to back any of this up. You want proof, do you? If you think you can get me to confess to anything, show me the proof, and you'll have to find something very convincing. I hate to admit it, but he's got a point. I can't pin anything on him without proof. Better start looking around for something that links him to all this. And time has passed, and it's now 6 p.m. now. After my conversation with Rex, I head back to my room. I slump on the sofa to think about what's transpired. Irrefutable proof. Or irrefutable proof, even, sorry. Can't pronounce irrefutable. As I think, I notice the sun setting from outside the window. And my buzzer sounds. Who is it? Let's open the door. Find out. Oh. Mr. Hyde, would you mind giving my hammer back? Yeah, sure. Sorry about that. It completely slipped my mind. I figured it might have. Yeah, sure. Give me a second. Hammer. There we go. Get back. Here you go. Oh, dear. Did it help you out with your problem? Yeah, it did the trick. Glad to hear it. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask you, Mr. Hyde. Go on. I wanted to ask you if you'd noticed a shifty-looking man in sunglasses. He's been hanging around the building recently. Yeah, I have. That's Rex Foster. I've seen him too. Is he a detective too? Very, very well wants to have detectives all over the place, doesn't he? He's like, he likes his mysteries. He's like, ooh, mystery. What makes you think he's a detective? Don't know. The expression in his eyes and the way he carries himself, I suppose. I figured he might be a detective who's searching this place for something. No offense, but he really doesn't strike me as a detective. Is that so? Well, if you say so, I guess being an ex-detective, you'd know about these things. Don't tell me you're disappointed. Maybe a little. Having a real-life detective around could be exciting. I was going to just walk up and ask him. What did you plan on saying? I don't know, maybe asking him if he had any leads or secret tip-offs. I love those cop shows on TV and thought it'd be great to be involved and all. Are you serious? Will you stop? What? Leads, secret tip-offs, and flies? I feel like are just flying all over the place, and it feels like they're just wanting to stay around my face. This isn't what it's like in real life, you know. Mark my words, you'd be best steering clear of that guy. If you say so, Mr. Hyde. While you're here, can I ask you something? Have you noticed anything unusual or out of place in the building lately? Unusual? Out of place? Around here? Ah, yes. There was one thing. Mr. Hyde, do you have a radio in your room? Yeah, I got one. Have you noticed that the reception seems messed up all of a sudden? Can't say I have. There's some weird noise like static that I can't quite identify. Seems to have happened suddenly and I just can't figure it out. It's been driving me mad for a while now. Interesting. Okay, Mr. Hyde, I've got to be somewhere.
See you.
Dylan leaves my room and disappears down the hallway. Strange noises from the radio. Better give it a listen. Well, got nothing better to do. Alright, where's our radio? I'm guessing it's this side. Yeah, there. Let's see what Dylan was mumbling about. Alright. Turn it on first. Huh? What's that? I hear music and voices. Ah, interesting. Hold on. The music's familiar. Where have I heard it before? Kind of reminds me of a place where people are talking and music is playing. Oh, phone call. And not from my place this time around. It's like a phone call. Yeah, of course it's always a phone call. The phone's ringing. Hey there. Hey, Rachel. Yeah, so I've always got to be Rachel or someone else.
I've got an update on Rex Foster like you asked.
Tell me.
Let me see. He's 38 years old and appears to be an insurance claim investigator.
Insurance claim investigator.
Well, it looks like he's freelance and comes with his fair share of bad gossip.
What kind of gossip are we talking here?
Word is, if he looks into a claim, the client never receives their cash. Is that any good? I can do some more digging if you like.
Yeah, that'll be helpful.
Will do, sweetie. I'll be in touch as soon as I have more information.
I got something else I'd like you to check out. I want you to find out about Hotel Cape West.
No problem. I'll check it out.
And while you're at it,
There's more?
I didn't tell you before, but it looks like I've got to clear out of here by the end of the month.
Why is that?
The place has been sold off. Everyone's leaving.
That happened pretty quickly.
Tell me about it. Gotta find myself a new place to live in the meantime. Maybe I'll just head over to your place and crash there.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Just kidding. Of course you would.
You making a joke? Wait, let me get my tape recorder.
Anyway, I'll be waiting for your call. Alright. So he's working for an insurance company and looking into people's claims. So much to think about. Bugging devices. Strange noise from the radio. I need more info. I think I'll take another sniff around the building. Okay. See what we can do then. Go downstairs first. See what people are saying. No, people are saying nothing. But yeah. Well, actually, while I'm hunting around here, hey Rex. Not gonna bother you. What was it? I was talking about a game called Chase, which is done by the same guys who did the last window, well, Hotel Dusk and last window. And I need to investigate this tree, apparently. Just as I thought, there's a bugging device attached to the tree. I take the bugging device. Can I ask you something? Sure, what is it? Where does Mari usually sit when she's here? Mari? Let me see. Ah yes, she sits in the same place every time. Right over there by the Christmas tree. Thanks. But why are you interested in where she sits? Just curious, that's all. I think it's about time Rex and I had another chat. But yeah. The game Chase. I was saying it was only being done in Japan. Obviously, it was under Arc System Works, and it was very unlikely for it to get a Western release. Guess who needs to put his foot in his mouth? Moi. Moi does have to put his foot in his mouth. Although I can't do that right now because my ass hurts. It's like my ass hurts. So yeah. Chase, cold case investigations, distant memories, as its full English title is for its Western release, is getting released on the eShop next week. It was like out of the blue. I didn't even think it was actually gonna get a Western release. Had heard nothing, absolutely jack about it. And it's getting a digital release on the eShop for the UK at least. Don't know about the rest of the world. I don't know if it's coming out in the US. But for the UK, it's coming out on the eShop. And only on the eShop, which is very disheartening because I would have really liked to have had a physical copy of the game. You know, as part of my collection of physical copies of, you know, the, Cing games and whatnot. But hey. Anywho, alright. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, yeah. Right. Alright, Rex. Let's go. Let's have a showdown. Right. Check out stream that's going. Still 3 people. Alright. I think I had 7 at one point, which, don't know where they all went. I guess they just saw how boring I am and it's like, fuck this. Have you got a moment? You again. Don't you ever quit. There's no need to get worked up this time. I was just about to leave anyway. Catch you later, Kyle. Hold it right there. What is it now? Looks like you're out of luck. I know why you're here. Oh? And what do you think you know? Everything I need to know. I doubt that. For starters, I know exactly why you've been poking around the building. It's been bugging me for a while. It's been buzzing around me all the time like an annoying fly. Is that all you have to say? Not quite. I now know it's my job to drive that fly away. So you're saying I'm a fly now, are you? You got nothing on me. Listen up, Rex. You've been targeting Mari Rivette, and don't try to deny it. She's the one you're after. And what's that got to do with you? Hey. You don't fool me. I know exactly what you're up to. And what do you think you know? I know that you're behind planting this. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, really? This bugging device? Can you identify this? I found it hidden on the Christmas tree in Lucky's Cafe. It just happened to be next to the seat Mari uses when she goes there. Isn't that a coincidence? I know the reason why you've been following Mari. You planted the bugging device in her room. Is that so? And I suppose you've got plenty of evidence to back this up, haven't you? I haven't got absolute proof, but you're the only one around here likely to do it. Give it up, Kyle. You can't prove anything. Make no mistake. I'm a salesman now, not a cop. I've got no interest in handing you over to the police. And why are you being so protective of the woman? I just want some answers. I want to know exactly why you do something like that. Well, I'd have thought you'd have guessed by now, but it looks like you're not smart enough. I'm here to catch her in the act. I should be telling you stories, Kyle. Actually, we did speak, but it was mostly about you. We talked about your bugging device and the fact that you're practically stalking her. That's what she said, is it? Looks like she got you right where she wants you. Hold it. Oh, she hasn't manipulated Kyle or myself. You're talking bull. She hasn't tried any funny business. Really? Doesn't look like that way from where I'm standing. I'm sure she turned on the waterworks and you fell for it the very next second. You have no idea what that woman is capable of. Alright, well... Is there any particular reason you're following her? That's none of your business. Tell me! I told you, I know who you are. So you might as well tell me why you're here. Huh? I know all about you being an insurance investigator, Rex. So you found out. I also found out about your reputation. Why are you keeping tabs on Mari? Since you already know who I am, guess there's no harm in letting you know. I work for the insurance company that Mari's husband had a policy with. It's in the company's interest to keep tabs on her, as she's guilty of... Tell me, Rex. Yeah, do you think she's committed fraud? Do you think she's committing fraud? That's certainly something the insurance company is thinking. There's more to the car accident that killed her husband than she's laying on. And I suppose you have proof to back up these accusations? If I did, would I really need to waste my time poking around here? You know, in the business they call me the Vulture. Sure, my fee's a little high, but it's cheaper than the company paying out the amount she's due. And the last thing the insurance companies want is to be scammed by her again. Scammed by her again, eh? Well, before I can follow up on that, I want to know what he's talking about. So what kind of woman do you think Mari is? To put it bluntly, she's a specialist in fraud.
She's so used to fabricating things that it doesn't even register for her anymore. You're not trying to tell me you fell for her story, are you?
Maybe I did a little. I trust her more than I trust you.
Well, yeah. Well, I hope you got good reason for that.
Let's just say I'm a good judge of character.
Don't make me laugh. Probably time you had your census checked if you think she's clean.
Oh, and why's that?
Because you don't know the first thing about that woman. That's why. The only thing she's got going for her is the ability to lie. She'll gain your trust and take you for every penny you're worth.
So she's committed fraud. Let's find out. Tell me about the fraud she committed in the past.
After her brother died 13 years ago, she was the sole beneficiary of his policy. And what's fishy about the whole thing is that he died in a car accident too.
It is kind of ironic. So she's cheated people before?
Of course she has. If she hadn't, do you really think I'd be involved at all?
Oh well.
So do you finally get it, Kyle? It must be clear why I'm keeping tabs on Mari now. I'm only checking you and the building out to learn more about her. And you know what the most interesting part is? While I was focusing my attention on her, I stumbled across some other tidbits too.
What kind of tidbits? Rex, one question. Do you know something about what happened here 13 years ago?
Of course I do.
And you probably know about the Scarlet Star too.
Scarlet Star?
Yeah, it disappeared 25 years ago.
Well, well. Isn't that just the craziest coincidence? You think that you, of all people, are asking me about that? After all, the person who knew the most about that was none other than your father. Perhaps you should go and ask him.
Hold it right there, Foster.
Easy, Kyle. You should be thanking me. I'm telling you all this for free. People usually pay good money for the facts I uncover.
More fool them.
Anyway, I'm out of here.
Wait, I'm not done with you yet. And there he goes. Bastard.
Damn it. He fled.
How the hell did my dad get drawn into this? And how is he connected to the Scarlet Star? Mari's past fraud. The murder of 13 years ago. The mysterious order sheet. What's the link between all these things? I think it's time I tried to get my thoughts straight. Alright. Time for quiz, people! Play along if you know. Okay. In the morning of December 20th, Mags came and demanded my rent. I collected all the money I had in my wallet, but I was still short. There was more inside an empty whiskey bottle, but I needed to break it open. I asked Dylan for something to use, and he let me a jigsaw puzzle piece, an answer phone, or a hammer. I think it's kind of obvious, guys. I mean, it's like, you know, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick. The answer is a hammer. Kind of obvious, because we just returned it earlier in this session. Right. Didn't let me his hammer. I used it to smash open the bottle and receive the cash. I took the $400 to Mags and settled my rent. As it turned out, Mari also owed Mags some money, which surprised me a little. I met Mari in the lobby, but we were interrupted when someone came in. It was Tony, Rex, or Sydney. Oh, I think this is easy. just happened in this session.
It was Rex. Yes, Rex. The bastard.
Right. It was none other than Rex Foster who came in when we were talking. As soon as Mari saw Rex, she fled back to the safety of her room. With the ever-suspicious Rex on my mind, I decided to go up to the second floor. When I got there, I found a letter addressed to Mari from an insurance company. After I handed it over to her, she told me about a quiz application form, a bugging device, or paying the rent. Yes, it is, of course, a bugging device. Haha. Right. She told me about a bugging device she found in her room. After talking to Mari, I went back to my room. Soon after, Rachel called. She had some information to share with me about Rex Foster. She told me some interesting facts about him, including his job as a musician, an ex-detective, or an insurance claim investigator. Again, we just had this, so we kind of know what the answer is. Yep, insurance claim investigator. It turns out that Rex is an insurance claims investigator. After finding the clue in the strange noise coming from the radio, I headed to Lucky's Cafe and found a second bugging device, so I confronted Rex about it. He shared some eye-opening facts about Mari with me. He told me she was suspected of insurance fraud. Ed's ex-boss was a candidate for mayor, and Mari's husband and brother worked at the hotel. Well, this is coming from Rex, and of course Rex, yeah, she was suspected of doing fraud. Rex said that he had some suspicions about the death of Mari's husband, and was looking around for evidence to back them up. Also, 13 years ago, Mari's brother died in similar circumstances. She became the sole beneficiary of the payout for his insurance policy. December 20th, 1980. Put the pressure on Rex, and he told me some interesting facts, not only about Mari, but also about the past before this building became an apartment block. This is what he told me. He said that the person with all the facts about the Scarlet Star was my dad. It was those words that prompted me to make a decision I couldn't make before. I decided that I'd take a closer look into the mysterious order sheet I received. I started to consider that the Scarlet Star that went missing 25 years ago may be in some way connected to the death of my dad. And in the dead of night, for the first time in years, I called my mom. When I got her on the phone, I asked her about what happened all those years ago. There we go. And that is the end of that chapter. Yes, we will save our progress. We will oversave. Actually, we'll save on that section there. Yes. There we go. It's 8:30 now. We'll go through. I don't know. December 20th. A murder. 13 years ago. Scarlet Star. LA Gazette. Chapter 4. December 21st, 1980. December 21st, Sunday morning. I wake up suddenly again. As soon as I open my eyes, I can hear my mom's voice echoing in my head. Last night on the phone she said Scarlet Star? No, I've never heard your father say that. Still half asleep, I get out of my bed, wash my face, and throw on some clothes. I decided to take a stroll to a small park I know 2 blocks from here. The chill air that breezes past me as I sit on the cold bench is kind of refreshing. It definitely helps to wake me up a little more. Item. Locate the Scarlet Star, which disappeared at Hotel Cape West 25 years ago. No matter how hard I try, I just can't get that mysterious order sheet out of my head. I think it's about time I checked the 4th floor. Mr. Hyde, hold it right there. Huh? Oh. It's another girl, sorry. See, you never know these things. Betty? Are you ignoring me, Mr. Hyde? I was walking behind you for ages. I tried calling out to you several times, but you wouldn't even turn around. Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. Looks like you're not as alert as you used to be, Kyle. Maybe there's some truth in what Rex said after all. So, have you found a new place to live yet? Haven't even started looking. You're taking it very easy for someone who will be out on the street shortly. How about you? When do you plan on moving out? I'm all set to go on Friday. I'll be here for Christmas though. After all, I wouldn't want to miss Santa now, would I? If I moved away from before that, how would he know where to deliver all my presents? Are you kidding me? Tony's such a nice guy. He said he'd be my Santa this year. He what? I know, isn't it great? He even said that he'd get me a Bella Rigna handbag. I've been dreaming about Bella Regna. That person or something? Come on, Mr. Hyde, but everyone knows Bella Rigna. It's a brand that's taken the world by storm. Clothes, handbags, that brand has everything a girl could want. Are you sure about that? I think the times will be changing in about 30 years. Sorry. The prices are a bit high, but it's all so gorgeous. You seriously think Tony's gonna come through and get this for you? Sure, he keeps saying how he's going to be getting some serious cash any day now. Serious cash, huh? After seeing a movie last night, he asked me what I wanted for Christmas. I thought it would be rude not to accept his offer to get me something. I hope you know that you're getting yourself in. I hope you know what you're getting yourself into, Betty. He set his sights on you. You shouldn't lead him on if you don't care about him. You don't have to worry about me, Mr. Hyde. Tony knows all too well that he's not my type. Oh, did you hear the news about the jewelry robbery that happened nearby? Yeah, I heard. It happened at a jeweler's very near where I work. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. That reminds me. I wonder who that woman in the hat was. I'm gonna get a flashback to that moment. Maybe she was paying a visit to to one of the tenants here. Hey Betty, did you see a woman wearing a hat hanging around on Thursday night? She might have been visiting someone living here. A woman wearing a hat? Can't say I did, sorry. Never mind then. Okay, see you later, Mr. Hyde. Betty says goodbye and makes her way up to the stairs. Alright. Well, I'll just make ourselves back up the stair. Oh, never mind. Huh?
Greetings, Mr. Hyde.
Good morning, Miss Patrice. Mrs. Patrice.
Have you been out?
Yeah, just went for a stroll, short stroll.
Really? Is that so? I'm glad I caught you. I wanted to thank you again for settling your rent. It may not have been as prompt as desired, but at least I got the money in full. If only some of the others could follow your example and do the same. Mrs. Rivet in 206, for example, she called to ask if I would wait a little longer. And Mr. Wolf, well, he's performed his usual disappearing act. I mean, this is the business. This is the. Oh wait, sorry. I mean, this is the busiest I've ever been since coming here. And having unreliable tenants is a burden, and I'd rather not have to bear.
Yeah, I imagine it's a pain.
It certainly is, Mr. Hyde. Oh, by the way, there's something I have to mention.
What is it?
Before we vacate the building, we'll be cutting the power to the rooms that aren't in use. The 4th floor is scheduled first. It will have no power as of the 25th. The power to the hallway will be off too, and I'd like you to refrain from going there.
Mrs. Patrice, can I ask you something?
That depends. What's it about?
Would it be possible to see the rooms up there before the power's cut off?
And why would you want to do that, Mr. Hyde? Do you have a valid reason?
Not really. Just wanted to satisfy my curiosity.
There really is nothing of interest up there. It was never renovated like the other floors, so it's just as it used to be. I imagine that by now, the rooms are literally covered in dust as well. Surely there's no reason why you need to go and see those rooms.
Actually, I've been wanting to take a look around up there since moving in. When I heard that we'd all be moving out, I just thought this would be my last chance. I know it must sound strange, but I'd really like to take a look around. Would you make an exception just this once?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hyde. That area is off limits for a reason. It's in a state of disrepair, and if an accident were to befall you, I'd be responsible. You don't cause any unnecessary trouble for me. I have enough to deal with as it is.
Yes, of course you do.
In fact, I'd be grateful if you could avoid mentioning this again.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
The 4th floor is strictly off limits to tenants. That's one of the reasons the fire door was installed. Actually, I've been told rather specifically to leave that floor untouched. The new owners were quite clear about their wishes. Personally, I find it ridiculous. Why would you want to see those rooms at all?
Okay, point taken.
Just keeping them off limits takes more effort than you may think. It would have been far more practical to have converted them along with the rest.
Let's find out what you mean by that. What kind of person is the new owner?
Without divulging any particulars, let me tell you this. They weren't only interested in the building, but in the land as well.
Can you tell me who bought it?
For obvious reasons, I can't reveal the person's name. But why are you so keen to know about them, Mr. Hyde?
Excuse me. I've been thinking about the whole thing.
Why is it so important to you?
The new owner asked you to leave the 4th floor as it is. But if they're only going to tear the place down anyway, well, something didn't feel right about that. So I was curious.
I see. It may be strange, but it's entirely up to them what they do with their property.
Well, let's talk about the 4th floor. Why was the 4th floor not converted?
I simply couldn't afford it. After my husband passed away, I was left to fend for myself. I had to use all the money that had been left to me to buy this place. There simply wasn't enough to convert each and every room. If the truth be known, times were very tough here at the beginning. I apologize for taking up so much of your time with our chat, Mr. Hyde. I'll be on my way now.
And Mags returns to her room. So the 4th floor is just as it was 13 years ago. Mr. Hyde. Huh? Yeah, it's him. Oh, it's you.
Can I ask you something?
You better not be wasting my time.
You want to see what's up on the 4th floor, right? I can show you. But you've got to promise me you won't breathe a word of it to Miss Patrice.
Were you eavesdropping just now?
I wasn't eavesdropping. I was just happened to overhear your conversation.
Anyway, if you really want to take a look round up on the 4th floor,
I can open the fire door for you and let you in.
On one condition, though. What's the catch?
I want to hear about that guy.
Could you be a little more specific?
Rex Foster. I want you to tell me about him.
I thought I was a curious type. I'm not an information service, you know. Why do you want to know about him?
Why?
Because I'm curious, that's all. He's been snooping around here for 2 or 3 days now.
He even asked me for some information about a 2nd floor resident.
Dylan! I thought I warned you to steer clear of him. He's bad news. But Mr. Hyde, if he's such bad news, why did you speak with him in the lobby last night?
How did he...
So you were listening in then too, were you?
No, I was just in the right place at the right time. I was coming down the stairs and heard voices in the lobby. So you managed to discover that he's an insurance investigator then?
What if I did?
And you also figured out that he's been targeting a woman living here.
Maybe.
You don't have to cover it up. I know what's going on. It's Mari from 206. That's who he's after. I'm right, aren't I? You can tell me.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm keeping myself shut up about that. Looks like I'm out of luck.
I thought you'd at least share a little info on Mari.
So you're fishing for information?
Ah, you got me.
I was on to you from the beginning. If you think I can be sweet-talking into giving up information, think again.
Easy to see why you're a detective.
Dylan, just drop it.
But Mr. Hyde,
what could you possibly want with this kind of information? Is there a reason why you're so keen on hearing about Mari?
I just wanted to make sure. You know, check if my assumptions were correct.
And what exactly are your assumptions?
For one, that Mari isn't the person everyone thinks she is. There's something you should know, Mr. Hyde. I knew Mari before she moved in here.
Okay.
That's why I'm curious about her activities.
So how do you know her?
How do you know her before moving in here? It's like this. When her husband was still alive, I did some repair work on the water pipes in the house they used to live in. Seems she doesn't remember me at all, though. My suspicions were raised when, even way back then, I had a strange feeling about her. What do you mean? You see, she and her husband had a really bad relationship. When I was fixing the pipes, they were quarreling over all... quarreling... Sir, I can't announce... Can I enunciate? No, I cannot. Almost all of the time. Then 6 months later, her husband winds up dead. That's about the time the insurance company began looking into her. I'm almost afraid to say it, but I think that Mari may have had her husband murdered to claim the insurance money.
So that's what you've been thinking about.
Yeah.
You seem to be the kind of guy who likes to unravel mysteries.
Do I?
That explains why you were excited when you discovered that I was a detective. Then when you got wind of Mari's husband dying, you jumped to the conclusion that she must have murdered him in order to claim the insurance money.
It's true.
I love this kind of thing.
You have to admit it, it's fun to uncover a secret about someone. Or somebody. If you come with me, Mr. Hyde, I'll let you take a look around the 4th floor.
And you're serious about wanting to check out those rooms? Meet me up there at 4 this afternoon. Okay? I've got things to do. Really? Do we really need to be with this guy? I mean, seriously, this guy's just a nutter. That guy seriously has some serious problems. You're telling me, Kyle.
But I don't want to miss this chance. Gotta get myself up to the 4th floor by 4. It's my pager.
I better get back to my room. Alright, let's get out there. Alright. Yeah, people are still not talking in the chat from what I can tell. Yes. See that pager in the thing there? Telling me I need to get in there. Let's get to the phone. Time to call Rachel. There's a light on my answering phone. Okay. Let's give it a play. I hear a man's voice on the tape. I don't recognize him. If you're wishing it. Maybe I should do it in a kind of like in a jigsaw kind of like thing.
If you wish to accept my order, then respond in kind.
Who is this guy?
Put a penny in the envelope and leave it in the mailbox for room 404. When I receive your response, I will send further information about the item and the client. Live or die. Make your choice.
So now I'm supposed to reply to the order sheet. Who sent the damn thing anyway? I really gotta figure that out. There goes my pager again. I get the message, Rachel. I'll give you a call.
Red Crown, how may I help you?
Rachel, it's me. Something up?
I got some additional info on Rex Foster that I thought you'd like to hear. I also uncovered something about Hotel Cape West.
Good work. What's the dirt on Rex?
I've made some calls, and it seems his reputation precedes him. He's definitely freelance. Plus, I found out he's contracted on a commission basis.
Commission basis?
Yes. Seems he makes all his money doing this kind of work. The rumors about him getting brought in to investigate insurance claims, and the insurers ending up not having to issue payout to the policyholders are also true.
Guess the insurance companies must love the guy then. From their point of view, he represents a very valuable commodity. Paying him for his services costs them far less than settling the policy payouts.
That makes sense. Hey Kyle, is Rex after someone in the building?
Seems to be.
Do you know anything about them?
It's a woman on the same floor as me, going by the name of Mari Rivette.
Mari? So it's a woman he's after.
Yeah, a 30-something widow who moved here about half a year ago.
So, are you close to her?
Not really. I've hardly even spoken to her until now. I did have a chat with her about Rex Foster though. Him hanging around all the time has really put her on edge.
Seems strange you're having these kinds of discussions with people you hardly know.
Trust me, I never planned on getting involved. It just kind of happened.
Guess you know what you're doing. Can't say I trust her though.
Right. Okay. Tell me what you dug up about Hotel Cape West.
Hotel Cape West was constructed in 1950 and eventually closed down 13 years ago in 1967. The owner of the hotel at the time was a guy called Michael McGrath. Then on the final day before the hotel closed down, a party was held by the owner. It was during this party that something terrible happened. Somebody was murdered.
What do you know about the murder?
The victim was Kathy McGrath, the owner's wife. Her body was discovered in a room on the 4th floor. Seems the cause of death was put down to cyanide poisoning. The person who discovered the body was a man named Peter Rivet, a hotel employee.
Peter Rivet. That's the same surname as Mari.
Perhaps the most interesting part of all this is that the case was never solved, and the murderer never caught. That's all I have on it now. That's all I have for it for now. For now.
Sorry. Did you find any dirt on anything that happened 25 years ago?
25 years ago?
Yeah, that mysterious order sheet I received read, item. Locate the Scarlet Star, which disappeared at Hotel Cape West 25 years ago.
No, I didn't find anything on that, but I'll start searching. I'll let you know as soon as something pops up.
I'll be waiting. Okay. So the murder 13 years ago took place on the 4th floor of this building, and the person who discovered the body was an employee of the hotel. Sounds too convenient. But could it have been Mari's late husband? Something Dylan said has got me thinking too. Maybe Mari is hiding something. If she is, I need to know exactly what it is. Alright. Actually, we're coming up to the end of our 2-hour session, so we're going to call it there. So yeah, I am going to save. Where we left off, we were just beginning chapter 4, and we got a call from Rachel, but now we need to further on talking to, I think it's Mari, I think, so we're back in our room, we need to get moving. So yeah. By the way, my week's been busy. Well, with me healing up and whatnot. I've also been dealing with a lot more with games, and yeah, a lot has been coming around and coming out. Yeah, so a lot. Anyway, let's talk to Mari. Give her a buzz. I think it's Mari, ain't it? Yeah, it's Mari.
What is it, Mr. Hyde?
I think I know something about the bugging device we discussed. Probably a good idea if we talked about it.
Of course. Please come in.
Okay, let's talk to her. It's time for showdown. The music intenses. Mari, I found out that the device you spotted is part of Rex's handiwork.
Just as I suspected.
To make matters worse, this wasn't the only one he'd planted. There was another device in Lucky's cafe, near the seat you usually sit at.
Oh my! Why would he do something like that? What possible reason could he have?
Mari, I need you to be absolutely honest with me. If you think you can, if you can think of a reason why he'd be after you, you have to let me know.
Just what are you implying, Mr. Hyde? That I'm some sort of liar?
I just need to be sure. Do you have any idea? Can you think why he'd target you like this?
I don't know why you insist on asking me the same thing over and over. I have no idea.
I'm asking because I want you to tell me the truth.
Mr. Hyde.
Someone told me that you and your late husband weren't on the best of terms.
Who? Who?
Sorry, I'm going into the old New Day territory. Sorry about that. I think you're hiding something. Mari. So sorry. That was a comma, not an ellipses. It's like, I think you're hiding something, Mari, and I think it's time you came clean. I had an interesting chat with Rex last night.
You were talking with him?
Yeah. I tried to get him to stop pestering you and leave.
Did you succeed?
Not quite. But he told me some really interesting bits of information. Actually, he warned me about getting tied up in your business.
What on earth did he mean by that?
He seems to be convinced that you're perpetrating some kind of insurance fraud. Sorry, I had to look at that line for a second.
Fraud?
So tell me, did you know that he works as an insurance claims investigator?
Mr. Hyde, I...
And if you did know, why the hell didn't you mention it earlier? It would have saved a lot of time and trouble. Mari, is there any truth in what Rex told me? Well, is there? No, Jill FIFA said laughing and thing. Okay, so let's get into this. Well, let's press her, because we can't let her off the hook. We need some questions, damn it. We need some questions answered. Mari, quit acting. Quit with the crying act, or look me in the eyes. Say, look in my eyes. What do you see? The cult of personality. Yeah, sorry. And that's me. Copyright flags. Dang it! Son of a bitch! Look me in the eyes. Damn it, look me in the eyes when I'm speaking to you.
Mr. Hyde, please. Tell me what that awful man said to you.
Let me be clear. I don't trust the guy, and sure as hell don't believe his story either. But I need to get a better idea of the facts from your perspective. I need to know more about when your husband and brother died.
Mr. Hyde, please. I'm not trying to commit fraud.
Okay, that's one question down. Or one question given to us. Rex told me all about you, Mari. He told me how 13 years ago, after your brother died in the accident, you became the sole beneficiary of the insurance policy payout. Seems the insurance company started getting suspicious from that point.
That's a total lie.
Is it now? Let's find out. Mari? Is Rex making this all up, or I don't think you're telling the truth? I'm gonna say Rex. I'll ask if Rex is making this up. Is Rex making this all up?
Of course he is. Do you mean to say that you'd take his version of events over mine, Mr. Hyde? He's employed by those companies purely to discredit claims and void payments. I can just imagine all the horrible things he's saying about me. I'm not like that. I was already dragged through all this 13 years ago.
Alright, let's get into this. Are you trying to commit I'll say that again. Are you trying to commit influence fraud? That's what she's trying to commit. Influence fraud. Hi. Are you trying to commit insurance fraud? That's what I'm trying to say.
Why would I ever even consider doing that? Is that the kind of person you think I am?
Mari. Yeah, it's like we could just be blunt and say, yeah, you're a fraud. But no, I think it's better to ease her and not ruin her by saying, well, no, but if you don't start giving me absolute facts, what choice will I be left with?
Naturally, I want you to believe me, Mr. Hyde. And I'd like to tell you everything, but part of it is very difficult for me.
Difficult how? Make it non-difficult. Damn it. This already happened 13 years ago?
13 years ago, my brother, Mike Porter, died in a car accident. The brakes in the car failed and he plunged off a cliff. After he died, I was truly alone. He was the closest person I had to a parent. The only other person who took care of me, like he did, was Peter. On the morning of Mike's funeral, Peter gave me an envelope he got from Mike. Inside, I found details of an insurance premium Mike had taken out prior to his death. I was the sole beneficiary,
whatever.
Fuck. Of this. But it was a small comfort for losing my brother. Peter told me that Mike wanted nothing more than for me to be happy and secure, and had made provisions.
Provisions? Okay.
That would enable me to live alone without having to worry. The ring you kindly found for me was a present from my beloved Mike.
I see.
The company that held Mike's policy began to pay out the premium, but before long they stopped making the payments. Despite the police investigation concluding that his death was accidental, the insurance company believed otherwise and began their own investigation. Mr. Hyde, Can you imagine the hardships I had to endure to claim Mike's money? To claim that was rightfully mine.
Did they send someone to keep tabs on you then too?
Yes, they did. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find any proof that the car crash was anything other than an accident. Eventually, I received the entire payment. Of course, there were still plenty of people who doubted me, but I just had to endure it. During that trying time, it was only Mike's friend Peter who stood by me. And after the insurance had been paid out in full, Peter and I got married.
So that's how it happened.
I want nothing more than to forget that terrible time. But even when I feel I've finally put it all behind me, this happens. I can assure you, Mr. Hyde, fraud is something I would never do. Never ever consider.
We all have those dark times, my dear. Sorry.
You have to believe me. Don't listen to that rat Rex Foster.
That rat, Rex Foster? What a rat!
Mari. What was it? You have to make me believe, or simply don't believe me. Well, I can't really outright say that, we can't trust her, because that'll just make her uneasy, as it would. So, you have to make me believe. You gotta make me believe! You gotta make me you gotta make me believe in Bo! Wait. Wrong thing. Sorry. You have to make me believe. It just doesn't add up. How could two people close to you die in near identical ways? Moreover, they both left you substantial sums of money.
But that's how it happened. They were both victims of similar accidents, and both cared for me enough to take out insurance policies that would ensure my security. They loved me and didn't want me to suffer, even after they had gone. Just like my brother. Peter also took out his policy without telling me. I honestly had no idea what I would receive a further payout after Peter died.
Okay, so let's follow up on these follow-up questions from our little showdown quarinarium. Quarinarium. Is that a big place where queries are plastered across the walls and people admire them? Answers on the postcard. What would be so difficult for you?
If I tell you, will you hear me out?
I wouldn't ask if I had no intention of listening. If there's something you've been holding back, now's the time to let me know.
There is something.
As I expected. As I suspected. Time to talk.
Yes, you're right. Half a year ago, after Peter had lost his life and the police called me, naturally I cried and cried, but deep down, a part of me felt like I had been released. The only rational explanation was that I was feeling pleased to be apart from Peter.
But would that incite, maybe a murder? A murderer? Sorry, my Taggart voice is just very shit. I'm not Glaswegian, Although, granted, I am Scottish, but yeah, my Scottish accent is practically non-existent at times. How did you find out about Peter's policy?
It was after Peter died and I moved in here. I was going through his stuff and came across the policy information documents. When I When I read the details, it all became clear, and I froze. Peter had done exactly what Mike had done before him, and taken out a policy in secret.
It's like, So, can I believe this? What do you think, Hyde? You buying that? You buying that? Okay. I love doing that.
Mr. Hyde, after Mike died 13 years ago, I was left to fend for myself. That is, until Peter started looking after me. We wed after the insurance money from Mike's policy was paid out, but I was still unsettled. Did he really love me, or did he have another motive for marrying me? After all, I had just been awarded a very substantial amount of money. It was on my mind all the time, from the moment we moved in together until he died. After we got married, Peter began to use Mike's money to fund a business venture. At first it went well, but as time went on, things took a turn for the worst.
Ah, so he invested his stock into Apple. No, sorry, more topical. He put his money into call centers or something. I can't think of something. Shit. He put his time into. He put his money into TNA. That's it. Am I good? I'm still good, right? Right? Okay, I'll move on.
We started arguing about money a lot of the time. Each time we had an argument, I felt myself drifting away from him one step at a time. If I had known from the start that he had his eyes on the money Mike left me, I would have distanced myself from him more. It would have been an easy decision. I would have realized that this was not the kind of person I needed in my life. The most ironic part of this whole story is, before I could discuss this with Peter, he was gone. The brakes failed while he was driving and his car plunged off a cliff. It was virtually identical to what befell my brother, Mike. They had one thing in common. They both decided to take out secret insurance policies, and they both named me as the person to receive the money in the events of their deaths. That's why I'm being investigated for fraud. I've told them time and time again. I've done absolutely nothing wrong.
So you say. I've still got one more thing I want to ask you, Mari. It's about the incident that happened in the hotel 13 years ago. Why did you pretend you didn't know about it when we spoke yesterday? Especially seeing as your own husband, Peter Rivette, was the one who discovered the body of the murdered individual.
Mr. Hyde, it's true. He was the person who discovered the body on the 4th floor. But he wasn't alone. Mike was there with him. They discovered the body together. I'm sorry I lied to you about this yesterday, Mr. Hyde. I just wasn't ready to talk about this subject.
So what happened?
After discovering the body, Mike wasn't the same. He began to act strangely. The next thing I knew, he had died in a car accident. I strongly believe that had he never made that discovery, he'd still be alive today. Mr. Hyde, now you know pretty much all there is to know about my past. Please don't make me go through it all again.
Mari.
Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'll be fine. I'm tougher than I look.
Why do I have a feeling I've heard that somewhere before? Right. It was after. Right. It was after Dad died, and we had moved to New York. My mom said exactly the same thing to me. So yeah, he knows she's bullshitting. Try not to spend too much time thinking about it. Remember, we've only got a few more days in this building. If you find you need to get anything off your chest, give me a call.
You'll listen to what I have to say?
Yeah, sure. If you need to talk to someone.
Mr. Hyde?
Mari, I know this is tough, but can I ask you one more thing? Did either Peter or Mike ever have a conversation with you that mentioned Scarlet Star?
Scarlet Star? Well, they did. They mentioned the word star, I think.
I see.
If I recall correctly, it was while they were working. I distinctly remember that word being mentioned. My brother and husband used the word, along with others working in the hotel.
Do you remember what kind of meaning it had?
It was sort of a secret code, linked to the closed down party.
What kind of party was it?
Sorry, but that's something I can't help you with. That's all I can remember.
Okay, no problem. Anyway, I've got to go.
Of course.
And we leave. Good. Mari's husband and brother both seem to be connected to the incident 13 years ago. Also, the word star that was used by hotel staff then was some significance. Maybe that mysterious order sheet comes from someone connected to the hotel too. I can't figure out who sent it yet, but I can send back a response. Reach into the envelope and take out the piece of paper inside. And I have an empty envelope. I fold the order sheet and slide it into my pocket. Right. To reply, I'm going to need a penny. Don't have one on me though. I better head back to my room and see what I can dig out. Let's do that. So yeah, after that long, lengthy session, where's my place? Is it this one? Yeah, 204. I think it is. Oh wait, no. Whoops.
That's not my room.
I know. No, it's definitely not my room because it has a big vacant sign on it that I didn't look at originally. Where are my glasses? Oh, they're on my face. There we go. Okay, let's see if we can find a penny around here. I thought there was some pennies in the jar I broke. But probably the best place to find pennies is in the couch. Let's check the couch. Or sofa. Okay, it doesn't want me to find whatever's in the sofa. Okay, fine. Let's see if we can, maybe something in the drawers, maybe. Some letters. Red Crown catalog. Lucky Caffey's matchbooks. Key for the room. Screwdriver. Nothing else important there, I suppose. Maybe I do have a penny in my inventory. Oh. I mean, I got a bunch of quarters. I got $5. I don't think there's anything on the table here. No. Yeah, nothing's too detailed. Oh, there's a Pinky Rabbit. Oh, it's a piggy bank. Ah, that'll be a good place to find a coin. Pretty sure there's some chains inside. This Pinky Rabbit was the main character in a cartoon I watched as a kid. The piggy bank was given to me by Mila, the girl I met at Hotel Dusk. Hey, there's a connection. There's our connection. Hoo, 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 hoo. I guess it doesn't really go with the rest of my crap. I need to get the money in my pinky bank. Get it. But I prefer not to have to break it. Well, if we had something that would, you know, be able to kind of like get the money out. Maybe a screwdriver might help us. Maybe if it's flathead. Yeah, it looks like a flathead. Okay, apparently the game doesn't recognize that. Can I just shake it? Oh boy. Oh, excuse me. Okay. A little difficult here now. So. That's a good thing. Good thinking, or a good thing that Joe Thief is enjoying the stream tonight. Because I'm on my lonesome and I'm just sitting here playing this game. Don't know where I was going with that. Alright. Now, I do get lost at times on this game, so because it's been so long since I played it. Alright. Okay. So apparently a screwdriver. I would have thought that a screwdriver would have been the perfect option of just like getting it in there and getting it in the slot and whatnot, but I'm guessing the slot is so narrow that a flathead screwdriver wouldn't be good enough. Let's see what we can get from the box of red crowns. Tat. Okay. Bleach. Ooh. Maybe we can use this ruler. Ah, ruler. Yeah, not a flathead screwdriver. A ruler. Sure. Either or. I don't know. Maybe I might need to get another item out of there. I'm assuming. Okay, item. Small ruler. Use. Sure hope this works. Right, it's on the back of the head. Oh, hello. Ah. There we go. Wish I could have, like, you know, be able to tilt the head and whatnot, but yeah. But you get the idea with that. Okay, so I pick up 3 coins. And I got a penny. Now I've got a penny. Good. Pretty sure all I got. Pretty sure I've got all the coins out. Indeed, you did. So what we can do with the penny is we can put that in the envelope. I have an envelope with a coin in it. Good. So that's that sorted, and we're all good. Right. Okay, now we need to drop it off. Now we can't go upstairs. We can't go up to floor to the fourth floor at the moment. So we are going to have to go downstairs to see who, if we can find Dylan. I think Dylan's probably the man we need to find. Go downstairs. By the way, as a little update from me talking about the game, I did get Chase, that game that I was talking about. That's made by the same guys who did Hotel Dusk and Last Window. And so far, it's very basic. It's like a very basic version of Ace Attorney, I would think. Just not in a courtroom setting. Just it's in a proper kind of like police investigation kind of like setting. So far, I've only had like questions with like interrogations with suspects and witnesses and stuff like that, but nothing too major. And of course, I've had searching evidence as well, where I kind of like pick out, points of interest in a scene, kind of like in Ace Attorney. So yeah, slow to begin with, of course. Well, here they are. Mailboxes to the fourth floor. I need to place the envelope in the one for room 404. Okay. Wow. There's news. Oh, they've been sealed up shut with tape. I need to put the response into this mailbox. Just like how you would normally take tape off. There we go. And pop it now. Right. That was easy. Right. That's that sorted. Now to sit it out and wait for a reply to arrive from the Scarlet Star about the Scarlet Star and the reward. Yep, and time passes, so that's it now 4 p.m. After I reach my room, I slump onto the sofa and mull over the order sheet. Hotel Cape West closed down 13 years ago, and there was a party before the closure, during which time a murder took place. The staff at the hotel had a secret code, STAR, that they used. What connection can this all have to the order sheet? 4 o'clock already. Suppose I better get going. Wouldn't want to keep Dylan waiting. Let's do that. Off we go. Also, scenes like stuff like this, like the wandering around a hub world, and whatnot. Yeah, that's not in Chase, to my knowledge, at the moment. That's probably the reason why it's so. It's probably the reason why it's so cheap at the moment because it's only £6 on the eStore. Chase. By the way, the full title for the game is Chase Cold Case Investigations something. It's got like 2 subtitles. It's like Distant Memories, I think is the second subtitle. Anyway, I just call it Chase because that's the main title, Chase. Anyway, let's talk to Dylan. Dylan. Hello, Mr. Hyde. I've been waiting for you. Well, I'm here now. Let's get the show on the road. You're on your own, I'm afraid. I'm not going in. You'll have to go on your own. I thought we agreed you'd show me around in there. That's what you said earlier. No, I never said that. Maybe you weren't listening to me. I said I'd let you in, not give you a guided tour. So you'll let me in. Yeah, I said I'd tell you how to get through the far door. Oh shit. Sorry, I accidentally touched the touch screen to wipe off some saliva, and I accidentally missed Kyle's line, so my bad. If you know how to get through the door without setting off the alarm, you'll never have to deal with Mrs. Patrice getting upset if you go in there. Music to my ears. The first thing you need to do is disable the alarm. It's really simple. All you need to do is turn off the switches on the control panel. Sounds simple enough. I've used the panel before. Right, I nearly forgot about that. Let's move on to the next part. You'll need to disable another panel before you can get the door open. There's another one. There's a lever in a box to the right of the door. If this is turned off, you'll be able to open the door. Do you follow? Yeah, I think I got it. Also, please bear in mind that the knob on the reverse of the door is broken. So make sure you don't get stuck in there, because you won't be able to get back out. Great. Oh boy. There's a toolbox next to the door. If you look inside it, you'll find a doorstop. Once you've got the door open, I recommend using that to prevent it closing on you. That should be all you need to avoid getting trapped in there. I'll make a point of remembering it. I'll be in the hallway off the floor below, making sure that nobody tries to come up here. Good plan. Then once 30 minutes have passed, I'll come and get you. I'll rest the lever. I'll reset the lever you disabled afterwards and reactivate the alarm. One last thing. Try not to make any noise while you're in there. It just draws attention. You wouldn't want Mrs. Patrice to come looking for you. You got that right. Okay, I'll leave you to it. Dale makes his way towards the stairs and disappears out of sight. Right, okay, so first off, I think we need to do this to search this off. There's a control panel on the wall. Fire alarm. Switch for the alarm is on. I better remember to disable this before trying the door. That should do it. No more annoying alarm sound. My ears should thank me. Oh, hold on. Before I do that, toolbox. Doorstop. Well, there's the doorstop Dylan told me about. Picked up the doorstop. Case in the wall. Case of fireball, some kind of lever. This must be the other control panel Dylan was on about. Right. Right, so Dylan said you need to pull the lever inside the box. Let's see here. Whoa. The cover just came off. That was easy. That should do it. Now the lever is turned off. The fire door should open. Okay. So this is the 4th floor. So this is the 4th floor. Kyle's just taking all my lines. Seems what I heard was right. It's still just like a hotel up here. Okay, time to have a look around. But before that, use. I place a door stop underneath the fire door. That should do it. Good. Sorry. Right. So. Huh? This room seems to be unlocked. Ah. Well, we did need to put the letter into room 404, so let's see what's in room 404. Room 404. There's a distinct moist smell in here. Sorry, I'm just looking at stuff. Nah. I'm sure Jewel Thief is enjoying this. Having a laugh. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Sorry, I'm being distracted. Just keeping my bearings. Anyway. So there's a distinct moist smell in here. So the hotel rooms have been left like this for all these years. In other words, it stinks. Alright, let's see what we find here. Some pieces of paper scattered on the floor, or desk even. These are all sheets of Hotel Kate West headed writing paper. There's handprints all over the place. Someone must have been searching around here. Other than myself, I mean. What's this? What's this? What's this? This dust all the air. What's this? It's dusty everywhere. What's this? I'll slap myself for that. There we go. Looks like an old card of some sort, but it's hard to tell because of all the dust. I can just about make out the star symbol underneath the layer of dust. It's also got Hotel Cape West written on it. What kind of card is this? I can't make out the letters clearly though. Puzzle time! Right, where's the microphone on this plastic thing? Ah, there it is. I'm going to have to get rid of all this dust. Here we go. Haha! Ingenious! Ingenious! The writing on the previously dust-covered card reads, We would like to thank you for your patronage of Hotel Cape West over the years. And in an attempt to show our gratitude, hereby invite you to attend a final party to mark the official closure. If you're able to afford the time, we look forward to your attendance. On December 10th, 1967. Excuse me. Hotel Cape West manager Michael McGrath. So it's a party invitation from 13 years ago. The party on the night of December 10th, 1967. That left Kathy, the wife of the manager, dead. I put the old invitation in my pockets. Oh shit. Dylan. Mr. Hyde! We're almost out of time. You should come out soon. Time's up already? Yeah, I know. That's already been 30 minutes? Fuck. Just about. The longer you stay in there, the more likely we are to get caught by Mrs. Patrice. You better come out right now. Right away. Yeah, I get the message. It's too bad, but better cut my losses for now. So how was the 4th floor? Did you find anything good in there? Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately not. Just a load of rooms filled with dust. Not exactly the result you were hoping for. If I tell him everything I did up there, this chat would go on for ages. Before I forget, even though you know how to get into the 4th floor now, try not to go up there when there are people around. You don't want to get found out by the other tenants, especially Mrs. Patrice. Makes sense. Okay, I have to go now. Yeah, you do your thingy. Dylan says his piece and leaves. He's got a point. Last thing I need is people prying into my business. I think I'll hold back for a bit before making a return trip. An hour passes. It's now 5 p.m. Okay, let's make our way back. Head on back to our room. You damn fool! I'm going to assume that's whatever. I can hear some raised voices coming from further down the hallway. What's going on here? Looks like Tony and Frank are having a bit of a disagreement about something. Tony. Causing a ruckus yet again. Time to put my old man voice into practice again. Oh joy!
You're wasting your breath. I know exactly what you did.
I'm telling you, I don't know what the hell you're going on about.
Just admit it, you half-wit.
Admit what? How many times do I have to say it? I have no idea what you meant. Hey. So, spell it. What did you do? Or, is there a problem here? Tony, you want to explain what's going on here? Hyde! It's nothing. Just a bit of a communication problem.
Is that how you explain it?
The old fool's accusing me of being a thief.
You're a shifty-looking guy. That's why I'm asking you about the theft. Just own up to what you did, and we can put this matter behind us.
How can I own up to something I didn't do? You better stop throwing those accusations around real quick. I don't care how old you are. I'll take this to the next level. Tony, maybe you should calm down a little. If you start throwing your fists around, you're gonna regret it later.
He gets agitated.
Oh wait, sorry.
When he gets agitated, he soon resorts to his fists. It's simply that kind of person.
I'm warning you, Gramps.
See what I mean?
Mr. Raver, I'm not trying to interfere, but you might want to take this discussion elsewhere. Shouting at each other out in the corridor is just gonna annoy it's just gonna annoy the others, including myself.
Good suggestion, Mr. Hyde. Tony, this is not over. We will continue this later.
Frank utters his farewell and leaves. See now, old fool. Tony, mind telling me what the hell that was all about? Same old crap. Why are you being a cool stuff? That is a question. Why is he accusing you? You sure you didn't do anything to set him off? I haven't told you anything. I haven't done anything. He's got the facts wrong. Not really surprising at his age. Have you got any idea why he's on the warpath? It's his tape recorder. The one he always carries around with him during his strolls. Can't say I noticed. What's it like? One of those small ones. Kind that fits in your hand. When he's on his walkabouts, he's always has it in his hand. He seems to spend a lot of time walking around muttering stuff into that thing. Everyone in the building's been seeing him doing it. Anyway, he started grilling me because the thing's gone missing. Why did he assume that you had anything to do with it? Dunno. We only bumped into each other by accident. That's all it took to set him off, the old crank. Old crank. Not cranky. Or you could have called him a cranky bastard if you wanted to, Tony, you know. Where did you run into each other? It was in the lobby, just after you'd come up from the basement. When was it? Not sure. Is it important? It'd be better if you could tell. It would be better if you could tell me. I'm pretty sure it was just after 4. Can't believe I've been put through this again. Why do people always figure I'm to blame? Tony. So you're absolutely positive you had nothing to do with the tape recorder going missing?
I tell you, man, I'm clean. I'm clean, man. I'm clean. I got enough to check my pockets.
Look, I gotta get out of here for a bit. Get some fresh air. Later, Hyde. Tony walks off. What's got Frank so worked up? There's something fishy about this. Almost like he's hiding something. Time to investigate. So let's go down to the first floor. See if we can find anything suspicious. Or maybe it's... Well, I can't find anything. Well, nothing looks out of the ordinary at the moment. How about we go to Frank? See what he's saying. See if we can get a better way. Right, so I'm trying to remember it. I know it's in the third. Actually, Kyle always says that it's directly above him, so I'm going to assume that his door is number 32. Alright, let's give it a knock. No answer. Well, can't knock it till I tried it. Maybe it's buzzed. Ha 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 ha. Or maybe I do need to. Maybe it's in the basement. Maybe I misread that. Maybe it is the basement. While I'm on my way to finding what's in the basement and whatnot. Other games I've been trying to play. I've been trying to play the new re-release of Duke Nukem 3D, the 20th anniversary edition. Storage, laundry. Something down here. Search this area. And I also got the PlayStation VR as well, but I haven't set it up yet because I'm too busy with other things. So that's a dirty mop. There's a locker here. Dirty towels. Keeping the building this clean, it's got to make some towels dirty, right? Things in the bucket. Okay, so there's nothing here. Doesn't look like anything is underneath. Thing. Must be in the laundry area. See if I can find anything in there. Laundry. Yeah, I've already talked about Chase, which is out now, so you can. And plus, it's cheap. I got it for £6. It was only £6, and they were doing an offer where if you used gold coins from your My Nintendo account, you would have gotten it 20% off with 20 gold coins. Now, granted, that would only bring it down to, I don't know, 80 pence less, maybe 80 pence even. I don't know, but still, they were. You know, Nintendo putting it out there. Yeah. Anywho. Right, let's look on here. Might be something in the baskets. There was something in here earlier that Tony forgot. But it looks like he realized I wouldn't think that anything would be in the drums. Ooh, hello. Under the table, of course. What's that? Is there something under the table? Could it be? It's the tape recorder! It appears to be slightly cracked, possibly from dropping onto the floor. Picked up the broken tape recorder. It must have cracked when it fell from the table. Guess I better run it to its owner. Yeah, might as well. Do the sensible thing. So yeah. And also, I'm very annoyed that the new Hatsune Miku VR Future thing that they have that came out alongside with the VR. It's like, yeah, the initial game, quote unquote game, is free, but the content isn't. So it's like, that's a bit cheeky there, Sega. Yeah. Not actually giving us any pricing on the actual thing itself, but say, oh, the game itself, oh, it's gonna be free and whatnot. No answer. Okay. Not in. What a pain. Too busy searching for your recorder to actually get it back, eh? Okay. Well, got nothing better to do. Best to just wait. Oh, hello. That's my pager. Time to head back to my room. Of course. So yeah. So I haven't actually used it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to using it. Yeah, the PlayStation VR, because I've heard a lot of people liking it. How the experience is actually very good, whatnot. So, yeah. Anyway, phone. Time to get Rachel on the phone.
Red Crown, how may I help you?
It's me. You have an update for me?
Yes, I've unearthed some extra information on Rex Foster.
What is it?
Before he went into insurance investigations, he worked as a reporter for a magazine.
What kind of magazine?
It was called Los Angeles Beat. It was a weekly publication that covered current affairs. Looks like it was pretty classy too.
How does a guy working for a decent magazine like that end up doing dirt work like this?
That's the question.
You got anything on the hotel?
Not yet, I'm afraid. I've still got a few leads to follow up on, though.
Understood. I didn't mean to have you work through Sundays. I didn't mean to have you work through Sunday, Rachel.
It's no problem. I didn't have any plans anyway.
Just like me. I never have any plans. I'm always doing nothing. I'm so alone. I kid. I got last minute continued live streams to look forward to. Most of the time. Whenever Kev's doing one. I'm not knocking you off, Kev. You are a busy man, and I appreciate your hard work. Especially your hard work with dealing with my crap and my Turbo Drive Live Let's Plays. Which, by the way, if anyone's watching this part and want to give any props to anyone, give them to Kevin Eva. Tweet to him at the Kevin Eva. Ava. Yes, Kevin Ava. I always keep pronouncing that wrong. I don't know why. It's because it's an E. And I'm not a Evangelion fan, so I always think of it's a hard E rather than a soft E. Soft E. But no, at the Kevin Ava. Go say hi to him. Go say hello. Go, give him a nice comment. You know, he deserves it. He's a good man. Very good man. Anyway.
Plus, it's nice to hear your voice.
Yeah, yours too. And they hang up. Typical. Nearly forgot. Better go and see if Frank's back. Alright, the hell? Tony's door is open. And it's swinging the opposite end. I'll just take a look through the gap in the door. I can see the back of Frank. What's he doing in there? Right. Ladies and gentlemen, dull surprise! Sorry. Okay. Damn! What are you doing in here? Let's just go to him straight away. Hey!
What is it?
What are you doing in here?
I can assure you I'm not doing anything that could be considered illegal. Now that's... Not that it's any of your business anyway.
I'm not interested in being lied to. Tell me the truth. This is Tony's room and I don't see him around. How did you get in and why are you here? Let's press him. Hey! You won't find what you're looking for here. You won't find what you're looking for here.
Would you care to explain exactly how you can be so sure?
I found your tape recorder.
Your what?
So there's no reason why you need to search Tony's room.
If you got it, please return it to me at once. I have something extremely important in that tape recorder.
I'll give it back to you. But before I do, I'd like you to answer my questions. First, tell me what's on the tape recorder.
Why should I share details of my private property with you, Mr. Hyde?
Now you listen to me, old man.
More importantly, how did my tape recorder come into your possession in the first place?
It was on the laundry floor. Kind of obvious. I found it on the floor in the laundry.
You did?
You told me that you went to the laundry. You went to laundry today, or went to do the laundry. Wait, hold on. You told me you went to the laundry today, didn't you? Do you think that's a little grammatically incorrect there? You told me you went to the laundry today, didn't you? I think a better, well, to me, it would make more sense if it said, you told me you went to do the laundry today, didn't you? Do you think, am I right on that? Jolfie, am I right on that? Yeah, do you think I'm right? I don't know. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong.
So, yeah. Meh.
Excuse me. That's my ellipses noise for Frank. Jack Tony. Sorry. Are you maybe beginning to realize that you got the wrong man? Perhaps now you could tell me why you were so quick to point the finger at Tony.
Isn't it obvious? He looks like the kind of person who'd go around lying and stealing. He has a criminal record, too.
How does he know about that?
Once a person has committed such crimes, it's very hard to break the habit. He might think he wants to put all that behind him and start a new life, but he can't.
I don't think that it's up to you to make that decision. Of all the people who want to start a new life, there's always some that succeed.
I think the numbers are very low, though. In Tony's case, I'd say it's next to impossible.
Really, that's the number of my voice on my vest back.
It can't change, at least not until he feels genuine
Oh, jeez.
remorse for his shady past.
I really need a drink. Oh boy. Excuse me. Tickling, very tickling. Let's follow up. Tell me what you think Tony did.
He is responsible for a violent incident that caused a lot of pain and suffering.
When did this take place?
Actually, it happened twice. The first time was 5 years ago, and the second 4. He was also arrested for theft, but there wasn't enough evidence to convict him of it.
Okay. Tell me how you know so much about Tony's past.
I've got friends in the police force, Mr. Hyde. They give me information.
Why would they give you information?
What is it?
Are you trying to say that you're an ex-cop?
About time you pieced that together. I worked on the LA
LA.
I worked on the LA police force right up until I retired.
Now I'm beginning to make sense of all this. Mr. Raver.
What is it?
I don't really give a damn if you were a cop once or not. But I strongly recommend you stop assuming people are guilty without gathering all the facts. Or yeah, it's more of a like a kind of like a word because there was no question mark at the end of that. So yeah, so whatever. Sorry. Tony didn't take your tape recorder. He had nothing to do with it. Searching his room won't make a blind bit of difference, cause I already found it elsewhere. It was on the floor in the laundry all along. It's not the laundry room. It's just the laundry. The laundry. They couldn't put room in there? Come on. That's cutting corners, guys. You knew better than that. Here. This is it, right?
What happened to the case? It's cracked.
I guess it must have cracked when it fell off the table and hit the floor.
Hang on. Where's the tape that was inside?
I have no idea. This is how it was. This is how it was when I picked it up.
I see. I may have misjudged you a little, Mr. Hyde. I want to thank you for returning this.
I'm not interested in your thanks. Maybe you should try giving Tony an apology instead.
Once the tape is once the tape is safely back in my possession, I shall do just that.
Frank says his piece and leaves. So Frank's tape's gone missing. But more importantly than that, he's left this room practically upside down. Maybe I better clear away some of this before Tony gets back. Makes sense. And, look at this. Huh?
This letter paper. I don't believe it. It's the same as the order sheet I received.
What's Tony doing with paper like this? Huh? Hey, Hyde! Sorry for coming into your room without permission. Don't sweat it, it's no problem. Really? I just met Old Man Raver. He told me you found his tape recorder and returned it to him. Yeah, that's right. He also said that he came to see me and noticed that the door was open. He came in when you saw him inside and asked him some questions. That pretty much covers it, right? Pretty much. Did you hear anything about the tape, Tony? What tape? Frank said that there was a tape inside the tape recorder, but it's missing now. Yeah, actually, he did say something like that. Don't know where it could be, though. Tony doesn't know about it either. Maybe it's time you eased up on playing detective, Hyde. Stop thinking about his tape, and take it easy. Now I stop to think about it. It's been quite a while since you've been in my room. You're right. One more thing, though, Tony. Yeah? Let's, ask him about the letter. Did you leave a letter in my door a little while back? A letter? Never to do with me. Never even considered writing you a letter, man. You telling me the truth, right? Cross my heart. I mean, I write letters from time to time, just not to you. Who'd you write to? Thought you'd have guessed by now. I write them to Betty. I got this plan for us to give each other presents at Christmas. Problem is, I just can't seem to get the wording right. Tell me, Tony, where'd you lay your hands on that letter paper and envelope? They were given to me. By who? I got them from Dylan. You know, the guy from the third floor. Hey, Hyde. Why do you hang here for a while? I'll let you hear my latest song. Think I'll take a brain check on that. Good man, Hyde. Good man. I got a few things I need to sort out. Oh, okay. Maybe next time. Yeah. Maybe next never. Okay, well. If Dylan is our man... Oh, looks like we're going to bump into him. Yeah, indeed. Huh? Hi, Mr. Hyde. Dylan, I wanted to ask you something. Ask me something? What is it? Did you give Tony letter paper and an envelope? Yeah, that was me, alright. It was some sort of Is there some sort of problem? I just wondered where you got them from. Actually, they were given to me too. I got them as a present for all my hard work. They were from Mrs. Patrice. The rabbit hole goes deeper. I figured I had no use for them, so I passed them on to Tony. I see. So you haven't put a letter in my door recently. A letter? Certainly not me. Why would I be writing you letters? If I had something I need to say to you, I'd rather just come and say it. Yeah, I expect you would. Why are you asking me anyway? What are you asking anyway? It's nothing. I was just thinking about something. If you're really curious about something to do with that letter set, maybe you should pay a visit to Mrs. Patrice and ask her directly. In fact, I was on my way there. Shall we pay her a visit together? Together? Well, I have to see her anyway to return something I borrowed from her. Come on, let's go. Fair enough. Oh great, now he's tagging along with me. Ah. Okay. Let's go ring Margaret's door. Oh, I wasn't expecting to see the both of you. Is there something I can help you with? It's nothing special. We just bumped into each other as we were both heading here. I came over to return these two. Here you go. What were those keys for? Why, thank you, Dylan. Okay, now I can leave you both to it. See you later. Dylan hurries off. What were those keys? They're the spare keys to the apartments. Dylan occasionally has need to borrow them from me. For one, it's necessary for when he's doing certain types of maintenance. Okay, that makes sense. So, Mr. Hyde, to what do I owe this pleasure? I just wanted to ask you something, actually. Oh, and what might that be? Yes, let's ask her the question. Did you give Dylan a letter set? A letter set? Oh yes, I remember. Yes, I did give him one. Give one to him. I see. Yes, I remember it clearly now. Can you recall where you got it from? Why, Mr. Hyde, would you like a set too? If that's the case, I'm going to have to disappoint you. That was the last one I had. If you were really keen though, you could try buying one yourself. If memory serves, they are on sale at the local drugstore. They aren't very expensive either. Interesting. So I can pick up an identical set quite easily. So much for that. Have you left a letter in my door recently? A letter? Well, I put a copy of the closure notice in your mailbox, but nothing more. Have you not checked it yet? Actually, I've already read that letter. That's good to hear. Is that all you came here to ask me, Mr. Hyde? Yeah, that's just about it. Sorry to have bothered you. Ooh, actually there was something else. There was? Mr. Wolf from 201 has promised to sell his rent after all. Tony said that, did he? He did. He called me earlier to assure me that he'll be settling his debt soon. That's good news. It is. Now, I must be going. Ta-ta, Mr. Hyde. Mags returns to the comfort of her room. And it is now 9 p.m. So it's late. So that'll give us some time to go back up to the 4th floor now. I return to my room and throw myself onto the sofa. I just can't get it out of my head. Who could have sent me that order sheet? Doesn't matter how hard I think about it. There's no answer in sight. Guess I should set my mind to uncovering a little more on Scarlet Star first. I think it's time for me to take another look around the 4th floor. Let's do that. But before I do that, I'm going to do an emergency save. Because I have been doing a lot. Putting in about an hour and a half, so best to be careful. And do a backup save. Apparently, Jewel Thief is off robbing on a case of stealing some jewels because she's semi-here now. Right now. I'm teasing. She's not really a thief. Okay. Okay. Ooh, door's already open. Okay. Yeah. So. Yeah, so someone's already set it up. Strange. The far door's open. Looks like whoever's in here had the sense to use the doorstop too. Time to find out who it is. There might still be someone at the end of the hall. I think I'll leave this open. Don't want to make too much noise. Go back to 404. Oh, hello. I recognize that figure. Hey! Ah! What are you doing here? This is the second time I've caught you. Seriously, man, for a retired cop, you're very, very, clumsy, shall we say. Mr. Raver, what brings you all the way up here? Excuse me.
And just how that has that got anything to do with you?
It hasn't, but isn't the 4th floor off limits to everyone?
I am well aware of that. But I could ask you the same question, Mr. Hyde. Why are you skulkering around here where you shouldn't be?
I kind of stumbled up here. It didn't take me long to see that the far door was open. I thought Dylan must have been inside, so I poked my head in. Except, I didn't find Dylan. I found you. So I'll ask you again. What are you doing here? Or what are you doing up here?
I came here. I mean, I arrived here much like you. I noticed the door was ajar and came inside to investigate. I saw that nobody was here and thought that someone had forgotten to close the door. I'm going to have to give Dylan a piece of my mind when I see him.
Frank stops our discussion in there and leaves the room. He must be a fool if he thinks I'm buying that story. What could he have been doing here? Excuse me. Well, let's check the desk. See what he's been doing there. One of the desk drawers is open. seems to be empty. Huh? There's an imprint of something at the back. What could have been kept in there? Piece of paper. Of course, I've already investigated all this and whatnot, so. Okay. Hello. Huh? Tony? Mr. Hyde? Oh, hey Hyde. What are you doing? What are you doing all the way up here, man? I could ask the same question. Yeah, well, I have... You have what? Damn it, man. I'm not no good at keeping these things secret. Spit it out, Tony. What are you doing up here? Okay, okay. I'll tell you. But first, tell me your reason for being up here. I mean, you must have a reason, right? Not really. Just taking a stroll. A stroll? You? Yeah, is it a crime now? I figured it'd be nice to see the floor before we all have to move out. When I got to the top of the stairs, I saw that the fire door was open. Now isn't that weird? That's the same reason I'm here. I hate to ask, but could you make yourself scarce this time? I want to take a look around up here, but I want to do it alone. Sorry, but my stroll is not finished yet. Maybe you should go home and come back another time. Me? Come on, man. Take a hike and leave me in peace up here. Why are you so keen on being alone? Just trust me on this. If you hang around, it's all gonna go wrong and I won't get the cash. Cash? What cash? Just forget about that. It's my business. I'm getting a pretty clear picture of you, Tony. You call Max to tell her the rent's coming soon. Also, Betty's thinking you're gonna buy her a snazzy Christmas present. Where's all this money coming from? It's my business. It's got absolutely nothing to do with you. How are you getting all the money to pay for these things? I got something lined up, that's all. What have you got lined up? What's with you, man? Are you deaf? Hey. You planning on ripping me off? You planning on ripping someone off? Yeah, someone off, yeah. You planning on ripping someone off? Or somebody off? Well, would I do a thing like that? Tony, you better come clean, or else. Hyde, wait a second. Hyde, wait a second. I haven't done anything yet. So why are you hanging around up here? Look, Hyde, I'm begging you. Let's have this chat another time. This time I have to be alone. Just turn around and leave, will you? And you expect me to just do what you say? Please, Hyde. If you don't take my advice, things could turn nasty up here. Turn nasty? Who's planning on paying you a visit? I can't tell you that. Let me guess. You're expecting Frank. You're expecting Frank, right? Huh? Please, go back to your room. If you're up here, when he turns up, my plan's gonna disappear in a puff of smoke. So what are you planning then? Yeah? Just what the hell are you up to? I can't tell you. I just can't. Just what is Tony hiding? I don't have enough of the facts to pressure him further. Alright. What's the plan you're talking about? I can't tell you. I just can't. Just what is Tony hiding? I don't have enough facts. Okay. Right, so we're at this moment where we got these questions that we can ask him, but we don't have any facts to lead up on this, so we need to leave this situation. Tony, wait here for a while. Hide. It's like, hide? Right, so we are going to... we gotta leave him there for now. Tony's still inside. I better leave this open. Right, so let's go to Tony's room. Or actually no, let's go to Frank because we know it's something to do with Frank, okay? Because Frank was there. He was the only other person there. And of course when we mentioned Frank to Tony, he got a little riled up, so I wouldn't say riled up, but still.
You? What do you want?
Just wanted to ask you something.
What is it now?
It's about why you were up in room 404. Were you hoping to meet somebody while you were up there?
Well, actually, Tony called me up there.
Just as I suspected. Do you know why?
I haven't got a clue. He just said something about having an important topic that we needed to discuss.
Did you end up meeting up then?
No. Because you turned up and I decided not to go through with it.
I see.
Anyway, I'm sick to the back teeth of this subject. And I'm too busy to stand here and talk to you. Please leave.
Not yet. I still have to ask you something. Did you get your tape back in the end?
No, I'm still looking.
Now that's interesting.
Are we quite done now? I have things to do. Raw. Raw.
Frank retreats back into his room. Okay, now we got some facts. So that's how it went down. Now we got some information. So we can talk to Tony again and find out why. And I've got a good idea why he wanted Frank there. And it has to do with that tape. Hey, what is it? Just what the hell are you doing up to? I can't tell you. I can't. If I let you in on this, then you're gonna know how worthless a human being I am. Tony. I wish I could tell him. Well, he's not really worthless. I mean, come on, that's kind of rude. But he's not a worthless human being. You're not a worthless human being. Really? You shouldn't have such a low opinion of yourself. If you're so sure that whatever you're up to is going to soil your name, then stop what you're about to do and leave. It's always the same. Every time I do something like this, I end up regretting it later. That's all I do is regret. So what's your plan? What's this plan you're talking about? I can't tell you. Out with it. You're not doing a very good job of hiding it anyway. What? You're planning to send Frank to the hospital or extort money from Frank. It's obviously extort money from Frank, though. Yeah. You're planning on extort money from Frank. No! The old man told me everything. He told me that you called him up here, and it was something you needed to talk about.
He what?
But when he got here, you were nowhere to be seen. Then I turned up, and he went back to his room.
That's what he said? Great, now you know.
I was planning to have him meet me up here. But I was going to make him a deal he couldn't refuse. Ever since the notice went out about this place closing, he's been coming to the 4th floor to look for something. I noticed he carried his beloved tape recorder with him when he did. So I thought if I could hear the contents of the tape, I'd know what he was after. What do you regret about doing, Tony?
You see...
It's about what you did in the past, isn't it?
What? What do you know about my past?
I've heard all about you, Tony. I was told by somebody who knew about your previous convictions.
Who could have told you about that?
Frank Raver.
Him? How'd he know?
He's an ex-cop like me. Used to be part of the LAPD. That rhymed. Even though he's off the force, he still doesn't take too kindly to ex-felons.
Figures. So now you know.
There we go. Where's Frank's tape?
I've got it somewhere safe. I was planning on returning it to him if he could meet my price. I'm certain there's stuff on there that he'd rather keep to himself.
Okay.
I can't believe I've been such a fool.
Yeah, you're pretty much redefining stupidity this time. You really need to think more. If you spend as much time on your music as you do, on these crazy schemes, you might actually get somewhere and make some money. Threatening people with violence just doesn't suit you, you know?
It's always the same old story. I end up doing stuff that isn't really me. That's how I managed to hurt the 2 people you heard about from Frank. I just started selling some of my music then too. My manager squandered the money we'd made from the concert. And I just saw red. Can't say he looked very pretty after I finished with him. The second time involved some street punk. There was a diehard fan who didn't stop listening to my stuff even after the first incident. And this punk started wailing on the guy. I jumped in and sent the punk to the hospital. This time I didn't get off so lightly. The record company severed my contract. From then on, all my efforts have amounted to next to nothing. I'm such an idiot.
If you could see that, then this isn't the right way to live your life. Then change.
Yeah, you think if I could do that, I'd even be in this situation?
I know, I totally botched that line. Sorry about that. If you're serious, then yes. If you stop thinking up ways to beat people senseless or get money from them, you'll be heading in the right direction. Sure, it'll take time and might be a pain in the ass, and in my case, sometimes literally. But you'll get there in the end, and you'll be able to put the old Tony behind you and start fresh. Hyde! You said start fresh. You're not the first person to tell me that's what I need to do. Who told you before? The fan I rescued from that punk. You know what you know what that fan said to me? I love your songs, and I have them all, but you gotta get out of this rut you're in. You're only hurting yourself. Start afresh and put the past behind you. Start to live a better life. That's how it was, Hyde. I made a promise to that fan. I promised to start fresh and put the past behind me. I vowed to make the best music I'd ever make. I would make the greatest song in the world. It would be a tribute. But I couldn't remember the famous song, the greatest song in the world. But I did make a tribute. I'll slap myself for that very obscure reference. There we go. Actually, it's not obscure, it's just stupid. I've just Kevin Owens just burst into my room and just shouting at me, and it's like, enough of your stupid references! You're wearing my merch! Stop making references! I don't do that! Then maybe it's about time you made good on that promise. You wouldn't want to you wouldn't want to let your fans down, would you? Hyde! Pull yourself together, Tony. Yeah, you just have to really put your mind to it. You really think I can? You're right. What you said just now, I think I could change. I hope you can, for your sake. But what am I gonna do about the old man's tape? Give it to me. I'll look after it. Just tell him that you gave it to me, and I'll sort out the rest. You serious? Would I say it if I wasn't? Okay. Tony gives me Frank's tape. I'm counting on you, Hyde. I'm gonna head back to my room. Tony makes his way out. I think I'll head back to my room too. No way I'm giving this back without hearing it first. Good eye. Good idea, Hyde. Let's go listen to that tape. Down that set. And down this set. Alright, let's listen to this tape. And how we're going to listen to it. Well, we do have a tape recorder that can also play back. So, going to make evidence that we can use Frank's tape in the tape recorder. I'll play Frank's tape on my answer phone. So first, gotta take out my own tape. So eject. Get that tape in or out. Now we got side A and side B. Start with side A first. Let's see what this thing says. Play. Oh. Rewind the tape. Gotta rewind the tape first. Oh, sugar. Damn. Oh boy. Ah, crap. I broke the tape. Damn. That's gone and done it. How the hell am I going to explain this to Frank? Oh, don't tell me that's a game over! Ah, bollocks. Balls. I'm trying to remember. Oh shit. Crap. I don't know because, like in the first game, if you got game over in the first game, you would and you retried, you would have to what was it? You would have to start again, like from the beginning, or like not from the beginning, from your last save, because was it there'd be like an extra scene at the end, but of course I'm trying to remember if that's the case in this one. Well, I think I could be okay. Alright, if I get back down there. I think I'm okay with game overs. Just this puzzle, obviously, it's a little difficult. It's not a simple case of just rewinding the tape and then listening to side A and whatnot, but it's a little more complicated than that. And of course, you know, I would have thought, you know, that wasn't gonna be a problem. Well, of course, this is the 1980s, and shit will break. Okay, let's try this again. Checked. Okay, take that out. How about I slip it to side B first? Ah, shit. Damn it. I know, Kyle. Come on. Let's put it on the side B first and then play it. I can't believe you put your old tape back in there. Seriously. Okay, side B. Let's put that in. Let's see what this thing says. Did I get done? What? Coherent. This thing broken or something? Nope. Oh, stop. 13 years ago, a person died at Hotel Cape West. The deceased was Kathy McGrath. Okay. So yeah, you had to pause the tape and then hit play and fast forward while it's paused and then unpause it. The voice of an elderly man comes from the tape. Sorry, it's old man, so.
Investigation memo number 0083.
That's Frank's voice, alright.
The state of the fourth floor is just as it was 13 years ago. My initial sweep of room 404, where Kathy McGrath's body was found, is complete. Before vacating this building, I must find the lost items connected with Condor.
Kathy McGrath. That's the name of the victim from the murder 13 years ago. Now I know that it was room 404 that her body was discovered in too. Looks like Frank's been looking into the events of the murder that took place. But what does he mean by lost items connected with Condor? And for those who are fans of the previous game of Hotel Dusk, Condor might sound familiar to you. The question is, why is Frank investigating the incident from 13 years ago? Without wanting to jump to any conclusions, maybe he's got some sort of connection to the hotel. I think it's time for me to get my head together. Quiz time, people! If you want to play along. And then you can pause the video and, pause the YouTube video and answer the questions you're on. Anyway, after returning from a walk early on December 21st, I ran into Mags. I asked if I could take a look around the fourth floor, but she refused. Someone overheard my chat with Mags. That person was Dylan, Rachel, or Betty. I mean, it's kind of obvious of who it is. It's Dylan. It was Dylan. Indeed it was. Right. Dylan said that he'd gladly show me around the fourth floor. We agreed to meet up there at 4 o'clock. My pager started beeping, so I got Rachel on the phone. She had some new information about the murder in the hotel from 13 years ago. She revealed that the person who discovered the body was Michael McGrath, Pierre Rivette, or Kathy McGrath. This one might be a little confusing when, conflicting, if you weren't paying attention. It was kind of obvious. It's Pierre Rivette. Right. The person who discovered the body was none other than Pierre Rivette, who just happened to be Marie's husband. Armed with the information Rachel had given me, I went to question Marie. She talked about accusations of insurance fraud and about her husband and brother. From this chat, I learned that Mike, her brother, saw the body as well. I also learned about a secret code used in the hotel, Rex's contact details, and when the power on the fourth floor would be cut. It was the code. Yeah. Nah. Adoy. Right. Mari let slip that the hotel staff used Star as a secret code word. It was connected to the party that was thrown just prior to the closure of the hotel. After finishing my chat with her, I prepared my response to the order and posted it in the room 404 mailbox. I listened to Frank's tape, which I got from Tony. I finally knew what Frank had been investigating. Turns out he was looking into Tony's person who started the fire, Tony's past, or Kathy McGrath's murder. Well, we only just had it like moments ago. Kathy McGrath's murder. Right. Frank's looking into the murder in room 404 from 13 years ago. There was a memo regarding the unsolved murder case on Frank's tape. I listened to the entire contents of the tape. It said something about what Frank was actually trying to find. Turns out he's investigating the Scarlet Star, the order sheet sender, or lost items connected to Condor. It's kind of obvious. Again, we just learned about this. Right. The last thing recorded on Frank's tape was him saying that he's looking for lost items connected to with Condor. Seems like I'm not the only one looking into this building's past, but why is Frank so focused on this, even after his retirement? Why would he still be looking into the unsolved case that happened 13 years ago? a murder 13 years ago, and the disappearance of the Scarlet Star 25 years ago. There has to be some sort of connection that links the two incidents. Why do I get the feeling that my questions are just leading to more questions? And that's the end of that chapter. So now we can read the past events in the novel, and we are going to save our game, and we're also going to end the stream for tonight. Ooh, stiff arm. And yeah, that's us for tonight. So here's our next chapter. December 21st. Mysterious letter. 25 years ago. The apartment's past. Chapter 5, December 22nd, 1980. It's like 3 days to Christmas. Huh? It's the phone. I reach out of my bed and grab the receiver. Hello? Ellipses. Come on, Rachel. Can't you leave it for another 30 minutes or so? If you really want to hear my voice, call me back later.
What the hell are you...
So I know who the character is, so I just need to get my throat ready for it. Ah.
What the hell are you doing still in bed at this time?
What?
Hyde, it's me.
Ed?
So you're still sleeping, huh?
Yeah, well, I was.
I see. Guess this won't interest you enough to get your lazy ass out of bed anyway.
Hey, hang on.
I thought I'd extend the hand of friendship and give you another chance. Maybe I'll have to reconsider, seeing as you can't even be bothered to get out of bed. Have a nice life, Hyde.
Ed, wait!
Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah. Hey, Sunrose. You're right. Someone who sleeps in till 10 on a Monday shouldn't be given a second chance. Kind of like myself.
Go on.
It's just I've been getting lazy recently and need to regain my focus. I know I've got to get my act together and...
And what?
Talk to me, Ed. What did you want to say? I want to work for you again. So just tell me what I have to do.
Sell stuff, Hyde. It ain't that hard, you know. You could start with your current inventory. Try selling some to the local residents.
You seriously think that the people here are gonna buy this stuff?
Of course they will. It's merchandise. Everyone will like it. It's extremely hard to sell stuff to the people around you.
Is it? Yeah, true, actually. Sometimes it is. I should know, I've worked in retail. Yeah.
That's why I think it's only fitting for you to try. Guess it helps if you're on good terms. If you manage to defy all the odds and sell some of the stuff to your neighbors, I'll give you that second chance we discussed. I'll leave it to you which stuff you try and sell. You got plenty to choose from. I got a frog in my throat. Make successful sales to 2 of your neighbors, then give me a call.
Will do.
That's all I wanted to say.
Hang on, Ed. I just wanted to ask you about that order sheet.
I already told you. You cannot accept orders that don't go through me first. Forget about it and focus on making those sales. Rachel!
Hi there, sweetie.
Now that's the kind of voice I'd like to be woken up to. No, Hyde, my voice, my fake female seductual voice is not very good to be waking up to. You are sadly mistaken, good sir.
Easy there, Kyle. Anyway, do you really think you can sell some of your goods to the people in your building?
I'll give it a try. Gotta face facts though. With Kurt Hawkins. Okay. I know a lot of people are not wrestling fans and whatnot, but that was a really recent wrestling reference, and I will hit myself twice for that. There we go. It's like, stupid Turbo, stupid. By the way, sound off in the chat, because I want to know if I'm actually streaming, and make sure I'm actually doing this right. Anyway, gotta face the facts though. With everyone getting ready to leave this place, chances are they're trying to deal with too many of their own problems to want to buy household goods from me.
You're still in it. You're still in with a chance, though.
Really? You think?
Yes, there's always a chance you'll get lucky. All you got to do is find out just what the customer wants. If you know you're good,
Sorry, I'll try that again.
if you know you've got what
I can't read and I can't talk. Jeez.
if you know you've got what they're looking for, selling it to them should be no problem.
Maybe you're right. Like I said, I'll give it a try.
I'll be keeping my fingers crossed for you. I'm keen to see how you do in this.
Great. Yeah, I know, that was a great line read there, Kyle. Yeah, I know.
Hey Kyle, have you found a new place to live yet?
Still looking. If I can't find a place in time, maybe.
Absolutely not! The space in my room's already spoken for.
It is?
Yes, Mila's coming home.
Is she now? That sounds good.
She's coming back from art college for the winter break. Ah, Mila.
Everyone remember Mila? No? Just me? Alright, fine. Philistines. Ugh. Mila Evans. I met her for the first time about a year back. This is recapping for us. It was when I found myself holed up in a joint called Hotel Dusk. Ah, roll credits! Oh wait, this is the wrong game. Nah. She was in a bad shape and I had lost part of my she had lost part of her memory, not my memory. She got mixed up in something when she was young and had no memory of it. Spent 10 years lying on a hospital bed in a deep sleep. Now she's all alone with no relatives to look after her. How's she dealing with life at the college?
Well, I can't say it's all going super smoothly, but she's not slacking off. She seems to keep a lot to herself though. She says she'd rather not bother us with it. Kyle, I think she's coming home so she can see you again. She gives the impression she's got things to say, but only wants to share them with you. I'll let you know when she gets here.
Got it. Thanks, Rachel. There's something else I want to ask you.
What is it?
I need you to check up on the word condor and see if it's connected to anything special.
Condor? I'll certainly look into it. I'll get you on the phone as soon as something turns up. Or anything turns up even.
That's what I was hoping you'd say.
I'd better go. Good luck with the sales, Kyle.
Mm-hmm. Righty ho. I turn the tap on and splash my face with the cool and refreshing water that comes out. Well, could have been worse, and maybe the plumber obviously didn't fix the pipes right, and he might have just splashed his face with muddy water or whatever. I don't know. Choosing what to wear doesn't take me too long. And of course, he always wears the same bloody suit, tie, and all that. He's a regular Scooby-Doo, kind of like fashion aficionado, just wearing the same outfit every day for the rest of his life. Kind of like myself. Now to figure out a way to entice the other tenants to buy some of my stuff. Might be a good idea to find out exactly what I've got with me. Okay, so now we're in the section of the game where we need to sell. And of course, being that I have worked in retail myself, I know definitely, doubly how to do this. So we got our box of items here. Obviously, we've been in it before. So we got surface cleaner. Only Red Crown is cheap enough to sell surface cleaner in a miniature tin like this. Got super strength adhesive. Quick drying to make work of plastic glass. Better keep it away from me. We got a tin of wax. Things are going to shine in the sun. Solar calculator. Concentrated detergent. On that. Pen that writes invisible ink. Right. How do I make it appear again? A little pocket camera. It's portable and easy to use. Security lock. Twice as good as any lock. Blah 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 blah. Tube of glue. Behind there. Doorknob set. Playing doorknobs door to door. And the snow globe for the festive season. And I think what's it? Powerful bleach. Although granted, the bleach will do nothing. Right. So with that, we come out of that. We've looked over the items. Then we'll take them all with us. Looks like there might be some saleable items in here after all. Might as well take them all with me. So we empty the box and we take all the items with us. And we get a phone call. Huh. When you know, it's the phone again. I'm so popular these days. I know, right? It's almost like it's scripted. Now, let's answer the phone. Phone's ringing.
Hello, Kyle.
Mom?
So that's where you are. I just called Red Crown, but you weren't there. They told me you were taking a short vacation.
Yeah.
You seem to be taking a lot of time off, Kyle. Is everything okay? You haven't got yourself into some kind of trouble at work, have you?
Of course not. Everything's fine.
Good. Then I can stop worrying.
But why are you calling work anyway?
I needed to speak to Ed about something.
What was it?
I got a call from the LAPD this morning. They decided to reopen the case surrounding your father.
Reopen it?
It looks like they're going to start early next year. I wanted to let Ed know. When he was on the original case 25 years ago, and they officially ceased investigating, he was the only one who took the time to see me in prison and break the news.
Wait, she was in prison? Oh, sorry. Sorry, my eyes are not working again. I was like, prison? What? He was like, no, person.
Hello? Turbo, can you read?
Let me say that line again.
He was the only one who took the time to see me in person and break the news.
Why would the LAPD show such a sudden interest in reopening the case, though?
I wasn't sure, but Ed said something about a possible reason. He thinks it's all down to the mayoral candidate, Hugh Speck.
Hugh Speck.
He used to work on the force, and he's made it his mission to wage war on organized crime.
Yeah, I saw part of his speech on TV. He was saying a lot of things. He was saying lots of stuff like that.
Still, reopening a case that closed 25 years ago can't be easy.
You're right. Bet there's a hell of a lot of red tape. Don't get your hopes up too high, though, Mom. There's no guarantee that they'll get to the bottom of this, of it this time either. Yeah. Meh.
I understand that, but who knows? Maybe they simply overlooked something before. I thought about it long and hard.
Oh, thank God the Todd's not around here. I'll slap myself for the Scruffs reference. There we go. Yeah, I'm hitting myself a lot. I don't know. It's justified, I think.
Why did he have to die like that? Who would want to kill him? I never found out the truth behind his death. I wonder whether knowing the truth would have helped me overcome the grief or not. Maybe, if I had known, I wouldn't be forced to live the life I do now.
Mom.
Do you really want to know the truth behind what happened to your father?
I do now. Even if it reveals things I didn't want to know about him. I need to know the truth behind what happened. Chris Hyde was my dad, and I feel it's my duty to find out the reason for his death.
I understand how you must be feeling, Kyle. The LAPD has promised to let me know if there are any developments in the case.
That's good to know. Ah, just ended there. Okay. So the reopening the case about my old man. A chat with my mom brought back what Rex said the other day. I somehow know that if I can locate the Scarlet Star that went missing 25 years ago, it might bring me closer to finding out how my dad died. Okay, I think it's time to try and complete Ed's little assignment. Guess a guy like me is only suited to working for a place like Red Crown. I don't know about that, Kyle. I mean, you could go into Private Eye detective agency and all that jazz, I would think. Anyway, now we have a certain amount of clients that we can have here for this section. So Kyle's saying here, first thing to do is find out what kind of things people want. The second floor seems like a good starting point, which it is. Now, there are 4 potential kind of like people we could talk to in order to sell stuff, and for the cases of this playthrough, we just got to go to those specifically those 2 people. So let's do it. So the first one, ironically, is right across from us. With Tony. Good old Tony. Even though he was strapped for cash, we could probably, bamboozle a couple of, a few bucks from him. Maybe. Who knows? Well, if it isn't Hyde. How are you doing? How are you doing after our chat yesterday? Not great. I couldn't sleep very well after what you said. In fact, I had to crack open a bottle of bourbon I've been holding on to. Got a nasty hangover, huh? Yeah, you could say that. I got through the entire thing, did some hardcore thinking. Turns out, I managed to solve a few issues I've been having though. Yeah, like what? Well, for one, I realized music's my reason for living. Good to hear it. Did you come over just to see how I was doing? That's one of the reasons. What else did you want then? Want to buy something off of me? Nah, we're not gonna be that blunt, of course. It's like, is there anything bothering him? Let's find out. Is there anything bothering you? Bothering me? You know, like you've run out of something and you need some more. Run out of something? Can't think of anything I need to go out and buy. Looks like I'm losing this one. I've just remembered. Remembered what? There was something I was thinking about buying. What was it? It's something I could use on a guitar. Tony. I don't have a clue about guitars. We can blag. Obviously, like a salesman, we could just like blag our way through, you know, going into talking about certain things. So, obviously, you know, get invested with the person's things. Yeah, find out what their likes are, and then focus on it, and you know, try to get more information about it. A guitar is an invaluable piece of equipment to a person in the music business. Musicians may make a lot of sacrifices when they're short of cash. Sorry, but they'll always be willing to buy something if it's for their guitar. You got that right. Glad to know we see eye to eye for once, Hyde. We do. I'm looking for something to put the shine back on the old guitar. There's an audition coming up, and I've got to get it shining before then. My guitar's in pretty bad state, real filthy, you know. The stuff I was using before just ran out right before this audition came up. Put me in a real fix. Problem is, these things cost money, and the kind of stuff I'm after is expensive. Be good if there was something cheaper available. There is, Tony. Really? You got something like that? Indeed we do. We have the wax here. I believe that's what we need. The wax will obviously help shine that off. Here, hand Tony the wax. It's wax? It's a brand new product that's guaranteed to put the shine back on anything. Just apply some of this and it'll be gleaming in no time. So this will work on my guitar too. Absolutely. Bet this stuff doesn't come cheap though, right? I thought you'd say that. Thing is, the stuff's very cheap. How cheap? Only $3. $3? It's a deal! Thanks. Here's your cash. Nice doing business with you. $3 from Tony. Be seeing you. Tony goes back into his room. Not too shabby. Glad Tony decided to take one of my items off my hands. Now I've just got to make a sale to one more person and I'll prove my commitment to Ed. Right. So the next person we want to talk to will be Charles, and he's up on the 3rd floor. Charles, the foreign exchange student, wanted to be a director. And he lives in, I believe, if I get my map out. Map. Charles. There we go. 305. And he's the next kind of like best person to kind of like talk to be able to sell an IM. So let's go check him out. Now, originally I think I voiced him as a kind of like a snob, like an English snob, but he's actually French. But I'm not gonna. Yeah, I didn't give him the obnoxious French accent, but I did give him the pompous, you know, sorry, yes, kind of like accent. So I'll go with that. I'll continue with that even.
Mr. Hyde, what do you want?
Have you got a moment?
No. I'm a little busy, actually.
Well, we can apologize for, you know, bothering him then, so. Sorry to have bothered you.
No, it's not a problem. Anyway, I've got plenty of more important things on my mind. In fact, I've got something quite serious to take care of.
Say, Charles. What you got to take care of? Yeah, we'll ask him what he needs to take care of. What you got to take care of?
Will you help me with it?
Well, I'll try, if you think I can.
I broke something.
Yeah? And that something was...
It was a tiny little thing that we were going to use during filming.
I see.
I'm going to lose my job over this, I'm sure. I work part-time helping on a film set. I'm an assistant to the camera staff. There was a prop we planned to use during the filming. It was a fragile piece of pottery. I wasn't paying attention and I broke it. It was an accident.
Calm down. On second thoughts, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
I know. My boss is going to kill me for sure. There aren't any others we can use as replacements either.
Can you tell me how it broke?
Sure. It was a clean break. Right down the middle. I'm usually a really careful person too.
What did the director say?
He told me to go and find a replacement. Of course, I went out and looked, but there weren't any that looked similar. If I can't find one we can use, I'll be fired for sure. This was my big chance. If only there was some way I could return the pot to the way it was.
Hey. Well, I might have something. I may have just the thing for you.
Really?
Indeed we do. I think we should keep it around here somewhere. The super adhesive. I think. Yep. The super strength adhesive. Let's show them this. Yeah. Just check my Twitch. Oh, dang it. So I just need to refresh my thingy again. Although again, 7 viewers. Awesome. Yeah. Welcome to the party. Here, take a look at this. I passed Charles some super adhesive.
Is this some kind of glue?
It's one of the items I'm selling. My guess is that it'll be perfect for fixing things like like that broken pot of yours.
If you're right, and I can fix the pot, we'll be able to use it for the filming after all.
You'd better give it a try.
How much do you want for this?
$3 ought to do it.
Here you go.
It's all there. Thanks. See, $3 from Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. I'll give it a try. I'll use it and head right to the studio.
Charles leaves. Great. I managed to sell one of my items to Charles. That's that. I sold items to 2 people living here in the building. Maybe now Ed will cut me some slack. No time to waste. I'll get him on the phone right away. Alright, let's head back. Back to our place. And give Ed our mission complete. Kind of like a report. Nice. Time to get my job back.
Red Crown, how may I help you?
It's me. Is Ed around?
Yes, I'll just grab him.
What do you want, Hyde? Sorry. Frog in the throat again. What do you want, Hyde? What do you want, Hyde?
Just wanted to let you know I've passed your little test. I sold some of my items to the people living here.
You did you? Faster than I expected to.
I worked out what they needed and offered some suitable items from my stock.
Clever. So you finally realized what it takes to sell things, huh? Well, congrats. You're no longer fired. Now get your ass over to the office, pronto.
Hang on, Ed. There's a favor I need to ask you.
I'm fresh out of favors, Hyde. Don't push it.
Let me stay here and work instead of coming back to the office.
And naturally, you must have a good reason for that.
You'd found out sooner or later. I took the order from that mysterious client. So I want to stay here until I get to the bottom of it.
So you know who the client is now, I suppose?
No, I haven't figured that part out yet. But I've been promised some more information about that and the reward soon.
Just tell me why, Hyde. Why are you so hell-bent on completing this order? I mean, the thing went missing 25 years ago. What makes you think you can find it now?
I'm not sure, but the order must come straight to me for a reason. The person who sent it to me must believe that I can get to the bottom of it. You probably heard from my mom by now, but the case on Dad's murder will be reopened. I've been thinking about it, and here's what I believe. Something tells me that if I can locate the item on the order sheet, I can find out more about his death.
You mean, you think this is all connected? Come on, you're reaching a bit, aren't you?
Just call it a gut feeling.
Gut feeling, huh? That's the Hyde I know. Alright.
Or actually, it should be.
That's the car I know, alright.
Excuse me.
Okay, you won me over. I'll let you deal with this order, despite my better judgment. The only condition is that you come up with the goods without fail. From today onwards, that crummy apartment you call home is your office.
Roger that, Ed.
Aside from the stuff you're already got Rachel looking into, is there anything else you'd find useful for your investigations?
You ever heard of a guy named Frank Raver? He's older than you. Used to be an LAPD cop.
Frank Raver? The name rings a bell. But I can't put a face to him. Why are you interested in him?
He lives in this building. He's been looking into the events that happened 13 years ago. Seems he's keen on solving the case that never got solved. The victim's name was Kathy McGrath. She was the wife of the hotel's owner.
Okay. I'll see what I can call in a couple of favors and dig up some dirt on the guy.
I owe you one, Ed. Yeah. Joe Thief just mentioned in the chat, and I actually saw it because I actually have my Twitter up on my PC while here, and I just noticed it as well, and I'm pissed. And I think I might need to quickly do that after the stream is done. Hopefully, I should be okay, and I'll talk about it in a minute. Things are looking up. Seems I can focus my efforts on that order now. Before I do anything, though, I better put all these things back in my box. And the clock rolls over to 1 p.m. So yeah, what Joe Thief is mentioning is that Amazon UK has started taking orders on Sonic Mania Collector's Edition. And I only just pre-ordered the blasted US one for the PC. Just, you know, a little more than about a few weeks ago, and now I'm pissed. Yay! So now I have to cancel that, and now pre-order this if it's still in order, and I need to get the right version, obviously. So yay! Anyway, I'll get onto that as soon as the stream's over. I think it's time I try to find out a bit more about this building. When I think about who's likely to know the most about the history of this place, the one who springs to mind is Sydney, the cafe owner. That reminds me, I haven't eaten anything since this morning. Maybe I'll head down there and grab a bite to eat. Best place to start. Okay. Actually, did that automatically send on that? I'll keep the earnings with me, just in case. Just in case. Okay. We are going downstairs. Nobody around. Okay. Not gonna bump into anyone. Oh, I forgot there's an elevator. Looks like the place is empty.
Hi there. Coming in. Welcome to Lucky's Cafe.
Hi, Claire. Why do they always have to... You know, they obviously know each other a lot more, so... You know, she doesn't have to do the...
Welcome to Lucky's Cafe. I'm bubbly.
What's today's coffee?
It's straight.
Mandolin? Is that how it's pronounced? I have no idea.
It's straight mandolin. It's from Indonesia, and it has a distinct aroma, and and a strong taste to match.
Sounds good. I'll take one of those, and a large plate of pasta carbonara.
Let me guess. You want that with mushrooms and coarsely ground pepper?
Perfect.
You got it, Mr. Hyde. Feel free to take your usual seat too.
Thanks. Oh my god. Speaking of food, I definitely need to get some what was it? Thingy. What's its face? Food, just pizza. I have a pizza I need to eat tonight, so yeah, I've got that on my mind now. Because now food brings a hell of a lot. It's been a while since I had lunch here on a Monday. Mondays.
Here you go. Today's coffee. And a plate of carbonara. The pastor's fettuccine? I think that's how it's pronounced. And the bacon is hand smoked by my dad.
It looks and smells wonderful.
Sure does. Enjoy.
Wink. Claire leaves the table and heads off elsewhere. There's a freshly made cup of coffee and a piping hot plate of carbonara on the table. Man, I can't get enough of this smell. Thank God the 3DS doesn't emit these smells, or else I'll be hungry. I mean, it's like, guys, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and I'm gonna go grab myself something to eat. So I'll be right back.
Hi there, Mr. Hyde.
Huh? Oh, hi, Sydney.
How are you enjoying today's coffee?
The initial taste pretty mild, but it certainly has some depth to it.
Doesn't it just? It's not everyone who can discern the taste of manhandling. Whatever.
I like the full body texture too.
You really know your coffee, Mr. Hyde.
Plus, the carbonara is something else.
Glad you mentioned it. It's one of my own creations.
Is that pride I'm sensing?
You got it. This place prides itself on the food as well as the coffee, you know. Friendly staff too, and the best service you'll find anywhere around these parts.
It's got everything.
Be that as it may, I still can't believe we had to close the place at the end of the month.
Sydney.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to come out quite that loudly.
Have you found a new place to set the cafe up yet?
No, not yet. Not yet, unfortunately. To be honest, just thinking about it gives me a headache. After 12 years of slogging at it here, I'd kindly and hoped I'd never have to move. Can't say I've looked forward to starting all over again.
12 years. That's quite a run.
If you had to add that to the time I spent working at the old place, it's 18 years in total.
You know all about this place when it was a hotel, right?
That's right.
There's some stuff I'd like to know about then. Can you tell me what kind of hotel it was?
Actually, I can do better than that. I got a picture of if you'd like to see.
Even better. Off it goes.
Here it is in all its glory. That's how the place looked 13 years ago.
Take the 1967 hotel photo from Sydney. Who knows, maybe a 13-year-old photo of the hotel will come in handy. Mind if I hang on to this for a while?
Not at all. Just bring it back when you're done.
So he says his piece and moves away from the table. And now it's fun. Wow, time be a flowing. It be flowing fast. Okay, December 22nd, the afternoon after lunch at Lucky's Cafe. I decided I needed some fresh air and headed into town. It's that time of the year again. The streets are packed with people looking for presents. Before I even know it, I've taken myself into a back alley away from all the commotion. It's not long before I find myself going into an old movie theater nearby. This place is great. It only plays classic films. This time it's a western. Mean-looking guy with a heart of gold saves a village from bandits. Everyone loves him. The woman and the kid want him to stay, but he knows he's gotta move on. Brilliant stuff. In a certain light, the profile of the star reminds me a little of my dad. I let out a sigh. By the time I leave the place, the sun's nearly set and the night is creeping in. Back at Cape West. Remembering my dad has left me feeling a little heavy-hearted. I shambled back home. The building looks decrepit, like it knows its days are numbered. I look up. I notice the light in one of the windows on the 4th floor. Is someone up there? Somebody up there? Are they messing around? Huh? Somebody's coming down the stairs. Who the hell's that?
Hello there.
Who are you?
What's the matter? Too good to even say hello? Not that I mind. I'm Will White from room 306.
Will White. So this is Will White. After giving the guy a good looking over, I seem to recall seeing him once before.
I must apologize. It's a shame you didn't remember my name. Especially, I know exactly who you are. You live in room 202, Mr. Hyde, right?
That's right. Sorry I didn't recognize you just now.
It's no problem. Don't give a second thought. I'm a salesman myself. I spend so much time away from here on business. It's no wonder most of the others in this building don't recognize me.
Seems like a do-gooder gentleman type. Exact polar opposite of the type of salesman I am.
I look forward to becoming a closer acquaintance with you, Mr. Hyde. But as you know, we're both about to leave this place. Looks like the most appropriate thing we can say would be along the lines of, "It's a shame."
You got that right.
Excuse me if I'm a little forward, Mr. Hyde, but about leaving this place. Have you heard any further information about from Miss Patrice? I'm especially interested in finding out exactly why she's decided to sell all of a sudden.
She just said that it's tough for one woman alone to run a place like this. Not to mention the recent bout of trouble that's been happening.
I see. I can fully appreciate how running this place alone could take it out of you. In fact, recently I've been disturbed by noises coming from the floor above at night. I wanted to ask her to take a look, because I can't imagine what could be causing it. Please excuse me, I must be going.
Will descends the stairs and disappears, or ascends the stairs and disappears out of sight. Will White, a man who certainly likes the sound of his own voice.
And that voice sounds like this. It's very shit. Not very gentlemanlike.
what you told me about the noise and the light I saw just now. Might be wise to go up and have a look. Okay. Well, let's head on up. Just go up these stairs. Huh? The fire door's open. Find out who's this then. Huh? The door's open. 406 is open. Or 405, sorry. But before we continue, I'm going to do a quick save in our emergency slot. Just to be on the safe side. Okay. Someone's here. Looks like Dylan. The man calls out without turning around. Is that you, Mr. Hyde? Dylan? I thought it'd be you. Looks like I need to add clairvoyance to the list of what handyman can do. I just figured there's only one person around that here who'd sneak in here like that. Guess I was right too. Yeah, you got me. You took a look around up on the fourth yesterday, right, Mr. Hyde? Yeah, I did a bit of snooping. I noticed the door for 404 was unlocked, so I went inside. You went into 404? Huh. I wonder who the culprit is. I wonder who the culprit is. Oh, come on. Do I really need to put on a Crichton voice for Dylan? Well, Mr. Hyde. Actually, you know what? I'll do that from now on. So give him a Crichton voice, or a very bad interpretation of a Crichton voice. Hey. Culprit for what? Yeah, that's the question. For causing a ruckus up here. Thanks to whoever it was, Mr. White from 306 complained about it to me. Because of that, Mrs. Patrice ordered me to find the cause of the noises. As if I don't have enough to do. Okay, let's find out more. What kind of complaint was made? Apparently, there was some sort of loud noise all of a sudden from this floor. Mr. White has woken up by it and decided to complain. That explains what he was telling me when we spoke a little earlier. I got the impression that it doesn't take much to get his pennies in a bunch. It's the kind of guy who pays too much attention to even the tiniest things. Always ready to complain. To tell the truth, I don't really get on with him. I couldn't agree more. And I've only ever spoken to him properly once. Yeah, he's a right smeghead, ain't he? Ow. My reflexes are becoming more automatic. That's comforting. I'm glad it's not just me being pretty about something. Or petty about something. Comforting. Yeah. You see, after we just last chatted, I thought that you
you're a really interesting guy. And I wanted to continue our conversation from before. It's not just me either, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Raver from 302 also said something about having a chat with you.
Okay. So what do you want to talk about? Why do you want to continue our conversation?
After I found out you used to be a detective, I really wanted to hear more about the kind of things you did back on the force.
Well, pretty sure you'd be bored by most of the stories I'd have to tell you.
I really doubt that. I want to hear stories from real cases, evidence, clues, and that sort of thing.
Dylan, I'm serious. Sorry to disappoint you. Or sorry to disappoint, but I really don't have anything exciting to share.
Really? That's a shame.
What does Frank want? What does Frank want to talk? Why does Frank want to talk to me?
I would have thought it's because he knows you used to be a detective too. You and he must have a lot in common.
So should I assume that you told him about my past as well?
Yeah, I told him, but only because he asked me.
When did he do that?
It was just this morning, actually. He asked what kind of man you were. This is what I told him. I said you used to be a cop back in Manhattan. Then 4 years back, you shot your partner, quit the force, and became a salesman. Should I have kept my mouth shut?
Yeah, you should have.
Right. I better get going. I better be going. Not sure how it happened, but it seems the noise came from a knocked over floor light. We may as well leave this room together, Mr. Hyde.
Actually, I appreciate some time to have a quick look around.
You want to look around in here?
If possible, yeah.
Sure, go ahead. As long as you don't damage anything. I'll lock the place up later. Be seeing you, Mr. Hyde. Toodle pip.
Oh. What happened? Huh? What the hell was that? Ah. Something just knocked over. Seems like this knocked over. The doorknob has fallen onto the carpet. So this has come off. I picked up the doorknob. Simple enough. Dresser's desperate need and attention. These old-fashioned dressers must have been all the rage when this place was furnished. Stools left on the floor. There's a hole in the material. There's a lamp lying broken on the floor. Okay. That's just the bathroom. Ah. There's a doorknob here. There's a doorknob that's missing. The doorknob's come off. This can't be good. Maybe I can reattach it somehow. Doorknob, use. That should do it. Okay, so in this puzzle, it's a little complicated. So now we just need to have it aligned a little bit. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, that should be it. So yeah, you align it, and you obviously match the pattern to, to the knob, and in some ingenious workmanship. Obviously, just like in the first game, of course, you have to think outside of the box. And with that, you close over the DS, leave it for a few moments, and reopen it. Boom! How ingenious is that? Come on, you gotta be impressed by that, guys. Come on, it's like that's like fourth wall kind of like, thinking, you know. Anyone? No? Okay, fine. I'm just moving on. Okay, now I should be able to get this door open. Okay. So that's that done. So let's get out of here. Okay. Oh, it's my pager. Better head back to my room. We'll do that. Huh? There's somebody standing in the hallway, and when you know it's Tony. I can notice him a mile off. What do you want, Tony? Hey there. Hi, Tony. How's that wax you bought? It's perfect. Just tried a little out earlier, and my guitar was shiny in no time. That's good to hear. It certainly is. But more importantly than that, hehe. Okay. Wait, what are you smiling about? Hey, Tony. What's with all the smiles? Were you riding the Smiler? Hey, Tony. What's with all the smiles? Hide, hide, hide! You really are a sly one, man. You're not making any sense. What do you mean? Come on! There's no need to be modest about it. I saw, man. What did you see? I went to see you in your room, but instead caught a peek at some hot chick. What? What did she look like? Well, she had long blonde hair. Anything else? Yeah, she was smoking. I mean, she was petite and slender. Got any ideas? I've got plenty of ideas, but... Remembered then, have you? When did you see her? I don't know. About 30 minutes ago. She was just hanging around outside your room. Did you speak to her? Well, I wanted to. But as soon as I opened my mouth, she ran off. Sorry, but I got split. There's somewhere I need to be. Tony says his piece and leaves. Alright. I got a good idea who that might have been. Like, she, a little shy, just went off and whatnot. Just blonde hair and whatnot. Oh, hello. Huh? There's a note in my door. I removed the note. It's been jammed into the door. It reads, "Missed you. I'll drop in another time. Mila." So it was Mila, as I thought as well. Let's head on. Give us a call. Oh, time to give Rachel a call. But first, there's a light. Light's lit on my answering phone. Let's hear that first. Okay. I hear a man's voice on the tape. It sounds familiar somehow.
You must deliver the Scarlet Star to whoever's responsible for Kathy McGrath's death.
I know that voice.
For information on the reward, check under table B in Lucky's Cafe at 7 p.m. tonight. Or today. Today, whatever.
Alright. Deliver the Scarlet Star to whoever's responsible for Kathy's death. Regarding the reward, be in Lucky's Cafe at 7 and look beneath table B. What the hell is this? Some sort of joke? It's my pager again. Yeah, hold your horses, Rachel.
Red Crown, how may I help you?
It's me.
Ed's been waiting to talk to you. Ed's been wanting to talk to you, Eden. I'll pass you over.
Rachel, before you pass me over, I need to ask you about something.
What is it?
I just heard that Mila came to my room while I was out. She left me a note saying she'd try again later.
Really? She was there? She must have gone straight to your place after arriving in LA. I'm supposed to be meeting her shortly.
That's good. Could you let her know I got the note?
Sure thing, sweetie. Okay, I'm passing you over to Ed now.
Get my vocal cords ready again.
I got some info for you, Hyde. It's about the reopening of your father's case. I managed to get some time with a friend of the mayor's, and we had a chat.
Did they say why they chose now of all times to reopen the case?
The LAPD are eager to put the decisiveness of candidate Hugh Speck to the test, and to begin a huge crackdown on a certain organized crime syndicate. As a grand opening to his campaign, they decided that one of the most infamous unsolved cases in recent history would be apt.
Excuse me.
As it turns out, one of the most prominent ones on their list happened to be your dad's.
Ed, are you trying to tell me that the organized crime syndicate thereafter is...
You got it, Hyde. It's Nile. They had their eyes on that group since the event at Hotel Dusk a year ago.
This is crazy. They seriously think my dad's death is connected in some way to Nile?
Trust me, I was shocked too when I heard it. When I found your dad's body in that parking lot 25 years ago, we discovered that he'd been killed elsewhere roughly 2 days before, then moved. There were no witnesses, and no obvious signs leading to the murder. We were stuck. We searched the suitcase we found at the scene and officially identified him. It was Chris Hyde. My superior at the time was keen to put this case to rest and told me to tie things up. This is what he said to me. He said that a small-time case like this wasn't worth the time and effort. I can't believe that it may have had some sort of connection to Nile. In fact, that connection has only just become apparent to me.
Was your superior Hugh Speck?
Yeah, that was him.
I got some interesting information on of my own, Ed. I found out who the recipient for the lost item on that order sheet is.
Yeah? Well, who's the lucky guy?
According to the client, I'm supposed to hand it to whoever was responsible for the murder that happened here 13 years ago, Kathy McGrath's murderer.
They want you to deliver the IM to the murderer in an unsolved case?
That's what it looks like, or that's what it sounds like.
Now it's starting to make sense. The client, whoever they are, wants more than just an IM. They want you to investigate the events in the building's past too.
So it seems.
There's something that doesn't sit right with me about all this, Hyde.
I know what you mean.
I'm still looking into Frank Raver. I'll call you when I have something.
Got it. Oh, jeez, that really doing my vocal cords. Alright, cool. Alright, awesome. So, thanks to LP Brandon, or Let's Player Brandon, however he wants to be called. Yeah, he's basically just hosting me now, so thanks. Also, what is it? He's gotta be watching me through his own channel. So, hope you are enjoying the playthrough and whatnot. Having a good time, having some laughs, have a drink of your own beverage, as I'm going to do right now. And whatnot, and hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. Okay. Now, my buzzer suddenly sounds. Who's that? Who is that? Who is that? Ah, it's Frank. You were the last person I expect to see. What do you want? What do you want?
I just wanted you to return my tape. Tony informed me that it's in your possession. Hand it over.
He's got a point. I did get it from Tony yesterday. Sure. Okay. Where is your tape? Frank's tape. There we go. Doo-doo-doo. And Frank's tape back to.
Yes, that's my tape, all right. Perhaps you'd care to tell me how my tape entered your possession, Mr. Hyde. I'd be very glad to know.
What did Tony tell you?
He told me to ask you. Now please enlighten me. Why did you have my tape?
Simple. I found it. I'm not beating around the bush. I'm just saying I found it. Nah, I found it. Fuck you. I found it.
Where exactly?
In the laundry.
Was it together with my tape recorder?
No, I came across the tape after I returned your tape recorder to you.
And that's your story, is it?
What makes you think I'd have a reason to lie to you about something like that? Think about it. What would I have to gain?
Ellipses.
Okay.
Mr. Hyde, when Tony summoned me to the 4th floor yesterday, he said he had some business. Except when I arrived at the designated spot, it wasn't Tony I met, but you. Tony decided not to make an appearance. Then today, he came to my room and asked me to forget all about the day before. He also told me that you had my tape and then left. I can't claim to understand what that man is thinking, Mr. Hyde.
Well, you'll get no answers from me. I can barely work him out either. If you really want to try and find out, you're going to have to ask him.
That much we can agree on. Anyway, I feel we've concluded our business.
Hold on, Mr. Raver. I have something I want to ask you.
Do you now?
You're not going to be happy about this, but I listened to your tape.
You did what?
Yeah, I listened. and what I heard surprised me. It seems you're trying to solve the murder that happened here 13 years ago. I'd like to know why you're so interested in that case, Mr. Raver.
You really want to know? Well, tough. It has nothing to do with you.
Maybe not, but I'm still curious. There's more to this case than I originally thought.
More, you say? More? More? It seems you haven't been able to rid yourself of your acute detective senses. There's more S's in there. Normal people would just accept that it has nothing to do with them and move on. But a detective views things differently. And once he gets the scent, he has to act. I saw the changes in your eyes when you heard. This sense is more a curse than a blessing.
It's as you say, Mr. Raver. I'm forced to ask these questions.
I understand. Nevertheless, I'll tell you straight. Stop pursuing me in my investigations, and cease trying to go after those connected to this crime.
Oh, I'm still gonna ask you questions. Fuck you. Who's connected to this crime?
It seems you've not taken my advice, Mr. Hyde.
Spit it out.
Take a look at this photograph.
It's a picture of a funeral.
Yes, the funeral of one of the people who found Kathy McGrath's body.
Let's see the funeral photo.
If you look really carefully, there's someone in the picture I'm sure you'll recognize. Mr. Hyde, I'm forced to stop you interfering any further. Therefore, I appreciate it if you could avoid hindering me. Do not obstruct my investigations any further, and stay away from the people you see in this picture.
Okay. I'll take a long, hard look at the picture. Just one more thing I need to ask you, Mr. Raver.
And that is?
What can you tell me about Condor?
You mean to say you don't know what Condor is?
I wouldn't be asking if I did.
I shall repeat what I just said. Leave my investigations alone. That's all I have to say.
Frank leaves the room. Okay. Yeah, so he was inside. So let's look at that picture then. Examine. What am I supposed to be looking for? Who's that in the back? Oh wait. Sorry. That wasn't the person I was pointing at. There's Mari. Hold on. I'll look right behind her. Rex? What's Rex doing in the photo? Indeed. It is a question that needs to be answered. Mari Rivette is in the picture. And not just her. Rex Foster is there too. What possible connection could the two of them have have had 13 years ago? It's now 7 p.m. We now need to go downstairs. Damn it. Stupid thing. Coolios. Right. I slump myself into my ancient sofa and drift off into my thoughts. An unsolved case. What do I hope to reveal by looking into such an old case? 7 o'clock already? I better make a move. Wouldn't want to miss my chance for some more information. Or more info. Information. Same difference. It's an abbreviated word. Huh? The door of room 203 is open. I can hear someone's voice from inside. I know that voice. That dress looked good on you. I had a great time yesterday. After the voices, or what's that? I think that might be a female voice. Doesn't matter. After the voices stop, somebody leaves the room.
I'll see you soon.
I'll wait at the same shop as before. Hey, Betty. Betty.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hyde.
Have you got a moment?
What can I do for you? What can I do for you?
I'm a little curious about the guy who left your room just now.
Oh, you saw, did you?
Yeah.
His name's Rex.
What's your connection with him? What's your connection with him, Betty?
Connection?
Are you and he and I am or something?
Mr. Hyde, I don't want to be rude, but you're beginning to sound like my dad.
Her dad.
But anyway, Rex is a regular customer at my shop. We've been out for dinner more times than I can remember, and sometimes go drinking too. And recently, we've decided to make a go for it and become a couple.
Don't take this the wrong way, but do you know what kind of guy he is, Betty? He's not exactly the...
Are you going to tell me he's dangerous?
Actually, I was.
You don't have to worry about me, Mr. Hyde. I know how to choose my men. Rex has a strong personality, isn't afraid to spend his cash, and knows how to treat a lady. He may be a bit tough around the edges, but he's lonely and a sucker for the soft touch. Trust me, Mr. Hyde. I know what I'm getting myself into. I could wrap him around my little finger, but there's no way he could do the same.
That's comforting.
What does that mean?
Lonely and a sucker for the soft touch, eh? Doesn't that describe you, Betty?
I'm going back to my room.
Okay. What's that rat up to this time? I'll find out later. Possibly. So, yeah, we just gotta go straight down to the cafe. Yep, there's Claire. Time for me to check out Table B. Should talk to Claire right now. Oh boy. Hey Claire, which one is Table B?
It's the one that's second closest to the kitchen.
Okay, second closest to the kitchen. This one. Aha. something stuck under the table. What could this be? It looks like some sort of letter. I take the reward letter from underneath the table. Must have been written on an old-fashioned typewriter. It reads, "The reward for finding the item is the truth of 25 years ago. You'll find part of the truth included here." The truth of 25 years ago. There's something else here. It looks like an extract from an old newspaper. The extract is from 1955 and reads, "On December 17th, early in the morning, a body was discovered in a downtown parking lot near the city hall. The victim appears to have been shot. After initial forensic checks, it was determined that the victim, a man in his 30s, bled to death after receiving a gunshot wound to the chest. The police believed that he was murdered elsewhere, roughly 2 days before, and that he was moved to the parking lot soon after being murdered." My God, this is about my dad. Is this really part of the truth of 25 years ago? So the sender of this letter is trying to say that if I locate the Scarlet Star, I'll also be able to close the case surrounding my dad's death? Huh? Starting at the page, I noticed that the T's are higher than the other letters. I wonder if this is the same as the original order sheet I received. I thought so. The T's are higher than here as well. It pretty much confirms that these two letters were typed on the same typewriter. Who could have written it? Someone's dangling the truth of 25 years ago in front of my face. Who would do that? Most likely it's whoever sat in this seat today. Maybe Claire can shed some light on who that was. Well, let's find out. Claire! I need to bend your ear. Claire, can I ask you something?
Sure, what is it?
Did someone sit at that table today?
Yeah, there was someone.
Who was it?
Let me think.
Is it coming back to you?
Oh, right. I remember both Charles and Dylan sitting there.
Charles and Dylan.
There might have been other customers who sat there too, but I can't remember. Sorry.
I see.
But tell me, Mr. Hyde, why are you so interested?
No reason. Just curious.
Okay, if you say so.
Claire finished talking and walked away. Might be wise to have a chat with both of them. Okay, that's fine. Let's find out where they are. I would use the elevator, but I'm a lazy ass. Right. I think both Dylan and Charles are in on this floor here. So yeah. Okay. Give Charles the first nod, being that he's closest. Okay. Yeah, have you got a moment? Oh,
Oh,
Oh, Mr. Hyde. Hello.
You seem to be in a good mood.
Yes, I am. I'm still happy about that adhesive you sold me, Mr. Hyde. It worked perfectly. I used it to repair the broken parts, and we were able to use it during the filming after all. It looks like you only sell the best products, Mr. Hyde.
Glad it came in handy.
I must go now, Mr. Hyde.
Just a minute.
What is it?
I've got something I want to ask you. Did you take a trip to the cafe today?
Yes, I did.
And did you say at table B near the counter?
Yes. But why are you asking me about where I sat?
So was it you, Charles? Did you stick the envelope to the underside of the table?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Hyde. Please explain yourself.
So you really have no idea?
Please, Mr. Hyde, do you have a reason to doubt what I'm telling you?
I just wanted to ask. Are you sure you're telling me the truth?
How do you expect me to answer when I have no idea what you're talking about?
So it wasn't you who stuck the envelope to the underside of the table in the cafe?
How many times do I have to tell you? I have no idea what you're saying.
I see. Do you see anyone at the table before you sat there?
Yes, there was someone.
Who was it?
It was Dylan from 304. When I arrived at the cafe, he was already there. After he left that table, I sat down there. Do you understand, Mr. Hyde? I really don't know anything about any envelope.
Yeah, I guess you don't. Sorry for getting on your case like that.
I'm glad to see you finally seen sense. Goodbye, Mr. Hyde.
Okay. So it must have been Dylan who placed the envelope underneath the table. I'm going to get some answers from him. Come out of that. And I'm believing Dylan is this room? 30... that... Huh? Room 306's door is open. Oh, it's him. Why, hello there, Mr. Hyde. Oh, it's you. This is the last place I'd expect to bump into you. What brings you out this way? Nothing much. I sometimes come up to the third floor to call on people. Well then, that explains it. I had no idea you were on good terms with the residents on this floor. Tell me, it wouldn't be Dylan from 304 that you'd come to see, would it? Maybe. Well, if it is. I hate to give out unwanted advice, Mr. Hyde, but you should keep your wits about you when dealing with him. What's that supposed to mean? He seems to have an unhealthy obsession with acquiring information on other tenants. His persistence is that he's doing work on behalf of Mrs. Patrice, but he takes advantage of this and tends to monitor the tenants' movements. I speak from experience, Mr. Hyde. I've seen this type before. I'd advise you to keep well away from him if you know what's good for you. But I'm sorry. Listen to me talking your ear off. I really must be going, Mr. Hyde. Farewell. Will moves away and heads down the stairs. Nope.
Hey, Mr. Hyde.
Huh?
I noticed you were chatting to Mr. White just now.
Yeah, that's right.
What were you talking about?
Nothing. Just greeting each other.
Really? It sounded like a very loud greeting. Long greeting, then.
Yeah, we don't see each other that often.
Are you sure that's all you did? As far as I knew, you and Mr. White didn't even know each other before. It just seems strange that you'd spend so much time with a person you barely knew.
Listen, Dylan. Were you trying to eavesdrop again?
Eavesdrop?
You have a nasty habit of always being around when people are talking. How many times have you been conveniently located nearby when I'm having a conversation? It's happened once too often for my liking.
It's not like that.
I think it's time you came clean, Dylan.
I haven't got anything to come clean about.
You really expect me to believe that?
Well,
Speak up, I can't hear you.
I really haven't got anything to tell you.
Spill it out, now! Why are you trying to listen in on my conversations? Ellipses.
Please, tell me what you think I've done, Mr. Hyde. I don't take too kindly to being accused without a good reason.
You what? Dylan looks dumbstruck as he returns to his room. Fucking hell. It's like I've got a question I need to answer. Get out of here.
Who is it?
I can hear Dylan's voice ring out from within the room. It's me, Kyle Hyde.
I don't want anything to do with you.
You're so mean! Sorry. Dylan, we need to talk. Now open this door.
Go away and leave me alone.
Damn it, Dylan! Open the damn door! Dylan! So, I would have gone for a more thumping. I hear the footsteps of somebody approaching from down the hallway. Oh dear.
Will you kindly keep the noise down? I mean, why would you want to make such a noise outside a person's room at this hour? You're just being a nuisance to everyone.
I got business to take care of with Dylan, but he refuses to open the door.
And what is this business you have with him then? Has he done something?
It's between me and him. Huh? Suddenly the door of 304 swings open. Oh, hello, Mr. Hyde. I didn't know you were still there. Or still here. What do you mean you didn't know? It's nothing for you to worry about, Mr. Raver. My buzzer's busted, and I can't always hear when a guest arrives.
I see. So it was the buzzer. You spend too much time fixing other people's things. Maybe you neglected your own. Ah.
Brian makes his way back to his room.
Come in. We can talk inside.
About time, too. Okay. I think we're gonna have a little bit of a showdown with Dylan. Maybe. I don't know. Listen, Dylan.
What do you want with me?
Why did you suddenly decide to open the door and let me in?
Simple. I didn't want Mr. Raver to start jumping to the wrong conclusions. That's why. He used to be a detective. He'd just go round poking his nose in.
I've noticed that you use the word detective a lot when we talk, Dylan.
Do I? Can't say I've noticed.
It may be only a hunch, but are you fixated on me and Mr. Raver because you're really into cops and the lifestyle that goes with it?
Exactly.
Then maybe you'd like to tell me why you're so keen on monitoring the other tenants.
It's natural. Everyone likes to know what other people get up to. That's all it is. I'm not some sort of stalker, you know.
Right, now we can answer this question. Or get this question answered. Dylan, you went to Lucky's Cafe today, right?
Yeah, I went down there.
So you know all about the letter I found there, too.
Letter? What letter?
The one that was attached to the underside of table B.
Ah, right, that letter.
That letter. So he does know about it?
Just as I suspected.
Tell me everything you know about that letter. I don't know anything about it. Don't lie to me. You put it there, didn't you? You think I put it there? You bet your ass I do. What's so funny? Listen to yourself and your stories. My stories? Yeah, they're amusing. So, what did the envelope have inside? Was it some sort of clue or something? Dylan! Come on, Mr. Hyde. What did it have inside? You can tell me. I can keep a secret. Come on. Ah, boy. Sorry, I'm being distracted by the chat. Sorry. Yeah. I'm gonna have to ignore that. Because obviously, this kind of harkens back to earlier in the game, where he also tried to prod us for information. It's like, and he's just like, yeah, and he's like, tell me what happened, tell me. And it's like, it doesn't seem like he knows. Please, Mr. Hyde. Can you just give me a hint? You can tell me something about what you found, can't you? Give it a rest, Dylan. I've just about had enough with you. We're through talking. Huh? What did I do? I must have made a mistake. I'm sorry I gave you the wrong impression. Didn't mean to get you excited over nothing. I'll catch you later, Dylan. That's just like how the others act. They treat me like I'm some sort of idiot. They think I don't know anything. Dylan. But they're wrong, Mr. Hyde. I know lots of things. Such as... like I knew there was a letter stuck under that table. Aha. So you do know something. Who left it there? Tell me. Sorry, even I don't know that. Shame. If you knew that, maybe we could have talked some more. Mr. Hyde, why are you so keen on finding out about that letter anyway? Forget it, Dylan. We got no more to discuss. The letter may not have had a sender, but I know it didn't come from you. Huh? The letter didn't have a sender? Mr. Hyde, are you telling me that you received an unmarked letter too? What are you trying to say? I'm trying to say, did you receive a threatening letter as well? He knows something. I'm sure of it. Well, and now we're in the, intense mode now. So let's get into it. Who's being threatened? Maybe you should just forget I said anything. Too late for that, Dylan. Is somebody in this apartment being threatened? Damn. I didn't want to tell anyone. Who is it? I can't say. Tell me. It's her. Mrs. Patrice. She's being threatened? Yeah, that's right. Why would anyone want to threaten her? I haven't a clue. I haven't got a clue. I can tell you for a fact somebody is doing just that. There I go again, running my mouth off. Now what am I going to do? I really didn't want to tell anyone about the threat. I'm begging you, Mr. Hyde. Please don't breathe a word of this to anyone. Well, let's find out more info about it, though. How do you know about the threats to Max? Or a threat to Max? I came across it one day. came across it how?
I'd gone to Mrs. Patrice's room to fix something. And there was a phone call. I can tell you that the phone call in question was definitely threatening. It only lasted a short time before cutting off, too. Mrs. Patrice's face turned pale and her hands began to shake. From that point on, I made it my job to look over her. It was also from that time that unmarked letters and packages began to arrive. Not long after the phone call, Mrs. Patrice had made her decision to sell this place.
So does Max even know that you were there to witness the threat? Has she mentioned it at all?
I don't think she registered that I was there. I just kept quiet as a mouse.
Hey. Well, can't really tease him for saying that, you know, is this just one god game to you and whatnot? No, that's the wrong way of putting it. We need more information, so. Did you think it would be bad for you if she knew?
Of course I did. If she knew that I'd overheard that phone call, she'd certainly stop asking me to perform all those little maintenance jobs around here. Not only that, I'm sure she'd have made me leave way before we all vacated. She's that kind of person. I know plenty of her secrets, Mr. Hyde, and I'm not just talking about the threat.
Let's find out more about that then. What kind of things do you know?
Stuff about the past. I could tell you things, Mr. Hyde. Things about Mrs. Patrice's past.
Then enlighten me.
Everyone has a past, all right, but hers is more interesting than most.
Well, let us find out.
I know you don't exactly trust me, Mr. Hyde, but I can assure you, I did not send you any unmarked letters. I want you to believe me. I'm not the sort of person who goes around threatening others.
Is that so?
It is. If you think it'll help you solve this mystery, I'll tell you about Mrs. Patrice's secrets. On one condition, though. You share me that what was in that letter you found. So, have we got a deal?
I'll think about it. I got somewhere to be. I made my way out of Dylan's room. Yeah, so we don't follow up on that. Why did Dylan have to go and set me off with all that talk of secrets and stuff? And Max, could she be connected in some way? Connected to the incident that happened all those years ago? I think it's time I gather my thoughts about all that's happened. Indeed we will. So, this is the time where you can play along and find out if you're paying attention to the stream. Okay? So here we go. December 22nd, Ed woke me up with a phone call in the morning. He said he was willing to take me back to work for Red Crown, but on one condition. What did he want me to do? Was it sell items to 2 tenants? Sell more than 2 items to 1 tenant? Or sell 2 items to 1 tenant? So, sell items to 2 tenants, sell more than 2 items to 1 tenant, or sell 2 items to 1 tenant. Do you know that? Do you know? Do you understand? Indeed he is. Indeed he was curious about that letter, Brandon. But yeah, what say you? Well, it's kind of obvious. Sell items to 2 tenants. Right, that's what he said. He told me to sell items to 2 people in the building, then get him on the phone. Once I completed his task, I called him to let him know. I also took the opportunity to discuss the mysterious order sheet I'd received. Ed eventually agreed to let me pursue the order and try to locate the Scarlet Star. He went on to tell me the reason why the police had reopened my dad's case. He said the case had been reopened due to a connection with a crime syndicate called Red Crown, Nile, or Scarlet Star. Come on, guys. This is obviously an easy one. I mean, come on. Very easy. Yep. Nile. Right. It's called Nile. Nile was the criminal syndicate Bradley was investigating undercover 4 years ago. Exactly how the syndicate was connected to my dad's death was something that neither I nor Ed could imagine. When Frank came to collect the cassette tape I got from Tony, I asked him why he was so keen on investigating what happened 13 years ago. Instead of answering, he gave me a picture and said to stay away from the people in it. I recognized two people in the photograph. One was Marie, or Mari even, and the other was Rex Foster, Chris Hyde, or Hugh Speck. Brandon's doing a good job. He's keeping up. Yeah, Brandon pays attention. But yeah, for this next question, who was it? Rex Foster, Chris Hyde, or Hugh Speck? They're not really hard questions. These, obviously. Aha, Rex. Indeed, Brandon gets another point. See, I love this. I love this interaction. See, this is what I strive for. Right. It was a picture showing a scene at a funeral. There was a much younger Rex among the other attendees. It seems that Rex knew about Mari 13 years ago. And that's one of the things I intend to investigate from now on. On a message left on my answering machine, the recipient of the IM was revealed. Sorry. For information on the reward, I was told to look under table B in Lucky's cafe. When I did so, I found that somebody had attached an envelope under the table. In addition to the letter that explained what the reward was, there was something else. The other item was a 13-year-old picture of the hotel, a note from Mila, or an old newspaper extract. Oh dear. So yeah, a 13-year-old picture of the hotel, a note from Mila, or an old newspaper extract. It'd be kind of awkward for one of those things to be in there, but yeah. But I've got a good feeling who, the answer would be an old newspaper extract. Yes. I'm sure Brandon would have gone that right. Right. There was an extract from an old newspaper inside the envelope. It contained the story surrounding the case where my dad was killed. The letter said that the reward for finding the item was the truth of 25 years ago. This was an offer that certainly got me thinking. When I reread the letter, I noticed something unusual about the typography, whatever. And yes, Brandon was right. I applied some pressure to Dylan when asking him about the unmarked letter. He said that he didn't know anything about it. He went on to say that there was somebody in the building who had received a threat. The person who received the threat was, and we pretty much found out just minutes ago, Mari, Mags, or Betty. I mean, come on, it's kind of obvious. Yep, you got it right. You probably got it right. Yep. It was Mags. Poor old Mags. Right. Dylan told me that someone had issued a threat towards Max. Dylan also said that in exchange for the information on the unmarked letter, he would share some more of the secrets he knew about Mrs. Patrice. I wasn't ready to commit to anything at that moment, so I left. Now there are even more mysteries surfacing in this building. I have to deliver the missing item to whoever's responsible for Kathy McGrath's murder. The reward for finding it is the truth of 25 years ago. I can't stop wondering what the sender of that order sheet really wants. What am I gonna find out about? Yeah, sorry, I'll say that line. What am I gonna find out by unraveling this mystery? I can get my words out. Who in this apartment had a part to play in the events that happened in the past? What little I'd managed to put together in my head's come apart. I was defragmented in that line read. I have to start again and try to uncover the whole truth behind what happened 25 years ago. With that is the end of this chapter. Chapter 5 is now done. And we are going to save our progress. And in doing so, yep, we're going to leave it at that. For the chapter. December 22nd.
Believe. Not believe. The killer is who?
Chapter 6. December 23rd, 1980. Typewriter. So yeah, if you're in the Twitch chat, you're more than welcome to sound off and be a little, vocal and whatnot. December 23rd, Tuesday morning. Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. I'll hit myself for that. Thank you. I'm woken up by the sounds coming from the TV. And that was tomorrow's weather. Huh? What's that noise? Yeah, I must have fallen asleep in front of the TV. Granted, I've done that many times. Now for today's special feature. We take a look at the jewelry robberies that rocked LA 2 decades ago. It was apparent that a crime ring was stealing jewels and selling them on the black market. But the group itself vanished from the face of the earth some 13 years ago. The LAPD are investigating a current spate of jewelry robberies in the area and considering the possibility that they may be connected to these past robberies. This is Robert Harrison for Channel 5 News, signing off. Alright, fine. As I try to pull myself out of bed, I feel the alcohol still lingering in my stomach. It all comes back to me. I remember talking to Dylan, then being invited to the bar by Tony for a few drinks. As I tried to get my thoughts from the day before in order, I made my way over to the window and opened the blinds. The brightness flooded in through the tiny window sets my room aglow. I lean against the window with my eyes half closed, my body bathed in light. As I gradually open them, I see the familiar backdrop come into focus before me. It's a shame that my days of seeing this It's a shame that my days of seeing the first thing in the morning are numbered. Now that I think about it, my mom must have seen a similar sight. After my dad was killed, on the morning Mom and I planned to leave this town, she stood in front of the window in the room she'd once shared with Dad. She said nothing, just stared into the distance. I splashed this is commonplace now. I splashed a couple of handfuls of water onto my face. Then throw on some clothes. The same clothes that I keep wearing. Damn, my throat's so dry. Can't believe I drunk on a Monday night. I'm such a bum. There's only one remedy for this: a trip to the cafe. Let's do that. So yeah, what about that Nintendo Switch, eh? Or as I like to call it, Nintendo Bait and Switch. Because really at the moment we've got practically nothing other than a concept of the model and whatnot. Which, it's questionable. I mean, it's good in concept, but, you know, we won't see the actual kind of like, you know, practicality of how good it is, how efficient it is, how affordable it is, you know, until later. And that's the major questions. That's the major questions that a lot of people should really wait and think and talk about before jumping to conclusions. Okay? Anyway, back to the story. The elevator. Good old Mags. Well, hello there, Mr. Hyde. Looks like the elevator is working again. After all the inconvenience, it has finally been repaired. You and the other residents will be able to make use of it from today onwards. It's a shame that it got repaired so close to when we will have to vacate, though. Even so, this should make it more convenient for everyone when they move their things. I'm sure it will. However, every silver lining has its cloud. The vending machine in the lobby is to be removed tomorrow. I see. That's a shame. I can't tell you how often I made use of that old thing. You were a frequent customer, were you? Miss Patrice, could you delay removing the machine until the last day instead? I love the cool pop from the machine. I think I'm addicted to this stuff. Much as I'd love to do so, Mr. Hyde, I'm afraid I can't. I'm fully appreciative that all the tenants are under a lot of stress and strain, but please don't forget that I am as well. I have so many things to do before then. I wouldn't want there to be any last-minute trouble before I hand this place over. No one's talking in the chat. Oh, we got one viewer. Hi, anonymous viewer. I think the best question would be: has there been any trouble? Has there been any trouble before? Has there been any trouble before? None whatsoever. Well, that's certainly good news then. And before you ask, Mr. Hyde, I haven't brought up the little indiscretion from before. To be completely honest with you, I'd sooner forget about the whole thing. Ugh! Miss Patrice? It's my head. Are you alright? I do apologize. I sometimes have episodes like this. I get a real sharp pain in my head all of a sudden. It's the plot. The plot's giving her migraines. I'm going to have to leave you for now. I need to take my aspirin. Miss Patrice heads back to her room. So it looks like our beloved vending machine's going to disappear tomorrow. Yeah, well, might as well do it some justice and, you know, partake in a beverage. or two. I've got some quarters here. Yeah, there we go. Well, what will it be? Couldn't even do that. Well, we could go for another cool pop, but I'm gonna go for grape this time around. Grape. Nice. Grape juice, an old classic. Open the bottle and glug the whole thing down. That hits the spot. I wonder if I want anything. Ball cap? It's just an ordinary ball cap. Better luck next time, I guess. Oh well. Well, we already got the prize from the thingy, so it's my pager. Oh, I better head back to my room. I haven't got my cup of joe yet. Ah, damn. Gonna at least get my coffee first. Oh, hello. Huh? Ah, it's Tony. Morning! Hey. Have you been out? Just been to the lobby to get something to drink. Woke up with one hell of a dry throat. Sounds like someone can't take their liqueur. I can still feel it sloshing around. Ha ha ha! That's funny, man! Hey, watch it. Come on, you got to admit, you didn't really have that much. Maybe not, but after hearing your song, I think all that bourbon went straight to my head. Good excuse. Well, it was good for me to have an audience for once. It really helped me sing. Hey, Tony. Last night I had the pleasure of listening to the latest song he's written. Everyone can fall in love, but not everyone can keep it up with it. What? I didn't, whatever. It wasn't half bad, your song, I mean. I'm sorry, but I think Vocaloid songs have better lyrics than that. Very generic. Oh? Don't act so surprised. I'm not so proud that I can't I'm not so proud that I can't compliment someone on a fine piece of work, you know. So it appealed to you. Yeah, it did. Is that bad? No, but I guess that means it's not gonna make it big time. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Nothing, man. Just yanking your chain. I'm just seriously stoked that you like the song. That's all. You got a radio in your room, right? Yeah, I got one. Why? Have you ever listened to the show called Rocket Soul? Can't say I have. Do me a favor and listen to it today. Truth is, I got a call from one of their producers that I used to know, and he promised to try out a demo tape I sent. Says he'll see what the audience thinks. Your song's going to be on the radio? Yep, and it's been quite a while. It'll be on at 11 a.m. I'm heading out now to see if I can find somewhere with the radio switched on. That way I can see how the people listening react when it comes on. Tony seems in high spirits and he leaves. Rock and Soul, 11 o'clock. Okay. I suppose I should find time to give it a listen. Keep that as a mental note, people. Alright, phone. Time to give Rachel a call.
Red Crown, how may I help you?
Hi, Rachel. It's me. What's up?
I've uncovered some info on Condor like you asked. It seems that the symbol Hotel Cape West used was that of a condor.
Their symbol?
Yes. When the hotel was still in business, they designed a mark in the shape of a condor. It was the official symbol of Hotel Cape West. I'm muttering over my lines. Sorry about that, Kyle.
That's interesting.
There's something else, Kyle. Something I'd like to ask of you. It's been on my mind for a while now.
Sure, what is it?
It's Ed. He's out at the moment, meeting with some friend of his from the LAPD. He told me he was meeting this friend to get more information on Frank Raver, like you asked.
And?
Well, when you asked about Frank Raver yesterday, Ed told you that he'd heard the name, but didn't know the guy.
That's right.
I'm pretty sure he was lying to you, Kyle. He was acting real strange after that call. He pulled an old note out from one of his drawers, opened it up and just stared at it. I heard him mutter something under his breath too. It sounded like, "Why now?"
Sounds like there's more to Ed and Frank's relationship that they're letting on.
I get the same feeling. That's why I thought I'd let you know.
You made the right call.
Oh, and another thing. You'll be pleased to hear that Mila's staying at my place now.
I see.
I was wondering if you could spare some time to go for a meal with us tomorrow night. It'll be the first Christmas Eve you'll have spent time with her. I think it'd be nice to get together this year.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll call again, Kyle.
Alright. That's that. And, ooh, it's 11 a.m. Might as well give that radio show a try. 11 o'clock. Guess Rockin' Soul's gonna be starting about now. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Where's that radio again? I better switch on the radio and have a listen. Apparently that's not the station. Is it the station? Come on. We open today on Rockin' Soul with this inspirational track. This is the latest track from everyone's favorite rocker, Tony Wolf. I'm sure you remember Wolf as the man who caused quite a stir with his debut album. This time, Wolf shocks us with a calm, melodious ballad for the Christmas season. Everybody listen up. Here's Believe. Or Belief, even. Sorry, I messed that up. I'm an amateur DJ on this radio station after all. And stay tuned for even more hits. Yeah, it's not really a good song. It's like MIDI. So this is Tony's song. Not a bad song. What did Tony tell me last night? I'd really like to release another record. If I can't get any interest from a record label, I'll just have to put it out on my own. Problem is, then I gotta scrape together the cash. It's times like this I wish I could just win the lottery or something. I think I'll grab the chance and go and get a coffee or something at the cafe. Yeah, we'll do that. And now it's 12. Wow, the hours are just flying by. Oh, this chapter might end sooner than we think. Still no word on the chat. That's kind of shame. I guess everyone's just too busy just geeking over the Nintendo Switch. Which, obviously, a lot of news stories have come around. One of them being that it's not backwards compatible with any games from the Wii U or the 3DS, even though it uses a cartridge-based system. I knew that for a factor. That, you know, they needed to move forward from their past transgressions. And although they said they wouldn't do any physical backwards compatibility, but they will do digital. I'm sure they'll do digital backwards compatible, like digital re-releases of old games, just like what they did with the Virtual Console and all that. And on the Wii U, they released a number of Wii games. In fact, they actually recently released Project 02 Wii Edition on the Wii U eShop, which is kind of weird. It's like, yeah, I didn't think it would garner a re-release on digital. Oh well. Anyway, back to the story. Huh?
Darn, I thought I did quite well.
Charles? What's the problem? Are you having troubles again?
It seems I missed out on a prize.
So you entered the crossword prize draw, huh?
Of course. Especially since there's $1,000 to be won. If I won, I could afford to buy a brand new camera to use for filming. I guess things didn't go my way this time, though.
Bad luck.
I'll see you later, Mr. Hyde.
Charles finishes talking and walks off. We all know who won that.
Good morning, Mr. Hyde.
Hey, Claire. What's today's coffee?
It's a mocha from Yemen.
Yemen. Sorry.
It has a distinct bitterness with a strong flavor. I'm sure you'll like it, Mr. Hyde.
I'll take one. Black.
You got it.
Hey, Claire. Today's the day the prize draw results come out, right? We finally get to see who the winner is.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Right. The results are over there on the wall.
Ah, over by the picture there. Oh, right. I see them now. Okay, thanks. Claire moves away and heads towards the kitchen. Now let's go check what those results were.
Spoilers, it's me. I'm the winner.
There's a note pinned to the wall. Congratulations on winning the crossword number 053. Okay, here's the winning number. Now, where did I put my entry slip? Wow! I won? Is this real? Is this thing for real? Sweet, I won $1,000. Well, let's go talk to Dylan, which I'm sure he's behind the till here. Or, not Dylan, Sydney, sorry. Oh, we've been interacting with Dylan so much that I'm thinking every male character is now Dylan now. Ugh. Hey, Sydney. So, how'd you do? Well, let's show you. Where's that entry slip? There we go. See for yourself. Pass Sydney my entry slip. Just a minute. This number looks like your luck's in, Mr. Hyde. So I have got some luck left after all. Congratulations, Mr. Hyde. Here's your check. Let's check. I received a check for $1,000. I'm glad it was you that won. Hope that extra cash comes in handy. I know I've changed his voice many times over, but I can't be bothered to give him any. I can't be bothered to be consistent with certain characters.
Sorry about the wait. Here's a cup of today's coffee. Make sure to take in the beautiful aroma while you're drinking it.
Yeah, I will.
Oh, Mr. Hyde.
Yeah?
Can I ask you a favor?
This is a little out of the blue, but sure. Go ahead.
Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about.
No problem. If you think I can help somehow.
Not here, though. I'd rather my dad didn't hear.
Okay.
Where is she going with this?
So, where can we talk then?
Come into the kitchen a little later, and we can talk there. But make sure he doesn't see you trying to get in.
Got it. Claire moves away and heads towards the kitchen. Alright. I'm going to... Obviously, this is going to be a moment where obviously I could get game over and I don't want to be redoing things again, so I'm going to save at this moment in time. Let's see where I need to go. Where we're saved. Good. Let's talk to Sydney. Hey, Sydney.
Come on, damn it.
Sydney?
It's no good.
Sydney!
Huh?
Oh, didn't see you there, Mr. Hyde. What are you doing? What are you doing that's got you so busy you don't notice your own customers? Is there anything I can help you with? It's just a little problem, nothing to worry about. You can tell me. Maybe I can help. I doubt that, Mr. Hyde. No offense, but this is one issue I'll have to take care of. Just take care of. Yeah. I see. I just plain forgot. That is all. It was something I needed to take care of today. No matter how hard I try, I just can't seem to remember what it is. That is a problem. Yeah, quite a bind I'm in. Hang on. Did you remember? I think it might be coming back to me. I'm starting to remember. Ah! Oh. Right. Well, we won't... yeah. We better not lose his concentration. We'll be silent and let him remember. I got it! I got it! What's that? Claire? Or Claire? Just now, Claire. Ah! Did you remember what it was? Yes, I got it. Can't believe I forgot that. Can't believe I forgot that of all things. Of all the things to forget. And what did you forget? Let's find out. What was it that you forgot? It was nothing serious. Sorry if I panicked you just then. Today's Tuesday, right? I think so. The roster dictates that today Tuesday is my day to take care of the toilets. Your turn. Yeah, and I nearly forgot all about it too. I don't know what I'm doing with Sydney's voice. If I hadn't remembered that when I did, I'd be on the receiving end of a grilling from Claire. Glad to hear you avoided a grilling then. Looks like I'd better get my skates on and see to those toilets. If you need me, just shout in that general direction. Disney disappears into the billiard room. Looks like this is the chance I've been waiting for. Yep, let's go for it. Let's go into the kitchen. Let's talk to Claire, who's just back there. Now, keep in mind, guys, this is rated 12. This is a rated 12 game. Don't you be getting ideas. You dirty, dirty-minded people.
Filthy, naughty, awful people.
Hi, Claire.
Oh, Mr. Hyde.
I'm here. Let's talk.
Thanks for coming.
So what was on your mind?
Well, it's
what?
Oh, right.
What? It's like, smile! Whatever!
Before I tell you what I wanted to say, there's something else I'd like to ask you for help with. Dad told me to open a jar of
Maple butter. Maple butter, okay.
but the lid's too tight. Would you mind doing it for me?
Really? Come on. Okay, fair enough. It's the 1980s. Very cliche. No problem. Give it to me.
Thanks. Here you go.
Alright. Maple butter.
The lid was on so tightly, I couldn't even get it to budge. I could have tried heating it, but the butter gets all funny taste. Gets a funny taste when it's warmed.
Okay. This one's a little difficult.
Damn, my hand keeps sliding off.
I wonder if I need to think outside of the box. Let's see. Maybe this might help. No? Okay. Well, there's no motion sensor in DS. Don't know why I shaked it. Maybe. Ah. Okay. There it goes.
Oh no! The lid just flew off the jar.
Oops, didn't know my own strength.
Mr. Hyde, don't frighten me like that. Did you do that on purpose?
Of course not. I'm sorry.
There's no need to look so worried. I'm not going to scream or anything.
Yeah, right.
It's okay. Dad doesn't seem to have heard a thing. If he asks about the noise later on, I'll come up with a good cover story. Relax, will you?
I'll try. Here's the jar.
Thanks.
So, Claire, this wasn't the reason you wanted to talk to me, right?
No, Mr. Hyde.
Then please enlighten me. What's the problem?
Well, it's about Dad. I want you to talk to him for me.
About what?
It's been 7 years since Mom and Dad split up. I wanted to know if there was a special person in his life. You know, someone he could be happy with.
So you have your suspicions then?
Yeah, kind of. But I think that he should tell me if he does. I'm his daughter, after all. Problem is, I can't bring myself to ask him directly.
And you think it'll be any easier coming from me?
No, not really, but... Oh, what can I do?
Hey, hold your horses. I'll do it. Just got to pick the right moment to ask.
You're wonderful, Mr. Hyde. Thank you.
Okay. Well, can I talk to her to get a little more information? Okay. It's my pager. I better head back to my room. As usual. What's this? Hey, Mr. Hyde. Didn't realize you were still around. I'm just leaving. Okay, catch you later. It's now 2 o'clock. Still need to make my way back to the thingy, so... Alright. Ah. Uh-huh. Somebody's coming out of Betty's room. See you.
Bye.
I know that voice. Why would Mari... So it was 2 women. Why would Mari be visiting Betty in her room? Better ask her something then. Hey, Mari. What's going on?
Mr. Hyde, there's nothing going on, really. Excuse me.
Oh. I was... okay. Get back in her. What did they get up to in Betty's room? Might be a good idea to find out. Take a little detour from, going for a phone call.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hyde. What can I do for you?
I happened to notice that Mari just... I happened to notice that Mari was here just now.
Yeah, she only just left, actually.
What did she want?
Well, Mr. Hyde, why are you so keen on finding out things that don't concern you?
I'm worried about her, that's why.
Worried? Why?
Because when I talk to her, she's given me more than enough reason to be. So?
Are you taking a fancy to her then? I guess she told you all about the money, right?
What money is this? Is this the insurance money that we've been finding out? So she came to you. So she came to you to discuss money?
I'm afraid I can't say. She swore me to secrecy. She told me explicitly not to breathe a word to anyone. And that includes you, Mr. Hyde.
I see.
And that's all I have to say. Goodbye.
Brief. Anyway. Well, with that out of the way, let's go answer that call. Nothing more to say on that. It's phone call. Time to call Rachel. Again.
Red Crown, how may I help you?
It's me.
I'll pass you over to Ed.
Thanks. Time to get my Ed voice back into play.
Hyde! We got some fresh info on the incident 13 years ago, and Frank Reaver. I called in a favor from an old friend, and this is what came back. Firstly, listen up, as this is important. It turns out that Frank Reaver was not in charge of that case. When the incident occurred all those years ago, Frank Reaver was away from the front line, pushing pencils at some desks.
Desk work.
Right. When he was young, he was one hell of a cop. He was amongst the best.
Need a little drink.
Oh dear.
Excuse me.
I'm parched.
But the point.
Excuse me. It's really hard to do Ed's voice, like gruffy kind of like voice. Really does a number on the throat.
But the force began to move with the times, and his methods came under fire. Then during his 40s, an internal investigation revealed certain things that resulted in him being relegated from the front lines.
So that's what's happened. But what's Frank's connection to the victim?
That's something I haven't got to the bottom of yet.
Why would a retired detective who wasn't even in charge of this case be connected to the victim? And why is he investigating the incident now?
I know. It smells fishy. It seems the incident went something like this. The party to commemorate the last day of the hotel was on the first floor. At some point during the festivities, Kathy, the owner's wife, disappeared. When she failed to reappear, the owner asked a member of staff to take a look around. It didn't take long before he discovered her body.
Sorry, I'm trying. I can't hold the voice well, apparently. I know I suck. That's why I don't do voice acting.
It appeared that she died of cyanide poisoning from the wine she drank. Cyanide was discovered in a back lane next to the body. When the LAPD assessed the death, the internal reaction was to treat it as a suicide. But after forensics revealed that her prints were not on the cyanide container and her hugely expensive ring had been taken, the type of case was changed. Now they believed it was possible that she'd been murdered. The biggest problem they faced was the large numbers of guests that come and gone. throughout the evening, making gathering statements difficult. Also, the bottle Kathy's wine came from went missing. They couldn't find enough evidence for the case to be solved.
So was her body really found in room 404, or was it just a rumor?
No, that part seems to check out.
I see. You know, that room is still intact, still in the exact state it was back then.
You mean the crime scene is still there?
Precisely. Ed, can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
When you were on the force, did you really know? Did you really not know Frank Raver?
Are you serious? I mean, I already told you I didn't. What are you trying to say?
Nothing. Just my senses tingling again. I just wanted to double check that you and he weren't old acquaintances.
As I told you before, I knew his name, but we never knew each other. Hyde, the man who had Frank removed was from the front line was my ex-boss.
You spec?
Yeah, him. Listen, I'll keep looking for more clues about Frank and the murder. I'll see if I can dig up. I'll see what I can dig up on your Scarlet Star too. That's all I got to say for now. Here's Rachel.
Hello, Kyle. About tomorrow.
How are the plans going?
How does 7 o'clock at the Da Leonardo sound? Spending Christmas Eve at a nice Italian place isn't bad at all, if you ask me.
Sounds good.
I'll leave you to think of a present for Mila, and make sure you don't forget.
Got it. A present for Mila. Shit. Me and gifts are never a good thing. It's like I'm terrible at these things. Oh, something's on my door. Not my real door, this door. I know I've had many occasions where when my actual door goes off and people are at my door trying to sell me shit or trying to talk to me about anything, certain things and whatnot. Doesn't happen too often nowadays, but hey. Who's that? Let's find out. Betty?
Can you spare a moment? I want to talk to you about something.
This is strange. You wanted to talk to me? I mean...
I'm full of surprises. But look at this place. Have you even started your moving preparations, Mr. Hyde? Do you even have a place to go?
Save your worries for someone else. Now, what have I... Now, what have you got to say to me?
It's about Mari.
I'm listening.
Please, don't pull such a scary face. It's about what happened when she came to my room earlier.
Didn't you already make it clear that you didn't want to talk about it?
That was then, this is now. And, well, I thought it over, and I decided I better tell you. You don't mind, do you?
Tell me what happened.
Mari asked me to do something. She wanted me to buy a ring from her.
A ring?
Yeah, the one that she blamed Tony for stealing just a few days ago. Seems she's in need of cash and resorted to selling her ring.
Go on.
She said I could have it for $500.
A 3-carat diamond ring for $500?
That's what I thought too. I said that the price was she was asking was way lower than the value of the ring, but she insisted that as long as the money was in cash, the price was acceptable. So, I bought it. After reflecting on what had happened, though, I began to think, it doesn't make sense to sell something that cheaply, even if you needed the money. I even considered that the diamond in the ring could be a fake. I was wondering if you could take a look at it from me. Do you think it's real, Mr. Hyde?
I'm not a jeweler. I'm not a jeweler. You do know that, right? I wouldn't be able to tell a real diamond from a fake one if they were labeled.
I was worried you might say that.
So,
what can I do? Maybe I shouldn't have agreed to buy the thing after what she told me.
what did she tell you?
She told me the reason why she needed to get rid of it. Oh, what am I going to do? If you can't help me, maybe Dylan can. Dylan might have a way of telling if it's a real diamond or not.
Well, let's first forget about Dylan. Let's talk about Mari for a second. But first, let me sort out my eye. Never-ending eye problems. Such is the way of Turbo Drive Live. Let's play. Why did Mari want to get rid of her ring?
She said that she didn't. She said she didn't. She said that she doesn't like the idea of keeping it any longer.
Really? Why's that?
She told me about the circumstances the ring was given to her under, and how she couldn't keep it any longer knowing what she knew.
What kind of circumstances were they?
I thought you have been able to guess by now. I think she was trying to say that the guy who gave her the ring was no good. Maybe he bought it for another woman, or maybe he got it on the cheap. That's what I think anyway. That's the kind of reason a woman would get rid of a nice ring like this.
I see. And why do you think that Dylan will help? What makes you think Dylan will know if it's a real diamond? I know it's supposed. It's weird when they, apostrophe, a person's name and then will.
Well, one of his hobbies is collecting rare stones. For one, he knows these things. He was boasting once about having one of those special magnifying glasses too.
So why didn't you cut out the middleman and go straight to him at the beginning?
Because I didn't want to spread this kind of stuff around, that's why. Dylan tends to keep a close eye on everyone, closer than we'd all like. I really didn't want to break a promise I made to Mari.
What promise did you make out to Mari?
I promised her I wouldn't tell anyone about buying the ring from her.
You promised her that? Well, it looks like you broken it anyway.
That's different. It's you, Mr. Hyde.
What's the difference for Hyde to have any kind of like leeway? Honestly.
I know I can trust you to keep this to yourself. You're not planning to tell Mari that I told you, are you?
Maybe you should have made me promise you that. Maybe you should have made me promise you that at the start.
Yeah, maybe I should have. Why did I have to buy it?
Mari told me that she'd got it from her dead brother as a present. So this is the ring that Mike Porter gave her. Betty.
What?
could you show me the ring? Betty, would you mind if I borrow the ring for a while?
Not at all. Go ahead.
I received the ring from Betty.
I'll leave it to you to find out whether the ring is genuine or not.
Yeah, no sweat.
Okay, well, I'll see you later then.
Betty leaves my ring. Leave my room, sorry. Now, what am I gonna do? I suppose I could borrow Dylan's magnifying glass and take a look. Nice. Up to the 3rd floor. I think it's 4, wasn't it? Yep. Hello, Mr. Hyde. Have you got a moment? Sure. What can I help you with? Can you lend me your magnifying glass? My what? You know, the thing that you use to check precious stones. I heard you got one. Well, you heard right. I've got one, but why would you want to borrow it? Check out crystal, obviously. I want to check out crystal. Huh? What would you be doing with a crystal? You know me. I'm full of surprises. Let's just say I have certain interests. Well, I must say, I had no idea. I've kept it to myself. I thought I did mention it to you as I heard you're a fellow collector. That's right. I'm really into crystals. How did you get into it? Oh, I played Crash. I played Crash 2 a lot. Or played a lot of the Crash Bandicoot games. Okay. It's a long story. It began during my time in Manhattan. I had some time on my hands and decided to take a trip to the Natural History Museum. Really? Is it true what I heard about being able to touch the exhibits they have there? I'd give anything to take a trip there one day. You sure know your stuff. Glad someone's finally noticed. Please come in, Mr. Hyde. We can talk more inside. Sure. Alright. Yeah, let's talk. Okay, I didn't like that. Bloody USB. Fucking. Sorry about that noise. Fucking computer. Dylan, would you like to see my crystal collection? Sure, why not? There are some on the shelves and others on top of the table. Feel free to take a look. Part of Dylan's crystal collection. Crystal is a dark blue color and looks different from every angle. Pink crystal with veins running through it. Pale green and looks like it's been polished. Blue has a million tiny scratches, like diffusing the light. Whatever. Light blue appears to have some air bubbles in it. I'm sure I've seen a piece of jewelry somewhere with a crystal like this. That was a certain notification, right? White and orange. It feels rough to the touch. Translucent bluish crystal with smooth surface. I thought you said I had some on the table. Oh. I've admired your stones long enough, Dylan. Show me your stuff. Show me your magnifying glass. There are some on the top of the table. Feel free to take a look. I've already taken a look, you idiot. Is it this table? Yeah, over here. Raw crystals on the desk. This one is dull blue shade and it has a rough surface. Some raw crystals on the desk. I've seen this type of crystal before. I don't remember what it's called though. What's it called? What does it look like? Oh. I'm just wondering, what does that look like? Something familiar? I don't know. Does it look familiar to you? Answer on the postcard. Bird spreading its wings. Small magnifying glass on top of the folder. Right. This must be the magnifying glass Betty's told me about. Hey Dylan. What is it? That's a magnifying glass for examining crystals, right? That's one for examining jewels, but I'd give you some great close-ups of crystals too. It's something no enthusiast should be without. You should get one too, Mr. Hyde. Mine is great for up to 10 million magnifications, so it's perfect for jewels. I see. Would you mind if I use this? Not at all. Go ahead. And feel free to take a closer look at some of my stuff too. Thanks. It's my phone. I better get that. Excuse me, Mr. Hyde. Hello? Okay, I understand, but looks like the call is gonna drag on for a while. Maybe I can use this time to get familiar with that magnifying glass. Well, before we do that, let's save on our replacement spot, and then we'll get this sorted. Just in case anything bad happens, like if I take too long and whatnot. I've learned from my past mistakes. Alright, so ring, use. Take a look at Mari's ring through the magnifying glass. And we've got a minigame here, so here we go. Now we move Kyle's hand close up to his eye. There we go. I can see something through the diamond. Can't be sure, but it looks as if there's something engraved on the ring. Ah, it's a condor. Huh? There's a design engraved onto the base of the ring. It looks like... Put the magnifying glass back on the table. Huh? The picture in this notebook. It's... Why would Dylan have the same design here as I found on the base of the ring? That look of Dylan on Dylan is like... It's like Dylan's what? It's like I think I know Kevin won't do this, obviously, but yeah, because of copyright issues and whatnot. But that moment where it zoomed into Dylan, like Dylan noticed Kyle, and it zoomed into Dylan, like zoomed into his face. All I wanted to hear was the trigger music from Kill Bill. Is that the wee woo wee woo? You know the trigger music. That's what I immediately thought of when it came to that shot. Anyway, back to the story. Mr. Hyde. Yeah? How did you get on with the magnifying glass? No problem at all. It's great examining the tiny details in stones using this, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Have you ever thought that there's a tiny planet inside precious stones like these? A tiny planet? If you view the cut edges up close using the magnifying glass, you can see all kinds of grooves, valleys, and caves. It's a spectacular sight. I don't think I'll ever tire of looking. Viewing crystals like this is much more interesting than looking at diamonds. I'm sure you feel the same, right? Yeah, you got that right. Dylan, have you got a moment? What is it? What's that you've drawn in your notebook on the table? You mean the picture? It's a condor. A condor? Yes, that's right. A huge bird from the Andes that preys on animals. So why did you draw the condor? No reason. I was trying to recreate something I saw on the floor. Something I saw on the 4th floor. What kind of picture did you see up there? One of the rooms up there was a picture of a condor on the wall. It was stuck in my mind, and I thought I'd have a go at drawing it. Which room was it in? It was room 406. Hey Dylan. Thanks for letting me take a look around in here. Glad you enjoyed yourself. Thanks again. I leave Dylan's room. Yeah, Dylan is super fishy. Why would the hotel's condor symbol be engraved on Mari's ring? What does this symbol mean? Not only that, there was something on Frank's tape too.
The state of the 4th floor is just as it was 13 years ago. My initial sweep of room 404, where Kathy McGrath's body was found, is complete. Before vacating this building, I must find the lost items connected with Condor.
Condor. That picture in room 406 has got me thinking. And now time has passed yet again. It's now 3 p.m. Alright, well, I think we know where we need to go now, and that's back up the 4th floor. But first, of course, because I'm a cautious bastard, I'm gonna save. Do I need to do anything? I think I might need to get the door stopped. Oh no, the door stop's not in here. Okay. Is the alarm set? There's a control panel set fire alarm switches are on in the on position. Well, if it's on the on position, I can't go through the 4th floor, can I? Oh, okay. If I just interact with the door, it'll just automatically do all the stuff that I did before, so. Spooky, spooky, spooky. Alright, 406. Try the doorknob. The door's locked. It's not going to budge. Who's that? Dylan? I had a feeling I'd find you here, Mr. Hyde. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. You're here to take a look at that condor picture, right? Yeah, what if I am? The problem is that that door to the room is locked. And without the key, you can't get inside to look around. So it seems. You want me to open it up for you? You got the key then? Of course. Mrs. Patrice gave me spare keys. I can get into any room I like. For maintenance purposes, of course. I'll unlock it for you. There you go. It's open now. Thanks. I don't like how he just looks at you. You know, from the side especially. He looks very sinister. It's like, it's open for you. Enter if you dare. Or some blark. Anyway, room 406. Let's see what we can find here. This is it, Mr. Hyde. The room where the condor picture is. Where's the picture of the condor? Where do you think? Cut the crap, Dylan. Go on, have a look around and try to find it. You wouldn't need to look around anyway. If I hadn't accompanied you here. Yeah, you've got a point. Anyway, I've got to go back. I'll come back and lock up later. Dylan leaves the room. Alright. Oh dear. Oh, excuse me. What's over here? There's a discolored leather-bound book on the top of the table. It has a star symbol on the cover. A star. Mari told me about this. My brother and husband used the word along with others working in the hotel. It was a sort of secret code linked to the closing down party. A star. I take the old album. Simple enough. It was something that kind of like stood out like a sore thumb, so it was obvious. It was an obvious clue. There's a picture on the wall. Old photograph of the hotel. This photograph. It looks like it's from back when the hotel was first opened. Looks like the picture is from the time when this building was still a hotel. Frame's a little crooked. And look behind it. Huh? That design. There's something underneath the frame. Let's move it. There we go. Just lift it up. The pictures come off the wall. Ah, found it. There's a picture of a condor drawn on the wall. This must be what Dylan was talking about. Now, why would this picture also be engraved in Mari's ring? This must be the drawing I was talking about. Right, okay. Well, there's nothing else we can focus on, I think. Still no word from people in the chat. Kind of disheartening. Just a tad. Just a tad. Wee bit teddy. The design of in room 406 is the same as the one I found engraved in Marty's ring. That condor design's got me thinking. Before I get stuck into that though, I better let Betty know what I found. Good call, Hyde. Good call. Let's head on. Through the door, retrieve door stop and put the lever back in position. Blah 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 blah. Right, okay. Back down to the second floor, I believe. So. And let's give a knock on Betty's door. Knock, knock, knocking on Betty's door. Yeah, knock, knock on Betty's door. Sorry.
Hi.
Have you got a moment, Betty?
Oh, it's you, Mr. Hyde.
Try not to get too excited. Were you waiting for somebody?
No, not really.
I've checked out that ring for you.
You did?
Yeah.
You better come in.
Alright. Betty,
Tell me what you found out about the ring.
I'm sorry about this, but check whether the diamond in your ring is genuine or not. Well, it may not be as easy as I thought.
It won't?
Did Mari tell you anything about the history of the ring?
No, not a thing.
Looks like Betty hasn't got a clue about the condor mark or its meaning.
Is there something wrong, Mr. Hyde?
Not really. It's just that I remember something when I was staring at the ring.
Remembered what?
Something Mari told me about. Something Mari told me about it. She was telling me how she came to have it. She got it as a present from her brother before he died 13 years ago.
Are you serious? I certainly didn't know that.
It's true, I'm afraid. Her parents died when she was very young and her brother looked after her. They were very close, and the ring was a present from him to her. I'm sure that ring has a great sentimental value for her.
You're right. It must have. But she didn't breathe a word of that to me when we spoke.
I imagine she was worried that you would have refused to buy it. This may not be what you want to hear, but I think you should return it to her. I'm sure it'll be for the best.
You may be right. I would never have bought it if I'd known all the facts. I don't think I'm up to handing it back to Mari myself. Would you mind doing it for me, Mr. Hyde? Tell her she can keep the money.
You sure about this?
Yeah, completely.
Well, if you say so, I'll return the ring. Huh?
Looks like I'm popular today. Let me see who that is.
Wild guess, it's Rex. Betty opens the door and says, "Step on." I can hear voices of Betty and her visitor from beyond the closed door. You said you'd give it back to me today, right?
Yes, of course. Here you go. Sorry about that.
Who is it?
Just a friend. Nobody you know, Mr. Hyde.
Okay then. I think it's time I got out of your hair.
Of course.
Righty-ho. Oh, Charles. Was that you, Charles? Charles.
Oh, so it was you in Betty's room just now. And of course, I didn't have my obnoxious accent when I was talking to her earlier. My bad.
Yeah, that's right.
For a moment, was certain it was that other person who'd paid her a visit.
I guess that means you came to see Betty then, too.
Yes, I did. I was there to collect the key that I'd lent her.
Let's find out what he means by all this. Who do you mean? Who did you think had come to see her?
Betty's new boyfriend, of course.
Her boyfriend?
Yes. The last time I went to see her in her room, he was also there.
What's his name?
I didn't ask. Sorry.
What can you tell me about him?
Let me think. Well, there was something I didn't like about him, and he certainly doesn't live in this building.
Oh, it's definitely Rex, duh. We already know that. Which key did she borrow?
It was the key to room 205.
205. That's vacant, isn't it? Why have you got the key to that room in the first place?
I've been looking after it for Billy.
Ah, right, your friend.
Yes, Billy Christie. He was here until the end of last month. We went to the same university. Even though he's moved out, we still meet each other from time to time at university. When I spoke to him 3 days ago, he asked if I could return the spare key for room 205 to Mrs. Patrice.
The spare key?
Yes, that's right. Apparently, he couldn't find the spare key when he was moving out, so he couldn't give it back to Mrs. Patrice in person. He managed to find it in the end, though, when he checked through his things again. That's the key that Betty borrowed.
I know I'm very, very odd with his voice.
I'm doing it for entertainment value. You want to be entertained, right?
Why did Betty need the spare key?
She had just asked me for it one day when she heard that I was looking after it for Billy. She said she wanted to borrow it.
What made Betty ask to borrow a spare key to room 205 in the first place?
I think that was because her boyfriend had asked to borrow it.
Her boyfriend?
I was on my way to return the key to Mrs. Patrice, but she wasn't home. While I was in the lobby, Betty and her boyfriend turned up. That was when I told them that I was looking after the key. Then Betty's boyfriend said something to her, and she asked to borrow the key.
Why the hell would he want to see the room?
That's a question I can't answer, I'm afraid. He just stared at me while she asked, and I got the impression he's not someone I'd want to refuse. So that's how it happened, and why I went to Betty's room to get the key just now.
Hey Charles,
Yes?
would you lend me the spare key too?
Lend it to you? Why?
Well, we're all going to be leaving here soon. I thought I'd like to take one last look around. It'd be nice to see what room 205 5's like.
I really have to get it back to Mrs. Patrice, though.
I'll make sure you have it back in no time. What do you say?
Okay, Mr. Hyde, why not? But I expect it back as soon as you're finished looking at the room.
Don't sweat it. I'll be back before you know it. Okay. The spare 205 key.
I'm going back to my room now.
Charles finishes speaking and hands off. Alright, I think best to save. Just on the off chance. So 205, this is this door here. Let's get inventory, use on doorknob, well, keyhole. Let's find out what happened here. So Rex and Betty came in here, did they? Probably more so Rex than Betty, I would think. I would think, anyway. Get drunk. Oh dear. Bunch of bottles. Bunch of drawers. Sheets of paper. Nothing important. There's dust on it everywhere except the top. It must have been dusted for a reason. Did someone come in here? And if so, for what? Or what for? Alright, let's try and put this aside, see if there's anything in here. Oh, looks like something up there. Appears to be something on the shelf. There's a typewriter on the shelf. What's a typewriter doing here? Hang on. A typewriter. The order sheets I got were all done using a typewriter. Could this be the one they were typed on? Take the typewriter and place it on the thingy. Alright, well. I was just checking if there was anything else interesting there, but nope. What we can do though, because we got that typewriter there, and we got a piece of papers here, we can take these pieces of paper, and come like that, and take sheets of paper and use them. Now, just feed in the paper. All set. Now to try typing something. Right. Now, in the letters, yeah, Kyle's telling us. I remember all the T's were kind of skewed on the order sheet. All right, so let's put in. Bingo. I guess that proves it. Looks like there's no denying that the order sheet was typed on this typewriter. Maybe that explains why Rex was so keen to get in here. Wait. This might mean that Betty knows something that she's not letting on about too. Better lock it back up. Oh. Okay, maybe not. Don't mind. Okay. Well, in that case... Charles doesn't need the key right now. Yeah, it's not that problematic.
Alright. What is it, Mr. Hyde?
I got something to ask you, Betty. It's about room 205.
Room 205? You better come in.
It's time to grill some answers out. The intense music's back. We're on a showdown. Hey, Betty.
Yes, can I help you with something?
It was Charles who you were talking to in the hallway earlier. I'd like to know why you asked him to lend you the key to room 205.
No reason. I just wanted to see what the room was like, that's all.
So you went into the room.
Maybe.
What kind of answer is that?
You best not... The best your game. Why are you asking me this?
Betty, if you and that Rex guy are up to something, then I've got some answers. I've got some questions for you. Now tell me what I want to know.
And just what do you mean by up to something?
You must have had a real reason to borrow the key. What was it? Now would be a good time to tell me.
There's nothing to tell.
Come on, I wasn't born yesterday.
It's the truth.
Is it now? Is there now? Excuse me. Betty. Did you borrow it for Rex? Because it was obviously for Rex.
What?
There's no use in trying to hide it. You borrowed the key because he asked you to, right?
There's no fooling you there, is there, Mr. Hyde? It's true. Rex asked me to borrow the key from Charles. He said he really wanted to use that room.
What the hell are you even giving that guy the time of day? You do know what Rex does for a living, don't you?
Yeah, I know. He investigates insurance claims.
Investigate isn't the word I'd use. He's bad news. Did you know that too?
Yes, I know. But it's okay. After all,
You what? Listen up. I think that was the wrong thing to do.
I already said it's fine. And besides, we're through already.
But you gotta listen to me.
I'm not interested in what you have to say. What difference does it make anyway? Whether he's good or bad? The problem with you, Mr. Hyde, is that you just don't know when to stop pushing.
Ooh. I'm sorry, Betty. I just want you to understand.
Mr. Hyde?
Why the hell are you even giving this guy the time of day? What do you know that Rex does for a living, don't you?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay, the game's giving me another chance at this. Okay. Okay, we gotta ignore that.
Mr. Hyde, I understand. I really do. I know he's not really interested in me.
Listen, Betty.
Also, I know the real reason he started going out with me.
Okay. Do you know what he planned to do in room 205?
I can't be 100% certain, but this is what he said. He told me that there was something he needed to check.
Betty? Was it about Mari?
Yes, I think it was.
So he's still looking into her then?
How should I know? I don't know whether he's still interested in her or not. I don't know anything. We don't speak anymore.
Betty.
Like I said, he seemed to be interested in Mari. I noticed it a while back. But after he got what he wanted, he stopped coming here.
Yeah, the guy played her. Of course, duh. What was his real reason for going out with you?
He started going out with me because he wanted to check on the situation on the second floor.
Betty, what interested him? Was it the tenants?
Yes, that's right. He was keen on establishing who was friends and with who, and their relationships. That's what he came to find out. When I asked him why he was so interested in that, he said that he was interested in putting a stop to Mari's accomplice.
I'll find out about that in a minute. So he said he got what he wanted.
Not in so many words, but I'm sure he did. He kept asking me all these questions about the people that live here. Then after he'd seen room 205 and taken a look around, he didn't contact me anymore. I didn't even have a number I could use to call him.
What did Rex mean by Mari's accomplice?
I have no idea. That was the first and last I ever heard on the subject.
But he said he wanted to put a stop to their fight.
That's not what he said, but I have no idea what he meant. And why should I? After all he did was use me to get what he wanted.
Ah, poor Betty.
It's just like you said, Mr. Hyde. I did borrow the key from Charles, just so Rex could get inside the room. But I just passed it on to him. He never went into the room. I never went into the room myself. So I hope you'll believe me when I say I can't tell you exactly what he did in there.
And that's the truth, is it?
Cross my heart. Why would I lie? Why would I want to lie to you, Mr. Hyde?
I don't think you're lying. If you knew he was only using you, Betty, why did you stay with him?
He was there when I felt lonely. He promised me he'd always be there for me.
Guess he would say that.
But I knew, even then, I knew he wasn't the type of man who keeps his promises.
You may not want to hear what I think, but here goes. Men often go for lonely women. Maybe it's love. Maybe not. I don't know. If loneliness brings you together, you'll be even lonelier when it ends.
Mr. Hyde.
Come on, Betty. You can't go around wearing a face like that.
Oh, really? I can't believe I'm getting relationship advice from you.
But it's true. You can't go moping around forever. And besides, smiling suits you.
Can I ask you something, Mr. Hyde? Why is it that you're so interested in Rex? Is it because you spoke to Mari? Did you believe what she told you?
There are a number of things about her insurance claim that interest me. I'm curious about the whole incident.
About that?
Let me guess. You heard about me once being a detective from Rex, right?
Yeah, he did mention it.
Thought you might have. Did he say anything else?
No, just that.
I see. Betty, did you ever see Rex posting a letter to anybody here?
A letter? I've never seen him with a letter.
Okay. If I come up with any more questions about Rex later on, would you mind answering them for me?
No, not at all.
Right. I better be going.
Of course.
I leave Betty's room. There we go. So yeah, we did the one mistake. of not keeping our mouths shut, which is kind of stupid. But hey, you have those problems, you know. But I think I'll be okay. I think I should be okay. Because I think in Last Window there's not as many mistakes that you can make that can get you like well, granted it was the same in the first game as well. Like if you make a mistake, that was like a hit on your kind of like health bar or such. And you're given like 3 chances, and then on the 3rd chance that's a game over. That's the end of the investigation. Blah 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 blah. All that. But anyway, I think we're coming to the end of this chapter now, so that's gonna be a good time. So now I know what the mysterious order sheet came from. The typewriter in 205. Also, I discovered that Rex is trying to uncover a possible accomplice to Mari. What's Rex's connection to that order? Not only that, the engraved mark on Mari's ring and the one on the 4th floor. What do they mean? All these questions and more will be answered sometime. Don't know when. I think it's time I gathered my thoughts about all this happenings. All that's happened. I woke up on December 23rd with a hangover and a dry throat to boot. I grabbed a drink from the vending machine in the lobby, then called Rachel. She told me that of course, play along, people, if you're watching this. Tony's song would be on the radio. The elevator had been fixed. About Hotel Cape West emblem. A, B, or C, people. A, B, or C. I'll let you take some time to answer it while I take this drink. Answered? Okay. Well, it's obvious. It's about Hotel Cape West. Right. Rachel told me about the emblem Hotel Cape West used to use. It was an emblem in the shape of a condor. At Lucky's Cafe, Claire talked to me about a matter concerning her dad. After that, I came across Mari in the 2nd floor hallway coming out of Betty's room. I returned to my room and called Red Crown. Ed was there, and he had some light to shed on Frank's past. He told me Frank lost the poisoned wine bottle. He was disgraced by Hugh Speck. He found Kathy's body in 404. Alright. A, B, or C? Well, we know that Frank was never part of the investigation, so he can't have found Kathy's body, and he can't have been the one. He can't have lost any evidence because he wasn't even on the case to begin with. So, logical answer is B. Right. During an internal investigation when Frank was in his 40s, his name came up. It was Ed's ex-boss, Hugh Speck, that was responsible. Betty came to my room to explain why Mari had paid her a visit before. Mari wanted Betty to buy something from her. It was a magnifying glass, a lid, or a ring. I think that one's easy. I mean, we spent half of this episode, half of this chapter going about, talking about it. Of course, it was the ring. Yay! Right. Mari asked Betty to buy her a ring for $500. Betty was concerned about the diamond being fake, so she gave it to me to check. I decided Dylan might be able to help. I went to see Dylan. in his room, and while he was on the phone, I used his magnifying glass to take a closer look at Mari's ring. I discovered a small mark that had been engraved onto the base. It was identical to the one Dylan had sketched in his notebook. It was A, a condor, B, a star, or C, an angel. An angel. Sorry, I thought I heard my phone going off in the other room. Ah, dear. But I think I'm here. But the soundtrack for the game almost it at times it has the same kind of like beats per minute kind of like sounds, but it's not exactly. Never mind. Anyway, what's the answer? Everyone? Yes. It's a condor. Again, another thing that we've just literally knew like ages ago, or just a little while ago. I found a condor in Dylan's notebook and on the ring. Charles told me he had lent something to Betty. It was a spare key to room 205, and she had borrowed it on behalf of Rex. I got the key from Charles and took the opportunity to take a look around 205 myself. I tried out a typewriter I found there and discovered the S was slightly skewed, the T was slightly skewed, or the R was slightly skewed. A, B, or C? You can take your time with that, friends. Go on. Pick one. Be something very nice. Very nice. Depending on what you answer. A, B, or C? Well, the correct answer was T. The T letter was skewed. When I pressed the T, the resulting print was higher than the rest of the letters. This matched the order sheet I received. I tried to find out if this was Rex's handiwork by putting the pressure on Betty. Unfortunately, talking to her didn't answer this question. The riddle behind the condor appearing on both Mari's ring and in room 406, together with Frank's connection to the incident 13 years ago, with past and present colliding like this, I'm left with even more questions. There's still no concrete link between these events and the lost Scarlet Star. And with that, that is the end of Chapter 6. There we go. And we will save our progress right there. Indeed, we want to do that. Okay. That's progress saved. And yeah, that's going into the next chapter. But we're not going to start the next chapter. We will save that for next time. Yeah. So, thanks very much for watching, guys. We're going to leave the next chapter, Chapter 7. Chapter 7, December 24th, 1980. Wednesday, December 24th. I head into town for the afternoon. In the same suit that I wear every single day. I have no originality. Just like myself. My mission is simple. I must save the president. No, sorry. To find something nice for Rachel and Mila, for when I meet them later. With all that's been on my mind lately, I realized that I've been less irritated by Christmas. Less than usual, anyway. Now, though, it doesn't take me long to return to my former self. No matter where I go, all I hear are Christmas songs. I know the feeling. Trust me, it's like working at retail during Christmas.
Yeah, you get really sick of Christmas after a while.
I pass parents and children, lovers. Sorry. I need to reword that a little better. I pass parents and children, lovers, their faces brimming with happiness. All of them clutching their precious Christmas gifts. I hate this time of year. Gotta shake this out of my head and refocus myself. As I attempt to do so, I stop dead in my tracks. Before me, in front of a nearby building, stands a huge, brightly lit Christmas tree. There's nothing really special about this tree, but something about the star dawns on me. Or draws on me. Draws on me? I would have thought dawn would have been a better word. Before I know it, I find I've been staring at the star for the last few minutes. I was gonna say a few hours. Wow, he must have been out of it. I've been trying not to, but I finally gave in and think about what Christmas means to me. I cast my mind back to 25 years ago. My dad had just been killed, and my mom had fled this town with me in tow. We just started our new lives in Manhattan. My mom and I walked the streets of Manhattan that day, not knowing a soul. It was Christmas Eve then, too. Neither my mom nor I dared to buy anything or look at anything, or even talk. We just kept silently walking hand in hand through the cold, wintry streets. That was the day I learned to hate the sound of Christmas songs. I can't find anything good for Rachel or Mila. The promise I made to Rachel about tonight rings in my ears as I made my way back. Kyle, I'm not very good at getting Christmas gifts either. I'm terrible. I'm very generic. I know, Sunrose. Currently, this is being recorded during Halloween, but granted, Halloween and Christmas was all being set up literally a month ago, or September, or even at the tail end of August this year. Seriously, some companies are a little too ahead of the game. Anyway, let's get going. My buzzer suddenly sounds. Who's that? Let's find it out. Answer the door. Mila. I'm gonna try my... Okay, I say try, but I'm not... It's obviously gonna fail, because I'm not a girl. Because I can't do a sweet girl voice.
Hello, Kyle.
Are you on your own?
Kyle, I wanted to tell you something, Kyle.
Tell me something. What is it? Did something happen to you? Come in. We can talk inside. Even though there are inside. Okay, well, she's inside. I'm sorry I wasn't here. Oh, I'm sorry I wasn't here when you called in the other day, Mila.
That's alright. I should have let you know I was coming first anyway. At least that's what Rachel said. She told me to call before I come and see you next time.
I see. As far as I know, as far as I knew, we were planning to meet up tonight. Rachel told you about the dinner, right?
Yes, she told me. But the dinner's been cancelled.
Got something better lined up?
No, not me. Rachel.
Oh.
That's why I came to tell you, Kyle. She can't come and have dinner with us.
Why not? I thought she was looking forward to it.
She can't go because Ed's been taken to the hospital.
What? When did that happen?
Just this morning. There was a call from the hospital this morning saying that he had been admitted. Rachel left shortly afterwards.
Why the hell didn't somebody tell me about this straight away? The strange occurrence. A person gets admitted to the hospital. That's strange. No, it's not.
Ed said not to. He was very clear about it. He said it was just the same old, same old. Nothing to fuss about.
Yeah, because he's an idiot. Kyle Hyde. Chris Jericho, before Chris Jericho was saying it.
Kyle, what did he mean by same old, same old?
His heart, that's what. He has a heart problem. If he gets stressed, he gets these spasms in his heart. He's been told 1,000,000 times to go to the hospital if he's not feeling right.
Are you worried about him, Kyle?
Damn right I am. He's my boss. If he dies, I don't get paid. His laid-back attitude about this really pisses me off.
I can see.
But with somebody as capable as Rachel nearby, I'm a little less worried. If anything happens, no matter how much Ed protests, Rachel lets me know.
That's just what she told me, too. If anything happens to him, she'll let you know.
Glad to hear we're on the same wavelength. Anyway, I'm really sorry that we have to take a rain check on that meal. I promise I'll make it up to you once we're out of the woods. I'll take you and Rachel out for a meal then.
Kyle, I have to go back to Seattle tomorrow.
What? Tomorrow? You're already leaving?
I've got to finish a picture. I have to get my winter project done as soon as I can. I sometimes think I take too much time with my pictures. The time just flies by.
Can't be helped, I suppose. Nope. Huh? Wonder if that's Rachel.
Can I answer it?
Sure, go ahead.
Hello? Yes, that's right. No. I'll pass you over. It's not Rachel, Kyle.
Then who is it?
I don't know, but it's a woman.
The plot thickens. Hey, that's my line, Kyle. Hello?
It's me, Kyle.
Mom?
Who was the girl answering the phone?
Just a friend.
I see. Well, it is Christmas Eve, I suppose. I'm happy for you, Kyle. Happy that you're not planning on spending the rest of the day by yourself.
Slow down there. She really is just a friend. You shouldn't go jumping to conclusions.
Oh, I see. Aren't you going to tell me a bit about her?
Now's not the time, Mom.
I'm not trying to back you into a corner or anything. You don't have to tell me. I'm not going to hold on too long. Just so you know. I just wanted to let you know that I've sent you a small package.
A package?
Yes, you know, a present. It is Christmas after all.
That's not like you, Mom. Didn't we agree that we wouldn't do all that exchanging gifts business?
But it's a special year this year. This Christmas you're the same age as your father was. Merry Christmas, Kyle.
And she just hangs up. Okay. Kind of blunt. Alright, let's go back to talking to Mila. Mila. That was my mom on the phone.
Your
Sorry.
your mom?
Yeah. She's living by herself in New Jersey. She calls me from time to time.
She lives on her own? What about your dad?
He's not around anymore. He passed away when I was 9.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Guess I never got round to filling you in on my past.
Now I think about it, I don't really know much about you, Kyle. But you know pretty much all there is to know about me.
Mila doesn't, and this is us recapping the last Hotel Dusk. So, for those who are watching this playthrough and don't know anything about Hotel Dusk, here's your jumping on point. Mila doesn't have any family. Instead, said that wrong. Mila doesn't have any family. Instead, she has a huge blank space in her memory. She lost her mom in a plane crash as a child and was raised by her dad, who ran a gallery. Her dad got mixed up in an incident at Hotel Dusk that caused her memory loss. After that, she spent the best part of 10 years in a coma in a hospital bed. By the time she had awoken, her dad had been killed.
Kyle,
Yeah,
do you remember Christmas last year?
just about.
You decorated that Christmas tree in the storage room in of the hotel. It was so beautiful.
Glad you liked it.
I more than liked it. It was wonderful. I'll never forget how pretty it was. Whenever I think of Christmas, I have the image of that tree in my head.
You know what? So do I.
I just remembered, Kyle. Rachel gave me something to give to you. It's a Christmas present.
She did.
Yes. She got it all ready to take to the meal. But since we're not going, you better have it now.
Thank you. I received a bottle of wine. Yay, let's get wasted! Sorry. Plant the wine carefully in the sink. You know, this wine is my favorite. Thanks for bringing it along, Mila. Is it me, or is Mila just drawn very cute-like? You know? Is it just me? Am I a sucker for this? Am I a sucker for her design? I probably am, actually. I'm just saying. Of course, my interpretation of a girly voice for Mila's portrait and character here, you know, doesn't do it justice. So, sorry for everyone who has, you know, Mila as a waifu, maybe. Can she really be classed as a waifu? I don't know. Probably not. Anyway, away from that subject.
That's not all. I have a present for you. I have a present for you from me, too.
For me?
There's nobody else here. Hope you like it.
Wow, it's me.
I did it myself.
I received a picture that Mila drew. Now that's what I call a unique present. I think you might have glossed over a few of my rough edges, though. Look at that smile! Come on, you do not like the smile! The smile! It's God! Love it too much. Mila's studying at an art college in Seattle. She managed to find something she enjoys and is really giving it her all. There must be tons of things she finds tough and some that other girls take for granted. But she's come a long way from the silent young girl she was when I first met her. I'm sorry, but I haven't got anything to give you, Mila. I'll get you something next year, though. I promise.
I'm not sure I can wait until then.
Come on, don't put me on a guilt trip.
I'm not trying to. But the truth is, there's something I'd like.
What is it?
Have a guess.
Pondering. I'm drawing a blank. I've got no idea.
I'd like a picture by you.
A picture?
Yes, I'd like you to draw me.
Not likely. Among other things, I don't even have a sketchbook. Not to mention, I'm not really the artistic type. Aw, poor Mila. Also, I just realized that. That's the same name as one of the characters in Freedom Planet, isn't it? Mila? Yeah, the kind of like dog bunny character thing, with the cutie kind of like character. I only just noticed that. Yeah, there's not many characters that call themselves Mila. Yeah. Maybe they called it that because they were probably the people behind Freedom Planet actually like this game, or like Hotel Dusk at least.
It's just probably a coincidence.
So you won't draw me then?
Okay, you twist my arm. I'll give it a shot. Hope you don't mind me doing it in my notebook, though. Alright, let's give it a shot. We are going to attempt to draw me. And granted, this is a non-artist trying to draw on a DS screen. This is gonna suck. Okay, so far it doesn't look so good. This is so terrible. I know I'm putting too much effort into this, but you know, for the sake of because when you do this picture, there's actually whatever you draw is actually added into the novel book. Sorry, I need to do those eyes again. Oh dear. I'm sure Double Cross is probably seeing this playthrough and she's going, it's like, this guy can't fucking draw! It's like, why is he trying to draw? You shouldn't even try to attempt it! Fool. It's like, that mouth a little bit better. Remember, this is an amateur trying to draw this. How do I... Is it any good? We're gonna leave it at that. I think that's yeah, as good as we can do. It's like, yeah, there we go. Here it is. Just don't throw it back in my face, all right?
Thank you, Kyle.
You sure you really want this? I mean, it's crap. It's absolutely crap. You can see how bad it is.
Yes, I love it. I'm so happy.
You know, there's a little cafe downstairs. What would you say to grabbing a coffee or something?
Kyle, let's skip the cafe. There's something else I'd rather go.
Oh? And where would that be?
The roof of this building.
The roof? This isn't exactly a skyscraper, you know. I don't think the view's going to be that great.
I'm not interested in the scenery. I just want to see the lighthouse up close.
Right. Never thought that kind of thing would interest you. Still, if that's what you'd like to do, let's get going.
Really? Thank you.
Alright. Let's head our way to the roof. The roof.
Mr. Hyde.
I know who it is. Charles.
I was on my way to your place to see you. Are you on your way out?
What can I do for you?
Surely you haven't forgotten.
Kyle?
Huh?
And who's this with you? Oh, who's this you're with?
Sorry, Mila. Sorry, Mila, but would you mind taking the elevator up to the roof? I'll join you up there. I'll join you up there shortly.
Okay.
There, Tiku. Okay, Charles, I know exactly what you need.
Who's that person you were with, Mr. Hyde? She was very pretty. Is she your girlfriend?
No, nothing like that. She's a close friend of mine.
A close friend. I see.
But forget all that. What do you want me for anyway?
I'd like you to return the spare key to room 205 as we agreed.
Sure. Let me just find it. There we go. Spare key. There you go. And the spare key back to Charles.
Mr. Hyde. So what did you think of room 205?
Wasn't as special as I hoped. Just a bare floor and a whole lot of dust. Definitely not like the 205 that I remember back in Hotel Dusk, that's for sure. The view's a lot better from my room. The view's a lot better from my room too.
Is that so? Well, Mr. Hyde, I must be going.
Charles moves out of sight. Righty-ho. Well, let's take the elevator and follow Mila up to the roof. She's probably very lonely. Righty-ho. Investigate. Obviously the fourth floor is locked out. Of course. But yeah, we got the room. Or the R, which is roof. Alright. Anyway, how are people in the chat? We've got about 3 people listening in, so that's cool. Now, where's Mila got to? She's around here somewhere. I hope she's around here somewhere. Oh, there she is. Hey, Mila. Mila.
Kyle.
So, what do you think of the lighthouse?
To be honest, it looked a lot bigger from the ground. It's actually pretty small when you see it up close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, plus it's not really much of a lighthouse. Smaller than you thought, huh?
Did I say something wrong, Kyle?
No, it's not that. I was just thinking about something.
What were you thinking about?
Just that, when I first came up here to see the lighthouse, I thought the same thing.
That's quite a coincidence.
Sure is.
Say, Kyle, why is there a lighthouse on the top of this building anyway?
13 years back, this place used to be called Hotel Cape West. I guess they were aiming for something that made it sound a little more coastal. So they figured throwing a lighthouse on top would really exemplify that. Been a while since I've seen that word used. Exemplify.
So I suppose you could say the best use of the lighthouse is to guide people safely through the crowded streets of the city.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Now that I think about it. When I arrived in this town 4 years ago, I came across the lighthouse and something just felt different. I didn't even bother looking at any other places. I just knew I had to live here.
Kyle,
Yeah?
is there something on your mind?
Why'd you ask?
Do you ever worry about things or get lonely? Is there anything that's troubling you?
What makes you say that, Mila?
I don't know. It just came to me after seeing the lighthouse.
Yeah. There's something on my mind that I'm not sure about. When I get lost in my thoughts, I sometimes feel like a boat drifting through the night. No lighthouse to beckon me in, just the menacing darkness and the waves. When I get like this, I just find myself counting the minutes till morning comes.
Morning?
Yeah. It doesn't matter how dark the nights are, there's always light at dawn.
Always light at dawn.
Right. There's no need for you to worry like this, though. I'll say that line again. There's no need for you to worry like this, though, Mila. You're not alone. If you ever find yourself lost in the darkness, just remember morning is on its way. I'll always be here for you. I'll always be here for you too.
Kyle,
If you head round to the other end of the roof, there's a good view of the city. Want to take a look?
yes, please.
Mila walks to the other end of the roof.
Let's follow her.
Although we could investigate the lighthouse ourselves. Definitely the symbol of Cape West. So yeah. Beams, vents, air vents and all that jazz. I think that's the doors to the stairs. Mila, you can see the park from here.
I can see it.
I sometimes take myself over there for a stroll. I find my favorite bench and just sit there in a world of my own. From time to time, a black cat comes by too.
A black cat?
Yeah, I think he figures that I'm going to give him something to eat. It's pretty cute, with a star on his left eye. Or with a... Okay. He's pretty cute, with a star in his left eye. In it. Not around it or above it. In it. Okay.
A star? Wow, he sounds cute.
I guess I won't be seeing him anymore after leaving this place, though.
You're leaving?
Yeah, I am. We've all been told to vacate the apartments. This building won't even be standing here next year.
The lighthouse will be gone too.
I'm afraid so. Mila, are you okay?
It's just hearing that's made me.
I think that might be a punctuation error. It's like, it's just ellipses. Hearing that's made me a little sad. I think that's supposed to mean, or I think that's supposed to be hearing that makes me. Hearing that's made me. I think it would have been better if it was worded, hearing that made or hearing that makes me a little sad. Makes would have been a better word to do than made. But what am I supposed to do? I failed in well. I only have a standard grade of English. I'm not that well refined in punctuation and grammar and all that malarkey. Yes, malarkey. That's a new word. Go write it up. You know. put up on TV tropes. I'll re-say that line now.
It's just, hearing that's made me a little sad.
Do you want to go back down?
Yes, I think I should.
No problem. I'll come downstairs with you. Well, take the stairs. Ah, they're locked. In fact, I don't think that I've ever seen them open. Okay. I guess we need to take the elevator back, so. Simple enough. Call the elevator. Righty here. Also, it's an elevator that has a seat. Yeah, like a little thing in the corner. You know, it's kind of like a seat. Which is kind of weird. Take it to the second elevator. Or second floor, even. Ah, damn it. Huh?
Oh
Damn it. Has this thing stopped?
no! Kyle, I'm scared.
It's nothing to worry about. It'll get going again soon. Let's use the bell. The hell? That's weird. The buttons aren't working. What are we supposed to do now? I need to get someone's attention. Huh? Could have sworn I just heard something. Must be going crazy. No luck. Someone might come if I keep making noise. I hope, anyway. Come on. There it is again. Of course, it's coming from the elevator. Better go check it out. Oh, we've got Dylan's attention now. Jesus. Took him long enough. Huh? The elevator starts moving again. Ah, went to the ground floor instead of the second floor. That's weird. What? Dylan. Mr. Hyde. So you were making all that noise in the elevator just now. What's going on in there? We were on our way down from the roof and the elevator just stopped. It just stopped? Yeah, no warning or anything, hence the panic. After we banged on the door and shouted, it just started moving again. That would be because I pressed the button. Obviously the external buttons are working. So I'm guessing that the ones inside are the cause of the problem. Whatever you did, it got the thing moving. Can't believe this happened so soon after the maintenance though. Sorry about that. I'll get the elevator people on the phone later and get them to check it again. You do that. Just one thing though, a favor. Can you avoid mentioning this to Mrs. Patrice? If she gets wind of this, she's bound to kick up a fuss. You know what she's like. Sure, no problem. Okay. I'm going to contact the elevator people. Gil marches away.
Kyle,
Are you okay, Mila?
I'm a little shaken, but I'm fine. Anyway, I really should go.
Time to leave, eh?
Perhaps Rachel will be with us the next time we meet.
Be nice to catch up with her. Bye, Mila. Mila. She's a sweet girl. Anyway, so I'm guessing we're just gonna go back up, but of course we get interrupted again. Huh? Oh, it's Tony. Oh god, I'm betting he bumped into Mila as she was coming out. Oh god. Yeah. I mean, even though we're supposed to be friends with the guy, he can't be. He's just like what's his face from Hotel Dusk. Yeah, the same guy who was trying to hit on Mila as well. Honestly, slap it both together. Yeah. Tony. Oh hey, Cat. Oh hey, Hyde. You certainly know how to pick your moments to turn up. What's he so happy about? Oh, I know exactly what he's happy about. What's happening? I need your help. I haven't got any cash to spare. Bullshit! You got $1,000! You just won $1,000, Kyle. You got money. Honestly. Oh, it's not about cash, man. I was just outside when the mailman was delivering this little package. There was no one else around, so I had to sign for it. A little package. Yeah, it's addressed to Mags. Thing is, I was wondering if you'd take it to her instead of me. Sure, might as well. I mean, I'm not doing anything now. Sure, hand it over. Seriously? Yeah, you haven't got the rent for her yet. Anyway, right? Bingo! Didn't take you long to figure me out. I'll help you out this time. But get your act together and pay her the damn money. Yes, sir! So this is the small package. I received a package from Max. I'll be sure it gets to her. I'm counting on you, man. Oh, wow, remember. Don't tell me you want another favor. No, just wondered what you're doing this evening. I had plans, but they kind of fell through. Aw, and on Christmas Eve, too. How about joining me for a drink, then? I'll be honest. I don't like the idea of you sponging off me to drink all night. Come on, it's Christmas Eve. I have no plans to sponge anything off you. Anyway, keep yourself free this evening, you hear? I'll give you a shout a little later. I got a split now, Hyde. Tony makes his exit. Now let's go over to Mags and give her a knock. Or Buzz probably be better. Oh, hello, Mr. Hyde. Is there something I can help you with? I picked up a small package in the lobby that was addressed to you. Just thought I'd help it reach you safely. Lines. I see. That's very kind of you. Please do come inside. No, I don't know why Max has that front door. Well, I mean, granted, there are some houses that has like a little, area of, in front of the door, in front of the, inside the front door. That then has another door that connects to the hallway or whatever, But yeah, I think, kind of redundant kind of thing. I don't know. I'm not a house designer. I don't design houses. I'm not a designer of any kind. What am I supposed to know? Anyway, let's talk to Max. Mrs. Patrice, here is your package. Please take it. Here you go.
Thank you. I wonder who would be sending me a package. There doesn't appear to be a name for the sender.
Mr. Patrice?
This package, it's...
What is it? Max placed a small package on the table with shaking hands.
Would you mind opening it for me, Mr. Hyde?
Sure. Or, I'm not sure I would. Sure, no problem. Okay. Huh. Where's the package at? She said she put it on the table, didn't she? Okay. On the table, the package is addressed to Max. You want me to open it, right?
Please.
Why is she this shook up? There's a gold watch inside.
Mr. Hyde.
It's just a watch.
A watch?
Yeah, there was a watch inside the package.
Phew. That's a relief. Just a watch. Thank you, Mr. Hyde.
What do you think it was gonna be? What did you think it was? What do you think it contained?
Well,
Let's find out. Mr. Patrice? Don't treat me like a fool.
I beg your pardon.
Come on. You refuse to open a package addressed to you, asking me to open it instead. I think it's a little rude to remain silent.
It's not that, Mr. Hyde. Please don't think so badly of me.
And start talking. What do you think was inside? You could do better than that.
I thought it might contain a bomb.
Wow. A bomb. Sure. Granted, 1980. Woof.
Topical.
Although 1980, taking in the logic of other things, doesn't make any sense. Why would anybody send you a bomb? And what gives with you make? Oh, okay, maybe it makes sense. And what gives with you making me open it? It's like my brain's trying to comprehend what the fuck the sentence says.
The ticking sound just got me thinking.
Also what?
Also, I recalled something else that happened. I received a traveling letter a while back.
What kind of letter?
Here, take a look for yourself.
Max receives a letter from a nearby drawer and hands it to me. Ignore this warning and you'll face the consequences.
You see? I have my reasons for jumping to such conclusions, especially with a threat like this. I thought it was somebody's idea of a joke at first, and tore it up. But when I saw the lack of a sender on the package just now, the letter just came back to me in a flash. There are all sorts of people living in this world, Mr. Hyde. People who won't think twice before resorting to the most extreme measures just to secure a place like this. They don't care about the people they intimidate.
You got that right.
I apologize, Mr. Hyde. I didn't mean for you to see me in this state. Oh yes, Mr. Hyde. who was the charming young lady who paid you a visit today? I'm very keen to know.
How do you know I received a visitor?
I met her while she was in the lobby. She's very pretty. I just thought that it was a tad unusual for you to be entertaining a young lady.
Meaning what exactly?
There's no need to get so defensive, Mr. Hyde. I was just curious. I wasn't out to cause any offense. I have absolutely no interest in giving any advice on who one should or shouldn't date.
I think it's time I made a move. Made a move out of here. Lazy. It's like, why does everyone just assume that I'm going out with this girl? It doesn't, we can have females that are just friends, okay? God, stop jumping to conclusions, game. Jeez. Seriously. I'm curious about the way Mags was acting just now. It's my pager. I better head back to my room. Let's do that. Ah, dear. Take the stairs. Don't trust that elevator now. Goodbye. Room. Phone. Phone time. Okay. Time to give Rachel a call.
Red Crown, how may I help you?
Hi Rachel, it's me.
Kyle, I got something to tell you.
Don't sweat it, I already know about Ed.
So I guess you met with Mila then?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm glad you were able to see her.
How's Ed doing?
Things have calmed down now. He's saying that it's just the same old problem, and we're all fussing too much. The doctor thinks differently, though. He said this time was significantly worse than usual.
Do you think it's time I took a trip to the hospital?
I don't think so, for his sake. You know why, right? He'll do anything to avoid letting you see him in this weakened state.
Yeah, I know how he feels about stuff like that.
Leave Ed to me. I'll take care of him. I'll go and check on him at the hospital later, again later.
Just promise me that if anything happens, you'll let me know.
Hey, Kyle.
Yeah?
Are you upset that we couldn't meet up this evening?
You know I am.
Right answer. Merry Christmas, Kyle.
Merry Christmas to you too, Rachel. Oh, well, there we go.
Kyle does have a heart.
Right. Okay, so... Oh. Of course, someone comes to my door. Who's that? Let's find out.
Are you Kyle Hyde?
Yeah, that's me.
I got a small package for you.
Another package, huh? Who's it from?
The label says Gene Hyde.
Must be the one Mom sent. I take the small package. Okay. So this is what she was talking about when she rang. Good small package that just arrived on the table. Well, let's have a look. On the table is a small package arrived from Mom. Let's unwrap that thing. Looks like Mom wrote me a card. The card reads, Merry Christmas. In this package are some very precious things from 25 years ago. Your father had been keeping them in his case. Take care. Love, Mom. Mom. The suitcase that Dad had in his possession the night he died 25 years ago. The tatty old case that I still use today. What does she mean? What used to be kept inside it? Let's find out. That's the Christmas card. There's a key. Looks like a car key. What the hell's this? It's a car key, alright, but I don't have any particular memories about it. What would this be doing in Dad's case? Baseball. Can't believe she still held on to this old thing. This is the same ball I used to throw around when I was a kid. Now I think about it. It was the ball Dad and I used to play catch in the park. Something left to me by Dad. This is pretty heavy, even for me. Who would have thought he'd give me a Christmas present? And it's now 7 p.m. Wow. My buzzer suddenly sounds. Who's that? We'll find out. Kyle always goes inside. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? So you are here, Tony. I've come to get you like I promised. Looks like we're going to be spending Christmas Eve together after all. Just the two of us? Jeez, don't get too excited. Besides, you're the one who said you didn't have any plans. What's going into you today? You seem a little livelier than normal. Well, that would be telling. Anyway, tonight's on me. You're kidding, right? Do I look like a comedian? I ain't joking. I'm settling the tab tonight. Just one thing though. I get to choose the venue, and it's Lucky's Cafe. So it's settled. I'll see you at Lucky's. Okay, Tony. His offer seems genuine. The least I can do is turn up, I suppose. Oh well. Let's do that. Let's make our way down to Lucky's Cafe. Not taking the elevator. Fuck that noise. And here we go. Lucky's Cafe. Huh? There's Claire and what's his face? Can't mind. Looks like Tony's a no-show.
Hi, Mr. Hyde. Welcome to Lucky's Cafe. Did Dad invite you here too?
No, Tony did.
Tony?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either, especially when he said he'd cover the bill.
He's got a nerve. Like he can offer to pay for other people.
Steady there. What's he done?
Well, offering to pay for you when he can't even sell his own tab here.
Claire!
Hi, Sydney. Tony's a valid customer of ours, and don't you forget it. And don't go bothering Mr. Hyde with stuff like that.
Dad? Yeah, okay. If you say so. But even you have to admit it's true though. Why do you let him keep a tab anyway? None of the other customers get one. It's not just that either. You invited him to. You invited him here today, and told him it'd be on the house.
Okay. That's right. I did. Sorry, I keep changing Sydney's voice. It's Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve, for crying out loud. Ellipses. If you want to spread a little happiness on the night before Christmas, I have every right.
Oh, you do what? Oh, you do whatever you want.
Claire storms off. Sydney. Truth is, I only came here tonight because Tony asked me to. He promised to cover my bill too. He did? He did? So if it's you he was talking about. Heh, that's quite amusing. I'd like to know. Sydney. What's so funny? Sydney's laughing just now. Maybe he's the fucker. You're the fucker who put that kebab, doner meat kebab thing in my letterbox. You dick! Sydney, you're a dick! Twat! It's like you cheeky old man trying to be a boyish tit. It does? I told him that if he didn't have any plans, he should drink here, on the house. That's when he asked me. He asked if he could bring a friend too. I must admit, I half expected him to drag some young lady in here. Turned out to be you, though. Guess you must have softened him a bit by now. Bit now and then. Am I right? He's a crafty one, all right. Yeah. Of course, I was talking about this on Friday's stream. She's asking me about my opinion on the Nintendo Switch. Come back to me when they actually have a price, a more up-to-date spec of the machine, and a launch library. Then I'll give you my opinion. Because right now, I don't have much of an opinion other than it's good on paper. The concept is good on paper, but all that will mean nothing until we have more details, like proper details, like hard facts. And guess what? This is 5 months before its release. Get that in your head. They only just revealed the concept of it 5 months before the fucking thing is supposed to be out. Nintendo, get your act together. That sure. Damn it. Hold on. Did I just lose my pen? God damn it. Ah, here it is. Ah. Honestly. First world problems. Trying to find your stylus. Anyway. Back to the story. What makes you think I even like the guy? Are you saying you don't? I just figured you two would get along. Have you heard any of this? Heard any of his music, Mr. Hyde? Yeah, heard one song just a while ago. What did you think of it? It was pretty good. The kind of song that just sticks in your mind. I see. I thought you'd enjoy his music. Just between you and me, I'm kind of a fan. I've listened to his stuff when he was popular and even when he wasn't. So perhaps when Claire says I go a little easy on the guy, she must have a point. Sydney. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I believe in the guy. He's got talent. I know that he'll go on to touch the hearts of millions with his music. Does Tony know you're his #1 fan? Nope, he has no idea. And if he ever hears about it, he'll no doubt get the wrong impression. Real fans, Mr. Hyde, don't need to make themselves known to the artist. They're happy to observe them from afar. They just sit back and wait for the music. Sydney. You're a real cool guy, you know that? Yeah, I know you're just having a laugh at me now. Not at all. I'm being serious. Tony's a lucky guy if his fans are anything like you. Well then, I'll just take that as a compliment. Anyway, just enjoy the evening and drink all you want. Okay, but I'll be paying my way like a regular customer. What are you talking about? I've already said tonight's on me. After all, this could be the last chance the two of you have to grab a drink here. Come on, I insist. Guess there's no sense arguing with you. I guess Tony will be here any minute. I'll come back round then. Sure. Before I forget, could you mind choosing something from the jukebox? Pick anything you like. It'll make a change from me picking the music all the time. No problem. After making his request, Sydney moves away. Alright. Let's see if we could change anything here. Gotta pick something good. Nothing like a bit of pressure. Just trying to see if we got anything good. Okay, we'll leave it at that one. I think that's suiting. This should do the trick. Maybe we should talk to Claire, see how she's doing.
Since inviting Tony to come down here, he's been in a world of his own.
Okay, Claire. Alright. Everything's on the house tonight, Mr. Hyde. That's real kind of you. Okay. Where the hell's Tony then? I have to... Ah, there we go. Got to go a little close to the door. Huh? Hey, Hyde! Hi, Tony. Alright, what are you saying? Cool! Different vibe in here than usual. Someone's picking some good music tonight. Yeah, Sydney asked me to choose something. Right, down to business. This is a night for hitting the drink. What'll it be, Hyde? What are you having? Me? Well, seeing as it's Christmas Eve, I suppose the most obvious choice would be champagne. A few glasses at that, and something swanky to nibble on as we go. Perhaps a couple of sips of that 20-year-old brandy, too. Sounds like you've planned this whole thing. Pretty extravagant, too. And why not? It's Christmas Eve. Time to get a little wild. Sounds like you're serious. Maybe you should consider lowering the pace. You don't want to bankrupt Sydney. What? I heard about how he invited you down here for drinks on the house. Damn! So you knew all along? Yeah. I have ways of making people talk. Aw, man. So I've gone and embarrassed myself again in front of you. Don't take it so hard. What's a little embarrassment among friends? What? Did you just say what I think you said? Say what? Unless I'm already drunk. I thought you said something about us being friends. Yeah, it might have slipped out. Ha 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 ha! And look at that laughing animation.
And I say, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on?
Sorry, I have to say that. What's so funny? It should be repeating back and forth. Come on, did I say suddenly become a comedian or something? I'm not laughing because you said anything funny. I'm doing it because I'm happy. You said that me and you were friends. Tony. Don't know what it is, but happiness seems to be in the air tonight. I feel like I've been given a present from Santa. Has it really been that good? It sure has. Sydney offers to pay for my drinks, and you declared that we're friends? Also, I just took a call from the director of the radio show that aired my song. The director? He called you? Yeah, according to him, the fans were all over it. There's even been interest from a record label. Now I'm beginning to see what put you in a good mood. You see? This could even be my return to professional music. That'd certainly be a bonus. I can't say I'm not a little worried though. Worried? What's that? I'm worried about the demo tape. The director told me that he'd be happy to hand the record label... The director told me he'd be happy to hand the record label... Oh, the record label a demo tape, of course. Yeah. Okay, Joel Thief. Yeah. I'm sure you'll be back. Hopefully I'm still be playing this. I go into overtime. And of course, Kadoyun. Kadoyu. Yeah. Got that right too.
See, good minds think alike.
The director told me he'd be happy to hand the record label a demo tape. Thing is, before he can do that, I need to put one together. Without any cash, how am I going to afford studio time? If I had that, I'm sure I could knock together an awesome demo tape. So I'm worried that I'll blow my big chance just because I couldn't get enough money. Look, Tony. Well, I do have that $1,000. don't know. Should we give him the grand? I don't know. Screw it. We'll give it to him. Yeah. It's like, he was there from the start, you know. He finally got his life back up together and, you know, things like that. So I think he deserves it. Would a grand be enough? A grand? Yeah, that kind of cash. Yeah, with that kind of cash, I could put together something that'll blow their minds. If that's the case, why don't you take this? The check for $1,000. Are you serious? But this is... It's a check for £1,000. Pounds. Sorry. Sorry, Kado-yun, sorry. Kado-yun, Kado-yu, wanted me to not give him the money.
Nah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude.
Alright, back to this here. That's a check for $1,000. And it's bona fide too. Take it. Oh, hold on! I can't take this, man! Sure you can. Do what you said. Do what you said. Put together that demo tape and knock him dead. Well, what if the tape doesn't make it? Lay off the modesty. It doesn't suit you. This is your chance to get back in the saddle. I know, but still! Listen, Tony, you need this money, right? There are fans out there waiting for you to get your ass back into gear. Besides, it's not like this is my life savings. I want it in the quiz. Just take the damn thing. And you're sure about this? Never been sure. And you better make it disappear before I change my mind. Done! You're the man, Hyde. You won't regret it either. I'm not gonna waste this chance. If you do, you'll have me to answer to. So are you ready for a crazy night together with me, Hyde? Until you said that, I was. I'm pretty sure you're gonna be passed out on the floor before me, though. We're just two guys drinking together on Christmas Eve. What could possibly go wrong? What's the worst that could happen? Oh wait. That's what I'm talking about. Ha ha ha! Tony, you two sure make some noise even without any drink. Well, Sydney, it's gotta get louder. Hey, I gathered that. No sense in going hungry though. Food's on the way. Shouldn't be too much longer now. You're just trying to slow us down. Not at all. But I'll say this. You got the entire night. So why rush? Perhaps while the two of you are waiting for food, you could play a game of billiards. Sydney leaves us to ponder her swords. Well, you want to play? Sure, why not? Then it's on! Alright, let's go into the billiards room. Play some billiards. Billiards. So are you some kind of hustler, or what? Back in the day, maybe. But it's been a while since I played. How about you? I'm not bad. I play a bit. A bit, huh? How about we make a proper game out of this? Now you're speaking my language. How much you want to lay down? Good question. How about if I win, you sing one of your songs? Sing? Here? Yeah. Make it the song I heard on the radio the other day. I'd like to hear that again. It's a deal. If you win, I'll do a live set. But if you lose, I'm going to make you buy me a glass of this place's best beverage. That's fair. Fair is fair. You're on. Now that's a deal. Now that's a deal. And there's no going back on it. Looks like I'm finally going to get a taste of Sydney's secret stash. save that kind of talk for if you win. So, how are we gonna play this? How about break shot? Break shot? Yeah, the rules are simple. Hit the cue ball into the rest and sink as many as you can. Just be careful you don't sink the cue ball, then you'll get a big fat 0. The person with the highest number of balls potted in is crowned the winner. So it's a one-shot match. Exactly. How does best of 3 sound? The first to score more than 1 wins. I got it. Are you ready? Yeah, prepare to lose. I'll go first then. Break a leg. No need for luck when you're as great as me. You can relax, Hyde. This will be over in a minute. Well, you potted your cue ball. I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, you're up. Ha. Boom. Not bad, Hyde. Not bad at all. Guess you win this one. Of course I did. Because I got skis. Not my greatest shot. Go up, Hyde. Alright. Very simple minigame, this one. It's just, you know, have your stylus on the cue ball and just whack it into the ball. Or whack it into the thingies. I got 1. That makes it a draw. Wasn't really paying attention. Yeah. You're up. There we go. And that's another win for me. Awesome. 2 wins and a draw. Guess you win the game. Nicely played, Hyde. Yes. Don't have to pay for any drinks. Can't believe I lost. Victory. Sweet victory. You sure ain't a hustler. Where'd you learn those moves? Manhattan. Me and a friend I knew back then used to spend a lot of our time at the pool hall. You must have spent some serious time playing there. You managed to squeeze all that practice in while busting those perps. Pretty much. Was your friend in the force too? Yeah, that's right. We were practically inseparable. Was he a good guy? I find upstanding citizen like yourself. Well, he was taller than me at least. I hope you don't think I'm weird for saying this, but there's something really cool about 2 Manhattan cops playing pool in a bar. Looking back, it was pretty good fun. Billiards required concentration and strategy, which Bradley and I appreciated a lot. We play it every chance we could get back in the day. If you could meet the me from back then, you'd be shocked. Just like you, with your guitar, could easily be mistaken for a cool guy. I was kind of slick back then myself. You're still a pretty cool guy now, too, you know. A little more tired looking, perhaps, but still. Hey, watch it. Ha 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 ha! Ha ha ha! Oh god, Kyle smiling. How about that song I promised you? I've not got my guitar. How about I visit your place later and play there? About that. I like to change the plan slightly. Instead of playing it for me, there's someone else I'd like you to play it for. Play it to. Oh yeah? Who's that? The fan of yours. That fan of yours. The one who never lost faith in you and told you to try and change. Are you serious? Yeah. So do me a favor and play them that new song of yours. Sure. Consider it done. They're gonna love it. Okay. You two seem real focused. How's it going?
What's everybody doing back here?
Tony and I are having a little friendly competition.
That looks like fun. Can I join in too?
You can count me in as well, if you think you're up to the challenge. Okay, time for me to take a break. I'll leave the rest up to you. If you need me, I'll be having a drink at the bar. What, is he just gonna go round it and just pour a drink for himself? That's not how things work in the real world. Alright, Sydney, what are you saying? So, Mr. Hyde, are you up to taking me on? If you win, I'll crack open a bottle of finest vintage bourbon I've been keeping. What do you say? I'll give it a miss. I think I'll give it a miss. What's the matter? Lost your courage already? Not that it matters, really. I think we both know I would have won. Sure. What does Claire have to say?
What would you say to a friendly game against me, Mr. Hyde? If you win, I'll make you a wonderful meal you'll never forget. So, shall we play?
Okay. Well, I'll go up against you, Claire. Yeah, prepare to lose. Not the kind of thing you should be saying to a woman, Kyle. You know, be a little more, friendly. Honestly.
Great. Hope you don't mind being beaten by a girl.
Do your worst.
Just so you know, I'm not going to go easy on you.
Alright, so it's still the same game. She got one.
Not so bad, I guess. Your turn, Mr. Hyde.
Well, a draw for that one.
Aw, draw.
Oh, Jesus! That was like 4 or 5.
That was a good one. Your turn, Mr. Hyde.
Definitely not gonna win this one. Damn it.
Oh well, I guess we all have our off days. I win this one.
1. Again, just 1.
Not so bad, I guess. Your turn, Mr. Hyde.
Ah, damn it! Drop the cue ball.
1 draw and 2 losses. Sorry. Looks like I beat you. It was a really good game, though.
Damn it.
Looks like I'm the winner. You might want to go and get some practice before we play again.
Can't have gone this bad. Must be getting old.
Unfortunately for you, you won't be tasting my extra special food tonight. No need to worry though. I'll still bring you something yummy. Okay, I better head back to the bar. Catch you later, Mr. Hyde.
Alright, fine, whatever. Alright. Let's give Sydney a run. Ready when you are. If you say so. Okay, I'll go first. Go for it. I hope you're ready. Watch and learn. Got 1 in. Well, that should be better. Your turn, Mr. Hyde. I got 1. A draw. Oh, you didn't get anything. I don't think I was on form for that one. Your turn, Mr. Hyde. See, oh, I would have liked to have that shot. Incredible shot, Mr. Hyde. The second round is yours, Mr. Hyde. Don't think I was on form for that one. Your turn, Mr. Hyde. Not a single one win. One win, two draws. That makes you the winner this time. Might not be so lucky next time, though. Alright. So I got 2 wins and 1 loss, and I lost to Claire. Of all people. You're a pretty good player, Mr. Hyde. And as promised, later I'll bring out the vintage bourbon I've been keeping. Bet that tastes pretty good by now. Anyway, I better head back to the cafe. See you later, Mr. Hyde. Well, I better go to the thingy then, I suppose. Go back to the main area and whatnot. Huh? It's Will White. I think this is the first time I've ever seen him in here. Huh? Is he looking at me? As I briefly make eye contact with Will. He reaches out to the glass on the counter and drinks the contents down in one. After that, he steals another glance at me. Okay. Well, hello there, Mr. Hyde. Are you by yourself? Not this time. I'm with a friend. That's a shame. I thought perhaps I could join you for a drink. Oh, excuse me. Oh, you did you? Yes. In fact, I've been waiting for the opportunity to have a drink with you for some time. Tell you what. Where are you headed? Maybe we could have just one drink together. Sorry. Dude. I don't feel like it. No offense, but I don't feel like it. Oh, is that so? We're both gonna be leaving this place shortly anyway. What's the sense in making friends if we won't see each other again? Something funny? Not really. It's just that reaction was precisely the sort of thing I expected. You got me all figured out, huh? I do believe I have, Mr. Hyde. You're stubborn and selfish, and like everything to go your way. If you... sorry. You have a distinct inability to read the emotions of others and are outspoken. And you have no qualms about ordering other people around. But you're keen not to let others learn of this trait, as word travels fast. In short, you have a very tiresome personality. Tell me, Mr. White, do you normally run off at the mouth this much, or is it the drink speaking? Hope you don't talk to your customers this way. Let me tell you something. I'll let you guess, shall I? To be honest, I couldn't care less. Oh. So, you see, it doesn't matter to me which it is. I've already decided that I've got far better things to do with my time than talk to you. Especially seeing as this is Christmas Eve and I'm trying to enjoy myself. I'm sorry you feel that way like that, Mr. Hyde. I was hoping we could spend a while delving into some philosophical conversation. I'm willing to bet you're you'll come to regret refusing my offer to talk. Anyway, I must be on my way. Will slithers off. Who the hell does he think he is? Good question, Kyle. Right. Let's head over to this side. Oh. Huh? Oh, it's Betty. Hey, Betty.
I know it's technically still a day early, but Merry Christmas!
Betty!
Oh, hi, Tony.
Looks like my luck's really in today. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you said you had plans this evening.
Yeah, I did. I had lots of them, but they kind of disappeared.
Is that so? While you're here, though, about that present I promised you before.
It's okay, Tony. Besides, I'm more interested in having a few drinks. How would you like to join me? It'll be my treat.
Would I ever? Typical. First sign of some skirt and he's off like a flash. I'm sorry, Hyde, but you know how it is. Oh, I'm gonna talk to him about this. Hey. Don't mess this one up. You got it.
Did I miss something? Do you already have plans?
Me? Plans? Nothing, baby.
Okay, that's good. You had me worried for a second there. Anyway, do you know any good places?
Sure do. Leave that to me.
Okay.
Just give me a moment, will you? Hey, Kyle. Hey, Hyde. Can I ask you something? What is it? Well, I'm gonna ask you something first. So where are you taking her? I gave the impression I knew decent places, but the truth is, I can't think of one. You gotta help me out, man. Do you know anywhere decent? That's a tough one. How about taking her to the place we went to before? The atmosphere was pretty good, and you could play her your song. True. Plus, I've got a tab running there too. Thanks, Hyde. I'm gonna take your advice and head there. This is your moment, Tony. Don't mess it up. You might not get another one. I hear you loud and clear. Okay, let's do this thing. Off he goes. He's off on the journey of trying to get himself sorted. Right. Here's hoping. That Tony's got a nerve. I was gonna let him spend the evening here on the house. Guess that just leaves me and you to enjoy the evening. Guess so. Time for some drinks.
Oh, Mr. Hyde.
Claire?
Your food's ready. But where's Tony got to?
He got a better offer from Betty, I'm afraid.
What? He left without even tasting my delicious food?
Forget about him. He's not worth it. I'll give you this. That food sure does look good. So good, in fact, that I think I'll take care of Tony's portion too.
You will? Better than wasting it. Thanks, Mr. Hyde. I hope you're ready to enjoy our special Christmas Eve banquet. I'll bring it over to your usual seat.
Sure. Thanks. That sure smells good, and I'm starving. You and me both, Kyle. I'm actually quite hungry myself.
Sorry for the wait. Here you go. It's roast chicken and a glass of Dad's special vintage bourbon. The bourbon's from Kentucky.
Sorry.
The bourbon's from Kentucky, aged 20 years. The roast chicken is fairly standard, but I based it in a special sauce.
Sounds delicious.
Well, I sure hope it is. Enjoy.
Claire leaves the food and drink on my table and moves away. There's a plate of roast chicken and a glass of vintage bourbon laid out before me. That smell sure is fantastic. Now, of course, if you actually beat both Claire and Sydney at billiards, you would actually get a whole chicken rather than half a chicken and the bourbon. But because I only beat one of them. I only got the bourbon. So yeah, whatever. Right. Well, who's there? Oh, let's talk to Sydney. Sydney. Hey, Mr. Hyde. Still drinking, I see? Yeah. Claire not around? No, she said she had plans to meet up with a friend and went out. Looks like it's just you and me now. So, what do you say? Shall we have something to drink? Sounds like a plan to me. Sydney dims the cafe lights a little, but leaves the counter well lit. It takes what appears to be some sort of special bottle from one of the shelves. I like some of these cutscenes. Some of these cutscenes are really good. It's a bottle of extra old brandy. The kind of stuff I've only drunk occasionally. It's got a smooth taste with a fruity aroma and real impact. Sure, it'll get you drunk, alright, but at least you'll be a sophisticated drunk. Sydney and I raise a toast and drink our fill of the exquisite brandy. Really is fantastic. You really know how you really know to know a good drink when you have one, Mr. Hyde. You're just like my ex-wife in that respect. Is that so? When we used to run this place together, we used to have a quiet drink, just the two of us, after closing time. Why did the two of you separate? It wasn't her fault. It was mine. I was way too stubborn. I can see it so clearly now. But it's far too late to do anything about it now. Looks like I'm getting lost in my thoughts a little here. By the way, have you ever heard a song called Promise? Can't say I have. I think this might be the perfect night to play it. The perfect night? Can't think of a better time than when you're alone on Christmas Eve. If you've never heard of it before, you'll really get the most out of it tonight. Cindy plays a single record on the counter. What's this? I take Sydney's record. Quite an old one you got here. Yep, it's old alright, but just brimming over with memories. There was only one copy of it at the shop when I went to, and I was keen to buy it. Thing is, Claire's mom had gone there for the exact same reason. Let me guess, that's when you fell in love, right? Absolutely. It was love at first sight. What kind of woman was she? She was the best. At least the best for me. Do you still feel that way even though you're separated? Of course. What am I saying? You're pretty good at making me say the most embarrassing things, Mr. Hyde. Believe me, I'm not trying to. I never drink? I think I've reached my limit. Then it's probably time for me to shut this place up for the night. Thanks again, Sydney. I had a great time. Me too, Mr. Hyde. Me too. Alright. Oh well. Time to make my way back up to my place. Does winning the minigames make insignificant changes to the story? Kinda. Well, not really. Not really, actually. It's more of a case of just changing that scene with the food and the drink and whatnot. So if you failed in one, you would get only half of a good thing. If you failed both, you would only get like a standard thing and whatnot. But But if you won both, you know, it would do it. But no, the one that kind of would insignificantly change the story would be the Grand, because you could actually give the Grand to other characters, but because I gave it to Tony first, because he was the first one, and it kind of like throws it out of the way. That's essentially his dialogue will be different, obviously, at the end of the game. Whilst if you gave it to another character, say for example Sydney, that would have changed things and whatnot. You know, that would have been a little different. Anyway, let's move on. I wonder what kind of song the record I got from Sydney is. Well, let's make our way back to our humble abode on this cold Christmas Eve. Let's see what we get. Yeah, this chapter is not too puzzle heavy. Essentially, it's not major kind of like stuff. What am I doing? So we got the record player here. I am going to put the Sydney record on. Maybe I should give Sydney's record a listen. Right. See these old things? Turntables? Although granted they're still going on. There we go. So this is a song that means so much to Sydney. Promise, huh? The kind of song that makes a person desperate if they listen to it alone. Guess this is the final Christmas Eve I'll be spending in this apartment. Okay. I think it's time I gathered my thoughts about all that's happened. Right. Quiz time! Play along with us. Let's see what happens. The morning of December 24th. I walked into town, heard the festive songs, and returned home. Then, my buzzer went. I opened the door and saw someone waiting there. It was... Tony, Mila, or Jenny? A, B, or C. Go on, give it a shot. No. I can easily wait. In fact, I'll take a drink while you're pondering that. Did you get it right? Of course, if it's Mila! Congratulations if you got it right. Right. I opened the door only to see Mila standing there. She told me that Ed had been admitted to the hospital and Rachel was looking after him. After exchanging gifts with Mila, I suggested we go to the cafe. However, Mila said she'd rather take a look at something on the roof. What did Mila want to look at? Was it the view, the elevator, or the lighthouse? I'll let you think on that. Kato Yu wasn't here at the start of the stream, so he wouldn't know what the is it he or she? No, sorry. Well, Kato Yu wasn't here at the start of the stream, so that's understandable. That's fine. Well, what about this one? What about this question? Do you know the answer to this? Do you, the viewer, know this? Yeah, you probably got it right. It was the lighthouse. Right. She said she wanted to see the lighthouse on the roof up close. We headed up to the roof and to do some sightseeing. It was the first time we'd chatted properly in ages. After Mila went home, I met Tony in the lobby and took a small package from him. The package was addressed to Max, and I took it to her in person. As soon as she saw it, she started shaking and asked me to open it instead. What was in the what was it that Max thought the package might contain? Yeah, thought it might contain a bomb, a watch, or a chicken. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. But do you know? Do you know what it was? You, the viewer. You can say. Well, you might be right. Because it was a bomb. A bomb. Right. She thought that the package might contain a bomb of some sort. She went on to tell me about why she thought a bomb might be inside. Apparently she received a threat in the form of a letter in the past. I called Rachel once I got back to my room. Once I heard Ed's condition had improved, I relaxed a little. I took a look at the package that Mom had sent. What was it I found inside? Was it wine, a picture of me, or a card, a baseball, and a key? Is that A, B, or C? Go ahead. Go ahead. Have a guess. Have a guess, people. Have a guess. Come on, Kado, you can say if you want to be a part of this. You know, you can guess. You know, take a wild guess. You know, simple enough. There's no penalties for getting the wrong answer. You know, it's not that problematic. You know, it's not bad. Won't be a bad thing. Well, the answer is a card, a baseball, and a key. Right. There were several things in the package that Mom, from the package from Mom. A card, a baseball, and a key. The card explained that the other two items were from Dad's case. Tony invited me to Lucky's Cafe to share a few drinks with him in the evening. As it turns out, Sydney had already promised to treat Tony that evening anyway. We all ended up playing a few games of billiards. Who offered me a drink after that? Was it Will, Betty, or Charles? Yeah. And congratulations to Yado-kun for guessing the correct one. So, good one. Yes. But what about the rest of you? What about the rest of you watching this? What do you think? What do you think of this question? Yeah. Was it Will, Betty, or Charles? Yes. Yado-kun. Yado-kun? Kado-you. Kado-you. Got this right. Yes, it was Will. Right. It was none other than Will White, who offered his company over drinks. I declined and instead shared some drinks and conversation with Sydney until late. As the evening moves on, I listen to the record I got from Sydney. I reflect on the things that have happened over the last few days. Right after getting the notification that this place will be closed, certain facts about the building's past came to light. The fact that my dad is somehow connected to the events that happened here. I wonder what I'll feel when all the mysteries of the past are solved. I wonder what I'll find out about my dad. And with that, people, that's us for chapter 7. And now you can read the events of the last chapter. And yes, we will save our progress. And we will be saving it in that slot there. Watch it with the cables. Kyle's thinking about Ed. Or he's gone to see Ed at the hospital. Why did the old man have to do that? Get ill. Chapter 8, December 25th, 1980. So yeah. Here we go. Thursday morning, December 25th. Waking up doesn't feel so bad this time. I can still feel some drink from last night sloshing around in my stomach. But as I drag myself out of bed and feel a draft of cool air, I soon feel better, like I can actually face the day. I open the blinds and stare out of the window. The rain that was pouring down during the night must have stopped sometime this morning. The sunlight beyond the window is dazzling as it reflects off the leftover droplets of water. The still damp cityscape is strangely picturesque, like a scene from a film. Funny that, because this is pretty much like a game that's kind of like playing like a film. Almost. I lean against the glass and take a moment to absorb what I'm seeing. Suddenly the song that I heard last night, Promise, pops into my head for some reason. I pause. Why did it provoke such a nostalgic feeling in me when I heard it? Then the realization hits me. I must have heard it somewhere before. And he's back in the suit. Kyle back in the suit, of course. After putting on some clothes, I slump onto the sofa. Ah, so that's me that's me if I'm not working. I try to unclutter my memories and recover the one that includes that song. At last, a memory from 25 years ago emerges and I recall the streets at night. That's it. The song I heard on the radio then. It was Promise. It's kind of weird. It's like, does that really happen to a lot of people? Do people have like a sudden memory kind of like trigger when they hear a specific song that they heard on the radio that one time? Answers on a postcard. It was after Dad had been murdered and we moved to Manhattan. I awoke suddenly at night, only to hear the sound made by the falling rain. I know, I was being a little fragmented there. I left my bed and slipped behind the curtain. If I stood on the tips of my toes, I could just about see through the window. The glass was slightly foggy, so I had to use the sleeve of my pajamas to wipe it. My sleeve was wet though, but I could finally see outside. What I saw was the purple lit glow of the Manhattan night. I'd vowed that I wouldn't ever enjoy living there. I didn't know anyone. It was so cold. It was too cold even. So cold it was too cold. But for the first time I found something I appreciate about the place. I wanted my mom to see that view. I cautiously opened the door to the neighboring room. To my surprise, my mom was still awake and standing beside the window. Realization came to me in an instant. Mom had been staring at the same view as I had. I remember telling her that I thought it looked beautiful. Mom came over, wrapped her arms around me, and just stood there beside me. There was a faint sound coming from the small radio Mom kept beside the bed. While holding me, my mom told me something. She said that my dad loved this song. As I looked up, my eyes met those of Mom. Then, for the first time since we arrived in that town, Mom looked different. Her eyes were beaming with tears, or brimming with tears even, sorry. So that is how I knew that song. It was the song played on the radio in our apartment. There you go. Ah, memories. So yeah. Oh, of course. It's my phone, as usual.
Hello?
Mom?
I see you're at home.
Yeah, no change there. What's on your mind?
Nothing really. I just thought you'd be out.
Sorry to disappoint.
Don't take everything as a joke, Kyle. I just felt like I should call you, that's all. I didn't really have anything to say though.
Mom. You're worrying me, Mom. Why call if you thought I was going to be out? That's what I wanted to say to her, but decided to keep it to myself instead. I got your package, by the way. That baseball? It was the one Dad bought me all those years ago, wasn't it?
So you remembered?
Vaguely. I remember Dad and I used to play catch with it.
That ball was very precious to your father. I think the reason was that you told him you wanted to be a baseball player.
I remember saying something like that when I was a kid. And a new expression for Kyle.
Your father kept that ball so that
Sorry, I'll say that again.
Your father kept that ball so that each time he looked at it, he could see your smiling face telling him you wanted to be a pro one day.
Kids say the craziest things. Oh, don't they just? I don't remember that key though. Was that the key Dad used for the car?
No, it wasn't.
Then what is it?
When the case came back from the police, it was inside. It was there together with the baseball. I haven't got a clue what it's for, but I have a feeling it represents something that he wanted you to have.
Mom. There's something I've been meaning to ask for a while now. And I think now's the time. Well, you are a grown-ass man, Kyle, so you might as well.
What is it? What do you want to ask me?
Why did you ever get with a guy like Dad?
What?
He was in a less than respectable career. So why did you agree to marry him?
Well, I fell in love. That's why. I fell in love with him and never wanted to be apart. The first time I met him was at the hospital where I worked. I was the one in charge of tending to the wounds he came in with.
So it was a classic case of patient and nurse falling in love.
Yes, I suppose it was. When I met him, he was a total stranger.
That kind of shit doesn't work in the real life. And if it does, it's very cliche. I should know. I've had a number of nurses helping me in my recovery from surgery for the last while, and not a single one of them. Nope.
But I did know one thing. I knew that he was bearing a secret of some kind, and that if it ever came out, I wouldn't be able to stay with him. That's why I was prepared to be content without knowing.
When did you find out what his secret was?
About 2 years after you'd been born. He came clean about precisely what he did for a living.
You mean he told you about the safe cracking?
Yes,
But once you knew, didn't you try and stop him?
Kyle.
Maybe if you had, we wouldn't have had to live off the money he earned by ripping people off. And he wouldn't have wound up dead 7 years later.
It's not like that, Kyle.
Then what is it like?
After you were born, your father, he wanted to make a clean break and give up that line of work. But his associates weren't happy with his decision. And
So he just kept on cracking safes. How can you just forgive him for that? Or just forgive him like that? Oh, mother.
Kyle,
After hearing me shout down the phone at her, Mom drifts into a strange silence. Maybe it's because this was the first time we've ever discussed Dad so openly. I'm starting to regret bringing the subject up in the first place.
let's stop talking about this.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Kyle, when you're ready to forgive your father and me, perhaps then we can continue this conversation. Merry Christmas, Kyle.
Mom. Sometimes problems can't sort themselves out. Anyway. My buzzer suddenly sounds. Who's there? We'll find out. Door open. Ah, it's Tony. It's you. Merry Christmas, Hyde! What the hell do you want? Or, what the hell do you want this early in the morning? Back to your old cold self, I see. You have to forgive me, but wasn't it you who dumped your friend on Christmas Eve? Just to go paint the town red with Betty? Whoa! Paint the town red. Sorry, Kyle, but I previously played Splatterhouse. I don't think he was doing that. Oh dear. I'm not denying it, but have a heart, man. What would you have done? Anyway, how was the rest of the night down there? Just me and Sydney drinking till after the place closed. Cool. He's tough to drink under the table, that one. Can't remember a single time. I didn't pass out while he's still I didn't pass out while he's still rock solid as a rock. Oh wait, sorry. That's all in one line, and of course I just fragmented it. Ugh. Can't remember a single time I didn't pass out while he's still solid as a rock. There we go. So how was your night? Mine? How'd it go with Betty? That's what you've come here to tell me about anyway, right? You really can. You really can see right through me, man. So what happened? Well, we headed to the place. Yeah, sorry. Well, we headed to the same place I took you to a couple of nights ago. Spent half the night chatting and getting out of control. Getting out of control, eh? Sounds like it went pretty well. Yeah, I thought so too, but now I'm not too sure. What do you mean? I'd actually kind of given up on Bay, but then she went and said some pretty confusing things. Then she told me to give something to you. Something pretty weird. Okay. Well, first off, let's answer that first question. What did Betty say? What did Betty say? She was a little drunk and slurred her words a bit, but she was going on about how there are two guys she likes. One who sets sparks flying, and one she cares about in a different way. Cryptic. Her words, not mine. I just sat there nearly falling off of my stool. But the next thing she said sure threw me a hell of a curveball. Tony, she says, what do you know? What do you do when there's someone that you really care about who's close to you? You know, someone you've been friends with for a while? How do you tell them how much you care about them without them freaking out? Did she say anything else? Yes, she said, the other guy is history now, and I want to take it further with that friend, but... So what had you so confused? That's the thing. The way she looked at me when she said it, I started thinking that maybe that friend is me. But you didn't actually ask her, right? Nah, I kind of chickened out. Pathetic, isn't it? Maybe you're wrong. Maybe you're right. But for now, you should stick to the belief that she was talking about you and tried to become that person to her. Only way to be sure, right? I guess so. You know what? Maybe it is me. Who knows? I mean, look at you. You can't get her out of your head. Ain't that the truth? So what did she want to say then to me? What does she ask you to look after? This. It's some sort of notebook. A notebook. She said it belongs to Rex, but he left it behind. Take Rex's notebook. Good. She said something about you being able to find some use for it. Can't say I understood what she was getting at. Or getting at though. Oh. Right, I'm gonna go back to my room. Later, hater. Tony leaves the room, of course. What's Rex keeping written down on his notebook? I think it's time to find out. Let's do that, Kyle. Simple enough. So let's go into our inventory. Rex's notebook. Let's examine. I open Rex's notebook. Inside there's something written. It reads, 1967, Condor disappeared. Jack Green disappeared. Jack Green? Who the hell's he? Oh, phone's going off. Alright. That's my phone again. Pick that up. Hello? On the other end of the line, I hear a very familiar voice. Rachel?
Merry Christmas, sweetie. I've got some good news for you. Ed's made a dramatic recovery and will be out of hospital by the weekend.
That's good to hear.
Yes. It's pretty comforting. Pretty comforting, but the doctor laid down the law. He said Ed really can't afford to push himself anymore. He has to avoid any unnecessary stress that could put a strain on his heart.
So I guess that means we better not give him too much trouble.
You mean you'd better not? But yeah, that's what I figured too. So how are you? Have there been any developments?
Nothing too exciting, but there is something I need you to check out.
What is it?
I need you to check out someone connected to Rex Foster. Someone going by the name of Jack Green, who is under investigation by Rex. He may have disappeared off the grid after 1967.
Jack Green, 1967. Got it. I'll see what I can dig up. Expect a call when I find something.
Thanks. Simple. Simply easy, that one. Looks like I'm going to be at... Sorry. Looks like I'm going to be at a loose end until Rachel gets back to me about Jack Green. Hang on. I just remembered I need to return Sydney's record to him. Might as well do that. Do we have it in our inventory? Yes, we do. So, on we go. So yeah, off down to the cafe. While we're doing that, I'm just gonna take the stairs. I recently just finished Chase, the digital game done by the same director of the Hotel Dusk and Last Window game. Well, Hotel Dusk mainly. I don't know if it was the same director that did Last Window as well, but yeah, just finished it. And yeah, all the stuff that I was looking at some of the kind of like posts on the Miiverse for Chase here in Europe. Yeah, a lot of the reception was very negative, and I thought, wow, geez, I didn't think it was that negative to a lot of people. Mainly because of its length, but really its length is justified by its price. Because when I said it was very surprising that it was only £6, now I know why it's £6. So there you go. Anyway, talk to Sydney here. Sydney, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Mr. Hyde. Thanks again for last night. It was a refreshing change of pace. I enjoyed myself too. I think last night is going to be a Christmas Eve I'll be sure to remember. Yeah, you and me both. Would you care for anything to eat? No, I'm good. I just came to return that record you loaned me. Gets record. There we go. And Sydney back to his record. Thanks for that. Did you listen? Sorry. Did you listen to it? Yeah, I took it home and listened to it all night. Is that so? It's not the kind of thing I usually listen to, but the song's nostalgic to me. Thanks to your record, I had a bit of a sentimental moment alone in my room. Ah, it does you good to come out of yourself from time to time. Geez, sometimes the words just blur for me. Maybe I'm dyslexic. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, it does. I think it does. I think Kyle's just agreeing with me. He's like, yeah, I think he is dyslexic. I think Turbo is dyslexic. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, sorry if you're hearing that. That's someone wanting to be quite the boy racer at the moment. What is wrong with everyone now? I seriously don't understand. Anyway, the world's gone mad. Anyway, back to the story. Actually, Mr. Hyde, there was something I wanted to talk to you about. Yeah? Actually, what is it? Just come out with and say it with it. I wanted to ask for your help with something. It's about Claire. Has something happened to her? She's been acting funny ever since she got home last night. And she hasn't said a word to me all morning. However, many times I ask her, she won't say a thing. I'm at the end of my tether. So what do you want me to do? I want you to find out what the problem is. Would you mind speaking to her on my behalf? Sometimes when I look at her, all I see is a naive young girl. If you agree to speak to her, you'll find her cleaning the billiards room. I'm counting on you, Mr. Hyde. Alright, fine. Righty-ho, onto the billiards room. Oh, she's right. I'm sorry. Look at that. Let's go a little further away. Like, look at her model there. Just get more distance. So It's almost like I caught her doing something weird. It's like wait, actually go like this. Huh? What? What's wrong? Huh? Anyway. Claire.
I'm sorry, but I'm busy with the cleaning at the moment. Oh dear.
Claire. For crying out loud, jeez. Honestly, sometimes some drivers just overcompensate for what they don't have, I guess. Alright, so yeah. Ask her if she's still worried about her dad.
Oh, excuse me.
Claire, are you still worried about your dad?
Yes, I am. You remembered what we talked about the day before Christmas Eve? Did you get around to asking him about it? Did you find out if there's someone special in his life?
I never got around to asking him outright. I kind of got an impression from the way he was acting.
So what you're trying to tell me is that you didn't ask, right? I'm not interested in maybes. I need to know for sure.
Claire.
After all, this could be the last chance.
Last chance for what?
I knew it. I just knew it. I had a feeling all along that he wouldn't keep his promise.
Let's ask her about what that last chance is all about. The last chance for what, Claire?
Last chance for him and Mom to get back together. If Dad doesn't step in and do something right away, it'll be too late. Mom's going to move to Boston. That's what I meant. That's what I mean when I say that this is his last chance.
So you're holding out hope for your folks to give it a second try, is that it?
That's right. I want them to get back together, more than anything. I've been wishing for it for ages now.
I see.
That's where I was last night, Mr. Hyde, with Mom. That's when she told me about her plans to leave for Boston. I asked her straight if she'd give Dad a second chance and try to start over, but this is how she responded. She said that she still loved him, even now, but that she couldn't return to Lucky's Cafe. Sure, it has good memories for her, but it also has some bad ones too. She was scared that returning here would bring the bad ones back, and she couldn't stand it.
What kind of bad memories?
Memories about Dad's loans. She told me all about it. After they fell out, business started to decline at the cafe. Mom hated the idea of borrowing money off a certain person, but Dad did it anyway. That's what eventually led to them breaking up.
So what was the promise? Claire, what promise was that?
It was one Dad made after Mom left.
What did he promise?
He promised something on the first Christmas without Mom. It was a sad Christmas for me. Dad was busy at the cafe and I was all alone. I waited up until he'd finished work and returned home. He was a little drunk when he got there, though. Still, when he saw me, he pulled me into a hug and said that we would find happiness. Just the two of us. He promised that we'd be happier than we've ever been before.
Happier than you've ever been before, huh?
He forced himself into a smile at the time, but I knew the truth. I could see past his smile, into the tears that fell from his eyes. I knew that Mom leaving was the hardest thing he'd ever had to deal with in his life. That's why I promised him something too that night. I promised that I'd also look for a way for us to be happy.
And that's why you started to think of them getting back together, right?
Right. That's all I've thought about since. But I don't know what Dad's thinking anymore.
Really think I should have kept that $1,000 for, Sydney now. I think he shouldn't have, had that $1,000 as a prize if he was in so much debt. Who was the person that he borrowed from?
It was Mrs. Patrice.
Max.
That's what I heard. He got the money he needed from her. Mom's never been able to forgive him for that.
And you knew about this?
No, I had no idea. I'd never heard about it until last night. It was the last thing Mom told me last night. She said Dad still hadn't repaid all the money he borrowed. Who was I trying to kid? Dreaming that Mom and Dad would get back together and we'd all live happily ever after. I certainly let my imagination get the better of me, didn't I? I should have known it was never going to happen. I was stupid to even think it could.
Claire, as we get older, we learn to become more accepting of each other's shortcomings. Wow, this game's actually talking to me, actually. No, seriously, I can sympathize with Claire on this. How she, what she's going through and whatnot. But I can also understand where Kyle's coming from as well. Wow. Who'd have thought after all these years, last window would come back to me and, put me in a real situation again. Or, well, just in a real situation in general. Sorry, a moment of clarity for me in this case, because it's kind of hitting me on a personal level, this, apparently. Pretty shameful, but that's life, I suppose. I'm sure your folks are no different. I'm sure your folks are no different either. So if they really still love each other enough to put that whole ordeal in the past, who's to say that your dream won't come true after all?
My dream?
It's all down to how much affection they still have for each other. I'll tell you what your dad told me last night. I'll tell you just how much your dad still loves your mom.
Mr. Hyde.
You take everything too much to heart, Claire. But sooner or later, both of them are going to split up and notice how you're feeling. Or no, sorry, not split. Sit. I'll take that line again. But sooner or later, both of them are going to sit up and notice how you're feeling. When that happens, they'll finally be able to answer each other's questions. That's why the best thing you can do is keep that smile on your face and stop sighing.
You're right, Mr. Hyde. I need to look on the brighter side.
Still curious, though. Well, that's obviously a question that's got to be pointed to Sydney, though, so let's talk to him. Sydney. How'd it go, Mr. Hyde? Did you manage to find out what's been troubling Claire? I'm trying to get comfortable just now. It's not very good. I asked her, alright, but she's got some serious worries on her mind. She's worried about love. About what? I fear I feared it might be something like that. Should have known something was up when she left at that hour last night. So what's going on? Has she hooked up with some guy? Is he treating her badly? Whoa, hold on there, Sydney. Let's not jump to conclusions. But you just told me she's having problems with her love life. That is what you said, wasn't it? No, really, no. Yeah, you misinterpreted what I said. It's got nothing to do with her love life. She's worried about her mom and you. Her mom and me? It was her mom she met up with last night. You know what she's hoping? She's hoping that you and her mom will give it another try. So that's what it's all about. Also, there's something I need to ask you. What is it? What's happened? What happened with the loan from Mags? How on earth did you find out about that, Mr. Hyde? Claire let me in on it, and it was her mom who told her. I see. Well, it all goes back to when we needed money to get this place up and running. Mrs. Patrice was kind enough to give us what we needed. It all stems from me knowing her late husband. I've been paying in installments each month. In half a year, my debt will be settled. She said she has too many bad memories to do with money troubles. For her, it's a very real reason not to give you a second chance to get back together. So that's the root of it. She still doubts me. Okay, let's follow up with those questions. No viewers at the moment. Tisk. How did you know Max's husband? He was a customer in the restaurant here when this place was still a hotel. I would wait on his table a lot. I used to work there when I was younger. You see? Anyway, George Patrice, or Mrs. Patrice's husband, as I should call him, was a regular. Very particular to cheesecake, as I recall. Fellow cheesecake man. I like this Mr. Patrice, or Mrs. Patrice's husband. What kind of man was he? I remember him telling me that he used to play the sax in his youth. Oh, so he changed his identity. He faked his own death and became yeah, I'm not gonna continue with that joke, sorry. Too political. But at the time when I knew him, he was the owner of several eateries around the town. To sum him up, he wasn't afraid to spread his money around. All the waiters jostled for the right to wait on his table. Of course, all they were after were the tips he'd offer them, and nothing more. He'd always be around when the hotel was having an evening event, even. Yeah. In particular, he always came to the parties they called Scarlet Star. Ooh. What connection could this have to do with the thing I'm looking for? Chaos. But we won't ask him just yet. What does Claire's mom doubt about you? She thinks there's something between me and Mrs. Patrice. She does. It was just something my wife was worried about. You see, when Mrs. Patrice was standing trial, I believed that she was innocent. My wife was convinced she was guilty, and from that point, she was sure that Mrs. Patrice and I had something going on. Meaning that when I borrowed the money, she refused to forgive me for what I'd done. So was there any truth to it? You and Mrs. Patrice, I mean? Sorry, I'm just double checking a couple of things. I think stream's gone down. I think. You and Mrs. Patrice, I mean. Or was it simply all a huge misunderstanding on Claire's mom's part? Of course it was just a misunderstanding. I only had eyes for her. There was never anything between me and Mrs. Patrice. There were parties called Scarlet Star? Yes, there were. Every month, Hotel Cape West would hold a party on a date with the number 6 in it. Those parties would be called Scarlet Star. How did they earn that name, though? I couldn't tell you. And I haven't got the faintest idea, I'm afraid. Other parties that were held there had similar names like Gold Star or Silver Star. Those were held on dates with the numbers 3 and 9. 3 or 9. What kind of parties were they? Just run-of-the-mill affairs, really. You know, the type with food and drinks and a live band and dance floor. I was there on a number of occasions, and they were all pretty similar. Okay. Keep that in mind. Sydney, when did Max stand trial? Well, let's just forget about that, shall we? No, I want to know. But more or less we can question him why, or he can't tell us. So you can't tell me, huh? No, really? Well, I can't beat it out of you, but I can ask you kind of nicely. Will you tell me? Yeah, I suppose I could. Seeing as it's you I'm talking to. But you have to promise to keep it to yourself, man. Of course. 13 years ago, Mr. Patrice was a suspect in a certain incident. The jury returned a verdict of innocent, though, and she was freed. Okay, let's follow up on that. What kind of incident was it? She was suspected of killing her husband. What the hell? She was a suspect in a murder case? She was indeed. Cindy, why was her husband? Mr. Hyde, I got nothing more to say on the matter. Can we leave it there, please? The verdict was innocent, and that's all that counts. I really don't want to talk about it anymore. I understand. I just need to make sure. But you will keep this discussion between us, won't you? I really don't want anything I said about Mr. Patrice to get out. I only told you because I trust you. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Oh, Kyle, you're such a bad liar. Then we understand each other. The last thing I want is to cause any trouble for Mrs. Patrice. What was that? Sorry. Now, was that everything you wanted to ask me about, Mr. Hyde? I do have a cafe to run, you know. Actually, there is something else. What do you want now? What do you want to know? Yeah. I'm changing the voices all the time. Do you still love your wife? Do a what? I want to hear how you really feel about her. Well, I love her, and there's no denying it. I just haven't got the confidence to tell her. To tell her that you love her? Not exactly. Tell her that I want us to give it another try. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Hyde? Even when two people really love each other, it doesn't guarantee it'll work out. The real reason we separated was to do with me. When I think about how it happened now, I can see exactly why she walked out. If only I could have seen things the way I see them now. I tried to console myself by making her the villain and branding her as heartless. But the truth is, I was a fool. The worst thing is that it took losing my wife for me to notice how she was feeling. That's why I'm afraid. I'm afraid that if we did get back together, I'd do the same thing over again. I'm sure she's thinking along the exact same lines, though. You may feel unsettled, but you clearly want to have another shot at happiness. Mr. Hyde! Claire told me about the promise you made her. She did? She told me about the first Christmas you spent without your wife. And when you told her that you'd find happiness again, together. She's been thinking about that ever since. Well, her idea of happiness is having her family back and all living together. Mr. Hyde, it's not my place to dictate to you how your family should be. But I'll tell you this for free. There aren't many families that can get back together. I know that. Sorry, I was just hearing some noises outside. A lot of ruckus. Most of them who've tried failed. Ain't that a fact? A sad but true one. Okay, I need to be somewhere. Alright. Moving on to 3 o'clock. Well, I want to talk to him about something. Yeah, something a little extra here. Oh, again, Mr. Hyde. Hi, Sydney. Oh, Mr. Hyde. You were talking about the hotel the other day, weren't you? After you left, I remember another story that may interest you. Another story? Would you like to hear it? Absolutely. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Ha 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 ha. I thought you'd be keen, but not quite that much. Well, you know the elevator started working the other day, right? Yeah, apparently the repairs were all finished. That very elevator has been in use since this place was a hotel. It's a lot more temperamental than anyone would have you know. Sounds a little worrying. We should know because we were stuck in it one time. Actually, only yesterday I got trapped inside it. Kyle retelling that. You did? Well, there you go. It's a safety hazard and no mistake. The strange thing is, back in those days, it used to stop and start even more frequently. Even stranger still, it always stopped between the 4th floor and the roof. Between the fourth I'm gonna take a drink. Try that again. Between the 4th floor and the roof. I got it! You should have heard some. You should have heard some of the things the staff shouted when it happened. Of course, it had regular work done on it, but always seemed to have problems. Nothing's changed that. Well, that's the real mystery. When the place was renovated, it started working perfectly. It did. Yes, so I guess when it stopped with you in it, it was just your bad luck. Could well be. So that's a nice little story there. And don't you worry, that will come into play down the line. Something that Sydney said has got me thinking. He said that there was a person who always attended the Scarlet Star parties. I think I need to find out a little more about that person. Oh yeah, Sunrose is hosting. Hi Sunrose. Hiya. How you doing? Hope you're doing alright. Okay. Right. I need to talk to Mags. Hello there, Mr. Hyde. Mrs. Patrice. You wouldn't by any chance have any free time at the moment, would you? As a matter of fact, I would. There's something I'd like to ask you. And what might that be? I'd like to hear about your court case. I'd like to hear about your husband. Yeah, won't talk about the court case. That would just raise too much suspicion. So, talk about the husband. I'd like to hear about your husband. Why would you want to know about him? When we last spoke, you told me a little about your late husband. You said he enjoyed jazz music, and even used to play the saxophone. Saxophone. Sorry, had to make that joke, didn't I? I'll slap myself for that. There we go. That's right. I must confess, I'm into jazz music too. I often listen to it in my room. The best kind of jazz always features a saxophone, don't you think? Well, if you say so. So once I heard that your late husband played it, I instantly became interested. Would you be so kind as to tell me a little more about him? Oh, excuse me. Why, certainly. Since you asked so nicely, please come inside. Ah, dear. Can't go inside. Alright. This is Patrice. Your husband played the tenor saxophone, didn't he? Yes, that's right. When did he start? As a pro, I mean. He was already part of an established band at the age of 20. So he must have studied how to play it somewhere. Do you know where? He told me that he taught himself how to play, and that he was into jazz from the moment he was born. What kind of person was he? He was a real gentleman, both masculine and invigorating at the same time. These qualities guaranteed him a hit with ladies. When did he throw in the towel and stop playing? I'm sorry? Well, he went on to run several eateries around town, didn't he? And he was a regular guest at the hotel restaurant here too, right? Who told you that, Mr. Hyde? I'm not gonna say Sydney because I'm not gonna rat him out. Just say I looked it up. I found out all about him from an old newspaper article I got from the library. It was right there alongside one about your court case. It seems like you've gone to great lengths to investigate me, Mr. Hyde. Doesn't it? Tell me, why is it that you've been investigating me? I told you, I'm interested. I'm keen to learn more about the kind of stuff your late husband played. Not to mention about you, seeing as you're a widow just like my mom.
I see. So, you know everything, it would seem. Ha 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 ha.
What are you laughing at? Miss Patrice. What's so funny?
I just had to laugh. I have things in my past that I would be happier never to share with anyone. And I was planning to keeping it that way until we'd all gone our separate ways. I know I sound very shit right now, don't I? Oh, stop migraine again. Oh. Yet, as the day we all leave draws ever closer, you chose now to suddenly develop an interest in my past. I just found that very amusing.
Mrs. Patrice.
I'll answer your questions. I was suspected of murdering my husband. That was 13 years ago. When he and I were living together, our house was burgled one day. The burglar struck me and knocked me unconscious. When I awoke, my husband's body was laying lifeless beside me. In my right hand, I was clutching the gun that was used to kill him. I was framed by somebody. The evidence was more than sufficient for them to hold me as a suspect. But it seems that fate smiled on me that day, as I was declared innocent.
So, what happened? Was the real culprit caught?
No, they never found him, and thought I was declared innocent. And though I was declared innocent, people will always remember the accusations. Mudsticks, or whatever the saying is. What you said about my late husband is quite true, Mr. Hyde. It was a regular face at this place when it was a hotel. On the day I was acquitted, I took control of the money my husband left to me and purchased the hotel. I wanted to own the place he held so dear when he was alive. And that, Mr. Hyde, is all this lonely widow can tell you.
Okay. Huh?
That appears to be the phone. Would you mind waiting here for me, Mr. Hyde?
Apparently the phone's in the other room. That's weird. Max makes her way to the phone. Guess I better stay here until she's done. Now I think of it. I'm sure there's a photo of her husband around here. Yeah, might as well. Picture has signatures of George and Margaret on it. This must be a picture of Max when she was younger. She's wearing a very unique designed necklace. There's a man playing sax. That must be George Patrice. Photograph is of a cheerful young woman. Photograph of two young women. Based on their clothes, they must be dancers. This is a pretty old picture. Yeah. We got hard questions. Door opens and Max walks in.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Hyde.
It's no problem. I took the liberty of looking at the pictures on the shelf.
Oh, these old things?
And now I've got some questions for you. When was the picture of you and your husband taken?
right after we were married. That necklace you see still gets worn today. It was a present from my late husband and is one of a kind. It's an impressive item, that's for sure. I love this picture of us more than any of the others I have. I'm sure your mother has one of her own that she values above the rest too. As Max utters those words, I think to myself, Mom doesn't have a single picture of her and Dad. Not one. Of course, duh. For the simple reason. That picture hanging on the wall with the two women. Is one of them you? You're absolutely right. Can you tell though, Mr. Hyde? Tell which one of them is me. Oh, Jesus. I don't know. Now, I don't know. It's like most people are normally on the right, so you know, if we're all right-handed, we all stand to the right. So I'm guessing, you know. Although great adventurers go to the left, sensible people go to the right. You're the one on the right. I am indeed. Well done. Who's the woman in the shot with you? She was a dear friend of mine, a fellow dancer. A dancer? Yes. It may be hard to believe now, but I was once a dancer. Oh. Oh. What's wrong? My head. It hurts. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I sometimes get like this. It's my reminder of the events that took place during that awful time 13 years ago. You better rest. I'll leave you in peace. That's very kind of you. But before you go, Mr. Hyde, may I ask a favor? Please keep what I've told you today to yourself. I swear, I won't breathe a word to anyone. Okay, time for me to be on my way. Indeed. And I leave. Righty-ho. Max. Seems she's had a somewhat colorful life. Mr. Hyde. Huh? Oh god, it's him again. Dylan. Can I speak to you? What's that about? You went into Mrs. Patrice's room, didn't you? Yeah, that's right. What did the two of you talk about in there? No, we're not going to talk about Hilsarin. We're talking about leaving this place. We talked about leaving this place. I see. Are you curious? No, not really. Anyway, I've got to be on my way. Okay, Dylan. Dylan goes directly into Max's room. Ah, it's my pager. Better head back to my room. Yep. Time for more exposition. What else could I say? Oh, I'll tell you this. I finally got the go-ahead to get back into my regular routine of working from the doctors. So, yeah. Granted, I'm still not 100% healed up, but I'm fine enough to a point where I can actually walk around and you know, be okay, and actually sitting down as well, as you've been seeing me for the last couple of weeks. Still, you know, I'm still needing a little more time of healing, but regardless, it's getting there. I'm getting there, so, you know. Like the phrasing goes, time heals all wounds. Though I've had 2 months to heal, and frankly, I think I should, you know, that should have been enough. Anyway, time to give Rachel a call. Red Crown, how may I help you?
It's Kyle.
I've got some information on you. I got some information on you, Kyle. You're quite the cheater, aren't you?
Sorry.
I've got some information for you on Jack Green.
What did you find out?
Well, his name disappeared in the 1967 obituaries. It said that Jack Green, a 30-year-old reporter, died in a car accident due to major internal complications and blood loss.
A car accident. Car accident. Did you see who he reported for?
I did. It was Los Angeles Beat, the same place as Rex Foster.
Were the two closely connected?
Yeah, they were. They spent 3 years working together in the editorial department. And what's more interesting is when Rex Foster quit his job. He quit just 3 weeks after Jack Green's death. After that, things really get strange.
In what way?
It turns out that Jack Green's final article was about the organization crime group Condor. The title was, unsurprisingly, The Truth Behind Condor. It was actually the first part of a series, but Green ended up dying, so only the first part was ever published.
I really need to get a closer look at that article, Rachel.
Understood. I'll see if I can get a hold of a copy for you.
I'm counting on you.
There's something else that stood out too. It's about the area the incident or accident happened in.
Sorry, I'm just went off track there.
The location was along Route 971. I knew there was something familiar about the place, so I looked it up. It happened on the road between the Los Angeles Beat Company building and Hotel Cape West.
Seems to be a lot of factors that suggest this was more than a coincidence.
You're right. Lastly, I've got a message from you, for you from Ed.
You left me a message?
He said that there must be some kind of clue that connects the guests who attended the regular parties held at the hotel and the Scarlet Star. That's all he told me.
I see.
I'll be in touch when I have more information.
There we go. Jack Green died 13 years ago. He was writing an article about Condor. Also, the message I received from Ed. The one about the connection between the Scarlet Star and the party guests. Now I think about it. Sydney said something too. He'd always be around when the hotel was having an evening event. In particular, he always came to the parties they called Scarlet Star. Every month, Hotel Cape West would hold a party on the date with the number 6 in it. Those parties would be called Scarlet Star. The guests who attended the Scarlet Star parties. That's it. Maybe that full album I found on the 4th floor can shed some light. Alright, so... well, I'm not getting interrupted at the moment, so we might as well look at that full album then. Now, what am I looking for in these? There's only 2 photos. Two men in tuxedos smiling at the camera. Hey, I know that necklace. Of course. That's the necklace Mags always has hanging around her neck. Which means this woman, it's Mags Patrice. Makes sense. Just as I thought. Mags is in the picture of the Scarlet Star Party. Looks like she's just earned herself another chat with me. Okay, well, let's go that way then, I suppose. Oh. Someone's coming out of their room. Ah, it's Charles. Hey. Oh.
Mince allures.
I don't know that expression. Anyone want to enlighten me? Maybe in the Twitch chat? No? Okay. I have no idea what that expression means. Looks like somebody didn't want to be seen, am I right?
It's nothing.
So you didn't hand back the spare key to 205 like you said you would, huh?
That's right, I didn't.
What were you doing in there, Charles?
That would be...
Quit stalling, spit it out. What's the matter? Did I catch you up to no good or something? Anyway, get back inside. We got stuff to discuss. I was like, get back in there, you bastard! Gotta talk to you. Charles, tell me. What were you up to in here?
I can't say.
Well, we can't say. Well, we got nothing on them. Like, we need them to explain it, but we can't be forceful on them, so we'll just have to ignore that for a second.
Okay, here goes. I'm just a little shaken up. I was doing something I didn't want other people to know about. I'm embarrassed that you found me, Mr. Hyde.
I know many people are probably, why is he putting on this stupid voice? Oh dear. What don't you want other people to know?
I don't want them to know that I'm working on a script in here.
A script? For what?
It's a screenplay for a movie, actually. I plan to enter it into a screenplay competition.
A screenplay? And you're writing it in here? Why can't you do it in your own room?
Don't ask me that. I come in here to do it because I want to make it more authentic. There's only a couple of days until I have to submit it. Please, Mr. Hyde, let me continue to use this room until then. Don't tell Mrs. Patrice. Mr. Hyde, this is my one big chance.
Okay, well, let's find out what you mean by that. What do you mean by authentic? Or what do you mean by more authentic?
Billy left his old typewriter in this room, and I'm writing my screenplay on that. It's the key to making me look like a pro to the people who check the entries.
Are you serious? Could you possibly make any less sense if you tried?
The typewriter Billy left in this room, it's not a standard one, it's very special. He's now a top Hollywood screenwriter, but when he started out, he used this very typewriter. There's something very special about it, like it has some sort of power. That's why I'm using it to write my screenplay on. I'm sure it's going to guarantee my screenplay will be successful.
What? I'm sure it's going to guarantee my screenplay will be. I think that's a little grammatically incorrect. I think I'm sure it's going to guarantee my screenplay will be successful. I think. I mean, is that grammatically correct? I don't know. I feel like there should be a that, you know. I think there should be a that between guarantee and my, so it reads like I'm sure it's going to guarantee that my screenplay will be successful. I think having that would have been a better choice. But anyway, I'm pulling hairs. I'll just continue. If it's the typewriter that's so special, can't you just take it to your own room?
No, I have to write it in this room.
Kyle makes a good point. If it's the typewriter, why? Ugh, honestly. What made you believe in all the superstitious stuff?
That doesn't matter. What does matter is that I do believe and I must finish.
Boy's a little loopy. Why is this your one big chance?
Because if the screenplay doesn't make me successful, I'm going to have to leave my university and return to France.
Is that so?
I made a promise to my grandfather. If I can't make a name for myself during my year here, I have to return home. Then I'll have to take over the family business.
Family business?
Does that sound strange to you, Mr. Hyde?
Not really. I'm just surprised that someone of your class is living in a place like this. It's unexpected, that's all. Did you choose this place so you could study how other people live their lives? Or were you just curious about something?
Neither. I searched for this place and decided I had to live here.
You did?
I wanted to use this building's secret as a basis for my screenplay.
And what secret is that? What do you mean by secret, Charles?
Well, Mr. Hyde, you know that there was an incident here, right? You know, back when it was a hotel.
Did everyone know about this but me? What kind of incident was it?
A murder. When this place was still a hotel 13 years ago, somebody was murdered here.
So he knows about the murder of Catherine McGrath. How come you know about that?
I heard the story from my grandfather before coming to study here. He visited LA on a number of occasions in the past on business. He even stayed here a few times. He knew that on the final day of the building functioning as a hotel, somebody was killed. I was in awe of what he told me. When I came to LA, I investigated the place that was once the hotel and discovered that not only was it now an apartment building, but also that the murder case had never been solved.
So let me get this straight. You based your screenplay on a murder, and that's the reason you chose to stay here.
Precisely.
I see. Charles, as this means a lot to you, and it's your big chance and all, I'm gonna keep your coming in here a secret.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. I'm sure this is going to become a wonderful story. The title is Door to the Past.
Is the prequel to that 2 stone statues? The reason why I slapped myself is because I did a very stupid reference, and a lot of people are not gonna get that reference unless you're a big fan of a certain 3D Sonic game, and a certain echidna, who's a girl, or a little ball of light, helping the red echidna. Yeah, I'm just gonna move on.
It's about a murder inside a closed-down hotel. The murderer is a member of the hotel front desk staff. He conceals the evidence on the 4th floor of the hotel. I've been using Mr. White from room 306 as my basis for the killer. Something about him fits the profile of a killer, don't you think?
I'm sure he'd be thrilled to hear that.
I suppose I won't know unless I ask him. Perhaps I could add you to the story too. There's still room for an accomplice.
Don't even think about it. I'll sue your ass.
Come on, it'll be fun. Besides, I know what you've been up to.
What does that mean?
I know that sometimes you go up. I know that you sometimes go up and have a look around the 4th floor. You're just like the bad guy in my story.
What?
Don't worry though. You're not the only person who likes looking around up there. I've been up there lots of times too.
What the hell for?
I started going up there a while back when I was looking for inspiration for my story. I took an 8mm camera with me and did some filming too. I caught something really interesting when I was up there.
Yeah? What did you tape?
I'm sure you'd like me to tell you, so I'll make you a deal. If you tell me what you were looking for when you went up there, I'll show you the film.
You got yourself a deal. Now show me the film. Okay, I have to go up to the 3rd floor. And 305 is his place, of course. So this is Charles's room. Oh yeah. Oh, excuse me. Room 305. Charles, show me the 8mm film you took on the 4th floor.
I will, but don't forget our promise. You have to tell me what you're looking for when you go up there.
The same as you.
I don't understand.
I'm investigating an incident that happened here quite a while ago. That's why I've been spending time up on the 4th floor.
The incident you're talking about, Mr. Hyde? When did you find out about it?
I got wind of it not long ago. Just after I found out we'd all be leaving this place, I learned that something terrible happened here in the past. I mean, would you believe it? Just days before we'll all be out of here, I get caught up in an incident, or I get caught up in an ancient case I know nothing about. So there you go. The reason why I've been going up to the 4th floor.
That's quite interesting, but there's one more thing I'd like to ask you.
I'm go all day, you know, kid.
Why are you so keen on finding out about such an old case? I mean, I'm interested because I want to use it as the basis for my story. But what about you, Mr. Hyde?
I've always been the kind of person who enjoys solving problems. I used to be a detective, after all.
You did? Were you really a detective?
Yeah, I was. Up until 4 years ago, anyway. I guess the reason I'm so keen on this case has something to do with my detective instincts, or detective's instinct, not the other way around.
So now you're a detective salesman. I had no idea you were such an interesting person. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear more about your past next time.
Listen, kid, I don't care if you find me interesting or not. My past is nothing special. You should stick to the unsolved case that happened here instead. Now show me the film you took, Charles.
In just a moment, Mr. Hyde. I'm pretty sure this is where I left it. Sorry about that. Well, here it is, my 8mm film, just like I promised.
Okay. I received the 8mm film.
Can you make out what's on it, Mr. Hyde?
Let's have a look. Looks like somebody's been caught on camera. But who was it? That's the question. By the looks of the watch they're wearing, it seems to be a man.
I wonder who it could be. It's a shame this film doesn't show us their identity. Who'd be up there on the 4th floor so late at night anyway? I'd really like to know who they are, and what they're doing.
You and me both, kid. Judging from the builds and the kind of clothes they've got on, I'm sure it's a guy. What with that fire door up there serving as fairly good security, I'd have thought most people would have been able to get in.
So, you think the person on this film is someone already living in this building?
It's certainly a possibility.
It could be right. I've got it. I know a way we can learn the true identity of the person on this film. There's a way we can find out right away.
And how are you going to do that? Magic?
No, photographs. To help me get the characters right in my photo, I took photos of the interior here. When I did that, I occasionally caught some of the tenants in the shots.
Time you showed me those photos, I think.
I've had some developed ones right here. There's one still in the camera though.
Not developed, huh? That's gonna hurt. That's not gonna help much. What if that's the crucial one?
Fear not. We can develop it here.
You could do that?
Sure I can. I got everything we need right here, and we can use the bathroom to do it in. There's only one small problem though. My red lamp is broken. Mr. Hyde, do you have anything we can use instead?
Something like your red lamp? That's not gonna be easy, but no harm in having a look around. Oh dear. If I can find something here, I think I might need to find something back. Maybe in my place, or maybe the Christmas tree. Maybe, I don't know. Oh. Give me just a moment. See, I'll leave you there, Charles. I'll be back in a minute. Yes. Gotta go back to my place and see if I can have something. I might have something in my room that could help us. And while we're doing that, I can probably tell you what else I've been doing. I've been playing the Rhythm Paradise Megamix, or Rhythm Heaven Megamix, as many people would in the US would know what it's called. This is what we need. Yeah, and getting the perfects for all that, for all the mini games. Ugh. It's like the DS game all over again, like the original DS game. That was pretty much a you know, whatever for off the original ones that were only in Japan and whatnot. But hey, it's the bottle of wine I got from Rachel, and of course this. Huh? Ah, now this might work. Good thing I'm too lazy to put things in the trash. I'll take the red wrapping. Yeah, so take that. So we'll go back. We'll sort it out. Also, another sign of my luck changing after all this pain I've been through in the last 2 months and whatnot. I struck very lucky with a scratch card. Yeah, I got £100 out of a scratch card, the most I've had so far. Previously, I won 50 quid's worth of winnings from one scratch card, but they were all, the winnings were all in fives, so it was like 10 fives and whatnot. But no, in this case, it was like 2 50s. So 2 50s became 100. Yay! I'm a lucky bastard. Or my short-term luck came into play again. Alright, get Charles to. I hear Charles' voice coming and said, "Doors open." Okay. Charles. Charles in charge of our days and our lives. Sorry.
So what have you found, Mr. Hyde?
Sure.
Show me what you found.
This. I figured you could throw this over the lamp. I just love Charles's expression of him. He's like,
It's my hand. I never thought of my hand looking like this. Oh, I almost want to go like this and ham up my acting and go, I'm really angry.
sorry.
Or 5 times.
Never, my reflexes again punishing me. Well, what do you think?
It might work. If we do as you say, it should be.
Yeah, sorry.
It should give us just the right kind of light we need. Let's give it a try. Please place it over the lamp.
Sounds very simple enough. So, where's the? Is there a lamp over here? Oh, this lamp. Okay. Red wrapping. Use on that. There we go. Looks like it'll do the trick. Time to let Charles see my handiwork.
Okay, it looks like we're all set to get started. Now we've got the right kind of light. We can begin to develop the photos.
Charles, let me do it.
Sure, if you like. But have you ever done this before?
Not even once.
And maybe you should let somebody who knows what they're doing take care of it. But then again, if you really want to try, oh, alright then. I suppose I could talk you through it. You'll find the freshly printed film on the workbench next to the toilet. Place it into the liquid-filled tray and move it around until the image appears. When you're happy the image is clear enough, remove it from the tray. It's very important you give the paper adequate time in the liquid. Not too much though. The timing for taking the photo out is critical.
Come on, kid. It's not rocket science, is it? Alright, well, before we do that then, I'm going to do... Oh, sugar. First, before I do that, I'll continue with this. I'm going to do a save, because it's been a while since I've actually been in here, so I'll do a save there. Yep. Okay. Go. Then we can go back into this. Workbench. This must be the freshly printed film. Okay. Let's give this a shot. There we go. Perfect timing. Good. Looks like I'm a natural. Nice to see you again, Frank Raver. Take the photo of Frank. Now I just need to compare this photo to the film.
Did you get a clean image, Mr. Hyde?
Yep, piece of cake. Maybe I should change my career.
Ah, very good, Mr. Hyde. While you were doing that one, I got some other photos ready. Maybe you'd like to compare them.
Take a photo of Tony. Take a photo of Will. Okay. So, yeah, if we go into our inventory. Yeah, if we can compare this to the 8mm film. Time to compare the photo with the 8mm film. See, we already know that Mr. Raver was already there. There we go. Bingo. Hold on. There's a camera there with him. Maybe he caught something on film. There we go. That settles it. The person on the film was none other than Will White. Now to figure out what the hell he was doing up there on the 4th floor.
Mr. Hyde, how did it go?
I know who the person in the film was. Turns out our mystery star was Will White.
Really? Interesting. What do you think he was doing up there, though?
I'm afraid I haven't cracked that part yet.
Well, I would go and ask him, but...
I doubt he'll tell you, even if you ask nicely. I'll get to the bottom of this, don't you worry.
Okay. I'll leave it to you.
Guess I won't be needing this film anymore. Might as well return it. Sorry.
Thanks.
Sorry. Thanks for showing me this, Charles. I've gotta go.
Okay. Bye.
So it was Will. I think he and I have to have a frank Q&A session. Well, let's see if he's at his humble abode. Nobody's home, huh? Huh? Door of room 305 opens.
Looks like Mr. White hasn't been home since yesterday.
Charles?
Did you think it would be that simple?
What are you on about?
Sure, I know you told me that you were looking into him and his activities, but does that mean you're just going to meet up and ask him a couple of questions? For somebody who used to be a detective, I was hoping for a more exciting approach. I can't say I'm not disappointed.
Charles, if you got something to say, just go ahead and say it already.
Okay, Mr. Hyde, I will. I believe I know far more about Mr. White and what he gets up to than you do. Why, you say? Well, that's because I've had my eye on him for a while now.
Oh, have you now? Have you now, Charles? You mean you've been watching him?
Yes, keeping tabs on his movements. He's rarely home, but there's somebody who visits room 306 on a regular basis. And when he does come home, he goes out again very late at night. I'm almost certain that he's not a real salesman. You need to do a lot more than ask questions if you want to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, and what did you have in mind? Torture?
Very funny. I meant you should definitely take a look around in room 306 when he's out. Now might be a good chance to do so.
Fancy yourself as a bit of a detective yourself, do you?
Not quite, but two sets of eyes have got to be better than one, right?
I suppose you've got a way to get into the locked room too, have you?
That's easy. We can use some wire to pick the lock.
Way to go, Charles. Outstanding. Maybe a brief stint in jail will help you add authenticity to your story too.
We won't get caught, trust me.
Charles? Stop! Ah! Help. Hello, Charles. What the hell was Dylan doing in there?
What on earth are you doing in there?
Jeez, Charles, just steal my lines, why don't you?
I was, well, I was just passing by and heard a noise. I knew Mr. White was out, so I was worried. I figured I'd see if I could find out who made the noise by peering through the keyhole. That's what happened, isn't it, Mr. Hyde?
Yeah, just like this kid said.
When I was just about to take a look, you burst out. It took me completely by surprise.
What were you doing in Will White's room, Dylan?
Nothing much. I was taking care of something Mr. White asked me to do.
And what was that?
He asked me to turn the water off while he was out.
Turn it off. Why'd he ask you to do that?
To prepare to move out, of course. I've got a spare key, so I let myself in.
Don't people normally turn the water off last before moving out?
Dylan, it's like I just told you. I'm only doing what he asked me to do. Anyway, I have to go now.
Dylan looks flustered and moves away. Cheeky bugger. I'm gonna do a quick save again. Yep. Oh boy. Excuse me. Alright, let's talk to Charles again.
That was quite a shock.
Some quick thinking on your part, though.
I'm not proud of it. I never liked telling lies. That felt horrible.
Glad to hear it. Beats being a pathological liar any day of the week.
I'm sure it does. Speaking of Dylan, wasn't he acting a bit strange? He seemed to be unusually panicked.
Yeah, not his usual suave self at all. Or savvy or what.
What is it, Mr. Hyde?
The door. It's open.
It is?
Looks like Dylan fled before locking this thing back up. Guess you won't be breaking into anywhere today, kid.
Then now's our chance, Mr. Hyde. Let's go inside.
Hold it. We can't both go in. One of us needs to stand guard. If we're both poking around in there and somebody finds us, it's gonna hit the fan.
Well, I don't know anything about a fan, but you're right. Why don't you go inside and I'll stand guard in the hallway?
That'll work.
I got a good way of alerting you too. If somebody comes by, I'll knock on the door and let you know. If you hear me knocking, try not to make any noise inside the room. When they're gone, I'll knock again and you can continue looking around. Do you think that'll work?
Suppose it'll have to do. Or suppose it'll have to. Right. So we're in this room now. So this is room 306. This place has less taste than dry bread. Can't imagine anybody could actually live in here. Huh? Damn, this is a bad time for the phone to ring. A threatening voice sounds out from the phone. Oh, excuse me.
Guess you're not there, so I'll just relay this message. The goods have been obtained in the same way as usual, and the money is in the usual place.
What the hell was that about? The black case on the table. Case is locked and there's no getting in. Can't see a keyhole in this thing. Instead, there seems to be a kind of round indentation. How the hell do you get this thing open? Leather gloves. In my professional opinion, as a former detective, I'd say these look sleek but sturdy. Front page of a newspaper. Wait a minute. This looks like the page. This looks like the page has a missing section missing. The date reads December 1955. 1955. I could be mistaken, but the piece has been cut from this paper. It looks like it could be the article about my dad that I got in the second order sheet. Take a newspaper front page with a section missing. Oh, here's sound of somebody knocking on the door. It's the signal. Don't. Ah, good. We're sorted. Okay, all clear. To keep looking. there is on this side. The door's slightly open. I'll bet there's something interesting in there. Best not to get my hopes up, though. Snazzy blue jacket. Ooh, this grey one has an open pocket. Not really my style, but I'll take a look in the pockets anyway. What's this? There's something inside. It looks like some sort of magnetic key. Ah. Maybe if I can use this key. Let's do that. Right. Magnetic key, use on case. Okay, here it goes. Use a magnetic key to open the case. Bingo! Inside the case is a single lens reflective camera. It's a camera. Strange, it's much layered than I thought it would be. Now I see. This thing's just a toy. When I shake it, I can hear something rattling around inside. This isn't the first time I've seen this. It's exactly the same letter set used for the order sheet. Take the letter sheet. Does this mean that he's the sender? Does this mean he's the sender, though? There's a notebook inside the case. There's something written in it. You'll find information on the item on the right of the third floor display case. The guards change at 10 p.m. and the alarm bell on the door is an old type. What the hell is this about? We'll communicate using the usual means. Check the mirror. Check the mirror? What's he gotta see there? His reflection? Well, there's something inside the camera, but I don't know how to get into the camera. That's the thing. Oh, actually, let's go to the mirror. Is there a mirror in this place? Yeah, over here. Huh? Why are the sink and its surroundings so clean? Yet the surface on the mirror is dirty. Time for me to give that mirror a closer look. This mirror is covered in dirt. I can't see a thing on it. No? What the? I guess there's only so much I can do by breathing on it. Oh, actually. There we go. There. 548254. Actually, if I write down the numbers in my notepad, that'll help things. I'll erase all that. So 5. Yeah, damn it. 5 4 8 2 5 4. 548254. Yeah. Okay, cool. There's got to be more to it than just a plain old mirror. Actually, well, maybe there's... Okay. Well, I think that's what I need anyway. What's his phone? I wonder if there's anything else in the other side of the cupboard. Or closet, even. Ah! Lockbox. Now, this is quite a find. Wonder what I'm gonna find inside this thing. Well, being that I've got something in my notes. 548254. Let's give that a shot. 548254. Boom! Got it. Alright. It's open. There's banknotes inside the safety deposit box. Stack of banknotes. Where did he get so much cash? There's a passport inside the safety deposit box. What have I got here? Looks like Will's passport. Passport name. Passport is in the name of Will McGrath. Hang on. McGrath. So Will's surname is the same as the manager of the hotels. Yep. Take Will's passport. Hear the sound of somebody knocking on the door. And again, guess I better keep the noise down. We're all good. We're all good. Hear the sound of somebody knocking on the door. Okay, all clear. All clear to keep looking. Right. Let's check that camera again. Right, here we go. Ooh, what the? Am I supposed to put in a date here? It's no good, I can't get it open. There's got to be a way to get it through. Well, I just picked up Will's passport. And it's got the date 28 November 42. Let's give that a shot. This is his camera. So 28. November 42. Is that it? Yeah, there we go. That did it. What's this? It's pretty tired, but it looks like a postcard. Also, I can make out a signature on the edge. Michael McGrath. Wasn't he? Yeah. Looks like we're going into overtime, guys. Yeah, I know it's well over our 2-hour limit, but I'm really wanting to get this chapter done, so I take the torrent postcard. Why on earth would anyone want to stuff a postcard from the hotel manager into this toy camera? Suddenly get the hint of a presence other than my own. but it's already too late. I feel the muzzle of a gun pressed up against my back. There's nothing I can do other than stay still in amazement. I hear a cold voice from behind me say, "What are you doing here?" "Just having a look at your room. Do you mind?" "I need to find out exactly who you were." "What were you looking for in here? Speak up. If you want me to talk, how about putting that piece down?" "I'm a reasonable man, sure. Why not?" The pressure on my back disappears. "How did you get in here?" "The door was open, so I just came in." "You're going to have to do better than that. Unless, of course, you want me to put a bullet in you." It's the truth. This place was already open. Dylan left it that way after he came out.
Dylan? What the hell?
He said you'd asked him to take care of something in here before moving out. He used a spare key to get in. But being the numbskull he is, he left without locking up.
Funny. I don't remember asking him to take care of anything.
Maybe not, but it doesn't change the fact that he was in here. If you don't believe me, take a trip down the hall and ask Charles. He saw too. He'll tell you exactly what I just did.
Let's assume I believe you. For now, anyway. Maybe Dylan was...
Was what?
No, that can wait. The more pressuring issue is what to do about you. I think I'll have you answer a few more questions. Let's start with what you did while you were sneaking around in here.
You've twisted my arm. You sure you want me to say it all out loud, though? I mean, I think I've just about pieced it all together. Your secrets and such.
Don't kid yourself.
There's no way you know what I've been doing here. I beg to differ.
What?
Nice try. I'm on to you.
You are you? Well then, let's see just how much you think you know, shall we?
For starters, I know what your real job is. You've been earning a pretty penny too, by all accounts.
And what is it you think I've been doing to earn all this money?
I know pretty more than that. I know all about the lies and deceit too.
Oh? And just what do you think I've been lying about?
Simple. Yeah, you faked your identity. I mean, granted, you faked a lot of things, but yeah, faked your identity. You faked your identity.
What?
I've got your number.
You've got nothing. That's what. You don't have the first clue who I am.
Where did you get the banknotes from? Banknotes come from?
Banknotes? And where did you come across something like that?
You know damn well. I looked in the safety deposit box.
You did what? You opened the safety deposit box in my closet?
Yeah. What's the matter? Surprised I got into it?
There's no way you could have got that thing open. The only person who could possibly open it is me or the intended recipient.
are as well. Your real name is Will McGrath.
Ridiculous. You already know my name.
Come on, do you take me for an idiot? Your name's Will McGrath.
Can you actually hear yourself? Have you got any proof to back up your outrageous claims?
Well, I guess I have to show him. I'll have to show him the postcard. Not the postcard, passport. Take a look at this.
That's my...
Right, it's your passport. Will McGrath, that's your real name after all.
It is. Well done. That's me, Will McGrath.
What are you trying to trade?
I'm sorry.
What are you trading in exchange for the banknotes? It must be something fairly significant for the price you've been paid.
Save your breath. I've had enough of your damn prying.
It's not gonna be your day then. My prying's just getting started. You've been pretending to live here in this apartment, but your real job means you have to creep around secretly at night. Am I wrong?
You'd be wise not to cross me any further.
You started this conversation, remember?
Maybe it's going to take a bullet to shut you up after all.
Yeah, I'll take a rating check on that. Besides, I doubt you got the balls to shoot me right here in this place.
That's what you think, is it?
Think about it. If you shoot me here, how long is it gonna take the other residents to come running? And I'm sure you aren't looking for any more publicity.
Brave words for someone in your position.
So anyway, now I've blown your cover, Mr. McGrath. What to do about it? Luckily for you, I'm not gonna rat you out to the police. If you must know, I only snuck in here to find out something I've been investigating, in the hope of unveiling the truth. And I think you can shed some light on it.
I see. Well, Mr. Hyde, would you care to share it with me? What exactly are you looking for? What do you mean by truth?
That's easy. I want to know about 25 years ago. Once I found out you were Will McGrath, I realized that you were connected to the murder that happened 13 years ago.
Me? Connected to a murder? And how do you figure that?
Because you're looking for the victim's son.
I'm afraid not.
The victim of the murder 13 years ago, Kathy McGrath, was the manager's wife.
McGrath's a common enough name. Just because we share it doesn't mean I'm related.
I'm sorry, McGrath is not a very common name in my perspective.
You seem to enjoy jumping to conclusions.
There's no jumping here. It's all based on evidence I have.
If that's the case, please show me.
Well, I got this torn up postcard. That was in his fake camera. Take a look at this. I opened up the toy camera inside your case. The postcard I found inside bore the name Michael McGrath. The same name as the husband of the victim, Kathy, 13 years ago. He was the manager of the hotel at the time. Why have you been hiding it?
Now that you've shown me this, I suppose there's no sense in denying it. You're right, Mr. Hyde. I'm her son. Kathy McGrath, the victim of the murder 13 years ago, was my mother.
It all makes sense now.
Damn.
I'd never have guessed you were related to the victim. No use in keeping quiet now. You may as well talk.
What do you want me to say?
Tell me everything. I want to hear exactly what you hope to gain from all this.
I have absolutely no idea what you're saying.
I live here under a false name.
I'll grant you that. I'm a guy who does a job I'd rather the other tenants didn't know about. The same guy whose mother was murdered in the past. How's that for the truth? So now you know everything. What do you have to say?
Wow, that was almost half convincing. You think I was born yesterday? There's no way in hell you've told me everything.
Oh?
Last chance. Spill it. What have you been doing in this building? What have you been trying to gain by using me? Time for you to cut the bull and tell me the truth. Why are you living in this building? What are you up to?
Nothing. I'm just a tenant.
I'm living here just like you are. You expect me to believe that? Yeah. He's looking for revenge, obviously. You're looking for the culprit.
The what?
The case surrounding your mother's murder was never solved. So you're here trying to find out who the culprit is.
Maybe I am.
What of it?
Some of what you're saying is close to the truth, but you're not quite on the money.
Mr. McGrath, do not get cryptic with me.
I'm not searching for my mother's murderer. I decided to live here after I found out who did it. Mr. Hyde, you and I have shared very similar experiences. Both of us have had a parent murdered. Your father was killed 25 years ago, and my mother 13 years ago. Both cases remain unsolved.
Where are you getting at?
However, though our paths are distinctly similar, we have adopted different approaches. You were once a detective, yet you chose not to look into your father's case. You even lived in a place that may still be able to shed light on things, but do nothing. You're not even trying to find out the truth. And that's the reason I'm so angered by it. And the reason I chose to point you in the right direction.
Are you for real? Yeah. So the order sheet was your doing.
That would be telling.
Come on. You told me this much. No sense in stopping here. Which direction were you trying to point me in?
That's simple.
And what did you mean? And what did you mean with what you just said now? You said we had distinctly different approaches to our respective paths, whatever. Tell me what you mean by that, or meant by that.
It's all about something that I possess, but you don't. A burning desire to get even with the person who is responsible. I'll not rest until the person responsible for my mother's death has been made to pay. And since the justice system has failed in its attempt, I must get revenge.
So who do you think? So who killed Kathy?
The main person responsible is already dead, but their accomplice is still around.
their accomplice. Are you referring to... I'm going to say... Mrs. Patrice. Are you referring to Mrs. Patrice?
Right, first time. I moved in here in order to be in a position to take my revenge on her. I originally intended to crush her throat with my bare hands. But then something appeared, and got in the way of my plan.
What kind of revenge are you planning?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pitiful. Just pitiful.
Now, Mr. Hyde, that hurts.
So you were just gonna use me to get your revenge, and I'd be none the wiser? I mean, you knew what I did on the side, so you sent me the order sheet, right? I found all the evidence. I need to pin it on you in this very room.
And what evidence might that be?
Show them that. Here's your evidence.
This is...
It was you, wasn't it? You sent me the order sheet.
Congratulations, Mr. Hyde.
What kind of revenge are you planning?
I want her to own up to her crimes and show me how repentant she is.
Then do it yourself. Don't involve me in your dirty work.
You still don't get it, do you? It's much more fun to have somebody else do it.
You're sick, man.
Spare me your moral posturing. You took the order willingly. No doubt you've been having the time of your life revolving around this building. Around the building, reliving your glory days. And it didn't take you long to realize something either. You realized that if you found the Scarlet Star that went missing 25 years ago, you'd be able to uncover the truth behind your own father's murder too.
And how the hell did you know about that? What interest could you possibly have in my dad's murder?
I heard about it. The incident from 25 years ago. Somebody working in the hotel at the time told me.
Who told you? Are you referring to Michael McGrath, your father? He told you, didn't he?
Yes, that's right. My father told me the truth before he passed away 3 years ago. He helped me understand exactly what happened on that day 25 years ago.
Okay. What got in the way of your plan?
I learned that my mother's murder was triggered by the incident 25 years ago, and I learned that was due to the involvement of an organized crime syndicate.
A crime syndicate?
Yes, and not just any, one that you're very familiar with, none other than Nile.
What did you just say? Nile were involved?
They were indeed.
How the hell do they come into what went on here?
That's something I can't help you with, I'm afraid. All I know is that their involvement in the incident complicated matters.
What happened 25 years ago?
A safe was broken into on the premises of Hotel Cape West. The item stolen was known as the Scarlet Star. The person who stole it was your father.
What?
It's true. My father died 3 years ago, right after telling me everything he knew. It was the first time I was able to see the entire picture.
So you didn't know before then?
No, my father and I never really saw eye to eye. I left home as soon as I could. After that, the whole time I met my father. The only time I met my father was at my mother's funeral. Later, he collapsed due to an illness, and the next time I saw him, he was dying. I hadn't seen him in 10 years. He was in a weakened state and in need of my support. Before he'd drawn his final breath, he spoke to me. He told me he was sorry and that he had something he needed to say to me. He went on to inform me that the man called George Patrice had killed my mother. There was no evidence, but he knew for a fact it was him.
Is he seriously trying to tell me that Max's husband killed Kathy McGrath?
He then thrust that torn old postcard into my hands and told me something else. That everything started 25 years ago when the Scarlet Star disappeared. This is the last thing he said. That there was a man who stole the Scarlet Star from the hotel safe 25 years ago. He tried to tell me the name of the safecracker. He struggled to speak the words, but never made it. His final breath had been exhaled. He died a wretched and lonely old man. It wasn't the way he wanted to go.
What happened then?
After spending the time to look after my dying father, I had a sudden change of heart. Although previously I hadn't really cared for him, these new emotions changed that. Almost without noticing, I was clasping his cold, lifeless hand and making a promise. I promised I'd get to grips with the truth he imparted to me.
Get to grips with?
Yes, I'd find out everything and bring it to light. Make sure that all the circumstances surrounding my mother's death are known. I used the partial hints that my father had left me with and started to piece it together. I researched the building, the key players, and learned that George Patrice was already dead, but that didn't deter me. I had to refocus my efforts on his widow, who had turned the hotel into apartments. Once I had uncovered that information, things got really interesting. I learned that the son of this person who cracked the safe 25 years ago lived there too.
And how did you make that connection? How did you know that this person who cracked the safe was my dad?
Do you really want to know? Well, here it goes. The reason I knew was that he was in the same business as I am. I have my own very thoughtful.
Sorry, say that again.
I have my own very thorough means of finding out things like that.
And that's what you use to determine. I'm losing my focus. I've been playing too long. And that's what you use to determine Niall's involvement too, right?
Precisely. It also proved useful when it helped me learn about the jobs you did behind the scenes. My methods were infallible. Chris Hyde's son lived in this very building, oblivious to the events of the past.
was priceless, but made me think. I had to find a way to make you start looking into things.
And that's when you decided to send the order sheet.
Right again. But it seems I underestimated you. Before you unearthed the truths behind Mrs. Patrice and the Scarlet Star, you discovered the truth behind me.
Didn't you think it was bound to happen? What will you do now?
It may sound a little boring, but nothing. You found me out so easily, after all. If I attempt to devil any further, or devil even any further, I fully expect Niall to come knocking at my door.
Niall?
Yes, they've clearly left their mark on this building. If I even so much as try to uncover the facts behind their operation, I'm a dead man. Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Hyde. I'd like nothing more than to make them pay. But I realize the consequences, and I think it's time for me to release my grip.
And you can live with that, can you?
Certainly. As long as I'm alive, there's always a chance I can know the truth someday. That's the promise I made to my father. But for the time being, I value my life above all else.
I see.
The real question is, what are you going to do now?
As long as the order remains valid, I'll do what I always do and track the item down.
An answer that does you credit.
It's my job after all. And the reward that waits for me at the end is more than enough to keep me going.
As it should be. In any case, take this.
Strange time to be giving gifts, wouldn't you say? Take the torn postcard.
One more thing I forgot to mention. When my father thrust this into my hands, he told me that this was a vital clue to discovering the Scarlet Star. And that, Mr. Hyde, is all I can tell you.
And Will leaves his own room, which doesn't make any sense. So if we examine the postcard, okay, okay, so but well, we've just come out, so yeah, that was quite intense. Very intense.
Is everything okay, Mr. Hyde?
Yeah, just peachy.
I was worried for a moment.
You took the words right out of my mouth, kid. Did you manage to get away okay?
Yes, just about. He came back while I was keeping watch. I didn't want him to see me, so I quickly made my way back to my room. Sorry.
Don't worry. It was quick thinking. Besides, it's not like I could have hidden in his room.
I guess you're right.
I found out some useful information, though. You know the murder victim from 13 years ago? Turns out Will's her son.
He is.
He's not planning on coming back here anytime soon either. It's probably best if you just forget all about him. He's not the kind of guy you should be associating with in any case.
I see. Thanks for your advice. I'll steer clear of him.
Charles moves away. So I finally discovered who sent me that order sheet. It was Will White. I'd never have guessed he would have been behind it. All I can think about is finding the truth behind what happened 25 years ago. I think I know what I need to do. I think it's time I gathered my thoughts about all that's happened. Alright, quiz time! So if you've been paying attention, then play along. Okay? December 25th. Tony came to my room and gave me Rex's notebook. Written inside was a reference to Condor and a man called Jack Green. It said they had both disappeared in 1967. Rachel kindly looked into the name Jack Green and found out that he was an insurance investigator, safecracker, or reporter. Now, granted, my Twitch chat has been quiet since Sunrose is, automatically hosting my stream. So I don't know if the people on her stream is looking at this and wants to chip in and whatnot, but you're welcome to. Anyway, the answer is a reporter. Right. Jack Green worked as a reporter for a publication called Los Angeles Beat. Rachel discovered that he had unearthed certain truths about Condor and had been murdered before he could unveil it all publicly. After returning Sydney's record to him, we had a chat. This led me to want to talk to Mags regarding her late husband. Her husband, who was killed 13 years ago, went by the name of George, Michael, or Sydney. Definitely not the last one, obviously, because we just talked to Sydney. That was in shot all the time. Damn it. Never mind. Anyway. Yes. The answer? George! Right. Max's husband's name was George Patrice. He was the proprietor of several successful eateries around town. Mags went on to explain that he was killed during a robbery that took place 13 years ago. Once Mags and I concluded our business, Rachel contacted my pager. I got her on the phone, then looked into the photos from the album on the 4th floor. I made the startling discovery of a certain person in one of the photos. That person was Frank, Mags, or Rex. A, B, or C? What do you think that was? Frank, Mags, or Wes? Or Rex, even? Not Wes? You probably got it right. It was Mags. Good old Mags. Right. It was none other than Mags I discovered in one of the photos. It was a photo showing a party dubbed Scarlet Star. In it, she was wearing the necklace she still wears today. She looked a lot younger in that picture. Indeed. From a photo and an 8mm film that Charles showed me, we noticed that Will White from room 306 appeared in both. Charles agreed to help me when I decided to go and get a closer look at his room. Thanks to the contents of the safety deposit box and the postcard hid inside the camera, I was able to discern a certain truth about Will. What was it I found? That he was in debt? That he was married? Or that he was using a false name? I think this is kind of obvious. We just came off from that lengthy overtime that we were just going through. Of course, the answer is that he had a false name. Right. I found out that his real name was Will McGrath. Turns out he's the son of the late manager of Hotel Cape West, Michael McGrath. The postcard and passport I uncovered inside his room proved it. After Will returned to his room, I put him on the spot to get some straight answers. He confessed to having been the one behind the mysterious order sheet that I'd received. He went on to explain that the reason he sent it to me was because he was frustrated with me. He wanted to avenge his mother's death, or he wanted to possess the Scarlet Star. A, B, or C? Again, we just, found out about this. Sorry, I'm trying to get myself more comfortable. Sorry. Anyway, yes. A, B, or C? Well, simple. He wanted to avenge his mother's death. Yeah. Right. The reason he sent me the order sheet, it was because he didn't want his mother's murder to remain unpunished. He also shared a new startling revelation with me about 25 years ago. The person who snuck into Hotel Cape West with the intention of cracking the safe and stealing the Scarlet Star was my dad. I could only stare dumbly at Will when he told me. The truth that Will shared with me didn't reveal everything, but at least another of this building's mysteries has come to light. Why am I so keen on uncovering the truth behind what took place here 25 years ago? Thanks to him, I now have an outline that puts things into a better perspective. Now I know for certain, if I search for the Scarlet Star, I will also find out the truth behind my dad's murder. In addition to those, I've also begun to consider something. That there's even more to this whole mystery that meets the eye. I have to uncover it all. And ladies and gentlemen, we finally have finished Chapter 8 of Last Window. Righty-ho! December 26th. Chris Hyde. Person from the past. The truth of 25 years ago. The end of everything.
The ultimate life form. Chaos control.
Space desperation.
Supersonic collision.
Tears.
Untamed power. Chaos Emerald.
Professor Gerald, the truth about 50 years ago.
Sonic Adventure 2. Last episode. Wishes are eternal.
I don't know if Kevin will actually cut in the promo from Sonic Adventure 2. Chapter 9, December 26th, 1980. December 26th. Today is the last Friday of the year. I didn't sleep very well at all last night. I get up early in the morning. I head straight to this bathroom and take a refreshing cold shower. Thank God there's no illustration for that. It is only rated to 12, mind you, so they kind of had to keep things tame. That goes a little way towards clearing my head. After the shock of what that guy told me last night, I've managed to calm down a bit. I leave the bathroom and take the shower. Take the shower. Yes, I take the shower off. Take the shower off, and then take that with me. So, sorry, Mags, I'm taking the shower with me. Good luck replacing that. Now, I leave the bathroom and take the towel I'd hung on my shoulder to dry my wet hair. This is getting very sensual, isn't it? All Sunrose and all my female viewers, they're probably listening to this and it's like, oh God, this is so. I'm sorry. I'll slap myself very hard for that joke. There we go. Happy? Good. I squat down in front of my speakers and take a record off the shelf. I mount the record on the turntable, and then I switch the player on. The record starts to spin. Jeez, you have to be really in-depth in this, do you? Jeez. I mean, that's noir, I guess. I placed the needle carefully onto on top. I placed the needle carefully onto the top. There we go. Ugh. And plus, I said noir. This is not noir. This is nowhere near noir. I'm not. Yeah, this is like several decades away from noir. I'm an idiot. The gentle, solemn sounds of a the gentle, solemn sounds of a saxophone start drifting from the speakers. I move myself over to the bed, sit on the edge, and listen to the melody. That solemn sound that only a saxophone can deliver. For some reason, it makes my mind spring back to the words Will uttered to me last night. All I'm after now is the truth behind what happened 25 years ago. Then it dawned on me. The only one who can truly uncover all that happened is me. At that precise moment, I noticed that the turntable has come to a halt. The melody that had kept me in a trance has ended. I throw on some clothes. I get through 2 cups of black coffee as I lounge on the sofa. I suppose I'd better let Rachel in on what happened last night. I finish mulling things over and haul myself off the sofa. Yep. Why not start off by giving Rachel a call? Just like Kyle said. Oh. Great, I'm getting interrupted. Mr. Hyde, can we speak? Huh? That sounds like Dylan. What the hell does he want with me now? Open the door. Dylan. Good morning. What do you want? Well, I've been so anxious to hear the next installment from last night. Next installment? What? Seriously? The next installment? Start making some sense or get out of here. You know, after you met me in front of room 306, what happened next? You met up with Mr. White, didn't you? Yeah, that's right. So, are you going to tell me what you were so keen to talk to him about? No, it's not got nothing to do with you. But I really want to know. Come on, you can tell me. I'm honest. I'm an honest man. Look at me. Look at my very honest face. Listen, Dylan. Why the hell are you so keen to know anyway? Well, that's simple. I'm curious. Curious? Yeah, right. Huh? Spit it out, Dylan. You're worried about what was said, aren't you? That's why you're here, to get me to tell you precisely what we talked about. That's crazy. I told you, I'm just curious. And you're expecting me to believe that? Yes, because it's the truth. I could never lie. Look, I'll even prove it to you. This is an is a mouse. I'm sorry, I can't lie. No one's gonna get that reference because I'm too old and everyone's too young. I'll keep moving on now. Huh? Oh, it's Mags. you are, Dylan. I've been looking for you. Mrs. Patrice, what can I do for you? It's actually, it's about Mr. White in room 306. He has a favor to ask you. Mrs. Patrice. Oh, hello there, Mr. Hyde. Are you having a good morning? What does Mr. White want? He called me only a moment ago and asked... He's not coming back to this building, you see. So he asked if Dylan could remove his remaining things. Mrs. Patrice? Does that mean he's officially vacated his room? Yes, it would seem so. He was due to move out next week, but he told me something urgent had suddenly arisen. Or arised. Arisen? Arise? Whatever. Whatever the terminology is. That's what he called me to say. But he seemed quite keen to get the message to you, Dylan. I'd like you to clear out the remainder of Mr. White's things and furniture. Also, please take care of any repairs and such that need doing. No problem. I'd better get started. Catch you later. Toodle pip. Sorry. I'm sure... Sorry. Need to get back into the characters. With my shit acting! I'm sure there'll be plenty more to be done as we draw closer to next week. It's going to be far busier than usual around here, that's for sure. Have you finally finalized your moving arrangements yet, Mr. Hyde? Please feel free to let me know as soon as you have. Sure, I'll tell you once it's all been sorted. I appreciate that you're busy with numerous other things. But please be sure to let me know what you're planning at your earliest convenience. I have to be sure everything has been accounted for before this place ceases to be. Don't sweat it. I'll let you know in good time. I've got some unfinished business to take care of first. Though. Oh, such as what? I have to find something. Find something? Did you lose something during your stay here? Well, something got lost alright, but it wasn't mine. But the fact remains, if it's gonna be found, I need to be the one to find it. Can you share with me what it is you're looking for? This is Mrs. Patrice. There's actually something I need to ask you about the thing I'm looking for. You need to ask me? Yes. Can you spare a few minutes? I'm not sure I want to, Mr. Hyde. You're acting very oddly indeed. What are you plotting? Don't worry. I got no nasty surprises in store for you. Just a couple of questions. It's pretty important to me, so I'd be grateful if you could spare me some time. There's no use hiding it, Mr. Hyde. I've already heard from Dylan. I know what you've been up to. Oh, what's Dylan been saying? What's Dylan been saying? Kyle's taking my lines, honestly. He told me that you used to be a detective, and that although he doesn't know why, you've been snooping around on the 4th floor. He told you that, did he? Now listen to me, Mr. Hyde. I don't know what your purpose is or what you're looking for, and I have no intention of making you tell me.
All I want is to leave this place quietly and peacefully. That's why I'm going to ask you nicely. I've been honest with you up until now, and have answered all of your questions. I think I've been more than helpful to you. Please refrain from asking me anything further. I have nothing more to say to you.
Well, I'm gonna ask you this question anyway, regardless. You got plenty to say, and don't try to deny it.
I'm telling you, I haven't.
Even if you have nothing to say to me, trust me, I've got plenty to say to you. I've got questions to ask and things to tell you.
Things to tell me? And what kind of things might they be?
So you're listening now. I have a message from a member of Kathy McGrath's family.
I beg your pardon?
But I'm sure you're not interested.
That's right, I'm not. Okay, Mr. Hyde, I give in. I can spare some time to talk with you.
I'll fit it in with you. So just let me know when it's good.
Oh, excuse me. Shall we say this afternoon at 4 in my room?
It's a date. Oh, Kyle, come on! It's like she's quite a bit older than you, Kyle. Don't say it's a date. Come on. It's like, just chill, man, chill. You know, use a different terminology. You know, it's an appointment. Sorry.
Okay, I'll expect you then.
Max leaves. 4 p.m. in Mag's room, huh? I better make a note of that. Wouldn't want to be late. It's not gonna be that difficult. I mean, it's, you know, when we know that the time's gone by, might as well. It's a phone. Is it coming from my room? Oh, let's get back into our room then. Yeah, sounds right. Hello. Oh, I always think that hello should be coming from Kyle rather than the other person that's on the other end of the phone. But no. Hi, Sunrose. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's Rachel. So.
Hello?
Or, that's not Rachel.
Hello?
More seductive. Hey, Rachel.
Morning, sweetie. Good news.
What is it?
You'll see after you've heard this voice. I'll pass you over.
Great.
Hyde, it's Ed here.
Ed?
Why so surprised? Why so serious?
It's just Rachel told me you wouldn't be out until the weekend.
Yeah, well, yeah, well that's what they told me at first. But I can't stand that damn place. Besides, I figured there's no way you and Rachel would last 5 minutes on your own. So I blew the doctor's mind by making a miraculous recovery. Lucky for you, huh?
Well, I'll tell you this for free. We're not so dumb that we can't take care of this place. Take care of the place without you, you know.
You don't have the first idea about how this place runs. If I left it to you two, I'd be out of business in no time. Especially with a lazy bum like you in charge. Anyway, it's all thanks to you, Hyde. I was so worried about how this place place would work without me. I couldn't even die in peace.
Yeah, well, glad you're still in the land of the living, Ed.
Not exactly the greeting I was expecting, but hey.
It's good to hear your voice.
Now's not the time to start getting all soft, okay? How's the search for that item coming along?
I know who sent me the order sheet. Turns out he's been living here under a false name. He's the son of Kathy McGrath, who was murdered here 13 years ago.
Related to the victim, huh? But that doesn't explain how he knew what you got up to behind the scenes.
His name's Will McGrath. By day, he pretends to be a salesman, but actually he's a loan thief. He claims he has connections that can provide him with all sorts of information. He even knew about my dad.
Impressive. What do you know about him?
He said that Dad broke into Hotel Cape West 25 years ago with the intention of stealing the Scarlet Star.
You what?
This is what he told me. The incident 13 years ago and the one 25 years ago, he said they're both connected to Nile.
But why did he send the order to you?
He said he wanted to try and encourage me to take an interest in those incidents. He found it hard to believe that I wasn't looking into the truth behind Dad's death.
Go on.
Before he left, he gave me a clue to help me find the Scarlet Star.
So where does that leave you now, Hyde?
I'm gonna find out the truth behind what happened 25 years ago. To do that, I need to continue looking for the missing item. Once I find the Scarlet Star, I have to deliver it to complete the order. Then I'll claim my reward of the truth of 25 years ago.
I see. And do what you gotta do and keep searching. And don't stop until you've uncovered everything.
That's the plan.
I'm gonna pass you back to Rachel.
Hello?
Rachel, keep an eye on him and don't let him push himself too hard. I've got to concentrate on finding this item, so I'll leave Ed to you.
Sure thing, Kyle. Before you go, I've got an update for you. You asked me to get a hold of the last article written by Jack Green. Well, I managed to get it for you.
What did it say?
It's titled The Truth Behind Condor. It was meant to be an ongoing piece, but ended after the first part was published. At the end of the article, the following appears. There's a gigantic void behind the organized crime syndicate known as Condor. Condor has managed to evade justice, thwart police investigations, and successfully sell their stolen wares. But it seems unlikely that the group could have accomplished any of this with no outside assistance. There's no doubt in this writer's mind that an as yet undisclosed force has been operating in the shadows behind Condor. Without this force, Condor would not exist. The next part of the article will expose the identity of the shadowy force. And that's where the article stops.
The force operating in the shadows behind Condor.
I take you've heard about the recent jewelry thefts, right?
Yeah, there's even been some near here.
This series of thefts seem to bear all the marks of those carried out by Condor.
So they say.
There's going to be a TV news special showing the recent ones on at 11.
I see.
Anyway, that's all I can offer you for now. I'll be in touch if I find more out. Or find out more either.
A new show about the thefts resembling those of Condor. Sounds like the kind of thing I should watch. And looky, it's 11 o'clock already, so we might as well pop on the TV. Speaking of the TV, apparently Sunrise has been talking about watching that first episode of season 2 of Sonic Boom. Guess what? I don't care. Sorry, Sunrose, but I don't care. I didn't really watch that much of season 1. I only got bits of it, and the humor is just not there for me. The characterizations of the characters are just not my cup of tea. Granted, I like humor, and granted, I like good characterization, but for Sonic Boom, it's not my cup of tea. So, there you go. Where's my TV? It's on here. Suppose I better switch the news on. Power. Thank you, Rabbit, huh? Takes me back using to lift this guy. Here we go, the news. Time for my news anchor voice. It's time for 5 news. Today we examine the recent spat of jewelry robberies occurring all over the city. A store owner has provided us with an interesting eyewitness account. Who is this mysterious woman that appears on the scene before every robbery? 5 News, as always, is hot on the heels of any lead. The day before the robbery occurred, a woman that I... Oh wait, sorry, this is someone else. It's like, on the day of the accused and whatnot, a woman that I have never seen before entered the shop. I assumed that she was just a customer, but she didn't seem to be interested in any items, and just wandered out around the shop, looking around. I couldn't see her face due to the black hat and sunglasses she wore. Whoa, a black hat and sunglasses? There was one other distinguishing feature. She wore a ring. Yes, a diamond ring. It was very noticeable. The diamond was flanked on both sides by rubies. A diamond ring. It was unmistakable. But we thought she was one of our richer customers, so we paid it no heed. Here we have a blah, blah, blah. Sorry. Blah, blah, blah. Trying to read lines. Here we have and I can't even get into character now. Look, Turbo, could you just do a news announcer voice and not fuck it up for 5 minutes? Is that more than I can ask? Here we have an artist's rendering of the mystery woman. The most obvious features are the wide-brimming black hat and large sunglasses. She is also wearing a distinctive diamond ring. That woman. There are reports of this same woman appearing at the other robbed stores. Could this woman be the key to solving these cases? The LAPD are making her arrest their top priority. This is Robert Harrison for 5 News, signing off. The woman in the hat who appears before theft. I'm sure that's the same one that I passed just outside this building. That diamond ring, too. There's something about it. Surely she couldn't be. Well, Kyle's making the assumption. So it only makes sense that we would have that assumption as well. I hear a sound of a door close from somewhere nearby. Huh? Is that? I can hear the sound of footsteps. It sounds like somebody's coming. That's Tony. Tony! Hey, Hyde! You're just in time! In time for what? Did you not know? Bleh. Did you notice anybody come up here just now? No, I didn't see anyone. Seriously? I could have sworn somebody did. That's pretty weird. Hey. You're not the only thing that's weird. Did you see somebody? Did you see somebody? Yeah, sure did. It was that woman. Good question. Good question, Kyle. What woman? Which woman would that be, Tony? You know, that woman. The one who was hanging around by the door last week with that hat. With the hat. Her? Yeah, this is going all the way back to the first episode. Or first chapter, even. That's it. That's who I saw coming in here just now. You sure it was her you saw? Positive. Not that it matters now. I've lost her. One thing's for sure, though. She went up the stairs just ahead of me. You sure you didn't see anything at all? Not a thing. Then she just disappeared. Anyway, I don't have time to waste on this. I better split. That only makes my assumption very higher. The woman in the hat. Maybe it's who I think it is after all. But why is she involved? Let's find out. I bet you guys probably know who it is.
Who's there?
Well, I'll answer you in just a moment once I sort out my eye. Oh boy. I swear, sometimes my eye just does not want to cooperate with me. Anyway. I hear Mari's voice ring out from inside her room. It's me, Kyle.
Ah, Mr. Hyde.
Open the door. We need to talk.
Hold on, I'll be right there. Yes. What can I do for you?
I had something on my mind since we last spoke. How did your insurance claim go?
My insurance claim?
Yeah. I just really wanted to know. I've been curious about Rex too. Has he been bothering you at all lately?
Are you worried about me, Mr. Hyde?
Yeah, kind of.
Well, in that case, you better come in then.
Yeah.
I must thank you, Mr. Hyde. Thank you for caring enough to come and ask how I'm doing.
Yeah, it just felt like the right thing to do. Didn't want to leave without knowing, you know.
Quite the gentleman, are you? Quite the gentleman all of a sudden.
Well, anyway, how's the moving preparation going?
It's going well. So far, so good. I'm thinking about throwing most of this stuff out.
I see. Does that mean the insurance money has come in as planned?
It has, yes. Actually, just this morning the company called to tell me that they'll pay out. It's a really big weight off my mind.
So Rex's investigation is closed?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything regarding the results, but the insurance company has already said they'll be paying out, so I guess it's okay.
So it would seem.
Is something the matter, Mr. Hyde?
It just strikes me as odd.
What does?
Well, if the insurance company is happy to pay you the money, then that must mean that Rex's investigation painted you in a positive light, which just seems strange to me.
You think it's strange that they agreed to pay me?
Yeah, kind of. He's on their payroll, and his services don't come cheap. Typically, cases that he looks into go badly for the people trying to claim.
Really? I didn't know that.
Listen, Mari. You wouldn't be hiding anything from me, would you?
What are you implying, Mr. Hyde? I thought we agreed that I told you everything.
I'm not sure it really was everything, though. In particular, the part about the woman in the hat.
What?
Huh?
Someone's at the door. Back in a moment.
Rex. Well, if it isn't ex-Detective Hyde. What are you doing here?
I could ask the same thing.
We both know I don't need to answer your questions. I'm here to see Mari, not you.
Me? What do you want with me?
I'd like to know exactly what you did. This morning, the insurance company told me to cease my investigation onto you.
They what?
And now I'd like to know why. I'm not leaving here until you tell me.
What makes you think I'd know?
Oh, you know all right. I'm sure of it. I want to know exactly how you managed to squirm your way out of this one. Maybe I should tell you what I think happened. And you don't want that. Now tell me exactly how you got the company to drop their investigation. I'm sure I'll provide some entertainment for Mr. Hyde here too. Mari?
Mr. Hyde,
Hey, where are you going? Mari makes for the door and escapes. Mari!
Hyde. I'm not sure what brought you here today, but before you two start planning a wedding, there are a few things you might want to know first.
And he buggers off. That's not... Oh. Well, we both leave the room. Okay. Huh? That sounds like the elevator. Do we need to take the elevator back up, I suppose? Looks like it stopped at the roof. At least we can take it back up. So. Alright, let's see. Right, roof. Up we go. I'm going to assume that Mari is up on the roof and she's got to do something stupid. Where's Mari got to? There she is. There we go. Mari. Why did you run out like that?
I was scared of him.
Scared of him? Why?
Because...
Why does he have... What does he have on you?
I don't know.
Come on, Mari. Tell me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hyde. I can't. I've been keeping something from you.
What?
I just can't bring myself to tell you. I just can't. Please, Mr. Hyde. Just leave me alone.
Well, see, well, she's not going anywhere, so I think we need to go back to her room and find out what we can find out. And it's kind of obvious. We know what, you know, we kind of like connected the dots. We kind of know what's what. It's just a case of we need to, you know, actually get the evidence, you know, to actually pin her to what we know. I mean, you know, right? Obviously, I can't hear you, but I'm assuming that you're saying yes. Probably shouldn't just go right in, but I've got no choice. I've gotta get through to Mari. Of course. Right. So we got our place here. Let's see what we can find. Some pink thread. Songbox. Nothing of major interest here. Just a bunch of books. Bookcase. Nothing of major interest. Let's try here. There's something here in the cupboards. If we can at least find that that dress and hat. There's something at the back. A dark gray jacket, scrunched up. This looks like the one the mysterious woman was wearing. This looks like one piece of proof. Now to look for more. Alright. Well, I've already checked all that. What's that box though? It's too high for me to reach. Well, seems like I need a stool of some kind. Let's see if I can use this. Okay. Now to put this to good use. Now it's kind of weird that I have to use, you know, like what was it? Use stool on box. Oh, okay. Then use stool on cupboard. Right. I'll place the stool here. There we go. Box on top of the closet. I wonder what's inside. Aha. Interesting. These are the hat and sunglasses that woman was wearing. Take the hat and sunglasses. There's an envelope. What's this envelope? There's no name written on the envelope, but the enclosed letter reads, "Come to the jewelry store at 1800 hours wearing the appointed attire. As long as you follow the instructions, your identity will be safe. There's no use trying to escape either. We are in control." So this is the kind of letter Mari was getting. Take the threatening letter. Right, time to make Mari sing. Simple enough. So yeah. Anyway, how's everyone else? How's the general weekend been for people, eh? I mean, I've been okay. Yeah, been recovering. Yeah. Gotta be back at work on Monday. Finally been given the all clear by my doctors and saying that I'm good enough to go back to work. That's been 2 months. 2 agonizing months of not being able to work. And many people were probably thinking, well, you got 2 months off. 2 months off of work. I mean, come on, you should be proud of that. You know, you were able to, even though you were in surgery and you were in a lot of pain, but still, you took time off of work. And it's like, yeah, that was after I had some holiday time in the summertime, and plus, it was also during the busy period of work, and that wasn't a good thing on me. And oh my God, Mari's gone. Where's Mari gone to? She must be around here somewhere. Damn it. Let's go hide and seek with her. Oh, there she is. There you are.
Look, Mr. Hyde.
It's okay, Mari. I know.
What do you know?
I know what you've been hiding. I know what you've done. The woman in the hat who always makes an appearance before the robberies. That's you, isn't it?
What?
Who put you up to it? Was it the same people who sent you the threatening letters?
Mr. Hyde, you have no right to accuse me of anything. Besides, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Listen, Mari. The game's up. As I told you, I know everything.
Mr. Hyde.
Before you ask me for proof, how's this? I'll show you. I found these inside your room.
You what?
They were hidden inside a box on top of your closet. Care to explain what you're doing with them?
There.
Come on, Mari, fess up. I've also got this as well. I found this letter inside your room.
Oh no!
The letter contains instructions. The letter contains instructions for you to follow. How the hell did you get yourself into this mess? Come on, Mari, just tell me. And why the hell? Sorry, what? Did I also need to pick up that fucking jacket? I'm guessing I had to pick up that jacket as well. Damn it. I really got to talk to Mari. Oh, god damn it, I can't go back. So what else do I...
Oh, Mr. Hyde, what are you doing?
Mari. Okay, what else do I need to show her? Oh, the ring, of course. This is your ring, right?
How did you get that, Mr. Hyde?
Betty gave it to me to return to you. Now would be a good time to talk to me, Mari. Sorry, just checking things. Why would you sell something so valuable? And while we're on the subject, the woman in the hat and sunglasses who appears before the robberies, why does she wear a ring just like yours?
I don't know.
Or maybe you just like to tell me about the condor engraving on the base?
That's...
There's no use trying to hide anymore, Mari. Come clean and tell me.
I can't, Mr. Hyde. Not to you.
Why not?
Because there's no going back if I do. Not for me, anyway. You really don't want to hear what kind of person I truly am.
Do you remember what you said to me, Mari?
What I said to you?
Yeah. You said that when your brother died 13 years ago, people doubted your side of the story and it made your life miserable. You went on to say that you believed I would understand what you meant. You remember what I told you then? I said that if anything happened, no matter what, you could talk to me about it.
Yes, I remember. How could I forget? And I truly wish I could tell you. But please, Mr. Hyde, please stop asking me to talk. Why won't you listen to me when I said I can't? I really can't tell you. Of all people, you can't know.
Come on, Mari. If I don't reveal your secret, then sooner or later somebody else will.
Perhaps.
Mari, do you understand the gravity of your situation? You need to get out while you still can. I appreciate that the people ordering you about are intimidating you, but...
Of course I understand. And that's precisely why I can't tell you anything. Oh, the damn migraines.
Mari. Suddenly Mari moves away from me and heads towards the roof's edge. Mari, what are you doing?
If only I'd met you earlier, Mr. Hyde. If I'd been able to tell you everything I've been keeping to myself, maybe things would have turned out very differently.
Oh dear. I'm trying to remember this bit. Okay.
I really don't know what to do anymore. It's hopeless. Goodbye, Mr. Hyde.
Mari! Get down from there! Right. And another special thing. We close over the DS and open it back up. Damn it. Mari, are you okay?
I think you may be overreacting a bit, Mr. Hyde. There's no need to shout quite so loudly.
Mari?
I'm going back inside.
Mari leaves the roost and heads inside. What the hell? Nothing like creating the scene. Great. What now? Who the hell called the cops? Ah, shit. This is bad. How's it come to this? I was hoping to put an end to... Oh, fuck. I did... Got game over. Jesus Christ. Whoops. Do I have to do that whole thing again? Yeah, I have... God damn it. Oh, shit. Skip. This is definitely not what I wanted to do. Okay. Alright, need to give her items. Threatening there. instructions. And sunglasses. Holding down the, what was it, left trigger? No, right trigger. Where's her, ah, there's the ring. Okay. Well, with that thing there, that moment, basically, I closed the DS for too long, and obviously that caused me to get a game over, which was kind of annoying. Let me get back to this. So we're back to where we need to be, thankfully. So we close it, open back up, and what the hell? Okay, so that was too soon. Fuck's sake. Hey Kev, you better be cutting this. This is like 2 game overs in a row. In the same fucking area as well, which doesn't make any bloody sense. This is kind of annoying. What if it would just be easier to just Oh wait. Alright, let's try this again! I think I had this problem before when I was first playing through this game, not knowing how long I needed to take to do this. Anyway. Yeah, this is definitely not going to do well for my time limit. Ugh. Right. There is another method in doing this. I'll try this other method. I think this other method's probably the better option as well. Because really I'm getting sick and tired of going through and skipping through all this crap. Oh boy. Let's try this again. Right, let's wait for her. Yeah, she turns her back. She turns her back 3 times. That's the 3rd time. And then when she's kneeling down, she'll kneel down, getting ready to jump. Now. There we go. That's one way of stopping it. Oh, jeez. Looks like I seriously underestimated what an idiot you were. Is that coming towards me, Kyle? Seriously, this game is just breaking the 4th wall. If you wanted my help, why didn't you ask? Why didn't you just ask?
How could I have done that? After all, I'm the one who knows how terrifying those people can be.
And who are those people? Who do you mean by those people?
I mean, I knew my brother and husband had done. I found out the truth behind their deaths too. That's why I have to do what those people say. If you want an example of just how powerful they are, they're the ones who put an end to the insurance company's investigation. They are responsible for me receiving the insurance payout, Mr. Hyde. It was a kind of reward for doing what I was told.
So yeah. So what had your brother and husband done?
Well, as you know, they were both working at the hotel. But that was a cover for helping with the secret fencing operations they went on there.
Fencing operations?
Yes, they were selling stolen jewelry. The items to be sold that were first brought into the hotel. Then potential buyers would follow and, if interested, would pay for the goods in cash. It seems that Mike and Peter were willing to do anything if it made them money. And that included removing dead bodies and making evidence disappear. Even the ring that I got from Mike was one of the spoils from a successful job.
I thought your husband and brother were killed in accidents.
That's what the police believed. But of course, they knew definitely. Since my husband and brother had served their purpose, they were to be disposed of. Then Mike died and I received an insurance payout and married Peter. And when Peter's business failed and he died in an accident, all of it was orchestrated by them. That's what they told me.
Sorry. Ah, dear.
Do you know how I discovered the truth about Mike and Peter? It all started when I moved into these apartments. As I searched the things I brought with me, I found my husband's insurance policy. I decided to claim the money specifically within, and so I contacted the company. Very soon after I'd done so, the calls started from the people in charge. I received phone calls and letters. Even people I've never met before began to pay me visits. As time passed, I slowly began to piece together the truth. It had finally dawned on me what my husband and brother were involved in. It wasn't long before they decided I could be of use to them as well.
So up until then, you really had no idea what your husband and brother had been up to.
I didn't have a clue, but I knew something was going on when Mike came home after work one day. He had this horrible wound, and his clothes were bloody. I asked him time and again to tell me how it happened, but he refused to explain. He looked up at me with this sad face and told me that he had a secret to bear, one that I couldn't know. He said if I didn't promise to let it remain a secret, he'd have no choice but to leave. He never did tell me. He took that secret to his grave. When I married Pierre, he made me make him the same promise. And just like Mike, he took it to the grave. Maybe not letting me know was their way of expressing their love for me. At least that's what I wanted to believe after I was told the truth. The truth is difficult to take in, isn't it, Mr. Hyde? They told me that I had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide, that it was my fate, that my life literally belonged to them. This was precisely the reason why I avoided making any friends here. At first, I even started to believe that the reason that man Rex was here was to spy on me at their request.
Mari, who could possibly have the reach to do all this? Who the hell are they?
Niall.
Did you say Niall?
Yes, at least that's the name they used when they referred to themselves.
I see. Look at Rex being so badass. Rex. So that's how it is. So that's how it is, huh?
You were listening in on us?
Yep. Every last word. Shocking stuff indeed. It's almost impossible to believe that Niall have got you under their control too.
You know about Niall?
If I didn't, you think I'd have bothered taking on your case? It's them I'm interested in, not you and your insurance policy. Rex, enough games. What are you really after? You could say I'm looking for the last piece of the puzzle. Forgive me, I've been somewhat inundated with puzzles lately. You'll have to be more specific. Well, quit interrupting and I'll tell you. It's a puzzle that he left behind and which I've been trying to solve all this time. In fact, I've been piecing it together ever since he died 13 years ago. Who the hell is he? Are you talking about Jack Green? The guy you used to work with?
How do you know about him?
I've got my own sources. I also know about the piece he wrote concerning Condor and its true identity.
So I guess you pretty much worked it all out then, huh?
You know that he was murdered and all. Just as I suspected. So Jack Green was murdered after all.
That's right. Of course it was made to look like an accident, but he was murdered, alright. So Hyde, have you pieced it together? Can you guess who's behind it all yet?
Sure I can. It was Niall.
Well, give the man a round of applause. Niall has been behind Condor all along. Make no mistake, it was Niall that got him in the end.
Jack Green was poised to expose the link between Niall and Condor, but Niall got wind of this and decided to silence him for good. That's what you're implying, right?
That's the outcome of his actions, at least, yes. But there's more, much more, that only he and I knew. A disturbing truth.
What could that be? What do you mean by disturbing truth?
The crime syndicate known as Condor began operating in the LA area.
Oh, must be as far back as
25, maybe 26 years ago now, the LAPD figured that Condor was behind all the robberies that had been happening. But due to the distinct lack of material evidence, was never able to pin anything on them. They chose their targets and conducted their sales with such meticulous.
I'm looking at the word and I can barely remember how it's pronounced. Meticulous? Meticulous. Yeah, there we go.
They chose their targets and conducted their sales with such meticulous attention to detail that their crimes went virtually undetected by the police department. Condor always kept itself a few steps ahead, resulting in LAPD coming up with squat. Yeah. You understand, right? What I'm getting at here?
Sure I do. You're suggesting there was an informant working from inside the LAPD.
That's what we figured. With nothing that would enable a case to be built against them, the robberies continued. That is until 13 years ago when they simply dropped off the face of the earth. By then, my friend, Jack Green, was dead, and Hotel Cape West had closed down for good. After Jack died, I kept on after Condor, questioning and collecting information. But all that Jack had tried hard to uncover was buried and no longer news. I tried in vain to make the media listen to me, but the results were always the same. I wrote an article about Jack's death being the work of a criminal group, but of course, it was branded a work of fiction and my name was mud. I'd been driven out of my profession. But they underestimated my determination. I wasn't about to roll over and play dead.
Well, you definitely, And because I've said determination, now this part and the comments are gonna be full of Undertale references. Thanks. See, last window was ahead of the game. Yeah.
I wasn't going to let Jack's death be for nothing. I made it my mission to find and uncover the real crooks behind all the wrongdoing.
What do you mean by that? The real crooks?
Yeah, you didn't think Nile was operating by itself, did you? Make no mistake, if Nile continues to have the power and influence it does, it's only because there are so many people who use Nile. There are so many people who use Nile to further their goals. Each and every one of them connected to Nile behind the scenes, yet hiding in plain sight, perverting the course of justice. Hyde, I haven't forgotten when you compared me to an annoying fly, you know. But you're right, I spent my life endlessly buzzing amongst filth. No matter how much people try to bat me away, I just won't give up. Well, I've got news for you. That's how I've been forced to live since Jack died. But even someone like me has values, things that drive them to keep going. In my case, there's one thing I've never let slip away.
Oh yeah? And what might that be?
Persistence, Hyde. I absolutely will not rest until I finally uncover the truth. I made a promise when Jack died. I vowed that whenever the truth turned out to be, and however unbearable it was, I wouldn't look away. I'd make sure the entire world learned of it.
I think it's about time you told me exactly why you've been investigating Mari, Rex.
Well, both her brother, Mike, and her late husband, Peter, were involved with Condor. And they both died in similar car accidents to Jack. There was no doubt in my mind when Mari was directly connected to Nile. I became obsessed with finding out why they'd seemingly let her go and disappeared. I was convinced that they must have been up to something behind the scenes. The thing that surprised me though, Hyde, surprised me most though, Hyde, totally flubbing up the lines, was that somebody like you was living in this building. Jack had spent considerable time investigating your father. According to his research, the man whose body was found in the parking lot 25 years ago was in league with Condor and was bumped off because he knew the truth about Nile. What did you say? You think my dad was working for Condor? Jack seemed to think so, or at least that's what he wrote in his notebook. But like so many other things, there was no concrete proof to back up his stories. One undeniable fact was that when your father was killed, the elusive Scarlet Star diamond that Condor had stolen went missing, vanishing without a trace. The Scarlet Star. Hyde. Nile is resurrecting the Condor name using Mari. I'm sure there's some kind of ulterior motive behind it. I've got nothing yet, but rest assured, I'll get to the bottom of this I'll get to the bottom of this if it kills me. Mari,
Yes?
we won't be seeing each other after today. I'll no longer be hanging around keeping tabs on you. I'll leave you with this piece of advice. Get yourself out of this town. Do it as soon as you can.
I can't just leave. And even if I do you think Nile is just going to forget about me?
Not without my help.
What do you mean?
Come on. Come on.
I need a drink.
Ah, great. Excuse me. Come on. How do you think I've stayed alive this long while looking into them? Even an annoying fly like me has a few survival tricks up his sleeves. If you want a fighting chance of getting away, be at Union Station at 6 tomorrow morning. I'll wait for 10 minutes. If you don't show by then, I'll be gone.
Right.
This is the last I'll be seeing of your ugly mug too, Hyde.
I'll hold back the tears.
What are you gonna do now?
Like you need to ask? I'll find something to keep me occupied around here. Trust me.
Always the Joker. I've tried, but I just can't work you out, man. After all, what would an annoying fly know anyway? See you around.
Hey Rex,
What now?
I've got something for you.
Ah, I see. So you did have it. I thought as much.
You mean you noticed it was gone?
Of course I did. What do you take me for? Anyway, I'm out of here.
Off it goes. Still got Mari here. Well, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. I need some time to think. You heard what he offered me though, right? Besides, nobody knows what will happen from now. Maybe I've got a chance.
You think you're gonna be alright by yourself?
Mr. Hyde,
Yeah.
I'll be just fine. I'm a lot stronger than I look, you know. And one more thing. Thanks for listening to me. I honestly thought I'd never be able to open up to anyone. That is, until you came along. Goodbye, Mr. Hyde.
Mari. It's my pager. I better head back to my room. Let's do that. So yeah. That was quite an annoying bit. Having 2 game overs. I'm such an idiot. Back to floor 2. Or second floor. Christ, that's already close to an hour and a half already. Fuck. What's this? That's Dylan. Bloody Dylan. Dylan. What does he want? Hey. Oh, Mr. Hyde. What do you want, Net? What do you want? Nothing much. Well, it must be something, or you wouldn't be hanging around outside my room. Steady on. I'm not up to anything. I'm just taking care of some maintenance. I thought it'd be a good time to check the second floor doors. I see. So, anyway, Mr. Hyde, what was that all about just now with Rex? I saw, you know, he's a shifty character. I saw him head up to the roof in the elevator. Yeah, what else did you see? What did he want up there? You know, stuff. But do you know what he did before he headed up to the roof? I do. He took a trip to room 206, Mari's place. That's what. Do you think it's a little strange? In my opinion, they're into something. They're into something together. I've got better things to do than listen to your crap, Dylan. I couldn't care less what Rex wanted up there on the roof. Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure you're actually quite interested. Yeah, and when did you become my psychologist? Or when did you become a psychologist even? Mine, a whatever. I'm sure because you were up there too until just now. How could I possibly believe you're not interested after seeing that? Look, Dylan. I just want to know. What happened up there? Yeah. Rex won't be coming around here anymore. Anymore. That's what he said right before he left. Really? You're right about me being up there too. He and I were putting the record straight. That's when he told me that he won't be showing his face around here again. Does that mean he's got what he came for? I guess it does. Wasn't he looking into the insurance policy Mari's late husband set up? That's right, isn't it? Did he prove that she was trying to get away with fraud? No, he didn't. And you know why. Because she wasn't involved in any fraud to begin with. Oh, okay then. She'll get the money, just like she deserves. I see. Dylan finished talking and lurches off. I swear, sometimes that guy's just creepy. Phone. Time to give Rachel a call.
Red Crown, how may I help you?
It's me, what's up?
Ed wants to speak to you.
Can't wait.
I'll hand you over.
Hyde, it's me. I got some news courtesy of an old friend of mine at the LAPD. It's about the possibility of Condor having made a return to the scene. Sources within the LAPD seems to think that this is a warning in response. So Imperial candidate Hugh Speck's planned campaign against organized crime.
Warning.
Yes, a blatant warning made by Nile. It's their way of saying that if the police chose to strike against them, they've got their own counter-strike ready to be deployed.
Sorry, I'm getting a lot of indigestion at the moment. And of course I'm getting energy fast. Sorry. Ah, dear. Hang on. Why would Nile use the resurrection of Condor as a retaliation against the LAPD? It doesn't add up.
An old friend of mine on the force once let slip that with regards to Nile, there's something the LAPD aren't letting on, and it concerns Condor. Whatever it is, they certainly don't want it made public.
Ed, do you think there's any way that you can get more information on that?
More? I suppose that if there's any more to be had, it might be possible.
I've been unearthing some facts of my own too.
You have? Have you?
Listen, Ed. There was a guy 13 years ago who thought he discovered a link between Nile and Condor. He wound up dead, but a friend of his told me my dad may have been somehow involved.
Okay. Let's see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. Perhaps if I extended the net to include what Frank Raver was doing, we might get lucky.
It'd be helpful. There we go. Condor, Nile, and now the LAPD. 25 years ago, the Scarlet Star disappeared at the same time my dad died. What the hell is connecting all these things? 3 o'clock. Time to go see Mags, I suppose. Oh, damn it. Who's that? Find out. It's Frank. Oh, it's you.
I have something I'd like to ask you, Mr. Hyde.
Yeah, what is it?
I just heard something from Dylan. He told me that you, Rex and Mari from room 206 had a little gathering on the roof. Not long ago either. Not long ago either. Was he right?
Well, if he did, what if we did? I don't see that it's got anything to do with you.
I thought I made it clear when we last spoke. You were supposed to keep your nose out of these things. I thought we reached an agreement that you would no longer interfere. I distinctly remember telling you to avoid contact with the people in that picture.
Right, you did say something like that. But I don't remember us coming to any kind of agreement over what I do.
Oh, you don't? Oh, you don't, do you? Don't let your desire for truth come between me and my investigation, Mr. Hyde.
Look, I'm not out to get in your way, all right? It's not like I woke up and decided better chat with Rex and Mari on the roof.
And what was your reason for talking to them?
Sorry to be one to break this to you, Frank, but we've got a similar agenda. We both need to find something out before leaving this dump.
I beg your pardon?
I just happen to have a few questions I need to ask them, so I went ahead and did it. Simple as that.
You had questions for them? Would you care to tell me what you asked and why?
Listen, Frank. Do you really want to know what we talked about up there?
Naturally, that's why I'm asking.
Well, it's as it happens, I have some questions for you first. You and Dylan seem very keen to find out what we talked about up there. Why is that?
That's because...
Also, I'd like to know that... Also, I'd like you to know that I've been looking into you too, Frank.
You have?
Not only you either. I've done some research on Kathy McGrath's murder that happened here 13 years ago. And last but not least, I've been looking into the elusive Condor.
So that's how it is. And what may I ask have you found out?
Pretty much everything you know.
I seriously doubt that, Mr. Hyde. There's no way you're being able to obtain the same level of information as me. I think it's about time you stopped exaggerating. I'm aware of the fact that you're...
Oh god, this fucking throat. Oh, really? Oh, the sake of me of trying to do an old man voice and trying to kill myself. Sorry. Ugh. Try that line again.
I'm aware of the fact that you were a detective, and you made your way here from Manhattan. But I was on the LAPD when the incident occurred, and I've been investigating ever since. There's no way on earth you can be more informed than I am, Mr. Hyde.
That's right. You keep telling yourself that, old man. Actually, I know quite a lot about the incident, and about your past to boot.
Then let's see what you think you know, shall we? Tell me what you know about me.
Yeah. This is obviously this is directed to him, so it makes sense to say this. I know that when you were in your 40s, you were singled out in an internal investigation.
What?
Back in the day, you were considered quite a detective, one of the best, in fact. But with one problem: you were willing to go to any length to guarantee an arrest. Because of this, you were taken out of the position you loved so much.
It seems you've done your research, Mr. Hyde. But I have to ask, how did you come across such detailed information?
You don't need to worry about how I came across it, just that I know. Probably a good idea not to ask any more stupid questions, too.
I'll ask whatever I please. So I take it you also know about the link between Condor and a certain organization?
I know Niles behind Condor. The last guy who tried to expose this connection wound up in the morgue.
You've certainly done your homework. How did you make so much progress in your investigation, may I ask?
Didn't I already tell you? We share a similar agenda. We both want to find something out before leaving here. You're set on finding out what happened in the incident 13 years ago, and I'm looking into another incident that happened here a long time ago.
Really? And which incident might that be?
One that happened 25 years ago.
What?
Frank? Do you know what happened here? Do you know what happened 25 years ago?
Of course I do. Mr. Hyde, tell me, what are you trying to discover about the incident 25 years ago?
I'm trying to find something. To be precise, I want to find the Scarlet Star that went missing from Hotel Cape West.
Did you say Scarlet Star? How the hell did you learn about the Scarlet Star, Mr. Hyde?
I can easily ask you. I can easily answer that question by asking you a question. Frank, you know about the Scarlet Star?
Of course I do. If I'm not mistaken, it was kept secured in the safe at Hotel Cape West. It was well protected there. But by means beyond what I know, it simply disappeared. Only the hotel manager, Michael McGrath, was likely to know what happened to it.
Michael McGrath.
Now, Mr. Hyde, please tell me how you came to know about the Scarlet Star.
I heard it firsthand from Michael McGrath's son.
Michael McGrath's son?
He was told about it by his father, Michael, prior to his death. He was the one that sent me after it in the first place.
So Michael McGrath is dead? Am I right?
Yeah, he died of an illness 3 years ago. Before he died, he told his son, who was responsible for the death of his wife, Kathy.
I see. It would appear that we have a lot to discuss, Mr. Hyde.
You're probably right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hyde, but I'm going to have to stop there for now. Let's meet again later and continue this conversation.
Sure, probably for the best. Where shall we meet?
Shall we say Lucky's Cafe at 5?
That'll work. I'll be there.
Until then, Mr. Hyde.
That's an... Ah, I just want to go and see Mags, for Christ's sake. That's my phone. Let's answer it. Hello? From the other end of the line, I can hear a shaky voice. Who's that?
It's me, Mr. Hyde.
Mari, what do you want?
I'm scared, Mr. Hyde.
Why? What happened?
There's somebody outside my room. They've been there for a while now.
Somebody's outside your room.
I think they're keeping tabs on me. I'm so scared.
Sit tight. And whatever you do, do not leave your room. I'll be over right away.
Okay, hurry.
Ah, jeez. It's like, who the hell could it be? Oh, we'll find out. Jeez. I thought all this with Mari was over and done with. It's Dylan. I can see it. That's Dylan. Hey. Hi, Mr. Hyde. What are you doing here? Nothing much. More maintenance, huh? Yes, that's right. Don't lie to me. What? Tell me what you're really doing hanging around here. What? What I'm really doing? I don't understand. Don't play dumb with me. You were desperate to find out what happened on the roof. Then you went out of your way to speak to Frank, and now you're loitering in front of Mari's room. What are you after? What are you trying to imply, Mr. Hyde? You're jumping to conclusions. He's annoyed and moves away. I don't trust him one bit. Let's knock on Mari's door.
Who's there?
Hear Mari's voice coming inside. It's me, Kyle.
Mr. Hyde?
Open the door. We need to talk.
Okay, just a moment.
Your mystery stalker's been unmasked. It was Dylan.
Dylan?
Yeah, I caught him hanging around out here just now.
Why would he be hanging around here?
He's been curious about the chat me, you, and Rex had up on the roof. He tried to get me to spill the beans earlier.
Why would he care what we talked about?
Turns out that he knew you, even before coming here.
He did? How?
Apparently he was called to your old place to do some repair work on the pipes?
Funny, I can't remember him. Besides, we always used the same company to take care of any pipe trouble. I'm absolutely positive that he has never been to my old house.
Interesting. I knew he was up to something, but this really is suspicious. Mari, I need you to show me something. You remember the letter you received? I need to see it.
Of course. Here.
Threatening letter? So I guess Rex wasn't the sender of this letter after all. That could only mean...
Mr. Hyde, are you about to suggest that the person who sent me this was...
Yeah, I think I am. Do you mind if I keep a hold of this for now?
Not really, but what do you plan to do with it?
Never mind. Never you mind. Don't worry though. It won't cause you any trouble. Mari, I'll be back. Don't let anyone into your room until I say so.
I suppose I'll just have to trust you then.
Okay, there we go. Jeez. These chapters are really going longer. Nice, okay. Right. Let's go. Well, I'm supposed to meet up with Mags, but apparently I need to sort this out now with bloody Dylan. Tit. I think this is his place again. Mr. Hyde, I'm sorry, but I'm kind of busy right now. This won't take long, Dylan. I got something to show you. What is it? Not here. Inside. Inside? Trust me, if anyone saw me showing you this, your life wouldn't be worth living. I suppose you better come in then. Was he packing something away? Yeah, this place is a mess. Definitely different to what it was last time you were here. Looks like you're busy getting ready for the big move, huh? Yeah. Packing your stuff up, were you? Guess you would explain why you're flustered. Are you planning on heading out somewhere later? Yeah, you know, just going out. I see. That's why I can't really give you much of my time at the moment. What was it you wanted to show me? This. The rain layer. Does it look familiar? In case you haven't noticed, it's a threatening letter that was sent to Mari. Oh, is that what it is? There's no more hiding, Dylan. I know exactly who you are. I don't know what you mean. Don't give me that bull. Tell me who you are. Please, Mr. Hyde, don't shout at me like that. And start talking. We could start with what you were really doing outside Mari's room. Right? Everyone's going quiet. People have gone quiet in chat. I guess they're just too enthralled with my amazing voice acting. My voice acting is very shit. I'm just surprised no one even commentates on it. Anyway. Dylan, I know what you were doing. You were keeping tabs on Mari. What? I was just doing what I was told to do. You knew Mari before you came here. Or so you claim.
That's right, I did. I used to do her plumbing in her old house.
Something doesn't add up, Dylan. Yeah. Well, I could say she says she doesn't remember you, but I could also say that, I could say that you've never been to her old house. You've never been to her old house.
What?
She told me that whenever they had problems, they used the same service. So now we've established that you haven't been there. How do you really know her?
That's because I was given some information about her.
Okay. Dylan, who told you to watch Mari?
I can't tell you that.
Not that it matters, I already know the answer.
Yeah? What do you think you know?
I know who told you to watch her. It was Niall.
Niall?
That's it, isn't it, Dylan?
I don't believe it. How the hell did you manage to find out so much?
You wrote that threatening letter to Mari under the orders of Niall, which means you were likely placed here to watch over the tenants and send the letters.
What can I say? My job was to stay here and watch over those women.
Yes. Yeah, I knew he was obviously shady from the start, like, you know. Anyway. What kind of information did you receive?
That would be...
It was information you had to relay to her, wasn't it?
That's right. But do you know what kind of information it was?
Sure. It was about... Yeah, working for Condor. It was about her brother and husband working for Condor.
Right again. Mari was a relative of ex-Condor operatives. She didn't know this even after the both of them had died. Condor may have disappeared 13 years ago, but it left behind some women who would come in handy for Niall. Condor proved to be a useful subject to Niall in more ways than one.
Such a dick, isn't he? Dylan's a dick. The women you were supposed to watch, which women would they be?
Do you really need to ask? I thought you'd have figured it out by now.
Tell me.
Well, it's Mari and that Patrice woman, of course. Patrice especially. I'm sure she's still hiding something in her room.
Max is hiding something in her room?
Yeah, there's no mistaking it. If you've watched her like I have.
Oh, got 5 viewers now. Yay! I'm above the average! Yay! How did Niall hope to use Condor?
I thought it would have been obvious. They used them to liaise with the LAPD. I don't know what I used. I don't know what word I was using just there.
Liaise with the LAPD? Even I can't pronounce that word right, and I don't know what that means.
Sure. As you no doubt already know, not a single member of Condor was taken down. Why do you think that was? It was because of the corrupt element in the department working on the Condor cases. Well, Mr. Hyde, it looks like you've finally managed to expose my true identity.
It looks that way.
When did you realize?
I knew there was something fishy about you as soon as we started having our little chats.
You figured me out in a single week, huh? Looking back, maybe I shouldn't have spoken to you so much. If I'd taken that approach, I might have been able to get to the end of my stay here without arousing any suspicion, and just continued to be maintenance man Dylan. Still, guess there's no use crying over spilt milk. Come to think of it, maybe the timing was pretty good.
Hold it right there. What do you mean the timing was pretty good? What are you planning now?
Well, I've got one thing left to do. Let them know that Kyle Hyde is onto them and is likely to be an obstacle.
What did you say?
What's the matter? Scared of big bad Nile? You must have guessed that once you expose me, you wouldn't put yourself into the line of fire. Don't tell me you'd never consider it.
Sure I did. But you think that's gonna put me off? I won't be intimidated by scum like you.
Well, I admit, I admire your nerve. With guts like that, you're wasted being a salesman.
Yeah, I hear a lot of that. I've got nerve, all right. Enough of it to shoot an ex-partner of mine who worked for Nile. I may have quit the force, but there are certain things you can't shake off. Dylan, I don't get many opportunities to chat to criminal lowlifes like you anymore.
Hey, don't push it.
So I'd like to use this chance to ask you something. You're going to tell them that I've blown your cover, but what's going to happen to you?
What are you trying to say?
You really think they're going to keep a guy around who can't even remain in disguise? Mark my words. Based on the Nile I know, this isn't going to end well. At least not for you. You'll be the first to disappear.
What do you mean by that?
I'm pretty sure that once you've given them what they want, they'll figure there's no sense in keeping somebody whose cover's been blown or being exposed. And then, what do you think will happen to you? You can't exactly hand yourself over to the LAPD, can you? Not after what you told me just now. If Nile really does have a mole on the force, and you hand yourself in, you'll be digging your own grave.
Are you threatening me?
Not at all. I'm just letting you know the facts. Then when they've disposed of you, they'll know it won't be long before they take me out too.
It's not going to be like that. I'm sure of it.
Come on, Dylan, wise up. What are you going to do?
I haven't got a clue. What can I do?
You got yourself into a real fix.
Come on, answer me.
Maybe we can strike up some kind of deal. Here's what I'm thinking. Since my life's also in danger, perhaps if we agree to keep recent events to ourselves, we can both make a clean break. By the time Niall realizes the lack of contact means you've gone, they'll come looking, but you would have gained yourself a couple of days head start.
A couple of days? That's not going to stop them. Where the hell can I run to? Not to mention how can I be sure you'll keep quiet about me?
If you're stuck for somewhere to run, call me tomorrow night. I know a way you can escape undetected. Whether you choose to believe me or not is totally your call. Dylan.
Huh?
Oh, fuck.
Don't move. What you said sounds good, but I'm not so sure I'm the kind of guy who believes everything at face value.
It's decision time, Dylan. What's it going to be?
I'm going to have to think about all this. That stuff you said, that's something I can't decide upon lightly.
After all, both our lives are in danger here. You got that right. So I figure we've lived here under the same roof for a while now. I think we can reach some sort of agreement. Here's what I'll do. I'll wait until tomorrow night to give you my answer. Before then, neither I nor Niall will make any effort to move. I think we could both do with some rest tonight. Now, just stand still and don't make a move until I'm out of here. You got that? Catch you later, Mr. Hyde. And he leaves. Even though this is his room, which is kind of weird. Better let Mari know about Dylan. Yeah. Whew. A lot of intense. But yeah, that's us coming up to 2 hours already. Oh, jeez. This is taking so long.
Who's there?
It's me, Kyle.
Ah, Mr. Hyde.
Open the door.
Okay, just a moment.
Dylan was behind the threatening letter you received.
What?
He was also the person keeping tabs on your whereabouts.
So he is with Niall after all.
Yeah, he is. The good news is that after I exposed him, he left.
Really? He's gone?
Yeah. Let's just say I gave the guy a little scare that sent him packing. It should be enough to keep him away until you're safely out of town anyway.
Mr. Hyde.
Here's your letter back.
Mr. Hyde, I've made up my mind. I'm going to take the chance and leave.
I see.
Please don't worry about me. After all, I already told you, I'm stronger than I look.
Mari.
You've helped me so much. After talking to you, I think I'm ready to make a run for it, no matter what lies ahead. Thank you for everything.
As soon as I leave here, lock the door and don't let anyone in. You got that? And when you leave tomorrow, don't tell Sol what you're doing. I think that's cleared up all that. Alright, it's 4 o'clock. Let's go see Mags. I thought it was 3 o'clock, but it's supposed to be 4. Better make my way to see Mags. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Don't want any phone calls. Don't want my pager going off. Who is it? It's Kyle Hyde. Ooh, Mr. Hyde. You said 4 o'clock, right? Care to open the door? I got something really important that we need to talk about. I'm sorry, Mr. Hyde. I'm a little busy at the moment. Could we continue the chat from this morning another time? Are you serious? Now isn't a good time. Please come back later. Now what? Maybe I should head back upstairs and try again later. Great. Cheers. Oh boy. Alright, okay.
Mr. Hyde.
Great, now Frank wants me.
I've been looking for you.
I thought we were meeting later. What do you want?
You were in Dylan's room earlier, am I right?
Yeah.
He looked quite agitated when he left. May I ask what happened in there?
He's gone. He cut his losses and left.
He left?
As it turns out, he's on Niall's payroll. Once I managed to get that out of him, he fled.
It's all slotting into place. Looks like it's true about him being the person Niall sent here, then. Seems my instincts haven't let me down after all.
Did you suspect Dylan?
In a manner of speaking,
Did you manage to uncover something about Dylan then?
not directly, but I noticed how defensive he was.
So what put you onto him?
There was something strange about him, something he just couldn't hide. Kind of like a smell that couldn't only be picked up by seasoned detectives like me.
Guess he set off your detective instincts.
Yes, you could say that. I noticed that his movements seemed deliberate, and they were done to match hers.
Hers?
Yes, Mrs. Patrice, of course. And when you understand what kind of woman she is, as I do, you would appreciate that Dylan's movements are rather suspicious. That was the motivation behind me wanting to investigate where he was frequenting.
Whatever. Ah, Jesus, part. What kind of woman do you think Mrs. Patrice is?
Of course, I had my own information about her, but after hearing yours, I deduced that Mrs. Patrice is quite clearly the wife of a villain. Her late husband, George Patrice, was a close friend of Michael McGrath, the one-time owner of Hotel Cape West. He also just happened to be the prime suspect in the murder of Kathy McGrath. You told me that you were able to have a conversation with Michael's son. I would think that he would have told you that he had marked a certain individual as Kathy's murderer.
And that individual was George Patrice.
Precisely. It was the same conclusion that the first detective on the case came to.
So George Patrice was the number one suspect, huh?
That's what the detective in charge of the original case thought, at least. At the time of the victim's death, he was absent from the party and without an alibi. Conveniently for him, though, his wife, Margaret, provided him with an alibi later on.
Do you believe he was responsible for the murder?
I must admit, I do.
I see.
Not only that, I also firmly believe that he knew the whereabouts of the missing Scarlet Star.
What?
If Niall had been using Dylan to watch Mrs. Patrice, then there's no doubt.
Let me get this straight. Earlier you said there was only one person who knew where the Scarlet Star was, and that person was the hotel manager, Michael McGrath. Why then would you say that George Patrice knew?
I meant that McGrath was the only person working at the hotel who knew. But when we're talking about George Patrice, Condor's ringleader, well, I find it hard to believe he didn't know all there was to know. There's something more I have to say about the Scarlet Star, though.
I'll find out that in just a minute. Where was Dylan frequenting?
The fourth floor and the basement. Vacant rooms, too. He also tended to enter other tenants' rooms, insisting he was merely doing maintenance, I can't tell you how many times I spotted him leaving room 306, for example. It goes without saying that he would enter Mrs. Patrice's room as well.
What do you think he was up to?
Monitoring and information gathering, all to find clues to locate the Scarlet Star.
He was looking for it? So Dylan knew about it too. They let some underling know about the Scarlet Star? Keep continuing this. What else do you know?
I had intended to talk about that in the cafe.
Come on, you've mentioned it. You mentioned this much. I think you need to tell me everything.
You're very persuasive, Mr. Hyde. This is how I see it. Michael McGrath was in possession of the Scarlet Star, but when his wife was killed off, he naturally became frightened and hid it where nobody else would be able to find.
You mean like in a building that used to be a hotel?
Indeed. I'm positive that he left some sort of means to locate it again later on. He must have figured that at some point somebody would try to obtain the Scarlet Star.
You thought that someone would come looking for it?
Yes, the same people that knew the truth behind its disappearance.
But who are those people?
Condor ringleader George Patrice and his wife Margaret. Mike Porter and Peter Rivet, too. Naturally, Niall would have been aware as well.
Michael and Pierre were part of Mari's family.
The only ones to survive up until the present day are Mrs. Patrice and Niall.
Of course, all the people who knew the truth behind how the Scarlet Star disappeared. Only Mrs. Patrice and Niall are left. Hold on. Frank, there's one more person who knew about the disappearance of the Scarlet Star.
There is?
You. You know exactly how it came to be missing, don't you? If you won't come clean now, this conversation is over.
Fine. Have it your way. The reason I've been looking into the events of this building's past is to restore a certain reputation.
His reputation, of course. Reputation. Typical. He's out for the glory. Actually, probably not. Whose reputation needs restoring?
Mine, of course.
Yours.
25 years ago, I was part of the investigation into Condor, Mr. Hyde. During this investigation, I learned something about Hotel Cape West. I found out that this was where Condor conducted their fencing of stolen jewelry. Soon after that, an internal investigation took place, and I was removed from the case. I believe I was the victim of a conspiracy perpetrated by a certain person.
What kind of conspiracy?
It was a plot to remove the person poised to unveil the truth about Condor. Not only did he ruin my good name, but he also deepened his allegiance with Niall.
This person, the one who orchestrated the conspiracy, are you talking about the mayoral candidate, Hugh Speck?
I am. He rants incessantly about crushing crime, which got him into the world of politics. But the truth is it's all a front. He doesn't mean a word of it. I'll tell you now, my ultimate aim is to bring him and his corruption down. If I can do it, I have no doubt my reputation will be restored. Mr. Hyde, listen to me. I must sound like some doddering old fool. I was once just a plain and simple detective who wanted for nothing. When I was younger, I was bad-tempered and eager to prove myself. Even though I didn't comfort from the norm, I did my job and fought for justice. Then that man and his damned internal investigation stripped me of everything. And all of a sudden I was just a cog in the machine, working behind a desk. But there was one thing they couldn't take away from me. and that was my pride. I quit my job and vowed to uncover the truth behind what happened.
Let me get this straight. Your reason for searching for dirt on HughSpec is to try and expose the link between Nile and the LAPD?
Exactly. I'm positive, Mr. Hyde, that the Scarlet Star lies hidden somewhere in this building. If I can only find it, I know it will prove to be an invaluable piece of evidence. Michael McGrath definitely left some sort of clue behind before he died. Something that will enable me to finish what I've been trying to do all these years.
So you've been trying to find some sort of clue up on the 4th floor?
Yes, but all my efforts appear to have been in vain. I've not found a thing. There's always a chance that somebody got to it before me and moved it.
Moved it? That reminds me. Didn't Dylan say something? It's Mari and that Patrice woman, of course. Patrice especially. I'm sure she's still hiding something in her room. Yeah, there's no mistaking it, if you've watched her like I have.
Mr. Hyde?
Yeah?
What are you thinking about? Would I be wrong if I suspected you of knowing something?
Perhaps something about the place Michael McGrath hid that clue. Dream on. If I knew something about that, you think I'd still be gassing to you?
And forgive me. It's just that the look you had on your face made me think so. You must tell me if you know something.
Steady on, Granddad. That tone will get you nowhere. I told you I don't know anything.
You're lying. I know it.
Look, when I say I don't know, it means I don't know.
You can't trick me, Mr. Hyde. You know something and there's no denying it. Now tell me what it is.
Hey, keep bawling like that and you'll draw a crowd. Is that what you want? Why are you so agitated all of a sudden anyway?
I'm not agitated at all. I just needed to be sure you weren't attempting to hide anything from me.
Trying to force it out of me, huh?
Well, Mr. Hyde, since we appear to have exhausted this line of conversation, I see no need to meet in the cafe after all. I assume you agree? Well then, I'll be going.
Frank moves away up the stairs. Got to give it to the old guy. He sure wants to find that hidden place. Guess he won't give up until he's found Michael McGrath's secret. Well, that's the case now. Somebody's coming down the stairs. Who's that? Oh, Frank's back again? Jesus.
Mr. Hyde, can you spare a moment?
What now? I thought we said all we needed to say to each other.
I wanted to apologize for how I acted just now. I didn't intend to make you angry. It's just like you said. I'm looking for some kind of evidence on HughSpec. And that's why I need to find what Michael McGrath left behind. I was curious to see what we could turn up if we put our minds together.
Do you have any idea where it might be hidden?
Yes. I'm sure it's in one of two places. Either the 4th floor, in a place I haven't checked yet, or inside Mrs. Patrice's room.
In Mag's room?
Yes. There's a very high likelihood that something is hidden in there. I was hoping you might have already discovered something on one of your visits there. But since it appears you haven't...
Come on, spit it out. What do you want to say? If you got something you want to say, I'd rather you just say it.
Well, very well, I will. would you be willing to team up with me so we can search Mrs. Patrice's room?
Seriously?
You're the only one who I can talk to candidly regarding this.
Let's say I agree. How are you proposing we go about searching her place?
My plan is to ask her to meet me in the cafe where I'll keep her talking for an hour or so, during which time you can take a thorough look around her room.
And the small matter of a key?
Don't you worry about that. I'll see that she leaves the door unlocked. You can leave that side of the operation to me.
Does Max know you've been looking into Condor?
I doubt it, Mr. Hyde. As far as I can tell, she suspects nothing. I'm sure you're just as eager to have a closer look around her room as I am, Mr. Hyde. Am I right?
You might be.
Then it's settled. I'll go ask her to join me in the cafe. As soon as she's left her room and come with me to the cafe, you should go inside. What you're looking for is...
Yeah, I know. You want me to find something left behind by Michael McGrath.
Precisely. Once you've done with your search, come to the cafe. We can discuss what you find after you arrive.
Yeah, got it. Loud and clear.
Then we'll regroup here.
Alright. Frank, it's getting I know it's getting a little lengthy for you guys. Yeah. It is kind of evident. Yeah, but I really want to get this chapter done. I can hear voices. Yes, I understand.
Then let's go to the cafe.
The sound of footsteps and the two voices trail off towards the cafe. Okay. Let's open up. Don't know how he did it, but the door's unlocked. Secret mission rifle through Mags's room for clues is now in effect. And while we're doing that, we might as well do a save in our secondary slot. Oh dear. Drink. Going back and forth between voices sometimes can really do a number on your throat. Right. What can I look for? Wonder why someone decided to send her a clock. Okay. There's nothing there. Nothing. Oh, actually. Maybe if I go on this side here. Oh, okay. Ah. Mags's bedroom. This would be a good place to try to find something. Her bedroom. I better search here too. I don't need to waste any more time looking at this. Okay, well, there's nothing there then. Try the bed. Chest of drawers next to the bed. Leather gloves. Definitely worth investigating. Okay, not on that side, but what about this side? Either way, she's clearly been using it a long time. nothing there, so over here, on our desk. Ooh, there's something on the floor over here. What's this? Looks like a piece of paper. It's got something written on it, alright, but the lower part's missing. The beginning reads, "We know everything. Leave this apartment and its secrets immediately. Niall doesn't forget and still bears a grudge against the wife of George Patrice." This is part of a threatening letter. That reminds me, Max said something when she received that package. "I have my reasons for jumping to such conclusions, especially with a threat like this. I thought it was somebody's idea of a joke at first, and tore it up. But when I saw the lack of a sender on the package just now, the contents of this letter came back to me in a flash." This must be the missing piece of the letter she showed me from before. So the sender was Niall. Fancy notepads. Not really much else on the desk. Anything on here? Dresser. Nothing in there. What's this? What the hell is that? Maybe I should open it up and take a look. Ah, dear. Nice looking ornament wood box. I wonder what's inside this thing. Oh, it's a music box. A music box. Wait. There's something stuck in the drum. Looks like a key. What's a key doing there? Oh, hold on. Obviously it'll work like a music box, so if we time it just right and we close the box when there's a gap, no, okay, the music just stopped. What the hell am I supposed to do? Think, Hyde. Well, I know what to do. Give me a second. Alright. I'm sure it'll do this. Nope. Okay, damn it. How the fuck do you do this? Damn it. Totally forgot how to do this. What the hell am I supposed to do? I think I'll try this again. Okay. Let's see. It's not working. Ah. Right, okay, so I've got the... Right, so I've got the right trigger, or left trigger even, on my 3DS here. That'll lift the key up. So I need to... Okay, I need to do that again. Come on, come on. Hopefully I'm not getting penalized for this. Of course the drums keep it in there. Give me a second. Yeah, no, this is one of the most annoying. This is the whole thing with the game. Jesus. Ah, dang it. Right, let's try that again. I think I've got it. So I just need to close this off and then hold on to the R button. Come on. There we go. Whew. Yeah, that's how you do it. You have to close it over, hold down the L button, and open it up just enough so obviously it's still stopped, and then you just tap on the screen to do it, or tap on the key to get it. So that's how you do it. Although, of course, because I had it easier and I had that screen telling me when it was all good, it was so good. Anyway, got it. What could this key be for? The key has a condor mark on it. I think that's me. Right. I've already seen what's in there. Check what's in the bathroom as well, but oh, dead pocket plant. I think we're done. Well, despite what Frank seems to think, I can't find anything from Michael here. All I got to show for my search is part of a letter and a key with a condor mark. Maybe the key will lead to some sort of clue. Almost time to meet Frank. I better make my tracks before Max comes back. Right. Let's get going. Oh, dang it. Right, off to the cafe. Huh? Now here comes Max. Max. Damn. If she saw me coming out of her room, my ass would have been grass. Mr. Hyde, I apologize for before. Don't worry about it. Maybe we could chat again later. Chat again sometime later. As long as that's okay with you. No problem. Okay, good. Now I must be going. Max goes back inside the room. Let's go to the cafe because I know Frank will be waiting for us there.
Ah, Mr. Hyde. How did it go?
I managed to have a pretty good look around while you kept her busy. Problem is, I didn't find anything left behind by Michael in there.
I see.
It wasn't a total waste of time, though. I found this.
What have you got?
It's a key with a condor mark on it.
A key? With a condor mark? Give it here, Mr. Hyde. And you should avoid trying to go any further in this investigation.
What? Not this again. Why should I stop? And who gave you the right to order me around?
I beg your pardon?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I got plenty of things I still want to investigate. I have a feeling that this key's gonna open more than simply a door. If I'm lucky, it might even reveal some of the secrets around here.
Are you trying to say you intend to return to the 4th floor to search?
Damn right.
Then I'll tell you again. Stop your investigation. There's no need to waste your time up there. I've searched it thoroughly enough.
Just because you haven't managed to find anything doesn't mean I won't. I got a feeling I'm gonna get lucky up there.
Now you listen to me. Oh, what the hell. It's no use talking to you. Do whatever you like. I'll be on my way.
Hold it, Frank.
What is it?
What did you and Mags talk about here?
There was nothing important. We just took the opportunity to do a spot of complaining.
Did Dylan come up during the conversation at all?
It seems she was already aware of him leaving, but she's got no idea that he's with Niall.
I see.
Anyway, I must be going.
Frank gets all hot under the collar whenever the subject of the 4th floor comes up. Tony. Yo! Didn't think you and the old man Raver would be the sort to sit down together for drinks. Yeah, well, we had things to discuss. Hey, you're not trying to keep secrets from me now, are you? Why would I want to do that? No reason, I guess. Anyway, I need to tell you something, Hyde. Tell me what? It's about Betty. Don't know how to explain it, but it seems I've been given a second chance. You don't say. She told me that she thinks I've changed, for the better too, and she wants to stick with me from now on. Sounds like you're onto a winner there. Good job. What I'm trying to say is that I owe all to you, man. To me? What the hell did I do? If you hadn't been around, I would have been stuck drowning in my sorrows, going nowhere. And then how would I have gone with Bay? I owe you, man. Seriously. Tony, before you say anything, I want to find a way to show my gratitude. Anything you want, consider it done. You say the word. Easy, Tony. You don't want to start making promises you can't keep now, do you? Give me a chance here, man. We don't have much time left in this old place, you know. I really don't want to leave without having the chance to pay you back. If you think of some way I can help out, just give me a shout. Okay. I'll think about it. Say, Tony, are you still short on cash? I had a feeling you'd ask that. Do you really need me to answer? There's no way I'm going to turn from rags to riches overnight, you know. What if I told you I knew a way to make big bucks in next to no time? I said you better tell me what you have in mind. So you interested? Just tell me what the deal is first. You gotta promise me that you're not going to spread this around, though. The truth is, there's a precious jewel hidden somewhere on the 4th floor. A jewel? On the 4th floor? You're not talking about this place, right? I sure am. Sure I am. It's known as the Scarlet Star, and it went missing 25 years ago. I only heard about it by chance. But what I heard seems to suggest it's hidden right here, in this apartment building. Say no more, man. I'm in. Let me guess. The plan is to get to the thing before we have to clear out, right? Got it in one, Tony. Far out! I think it's fair to warn you, though. this could be a little dangerous. So tell me, are you still down with it? Down like a clown, man. You think I'd pass up the chance to get in on an action like this? Just tell me what you need doing. Say the word and I'll get started. Great. So, what we gotta do first? That's a good question. I guess a good starting point would be to meet up by the 4th floor fire door. Got it! By the fire door, on the 4th floor. We better be careful not to go there together if we're spotted. You think people guess? Yeah. You think people will guess we're up to something? Yeah. The people around here get jumpy real quick. Understood. I'll get going then. See you up there, Hyde. Sure. I'll be up later. 10-4. Oh, jeez. Okay, let's make our way up to the 4th floor. I think we're coming close to the end of this chapter as well, hopefully. So. Oh dear. Yeah, that's almost coming up to 3 hours as well. Jesus Christ. Well, there's Tony. I got the fire door open, but we've got a new problem. There aren't any lights on there. It's pitch black. Of course. Max said that the power was going to be switched off. Next problem is, even if we find a light, we don't have any keys. Yeah, I already thought about that. The only people who have access to the keys are Max and Dylan. So if we ask Dylan, maybe he'll help us, right? What? You want to ask Dylan to try and get the keys from Max? Nah, that'll take forever. Now hang on. Dylan has his own set. He uses them to get in here and look around. I think he got himself a set just for the 4th floor. Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm positive. I know because he's opened the place up for me before. Then it's settled. I'll get those keys. Tony, you need to find something we can use to light the way in there. Leave it to me. And good luck getting those keys. Right. Okay, here goes. Or here goes nothing even. Right, now to find those 4th floor keys. Right, well, the only place I can think of, well, obviously it's going to Dylan's place. It should be still open since the last time we went in there, so. It's done quite a mess of this place. Oh, nothing there. Guess Dylan made all of this decoration on his own. Maybe on this bedside table? Aha! Bunch of keys in the drawer. This looks like what Tony was telling me about. 4th floor keys. Alright. Let's get going. I can smell the end. I can't believe we've actually dragged Tony into this as well now. Talking about him making some more money. Even though we just gave him that grand. What took you so long? So how'd it go? Without a hitch. That's how. And you? Did you get the keys? Yeah. Knew you would, man. Here you go. That's a torch. Take the flashlight from Tony. Now I think it's about time we search the 4th floor. Ready when you are. That's the end of the hall. Now there was that condor thing. Was it 406, was it? I think it was 406. Okay. Get the keys. Use knob. Yeah, I think this is the place. This had the condor in here. Hey, Hyde. What? Get a load of the safe. A safe, huh? Got any idea of what's inside? Only one way to find out. Guess we need to take a look. Alright. Let's take a look then. Safe. There's a safe with a dial up against the wall. Looks like it's been here for quite a while. Here's the dial. Not a chance. Thing's rusted beyond repair. Not gonna move an inch. Won't budge. Huh. No. Okay, well, seems like there's nothing we can do at this moment. It's no good. This thing's not going to open. I think we're going to need some sort of tool. Maybe a crowbar will do the trick. You stay here. I'll go and grab one. Make it quick. Do you need a light? Nah, man, I got another flashlight. Be back soon. Am I really going to find the star up here on the 4th floor? Okay. Probably time I had to think about things so far. Right, quiz time, people. Finally. Too spooky for me. Welcome to the chat, Kato Yu. Yeah, it's like everyone was quiet for this session. I've been here for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Jesus. Anyway, December 26th. While my head was full of the things Will McGrath told me last night, I was visited by somebody in the morning. It was Dylan, Ed, or Mrs. Patrice. Here's a question for you, Kato Yu. Were you here for the whole stream, or did you just come in just now, and you won't be able to answer any of these questions? Yeah, well, okay, fair enough. Understandable. You know, there's too many people. There's too many people on the internet, and a lot of people. There's a hell of a lot more popular people than myself to go watch, and I totally understand. I've made that mistake as well, not being able to, you know, watch other people's streams. So, it's all understandable. Alright, okay. Well, you get the last questions then. So this question here, Dylan, Ed, or Mrs. Patrice? Well, it's definitely not Ed. But it was Dylan. Right. Dylan was the one who paid me a visit first thing this morning. He was itching to find out what Will and I had spoken about. After calling Rachel, I called I caught the news about a jewelry robbery on TV. They interviewed the store owner, who described a woman that appeared on the scene. The description reminded me of Mari, so I went and had it out with her. Had it out with her? Okay. Not the words I would have used. She fled to the roof and eventually confessed to me about her brother and husband working for Condor, the details of Jack Green's article, Tony's song being recorded. Okay, it's definitely not that last one, but the answer is kind of obvious because, you know, it's Mari we're talking about. Yeah, it's obviously her brother and husband working for Condor. Right. She told me about her brother and husband once working for Condor. She went on to say that Niall had forced her to play the part of the mysterious woman. I also had the opportunity to talk to Rex, who came to the roof as well. He let me in on the fact that he plans to expose Niall to the world. After hearing that Mari and Rex had to say, I learned that it was none other than Dylan who had been threatening her. We had a chat and he admitted to working for Niall. His job in the apartment was to look into Mari's insurance, to watch Mags and find clues about the Scarlet Star, or to perform maintenance. Now, technically that last one is true, but it's not really the one that's correct. So yeah. So the answer is obvious. It's kind of obvious. This one. Right. Dylan was placed in this building to keep an eye on Max. While he did so, he was trying to uncover clues about the Scarlet Star. When I exposed him for what he was, he quickly fled from the building. Frank now Kata-Yu said maintenance. So okay, now Kata-Yu would probably be in the effect of knowing what's happening now. So yeah. So here we go. These last two questions were probably be ones that you could answer decently. Frank noticed that Dylan had vacated the building and asked me to fill him in. He told me about Niall and the connection it had with the LAPD. He also let slip that his goal was to expose Hugh Speck and regain his reputation. Lastly, he told me that the one who knew the location of the Scarlet Star was Kathy McGrath, George Patrice, or Michael McGrath. A, B, or C. Kathy, George, or Michael. Kathy, George, Michael, or Ringo. That fourth one isn't an option. So yeah, who could it be? The answer, and of course I'm gonna obviously. Oh, he doesn't remember this one. Okay, this one was Michael McGrath. Right. He told me that Michael knew the whereabouts of the Scarlet Star. He also said that he was sure that Michael had left behind some sort of clue. Thanks to Frank, I now know more about the Scarlet Star. I also learned that Niall was the organization behind Condor, and that Mags was connected to it all. After talking to Dylan and Frank, I headed to Mags's room. I was keen on finding this so-called clue that Michael had left behind. And with Frank's help, luring Mags away, I was able to search her room. Unfortunately, my search proved fruitless, and I never found what I was looking for. Instead, I found a hat and sunglasses, a key with a condor mark, or the 4th floor keys. Now, you definitely know this, Kata-Yu. This just happened in the last 30 minutes. So. And I'm sure he's got to give me the right answer for this. And you're got to give me the right answer too, future YouTube viewers. You know, if you're watching this in the future and it's on Last Minute Continues YouTube screen thing. Yes, it is a key with a condor mark. Not the 4th floor keys, because we found those in Dylan's room. I found a key which had a condor mark on it. Instead of handing the key I found to Frank, I kept it. Tony and I made our way to the 4th floor to take a look around. There's little doubt left in my mind that there are clues to be found here. But will it reveal the clues that Michael left behind? And where is the Scarlet Star hidden? Will I find something to shed light on the truth behind the incident with my dad? With any luck, everything will become clear once I find what I'm looking for. But as I think about it, I notice an uneasy feeling creeping into my mind. Alright, so that's the end of chapter 9. Wait a minute. Aren't I usually able to save at this point? What's going on here? Kyle? Kyle, look behind you, man. Huh? Tony? Ooh. That didn't sound good. Well. And Kyle's, even though we had that loud noise. Anyway, here we are, chapter 10. It's still December 26th, 1980. And I hear my pager beeping somewhere. It keeps excuse me. It keeps beeping as I slowly regain my focus. By the time I'm fully conscious, the beeping stops. But not the pounding in my head. As you recall what happened in the last chapter. I find myself lying on the floor for some reason. My body feels like a lead weight, and my limbs are like rubber, no strength. Well, rubber does have strength, it's just, you need to elasticate it a little bit more. My head's throbbing and my throat's hurting too. Your throat's hurting? So what, did someone just, pour gasoline down your gullet while you're it's like unconscious? He's unconscious, boss. What are we gonna do? Quick, pour a gallon of beer down his throat. As my eyelids slowly open, I'm treated to a scene of utter darkness. Oh no, he's entered eternal darkness. Or the darkness. Or the darkness too, which apparently a lot of people like more over the first one. Punctuated by a single point of light. Or punctured, I don't know. Punctured, punctuated, whatever. Punctured is probably the better word for that. I don't know what the light is, but no sooner do I focus on it that I feel a searing pain in my eyes, and I force them shut once more. Tears seep out from beneath my closed eyelids. What was that? Some kind of sleep spray? So he sprayed with it. He wasn't knocked out by a crowbar or something like that. Can't come up with a better answer, so I try and think back to the moment it happened. Whatever that stuff was, it certainly did what the sprayer wanted. Who the hell did it, though? I try to stand, but then realize I'm unable. My hands and feet have been bounded. Damn. They got me good. I've been tied up with rope. As I try to endure the pain from my eyes and my head, I attempt to lift my eyelids. I manage to focus on a dimly lit room. I regain my sight and manage to get myself into a sitting position and look around. The light I saw before is the flashlight. Must have dropped it when I blacked out. Great. Now what? Not sure I'll be going anywhere like this. Right, so we're in this situation now. This is even tougher than I thought it would be. Still, if I take it slowly, I think I can get a little mobility. So yeah, this is Kyle currently. Oh, hello. There's a vase on the top of an unsettling looking table. I think I managed. I think that's supposed to be if I manage to shake the vase. Instead of I think I managed to shake the vase a little. Oh, actually no, that could actually be worded right. Yeah, I think I managed to shake the vase a little. Yeah, that works. Yeah. I slam into the table using my body. Almost. Just a little more. There we go. Got it. Shards of broken vase are littered on the floor. Right, now to put one of these shards to good use. I stretch one of my fingers out from beneath the rope and snag myself a shard. Come on. I sever the rope binding me with the shard. Of course, that's not a mini game, which is good, because I'm sure as hell could have caused that to fuck up. Phew. Those ropes were cutting off my circulation. Good to have the use of my hands again. Or back, whatever. Oh, and totally forgot about to say this, guys. Tonight is November the 5th. Here in the UK, that's bonfire night. So a lot of people are letting off, fireworks and whatnot out there. So yeah, if you're hearing a lot of bangs or like echoey, kind of like silent bangs from the thing, yeah, that's all the people partying outside. Go figure. I use my newly free hands to untie my legs. Good. Hobbling around on my ass for the rest of the night wouldn't be my idea of fun. I just need to find the Joker who thinks they can get away with this. I'm worried about Tony too. First things first though, I need to get out of this room. Okay. Looks like there's something that's on the other side, jamming the door shut. Crap. I'm trapped in here. What the hell am I gonna do now? Oh dear. Oof. Sorry guys. Oh dear. Just a little uncomfortable with the scene. And here's me thinking I would be back to normal by now. Anyway. No one in the chat? No, no one's in the chat. Bugger hell. See what I can find. Be up old chairs. Maybe I can use this chair. I'm sure I can put it to good use. Busting that door open. Give it a shot. Right, that door better say its prayers. I would use the joke. Dora must have killed his parents and whatnot, but no. we're playing that. We're playing the story of finding out who killed. We already know about his parents, so yeah. His mom's alive. His dad's dead, but his dad's dead. His dad. Yeah, I'll just abort a joke. A joke abort. Joke abort. Right. Let's use the chair. Time to try this chair out on that door. Alright. There we go. Looks like it did the trick. Time to get out of here. Sorry, I didn't read that description line. Huh? Down by my feet is the debris from the broken door. What's that? Something lying on the floor besides the number plate for room 406. It's a piece of the door with the word manager written on it. So room 406 belonged to the manager, huh? This is getting interesting. Ah, there's Tony. Huh? That's Tony. Hey, Tony. Tony. What? Hey, you okay? Apparently my computer wasn't. Oh. Hyde, is that you? Hang in there. Don't rub your eyes. Right. But my throat and my eyes feel like they're on fire. And my head, ugh. Who did this to you? I wish I could tell you, man. I was going past the elevator and all of a sudden something sprayed into my face. Knocked me out cold. I didn't even feel it when I hit the floor. You were hit with sleep spray. Just blink a lot. I don't believe this. Son of a... I'm in agony here. I think it's law enforcement grade stuff. You're lucky you've been out for most of it. Just grin and bear it. You're not dying, you know. A little more compassion would go a long way, man. Yeah, well, it wasn't just you that got taken down. They got me too. Same routine with the sleep spray and everything. What? They got you too? What the hell is this? Just after you left, they sprayed me, knocking me unconscious. I was tied up and locked in room 406. No way! I've only just got myself free. I've only just got myself free and smashed my way out. You don't seem phased. Guess this kind of thing happened all the time back in the force. Can it, Tony? I wasn't on SWAT team or anything. How are you feeling now? Can't complain. It's a lot better than just now, that's for sure. Damn. Yeah, I think I'm over the worst of it now. Good to hear. But who the hell would want to do this to us anyway? My guess is somebody who didn't want us closing in on the Scarlet Star. Doesn't exactly tell us much. Yeah, true. Looks like I'm gonna be needing your help with one more thing then, Tony. Sure, no sweat. We gotta get our heads straight and get back in the game here. I want to know who it is. Who it is as much as you do. Let's go get him. That's the spirit. Right, I've just remembered. Did anything happen to the safe? Same when you left. We need to get back there for another look. No time like the present. Let's book it. And if anyone tries anything again, let's see them try and sleep spray my crowbar. Where's that thing anyway? It's over there on the floor. So that's your little friend, huh? Take the crowbar off from the floor. That's one awkward crowbar. Definitely an L shape. Right, let's get this done. Right. Okay, back to room 206. What the hell, man? You really did a number on that door. It was nothing special. Oh man! And by God, that O face from Tony there, that was like, whoa. What? What's so strange? Nothing. I just think it's very you, that's all. What's very me? What I did to the door was nothing compared to you when you're drunk. Some things don't change, huh? That's harsh, man. Right, let's do this. Yeah. Well, here we are. Time to get that safe open, Hyde. Right. Let's examine. And... crowbar. Use. Right, let's get busy with this crowbar. Okay, let's do this. Push the bar on free, okay? 1, 2, 3. Come on, man. We're pushing on free, not 1, not 1 and not 62. Okay, one more time. 3. There we go. Oh, they're very excited outside. I don't know if you can pick that up, but yeah, there's a lot of explosions going on outside. Got it. Nice one, Hyde. Come on, let's see what's inside. Right. So, did we find anything? Hold your horses, I'm still checking. The suspense is killing me, man. There's a small square case inside. A case? Better take a look inside it. This is it! Let's get that thing open and take a look at all that. Nothing. Haha, nothing, he says. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell have we wasted all of our time for then? The damn thing's empty. Oh my god, look at that O face. it's like shocked expression. That can't be right. Well, I'm not making this up, you know. So where the hell is this Scarlet Star? Beats me. Talk about disappointing. Oh man. After all that. Yeah, tell me about it. Hey, wait a minute. Take a look at the door. What about it? Well, look at how thick it is. Pretty sure it's pretty good security for a safe with nothing in it. Yeah, that's almost unusually thick. I thought we'd be rolling in it by now. Hang on. Well, let's have a look at the door then. some sort of opening on the inside of the door. Could it be? What is it? It looks like this thing comes apart. You're right! Place the crowbar and open it and praise it open. That'll do. Hello. This looks like... What did you find? Tony. There's some kind of book hidden in the gap in that door. What? A book? Nothing shiny and expensive looking like then? Unfortunately not. But at least we have something. And we've got you to thank for it. So, what does the book say? It looks like a diary from the manager of Hotel Cape West. The manager's diary? Yeah. It belonged to Michael McGrath, the manager of the hotel. The man who knew the whereabouts of the Scarlet Star. Maybe we can still find it. It's like Michael's diary. So come on, what's in it? Let's find out. This is what's written inside. Written on December 17th, 1967, after Kathy's funeral. Kathy, I still can't believe you're gone.
Whenever I think of life without you, I'm overcome with an intolerable sense of guilt. Guilt because I know the truth, Kathy. I know why you were killed, and it's all because of what happened on that fateful night 12 years ago. If I hadn't shot the safecracker who snuck into my office, if I hadn't taken the Scarlet Star from his dead fingers, then maybe you'd still be alive.
So yeah. So Michael McGrath killed Kyle's dad, and in turn, keeping, obviously, what was it? The Scarlet Star for himself, and then getting his wife Kathy murdered.
Everything is connected to one night that happened 12 years ago. If only I hadn't shot the man who crept into the office to break into the safe. If I'd not taken the Scarlet Star from his hands and kept it for myself, perhaps then none of this would have ever happened. We kept the man's body in the chest freezer for 2 days. Then I had Mike and Peter take it to the downtown parking lot and dump it in there. The blood-stained room was then converted into a guest room, and it was made off limits from then on. Rarely a day goes by when I don't think about what happened that night. When I closed the hotel, my plan was to sever my ties with Condor as well. George said, the only way to escape Condor is to completely disappear. Of course, you're well within your right to do so. But remember this, I can overlook certain things while we're friends, but not when we're strangers. But George knew. He knew about the provisions I'd made in order to start my new life. And he knew what had become of the Scarlet Star. I expected some sort of retribution. But Kathy, I never imagined it would result in your life being taken. Now that you're gone, the reasoning behind taking the Scarlet Star has gone too. And George, who took your life, even had the audacity to come to your funeral. Kathy, I now know exactly what I have to do. I have no intention of handing the Scarlet Star over to George, and absolutely no intention of forgiving him for what he has done either. You can rest easy, Kathy. You will be avenged. I promise.
The safecracker in this diary. There's no mistaking it. It was my dad. It all happened 25 years ago in this very room. My dad snuck in and stole the Scarlet Star, only to be killed by Michael McGrath. He was killed in this very room. Dad. Hey! Are you listening, Hyde? Tony? Snap out of it, man. Does it say where the Scarlet Star is or not? No. No, it doesn't. So we've got nothing. What now, Hyde? Right now, we need to get out of this room. Yeah, that's a good idea. Tony and I leave the room. Ouch! Ah, I got a splinter. Damn, that door hole is very dangerous. Was it? Oh, sorry. Need a drink, actually. Sorry. Good old brew. So yes. Just want to point out something. If you're in the Twitch chat, just make some comments and whatnot. I'm sure there's a couple of people who want to make some comments while they're here, while they're around. So yeah, let's carry on with the story. What is it? My foot hurts. Must have fallen on it funny. Still hurts now. Why didn't you say anything like earlier? We were just walking around just moments ago. My head's killing me too. What the hell was in that spray? You might as well go back to your room, Tony. But what about the diamond? You need a rest. I'll be sure to come and get you when I need you. Okay, man. If you're sure. Tony makes his way back to the hallway. Just limping away. It's like, It's my pager. I better get back to my room too. That makes sense. So yeah. Oh. Going the wrong way. But yeah, I can't wait to talk to you about. Can't wait to talk to you guys about next week. What I'm gonna be doing next week. Some of you will probably like it. Time to give Rachel a call. Red Crown, how may I help you? Rachel, it's me. Is everything okay, Hyde? I've been trying to reach you for ages. Yeah, I got caught up in something. Oh? It's fine now. Don't worry about it. Well, okay. If you're sure. What did you want me for, anyway? I'll pass you over to Ed.
It's me. I found out something about Frank Raver. He was heading up a Condor investigation 25 years ago, but was taken off the case.
I already got that out of him. Seems he blames Hugh Speck for having him taken out of the action. He's been roaming around in this building looking for proof to link Speck and Niall.
He has he?
Also, I found Michael McGrath's diary from 13 years ago on the 4th floor. In it, he says he shot a certain safecracker in this building 25 years ago in 1955.
What?
There's more. The person who killed Kathy McGrath 13 years ago was the husband of the current owner, none other than George Patrice.
That's some pretty big reveals you've made there, Hyde.
It certainly answers a few questions, but it seems I got a bit sloppy too. Just a while ago, I was rendered unconscious and tied up.
What the hell happened?
I was investigating the 4th floor and somebody sprayed me with sleep spray. I love how they say sleep spray and not like mace or whatever. Or some other concussion kind of thing. Is that still a practice that police use, or any kind of like, you know, they can say sleep spray? It's not really sleep. No, never mind. Semantics. Whatever.
That's pretty serious. That's pretty serious. Seems you managed to get yourself out of it, though.
Yeah, just about. My head's still killing me, though. Seems there's somebody in this place who doesn't want the 4th floor investigated.
You got any ideas of who could have done this to you?
Yeah, I've got a pretty good idea.
What's your next move?
Let's just say that person and I are going to have a little talk smack, talking smack on the WWE Network. I'll slap myself for that. There we go.
Watch your back, Hyde.
Sure. All right. Okay. Time to go and get some answers. Well, we can only think of one person really, who is probably the, you know, well, there is two people technically. There's Frank, and then there's Patrice, like Mags. So I would think obviously Mags is the more kind of like, you know, suspicious one, because it is her place. It was the, you know, this is her building, so it only makes sense that we go to Mags first. Who is it? I hear Max's voice from inside her room. It's Kyle Hyde. Ooh, Mr. Hyde. Why so surprised? I am not surprised. If you say so, now open the door. I got something I need to talk to you about. Not that... Now's not really a good time. I don't want to see anyone at the moment. Don't want to see anyone? What's wrong? Was it something I said? Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Hyde. I know what you did. All of it. Now open that damn door. No! I won't! I have no intention of letting you into my room ever again. I've also made certain discoveries. I know you snuck in here and stole the key, for example. What? What? Of all the things to take, and to think of you of all people took it. I must have been a fool to ever think of I could trust you. Mrs. Patrice. Just go, will you?
Mr. Hyde.
Huh? Yeah, it's Frank. Frank.
What are you doing here?
I just came to see Max.
So you spoke to her, yes?
Not exactly. she wouldn't let me in. She told me she knew I'd been inside her room.
Interesting.
How so?
She called me not long ago to talk about you. I think she may be under the assumption you're in league with Nile. And she must be basing these assumptions on the fact that you took the Condor key. She said that only a person who knew the significance of the key would take it.
Alright, let's talk to you, Frank, and ask you what you're on about. Frank, why did Mags want to talk to you about me?
Perhaps because she knows I used to be a detective. She clearly trusts me.
That's not why I asked.
No?
Why was it me she wanted to talk about?
I thought I made that clear a moment ago. She believes that you are working for Nile as you stole the key.
But it doesn't make sense. How did she come to know that I took the thing in the first place? Are you absolutely sure you didn't drop me in it when you spoke to her? You just politely told her that I'd been snooping around in her room.
You watch your tongue. I told her nothing of the sort.
Okay. What's the significance of the key? What's the key significance?
How should I know? After all, you know far more about that damn key than I do. You've been spending more time up on the 4th floor than anyone. Didn't you find anything that looked like this key could be used up there?
Not yet. I'm still only halfway through my investigation. I didn't get a chance to finish it because I was attacked.
You were what?
Yeah, I let my guard down for a second. Then they hit me with sleep spray, tied me up and locked the door. I got myself out, but I never caught a glimpse of the attacker's face.
What would attempt? Who would attempt something like that?
My guess it's somebody who got jittery and at the thought of me being on the 4th floor, and they're willing to do just about anything to keep their secrets hidden.
Mr. Hyde, you couldn't think it could. You couldn't think it could be.
Right. There's only one person it could be. If what you told me is true, and she thinks I'm working for Nile, I'm sure of it. Why didn't I realize it sooner?
Indeed. Oh dear.
What is it?
I may have made a terrible mistake, Mr. Hyde.
A mistake? About what?
Well, when you told me that it was Michael McGrath's son, of all people, that sent you the order to go searching for the Scarlet Star, that's when I chose to hint that Michael McGrath kept his secrets hidden somewhere, like in a diary. I thought this was a chance to utilize your expertise in assisting me in finding evidence to expose Hugh Speck and his corruption. However, this may cause Miss Patrice to question her trust in you. It seems I didn't think this through properly.
Come on, Frank. Don't flatter yourself.
What?
You think I was just doing what I was told? I wanted to look around the building, and that's exactly what I did. The reason I did it was to uncover the truth 25 years ago. Simple as that.
The truth of 25 years ago? Do you mean to tell me that you're not looking for the Scarlet Star?
Oh, I'll find it, alright. But only because it'll be instrumental in uncovering the truth I'm looking for.
Why are you so keen on finding about 25 years ago, Mr. Hyde?
I want to know about what went on in the manager's office about the safecracker's death.
What?
You got something to say?
No. It's nothing.
Yeah, well, your face is telling me a different story. If you got something to say, now would be the time to say it.
I'm feeling a little tired. Mr. Hyde, I think I'll head back to my room now.
Not so fast, Frank.
Are you implying I'm running away? If you're keen on hearing more about 25 years ago, feel free to join me in my room.
Okay. Frank finishes speaking and heads upstairs. His face went whiter than a mime's when I mentioned my dad. So Frank's gonna tell me about what happened 25 years ago, is he? Wonder what he knows. Well, let's go upstairs. Seeing that Mags doesn't want to talk to us, we might as well go upstairs and, find some other answers. Alright, Frank's place, I think, it's not 304, it's 302, I believe. I gotta love all those explosions.
Mr. Hyde.
Well, here I am. Now talk.
Of course. Please come in.
So this is where Frank holds himself up.
Can I offer you a drink?
Save it for a real guest. I'm just here to hear what you have to say. Here.
Well, I intend to have a drink, so please just join me.
Frank heads to the direction of the kitchen.
Sydney from the cafe kindly gave me some coffee not long ago. Would you care for some?
Well, in that case,
this won't take long. Please wait here.
A picture. Looks like a family photo.
Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Frank places 2 cups of coffee on the table. That smells pretty good.
Now that I think about it, you're the only person who's been in here and had a coffee with me.
What about your family?
My wife passed away 10 years ago after a lengthy battle against illness.
Don't want to say what kind of illness, but hey, whatever.
I have 2 children, but we haven't met in years.
How do you feel about you trying to restore your name with the LAPD? About trying to find clues to expose Hugh Speck for the last 25 years?
I've never spoken to them about that. They know nothing.
Why not? No sense of keeping the problem all to yourself. I'm sure they'd support you. After all, when Hugh Speck had you removed from your post, they had to support you then. Don't you think they have a right to know?
Don't you dare try to tell me about how to treat my family.
No offense. But if I had a dad like you, I don't think I could stand it. Just my 2 cents, though.
You clearly don't understand at all, Mr. Hyde. I didn't leave my family in the dark all this time just for the sake of my own pride. There's more to it than that. 25 years ago during the Condor case, my name wasn't the only thing lost. The mess that Hugh Speck caused also resulted in someone's death.
Whose?
The same man you've been looking into. The safecracker.
What?
So, Mr. Hyde, Would you care to tell me how you came to know about that man? Who told you about him?
Well,
Who told you? Tell me!
it's like Michael McGrath's son, of course. Michael McGrath's son. He told me about a man who'd crept into the manager's office and...
I see.
I think it's about time you talk straight with me, Frank. I want you to tell me about the safecracker who was killed here 25 years ago. Tell me everything you know. No, he's not talking. Come on, Frank. You just told me. You said that the person had gotten involved in the case you were working on.
I...
Tell me. Did you help him get in?
Yes, I did.
So you and this safecracker knew each other beforehand then?
No, we didn't. Gregory was there thanks to the information he got from a contact I often used.
Gregory? Who's Gregory?
That's the name his associates used for him, at least. I seriously doubt it was his real name, just something he used while working. Gregory was a safecracker who'd never been arrested and was well known in the field. He was also knowledgeable on Condor. I figured I could use a person like that to assist me in my plans. We had an agreement, and I'm the one who got him into the hotel. However, I intended to catch Condor by fair means or foul. That was my plan. But Hugh Speck put an end to all that.
How did Hugh Speck put an end to your plan 25 years ago?
What did he do? Well, he...
Tell me the whole story.
He did something beyond words.
Let me guess. Hugh Speck. Hugh Speck told Condor about your plan.
That's right. That was also why Gregory was silenced. That night, when I was waiting for word from Gregory, that's when it happened to me, too.
Frank?
What?
Enough beating around the bush.
Excuse me?
I need you to tell me exactly what you were planning to do 25 years ago. All of it.
What do you mean?
I thought I made myself clear from the start. What I need to know is precisely what happened with the safecracker 25 years ago. You know the truth behind the death that occurred that night, and you're gonna tell me. Even though we already kinda knew. We kinda know what happened.
You win, Mr. Hyde. I'll tell you what you need to know. But on one condition.
I'm listening.
If you really want to hear the whole truth, you'll have to make me talk.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Well, I would have thought an ex-detective like yourself would have known. It's time you demonstrate to me exactly how much you want to hear the truth. If you expect to get anything out of me, you're going to have to work for it. If you choose your questions well, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything you want to know. If you aren't able to ask the right questions, our little chat stops here.
You got yourself a deal. So what he means by this is that what you have to do now is that you have to choose your questions correct in the right order. Okay, so you can't just simply go, oh, just one after the other, one after the other. No, this time around you have to choose the specific right choice of questions in order. Yeah. So let's ask. First, let's ask, what was his plan 25 years ago? Okay, Frank, let's start with this. What was your plan for 25 years ago to catch Condor?
Well, I decided there was only one way to bring Condor to justice, and that was to catch them in the act. Skilled as the Condor group was in conducting systematic jewelry thefts, they were also adept in turning their acquisitions into near untraceable cash. I found out from a staff member that Hotel Cape West was being used to sell the stolen wares on, and that the jewels were being kept in a safe in the manager's office. If I could positively identify that the jewels had been stored there where what Condor stole, I would have all the proof I needed to drive the final nail into Condor's coffin.
So that's why you enlisted Gregory's help to crack the safe. You wanted him to make his way into the manager's office and remove the jewels, right?
Oh, excuse me.
Precisely. The plan was to have him break into the safe, extract the contents, and send me a signal. Then, the police would arrive at the office and confiscate what he extracted. Well, that was what we planned, at least.
What kind of signal had you decided he should send you?
We planned to use the window.
The window?
Yes. He was to enter the manager's office, open the safe, and extract the contents. Once he got the jewels, he was to go to the window and use his flashlight. This would let me know that things had gone according to plan. The police that had been standing by could then raid the premises. The problem was that something went wrong with the signal we'd agreed on. Gregory just disappeared, so we never went into the building.
Okay. So that So we got that new question. So let's follow up on what happened. So what went wrong? Okay, next question. What went wrong?
Well,
You're telling me he never returned the signal you were waiting for, right?
no, I believe he sent it, but
what?
you must understand, Mr. Hyde. There are things I cannot discuss beyond this point,
And why the hell not?
because they concern the promise that connects me and Gregory. Indeed, if that promise had been kept as planned, he would never have needed to die. I regret what happened to him. I doubt I'll ever outlive that regret. Mr. Hyde, I think I've said enough. I couldn't possibly discuss this any further with you. There's only one person I can imagine telling this whole story to, and that person is a relative of Gregory.
Okay. Well, it hasn't ended our interrogation, so which is okay. Okay, so let's go for the first one here. What kind of agreement did you have? What kind of agreement did you have with Gregory?
He was intending to leave the world of crime behind him and start afresh, but he wasn't able to break his ties with his old acquaintances. So I made him a promise. If he lent his talents to assisting me with my investigation, I would make certain incidents from his past go away, and the police force would ensure that all ties he had to his past were severed.
And did he bite and agree to your proposal?
Not at first. he seemed to be somewhat against the idea. In order to gain his trust, I needed to take a different approach. As an act of good faith, I gave him something he'd find difficult to refuse.
What was it?
I handed him the keys to a new car. It would serve as a kind of advance payment.
What?
There's no need to act so surprised. It was commonplace in operations like this. That's the sort of thing we did back then for people who assisted us.
Alright, so that's the last question is this one. What happened to you?
Mr. Hyde, I don't see how that has anything to do with what you want to hear about.
Frank, what if I were to bring a member of Gregory's family here? Would you be willing to tell them everything?
Naturally. But how on earth would you...
You leave that to me.
Oh?
Don't go anywhere. I'll be back as soon as I can. Alright. So yeah. We're gonna go back to our room. And we are going to get something that will probably help us. Oh, those fucking fireworks, seriously. Ah, the key. Take the car key. So it was Frank who gave this key to Dad. So yeah. So we'll take this key, obviously show it to Frank, and Frank will find out that we are a relative to Gregory. Right. Sorry to have kept you waiting.
So, where's the member of Gregory's family, Mr. Hyde?
Right here. Me.
What?
I've got something you need to see. Here.
This is...
Yeah. This is the same car key you gave to Gregory 25 years ago. It was discovered on the body of a man in a downtown parking lot not long afterwards. This is one of the items my dad left me.
What did you just say?
Gregory's real name was Chris Hyde. 25 years ago, after deciding to wash his hands of crime, he left the house on his final job. 3 days later, he still hadn't returned home to his family. The police were investigating the murder at one point, but they quickly broke it off. The case remains unsolved to this day. Frank, I'm Chris's son. And that's why I have the right to hear what you've got to say. You gotta tell me all about the promise you made to my father. Exactly what happened at the end. You gotta tell me everything. Go on, Frank.
To get the proof we needed to expose Condor, I made Gregory a promise 25 years ago. From his point of view, this job posed considerable risk. He agreed to take on the job, knowing it would be his last. for the sake of his family. When we made our promise, he looked me directly in the eyes and said, "Can I really trust you?" I didn't answer, but just nodded. I never intended that nod to be a lie, but...
What happened?
At night, he broke into the manager's office, as we planned, got the safe open, and took out the contents. Then, from the darkened room, he shone the light. But no matter how many times he repeated it, nobody sent him the response he was expecting.
Why not? Why didn't you send in the cavalry like planned?
Because I wasn't there.
What?
That night, when I was at the designated spot, Spec handed me a single note. The message was clear. It said that my wife's condition had worsened, and that I should go to the hospital at once. Naturally, I went, leaving Spec to preside over the scene. So to summarize, I fled to see my wife while Gregory was still inside doing the job. Gregory must have thought I was dolefully waiting in position outside the hotel. After he signaled me, he simply had to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. But I'd already departed to be by my beloved's side. Spec's plan had been a complete success.
Spec's plan?
Yes. It was his intention to lure me away from the scene that night. No sooner had I reached the hotel than it became clear, and I hurried back. Spec maintained that he'd been given the note, but not know where the contents were. And he also said that he had seen nothing like a signal from the manager's office.
So he spun a web of lies that had you convinced.
He did. He was a member of the force, and I had no reason to disbelieve him. It was only later that I learned the truth behind the night's events. Please, Mr. Hyde, are you able to forgive me? If only I'd known that Spec was working with Condor all those years ago, I would never have left him in charge of the scene. And maybe your father would still be alive today.
And that's everything, is it?
It is. That's the truth behind the death of the safecracker 25 years ago. Don't you have anything to say?
Now that you ask, I'm not sure I do. Funny as it may sound, I don't blame you for what happened. In fact, all I can think about right now is how he must have felt during those final moments.
Of course. Tell me one thing, Mr. Hyde. When did you find out that your father died in these very apartments?
I only found out a little while ago. It was written in Michael's diary.
What? You mean to say you found his diary?
Yeah, I found it all right. You're not gonna like the fact that there's nothing related to Hugh Spec in there, though.
Oh, I see. While we're on the subject, you said you had a discussion with Michael's son. Just to put my mind at ease, could you please let me know?
Sorry to disappoint you, but he didn't tell me anything that you'd find useful.
I see. Nevertheless, I'd very much like the opportunity to talk to him myself.
That's gotta be tough. He left not long after I spoke to him.
He left? Are you telling me he lived here? In this building?
He sure did. He was in room 306.
You mean that man? I had no idea.
Don't take it so hard. I'll find you the proof you need to nail Spec.
Mr. Hyde.
In fact, I intend to expose everything these apartments have been hiding. And once I'm done, the only mystery left will be where I'll get my coffee from now on. All you need to do is keep your nose out and wait for me to get it done.
Why, you arrogant little...
Just trying to keep you out of the line of fire. Leave the dangerous stuff to me.
Well, I suppose you've proven yourself useful. I'll duck down for now. But please, take this with you.
This is the other half of the torn postcard I got from Will. Take the postcard piece.
This item represents the only clue I found while searching the 4th floor. Take it with you. It might help. I take it you're still eager to hear from what Mrs. Patrice has to say?
Damn right I am. There are plenty of things I have to say to that lady. Or I have to ask that lady. But she won't be too excited to talk to me, will she?
Then leave that part to me. I'll make sure she understands. You're not in league with Niall. If it all goes according to plan, there's every chance she'll emerge from her room.
Okay, I'll leave that to you.
Good luck, Mr. Hyde.
Just one last thing, Frank.
What is it?
What kind of man was my dad?
We had a drink together once. I remember thinking to myself at the time that he was a lot tougher than he looked. He never had much to say, but what he did say he said with the utmost pungency. He told me about his kid wanting to be a baseball star when he grew up. In fact, when he was telling me this, he came across as a run-of-the-mill kind of guy.
I see. Okay, I need to make a move. I'm wasting time. I'll leave Frank's room. Alright. Even though I know the truth behind what happened to Dad, that's not everything. The postcard that Michael left behind, the Condor key, disappearance of the Scarlet Star, and proof of Hugh Speck's wrongdoing. There are obviously still secrets that people could get hurt over. Just how much does Mags know about them? And it's now turned to 9 o'clock. Alright, well, it's 9 o'clock now, but it's surprising that it is 9 o'clock. Would have thought it would be much later. Alright, so we're gonna go back to Max's thing. Oh, even though we were just coming out of Frank's place, yeah, we're gonna give Max another try. Who is it? I heard Max's voice. We need to talk, Mrs. Patrice. Mr. Hyde! I'm on the phone with Mr. Raver at the moment. What do you need to talk to me about? About Michael McGrath and the diary he left behind. I see. Very well. Please come in. Please come in. Mm-hmm. Mrs. Patrice. Yes, what is it? I never thought you could do something so underhanded. I could say the same to you, Mr. Hyde. Why? Why? Jinx! Now you can't interrogate me. Ha 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 ha! I got you, Mr. Hyde. Ha ha ha! Why do such a thing? Why do such a thing? Stop copying me. Stop copying me! I thought you'd realize by now I'm not working for Nile.
Then explain to me why you were poking around the 4th floor and why you took my key.
How do you even know I'd taken it?
Because I cannot think of anyone else who would have done so, that's why. You have to admit, you've been asking me very probing questions of late. Also, you seem to have taken to roaming around the building instead of going to work. Dylan was also kind enough to warn me about you. He told me I should be extra vigilant when you're around.
Oh, he did he? How nice of him.
Do you find that amusing?
Never thought you'd be so dumb as to trust anything that comes out of his mouth.
I
Guess you didn't know, huh? Dylan's been watching you on behalf of his employer, Nile.
Excuse me?
And not just you either. He was also watching other tenants. He was also watching another tenant whose relatives worked for Condor.
A relative a relative of people working for Condor? I have no idea what there was someone like that living here. Who is it?
Well, if you haven't got any interest in rocking the boat with Condor, it's probably better if you remain in the dark about who they are. Dylan left without causing any fuss because you were unaware of his true identity.
That's a very good point. But there's still something I don't understand.
Yeah, and what that might be, and what might that be?
You, Mr. Hyde. I still have no idea about you. Exactly how do you figure in all of this?
Me? Well, 25 years ago, a safecracker was killed here in the manager's office. He was my father.
I beg your pardon?
Like I told you before, my dad was killed when I was 9 years old. 25 years ago, he had to go out on one last job before going straight. 3 days later, his body was picked up in a downtown parking lot, and the case remains unsolved. He got caught up in a police investigation to uncover Condor's secret fencing operation at Hotel Cape West, and it was there that he was killed. I only found all of this out after you gave everyone the eviction notice.
And how exactly did you come to know of all of this?
I got my information from a person connected to Condor who lives in this building. They told me that my dad came in here to steal the Scarlet Star, but he was killed and the gem simply disappeared.
The Scarlet Star!
After I found that out, I made my decision. I would expose everything about this building's hidden past.
So that's the reason you came in here and searched around, I suppose.
Right. Why'd you buy a building that was marked by Condor? And then why'd you suddenly decide to sell up? These are things I need answers for. Tell me everything you know. Just how much do you know about Condor?
I've got no intention in talking about such things. Please don't ask me any more.
Listen, Mrs. Patrice, you can't just ignore this. I'm going to get an answer from you. Why are you so afraid to explain things to me? Yeah. Is it because your husband was Condor's ringleader?
Yes, that's precisely the reason. After he injured his hands, he couldn't play the saxophone anymore. He changed. He got his first job from them courtesy of a customer who came to the restaurant. After it went well, he began to realize that he was in too deep to turn back. Before too long, he was the ringleader of the criminal organization known as Condor. He eventually roped an old friend, the hotel manager, Michael, into his work too. They devised a means of selling the stolen jewelry secretly to avoid detection. Who killed Kathy McGrath 13 years ago? Even if you're not going to talk, you're definitely going to listen. The person who killed Kathy McGrath was... It was George Patrice. I'm afraid that's right. It was George who killed her. But why did he do it? He told me why. It was payback for Michael double-crossing him. Let's go through the questions. How did Michael and George manage to sell the jewelry secretly? George didn't keep the stolen goods himself. He entrusted them to Michael. Michael stored them in the safe inside the manager's office. Once a buyer had been found, George would get in touch with Michael, and cash would be exchanged for the jewelry when the buyer came to the hotel. George would then take receipt of the cash immediately and receive his cut. So the purpose of the parties held at the hotel was... I'm sure it's this, to find people. So the hotel parties were held to find people to buy the jewelry? Exactly! The parties would be held from time to time at the hotel. There, potential buyers would gather, and the process would begin in earnest. So I imagine the actual goods were exchanged in one of the guest rooms, right? No! Michael was very clear about that and would never use the guest rooms. Instead, there was a hidden chamber for this very purpose. Okay. Well, we won't follow up on that question just in a moment. What did Michael do to double-cross George? No sooner had George received word that the hotel safe was going to be broken into than he contacted Michael to let him know. At this time, there was still an item inside that a buyer would have had not been found for. I'm stumbling over my lines. It was the Scarlet Star. Michael received his orders, and when the intruder arrived, he shot him there in the office. He then stashed the corpse in a hotel chest freezer, where it stayed for 2 days. Then it was taken out and dumped at a different location when it was safe. After the incident was over, Michael told me that the Scarlet Star was gone. According to what he told me, it had already been removed from the safe before he shot the safecracker. And George believed that? Not exactly. He just led Michael to believe he trusted him. Led him to believe. He didn't want to pressure Michael, or he might risk losing the use of the hotel. George could be a cold, calculated man. He didn't exactly exact his revenge on Michael for another 12 years. So the reason he chose to wait 12 years before getting his revenge was because... Because he doesn't have the Scarlet Star. The Scarlet Star is around here somewhere. So that wouldn't be the case. Michael wanted out of the stolen goods trade. Yes, that's right. Michael made the decision to close down the hotel 13 years ago. It was his attempt to sever the bond between himself and Condor. However, George wasn't willing to just sit back and accept this. Also,
Might as well listen to that follow-up. Really don't have anything to follow up from that. Was there another reason for him to dispose of Kathy?
yes, it was because he had grown tired of Kathy's company.
Meaning...
George and Kathy had been intimate, an act which had betrayed both of us.
Intimate, eh? Okay. What's wrong with a little intimacy? I don't see the wrong with it. Do you? Would you? Alright. Where's the hidden chamber that was used to sell the stolen goods?
That's something I'm totally unable to help you with. Even when the building was undergoing renovation, no such room was found.
I see.
Listen carefully, Mr. Hyde. The key that you took from here, I'm sure it's for that very room.
What?
That key was among the things George bequeathed to me after his death. Even though I had it all these years, I still don't know where it's to be used. I assume that your main focus now is to discover where that hidden chamber lies, correct?
Absolutely. It can't have just disappeared from this building.
I wonder if you're right. I think we've covered just about everything, Mr. Hyde.
Not so fast. There's still a few holes left.
I don't know if I can discuss everything in one go. It's not as easy as you might think at my age, you know. But if you insist, if you are willing to indulge me, I may be willing to keep talking.
What do I need to do?
So you'll agree to my terms?
Guess I don't have much of a choice, do I? But the stakes are, I do what you ask, and you tell me everything every last thing I want to know.
Naturally.
Okay. Now tell me what I need to do.
Well, Mr. Hyde, even though I own this building, there's still something I have yet to find. I want you to find it for me.
Care to be a bit more specific?
Come on, Mr. Hyde. I'm sure you know what I'm referring to. Fine, have it your way. I suppose I should give you a hint to go with. Go with it. Here, take this.
This photo.
It's a photo of Hotel Cape West from when it first opened.
I'll take the 1950s photograph.
You should have this as well.
What's this? What's this?
It was one of the things George left behind.
I'll take the small key.
Finally, there's this. I found it in George's things, together with the key.
It appears to be some sort of sketch off the 4th floor. If you look, it has 6 red circles marked on it. What could they mean? There's something written on the corner of the sketch. The far side of the moon. What's that supposed to mean? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 6. take the 4th floor sketch. Mr. Hyde, how you use those things is entirely up to you. Yeah, I kind of figured that part out myself. Leave it to me. I'll find what you're after. And I'll be back to hear the rest of what you've got to tell me too. Mr. Hyde! Okay. The thing Mags was never able to find must be that hidden chamber. Looks like I'm drawing close to what I've been looking for. The clues are in the sketch, the photo, and the key. Now I think about it, this isn't the only photo of the hotel I have. Maybe I should compare them side by side. Alright. Right, so what's the difference between here? Ooh, actually. That's the difference. That's it. I got it. There's a window that's missing from the newer photo. I'm positive the hidden chamber is between the elevator and room 405. But how the hell am I going to get into it? There have to be more clues up on the 4th floor. And so we will go up there. So yeah, this is the big home kind of home stretch, essentially. It's like we got all this room. Oh, need to open it. 4th floor, 4th floor keys. There we go. It's good that the person attacked us didn't take our keys with them. According to the sketch, the secret room is beyond this wall. It doesn't look like there's anything out of the ordinary here, though. Looks like I'm going to have to find another way in. Let's have a look at that map again. Yeah, there should be something on this side here. Ooh, hello. There's a small condor mark engraved on the dresser. Considering the way it looks, it might have something to do with the markings on the 4th floor sketch. I better scribble this down. I copied the condor mark into my notebook. Guess I'd better have a look at the other rooms. So let's go find those things. So come out of that. Fourth floor keys. Open the door. This one. It's in the middle of the room somewhere. So I guess it's here. On one of the chairs? Yeah, here we go. What's this? The condor's head is turning in a different direction. That's a clue, obviously. So we need to keep this in mind, because we do have something else that will help us, you know, give us an understanding. Four keys. Yep. There's a closet here, and this says small condor mark. And this is obviously in succession as well, so this obviously has like some kind of a combination. This is leading up to some sort of combination. So no. Yeah, I thought this one wasn't this the one? Wasn't 404 the one that I broke out of? No, it wasn't. Where's that's on the side here. But there's a condor mark. I'm not bothering talking about it, you know. Discussing Kyle's kind of like thingy, his dialogue, because it's all pretty much the same. 202 for 406. That was the one where I broke through. Although, is there one right there? No, there's not actually. Okay. There we go. So anyway, how are you guys? Probably enjoying your evening, afternoon, morning, depending on where you're watching this. There should be one here in the window. Yep, there we are. I got the room 401 there. Keys. Okay. Oh dear. Hello. Hang on a second. Have I been... Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys. You know, I'm just obviously. I was looking at the my stream thing, whatnot, and you know, I wasn't seeing any kind of like indication of any noise from my mic, so that didn't help matters. I was like, oh my god, have I been talking all this time and I've been like my recording hasn't been recording my voice at all? It's like, son of a bitch. It's like, that's the last thing that once that happened to me on a fucking stream, especially if this is gonna go onto YouTube. Right. Bed? Yeah, I think it's the bed. Huge bed. And yep, here we are. It's the last condor. Okay. the looks of my notes, all the condor markings are pointing in different directions. Okay, it looks like I've got all the circle marks that were indicated on the sketch. Now to try to figure out what the 6 condors mean. Also to try and work out what that note on the sketch was for. Well, come out of this. Go into our inventory. So obviously, the far side of the moon. So we've got the postcard piece. We can combine that with the torn postcard. Put the 2 postcards together. Got a complete postcard. Postcard with a picture of the moon on it. There's something written on the back. Some sort of code. Now all I need to do is find out what Michael's trying to hide using this. I better take a look at this postcard. So this. I don't get this at all. What's it supposed to mean? So here we go. This is obviously some way of kind of like pointing at it as such. With how it works. This is kind of like, obviously it ties in with the the elevator and the secret room and whatnot. So this is how I get it. It's like I touched the main screen for some reason. It was like natural reflex, I guess. Right, so basically, from what I can see from this, obviously the center square on the postcard is kind of like a dial, essentially, where you have, it's some kind of, obviously that's what it says. So basically, the positioning of the condor is obviously pointing in one direction. So, for example, number 1 is pointing to the square that has the 3 and the close button. I think that's the close button. And of course, its head is turning to the right, I believe it is. So, well, right, whatever. And it's pointing to the 3 in that square. Okay? Then 2 is pointing to the 1 in the queue, but it's looking to the left. So it's looking at number 1. And 3 is pointing to the one in the bottom right hand corner. And it's pointing to the its head is on the right. So it's obviously the letter R. Then the 4th one is pointing down, and it's looking to the right. So that's the open door sign. And that bloody computer, I swear to God. Thank God I'm not using my capture card. Well, I'm using this capture card, not my console capture card. I need to get a new one sometime. Anyway. Yeah, so you got that one looking down. It's looking to the right. But of course, when it's facing upward, it is looking to the right. It's not looking to the left. So it's got to be the open door symbol. Then what was it? The fifth one. That's looking to the A in the 2 box, and it's looking to the right, so it's pointing at the 2, number 2, and then the 6th one is pointing to the open, what was it, closed door in 7, and that is looking at the closed door button. That's your answer. 3-1-R. 6. No, not 6. Open doors. Open door symbol. 2, and then closed door symbol. Okay? And we'll need to input that into the elevator. Some of these symbols, I can't help but think I've seen them somewhere before. And that's why we're going to go to the elevator and go do that. Now, first time I was actually playing through this, I didn't know what I was talking about. I was just, I was like, I didn't know what the hell this was all about and whatnot. Oh, here it comes. Alright, so in we go. Okay. So we now have this small key. I can open up this. I know the small key is used for this lock. The moment of truth. Time to use this key. I use the small key and open the cover. As soon as I do so, something from behind the cover falls to the ground. What the? The buttons come off. I hope it was designed to do that. Yeah, there's a switch in here. There's a tiny switch in the place where the button came off. What's this? It looks like some sort of control switch. I switch it on. So that's it switched on now. Now with that on, we input 3, 1, R, open doors, 2, closed doors. And that was a very difficult puzzle for me because I had no idea what I was doing. Huh? The elevator starts to move. There we go. Stops right between things. Wait, it stopped. Where is this? Looks like, looking at the dial, it seems I've stopped between the 4th floor and the roof. But why is it stopped here? Huh? What was that noise? And if you look in here, now of course this was kind of awkward, wasn't it? There's an L-shaped bench, and the corridor of a small hatch is opened up on the side of it. And looky. And this, where's our condor key? There we go. This is what we gotta use. Maybe if I try this key, place the condor key into the hole. It worked. I lift up the side panel of the bench. Voila. What's this? What's this? The secret doors are here. What's this? It's totally not clear. There we go. I've just punished myself for that. Okay, thank you. Looks like a hidden entrance of some sort. Looks like it goes in quite a way. Nothing for it but to go in. Let's go. And while you do that, Kyle, I'm gonna have myself a drink. All right. Found it. Secret room. There's no mistaking it. This must be the place. This is where Condor sold their stolen jewelry. Right. Time to look around. A lot of papers here. There's a kind of ledger on the top of the table. What could this have been used for? Let's see. First page of the ledger shows dates, transactions, and code words. Gold, silver, and scarlet. Looks like I've struck the mother lode here. It's an item-by-item list of jewelry sales. I take the Condor records. See some writing paper. Damn, the handwriting is too smudged to read. It won't open. The ink must have hardened. Nope, didn't mean to do that. I was trying to go for the pen, which is just part of the papers, so. Must have been a real long time since this was last used. Clock on the desk. Pen stand. Anything in the drawer? Yeah, let's see. Old brown envelope. Is there something inside? What's this? Out of the envelope comes a small metal badge. At closer glance, it appears to bear the words Los Angeles Police. It's an LAPD badge. Why the hell would something like this be hidden here? There's something else inside the envelope. Out of the envelope comes an old photo. The photo shows three men. As I stare at the photo, I realize that I recognize the man wearing a hat on the right. I saw another photo of him before in Mag's room. It's him. It's George Patrice. On the left-hand side of the photo, there's a man wearing a tux. He's got a name tag pinned to his chest. A tag? Written plainly underneath the hotel's emblem, next to the word manager, is the name Michael McGrath. I see. So this is Michael McGrath. There's a worried-looking man in the center who George has his arm around. Who is that man? I stare at the man in the photo. Suddenly there's a flash of realization, and I know who he is. I recall where I saw him before. He was featured in that TV show. I'll be damned. It's a young Hugh Speck. This photo shows just how Hugh Speck and Condor are connected. Now I think I know the meaning of the police badge too. It's for collateral, and as a sign of his devotion to their cause. Take the old photograph and the police badge. Old-fashioned telephone, no cord. Alright. Classic poker table. Wooden boxes. Shots. Sofa by the wall. Not really much of any. Not really much else to work on here. Wow. Damn, that's bright. What's the story with this? Look at this. Framed picture of the classic cards. Interesting. The shadow of the condor has appeared underneath the cards. Look at it. It's pointing. What's up with this shadow? The beak of the condor is pointing to a card. What could it be trying to say? Of course, it's pointing at the diamonds. Ace of diamonds, so. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Alright, so. I've got a good feeling that with that revelation, a picture containing a working lighthouse. There's only one place I know in this apartment that's got a lighthouse. The roof. This is it. Time to get myself up there. I pushed the button for the roof. There we go. Huh? The light is on in the lighthouse. And the shadow. Shadow's been cast on the brick wall here. Strange. This brick looks newer than the others. Well, what do you know? It's the Scarlet Star. I've got it. This is it. The Scarlet Star. I finally got my hands on the Scarlet Star. The coldness of the beautiful shining jewel spreads through my hand. Item. Locate the Scarlet Star, which disappeared at Hotel Cape West 25 years ago. So this is the thing you've been searching for, is it, Will McGrath? And it comes the truth of what happened all those years ago. Yeah. My dad made a promise with Frank to enable him to leave his shitty past behind. He snuck into the manager's office, cracked open the safe, and stole the Scarlet Star. He was then supposed to go to the window and sign to Frank using his flashlight. And look at that screenshot there. Look at that shot. Pretty much 1-to-1 of how, you know, Hyde, Kyle, once it looks out the window. Like father, like son. But the response to the signal never came. Then Michael McGrath arrived on the scene, and he shot and killed my dad. Maybe when he died, he was clutching this very thing in his hands. My grip on the Scarlet Star tightens as I think of my dad's dying moments. The jewel gradually starts to grow warmer in my hand. It feels as though the stone is transcending the 25 years since it was held by him, bringing us together again. As I dwell on this, I feel a warm, melting kind of sensation from it. Looks like I'll be fulfilling the requirements of that order after all. Time to give this to the one person left who bears responsibility for Kathy's death. Huh? Somebody's coming up. elevator opens and somebody emerges. Is that Max? Max? Oh, Mr. Hyde. I assume I have you to blame for switching the lighthouse on, do I? Yeah, I did it all right. Then I must also assume that you entered that room. What? Just how did you know that there was a switch inside the room in the first place? What happened to you not even knowing where that place was? I apologize, but I lied. Lying bitch. Naturally, I was aware of what the room contains too. If you knew about the hidden chamber, why did you need to lie? Let's just say I had no intention of discussing my knowledge of that room with anybody. I breathed a sigh of relief when I decided to sell off the building, safe in the knowledge that the secret would disappear once the building is demolished. I suppose, looking back, I was hoping for a little too much. I never imagined you'd take to snooping around and looking into the building's past. Then, Mr. Hyde, when you came around looking for information, I thought to myself, I can't keep hiding it if he's found out this much. So I had to decide. On the one hand, I could leave while everything was still shrouded in secrecy, or I could risk letting everything come to light. It was essentially a gamble. What do you mean, a gamble? A gamble to see if you'd be able to find that room or not. So you gambled everything on me and whether I'd find it. Precisely. And it seems it ended just as I expected.
Let me get comfortable again because I'm getting a little sore. Oh, you bugger. I swear.
Yeah. So sorry, Kato, you missed the vital moment. You missed all the moments of all the mystery being solved. Yeah, you can always watch the repeat. Anyway, let's keep grilling her as we go into extra movie time right now. What were you trying to hide? The crimes that he committed, of course. This time, his time with Condor's ringleader, the stolen jewelry and illegal sales, not to mention keeping it all under the LAPD's radar, despite one of them being involved. And lastly, the unfortunate killing of Kathy. The crimes committed by George here is this very building. They needed to be kept hidden, all of them. And I intended to do just that. I was planning to take these truths with me to the grave. But as we can both see, that proved futile. How do you think it would end? I was fully aware that there was little hope I'd keep everything secret. I knew that if anyone could find that room, it would be you. So you appreciated what was at stake? Sorry, I'll say that again. So you appreciated what was at stake? Should you lose your gamble? Yes. But as soon as we started talking about the secret room, my mind was made up. If you found the room, I would lose my gamble. And then I'd need to let you in on everything I knew. If you failed, however, then I would need to
talk to you on the subject any further. Then my gamble would have paid off.
And one last question. Hopefully this is the last question. What made you think I'd find it?
I knew it would take a focused individual, and you more than fitted that description. I could see it in your eyes.
Damn right I'm focused. I don't think I'd waste my time looking around this place without good reason, do you?
No, of course not. I was truly surprised when you came to me and told me that you knew about 25 years ago. The fact that the safecracker Michael shot turned out to be your father. I doubt anybody could have anticipated that one.
Yeah, what are the odds, huh?
Maybe I knew, Mr. Hyde. Even as you arrived at my room today, I knew what was going to happen. Somewhere deep down, I must have realized that you would uncover the whole thing. Tell me something, Mr. Hyde. Have you found everything you were looking for?
Yeah, I think I have. Michael's 13-year-old diary, the proof that connects the LAPD and Condor, even the Scarlet Star. I've uncovered them all.
You found the Scarlet Star?
Certainly did. Michael McGrath left some helpful clues behind. They led me to the hidden chamber and helped me get it. I have it now.
Is that so?
Here, take a look.
So this is the Scarlet Star?
Sure is. Your late husband didn't take the disappearance of it lightly and killed Kathy as a result.
The Scarlet Star going missing was where this whole horrible ordeal began.
Not quite. Condor's theft of the Scarlet Star in the first place is where it really started. If George Patrice were still alive, he'd be showing the thing to I'd be showing the thing to him. And we'd be having a very frank chat about his crimes.
I'm sure you would. But as he's no longer with us, that will never happen.
True. The same with Michael.
You can have this back now, Mr. Hyde.
What?
I was only concerned with keeping it hidden, not keeping it for myself. Since you found it, you've earned the right to keep it. In fact, everything you found is as good as yours. The room and all of its contents. Which, by extension, means that disposing of it all also falls to you.
And you're sure about this?
I am.
I understand.
Okay then. I suppose it's time for me to tell you everything.
Go ahead.
Will you listen to what I have to say, Mr. Hyde? All of it? Will you let me tell you about my foolishness in loving an evil man?
Go ahead.
I first met him when I was 19 years old. I was a dancer back then, and he was part of a band. I knew from the start that he was a bad person. He brought a different woman with him each time and used to keep dubious company. Despite all this, I fell for him. But as soon as we began to live together, something became very apparent to me. I knew that I needed to get used to dealing with times I loved him, and times I detested him. The strangest thing was, the more I became accustomed to the jealousy I felt, the more my desire towards him grew. It was a very strange position to be in. When he started dipping his feet into the world of crime, I began thinking what I needed to know, everything he was involved in. So yes, before you say it, by keeping his wrongdoing secret, I became an accomplice. The feeling of guilt that arose from all the crimes was what chained us together. But inevitably, that wasn't a strong enough bond to keep our marriage alive. He became more and more distant from me as his feelings faded, until, finally, I could see there was no hope for the future together. Eventually, he and Kathy went on to betray me and Michael. Despite having full knowledge of their intimacy, there was no fuss made. I was perfectly content to just sit back and watch, now that my feelings had subsided. But after Kathy was murdered, and I saw the taunting smile that appeared on his face, as he told me that I was going to have to keep one more secret, I finally started to realize that I'd made a grave mistake. I was partially responsible for the man he'd become. It came to me in a flash. I was the only person who'd be able to put an end to his misdeeds once and for all. And so, on that day, I planned to shoot him using his own gun. But as it turned out, I wasn't to become a murderer that night after all. Someone else had crept in, pointed a gun, and shot George instead. It was none other than his friend, Michael. When the deed was done, he looked me in the eye before striking me down with the gun.
I'm surprised you didn't die.
I woke up after being out cold. The first thing I noticed was that the gun that shot George was grasped in my right hand. With the now lifeless body of my husband laid out before me, he had died with the most atrocious look of pain across his face. One thing went through my mind as I stared at his dead eyes. Enough.
Yeah, sorry. trying to get back into a role and stop flubbing up my lines. Sorry.
He had gotten nothing short of what he deserved for the crimes he committed. I made one final promise to his agonized face then. I vowed that I would keep his secrets even after his death and not tell a soul. I intended to take those secrets with me into the next life, but from then on, I felt very much like a ship lost at sea, with no lighthouse to guide me home. I drifted aimlessly in the darkness, tossed endlessly by the waves. You know what happened after that? I was arrested and held on suspicion of murder. I eventually faced that grueling trial. Despite my predicament, I remained silent and told the police and lawyers nothing. Do you know why I chose not to reveal the truth, Mr. Hyde? Well, I'll tell you. I wanted them to find me guilty. That's why. I felt it was only fitting. After all, I was fully intent on extinguishing George's life myself that night. But it seems that greater powers than my own were at work then. Somehow, the court found me innocent of the crime, and the money I inherited from George enabled me to buy the hotel. Part of the reason I snapped this place up was to maintain the secrecy. But I also felt that if I lived there, the lighthouse would be my guide and help me traverse the waves and survive the darkness. Looking back, maybe I was just clinging on to my foolish ideals. But the fact remains, I failed in my attempt to keep what he did secret.
Okay. Sorry, I think I read that wrong. Sorry about that. It's like my eyes are just going like, so much text.
And what brings us back right to here and now, where I'm telling you everything. And that's the end, Mr. Hyde. There's no more. I expect you're overwhelmed with anger at this foolish woman's confession, am I right? I really wish I hadn't needed to tell anybody what I've just told you.
You're kidding, right?
I beg your pardon?
Surely you've been wanting to offload this entire thing onto someone for years. I mean, keeping all this pent up and for so long and all, you must have been dying to tell anybody who'd listen.
Mr. Hyde! I admit it. You're right. I've been languishing in my guilt for what seems like an eternity. I just couldn't see it through to the end. I know I made the decision by myself, but I just wanted to put my love for another ahead of my own feelings. Even though doing so could lead to this much turmoil. It's true. I've been feeling like this for quite some time now. I desperately wanted someone I could sit down and talk to. It's been so horrible.
As I stared at Max, crying her eyes out, I think to myself, there must be so many people around the world forced to keep burdens on their own. True that. And one thing's for sure, I'm one of them. Knowing the truth behind my dad's death and uncovering the hidden deeds behind it, it still doesn't go far to erase the unbearable things I have going around my mind. I understand the pain she's feeling. I really do. Now she's in front of me in tears after telling me everything. After spending all that time keeping an unbearable truth to herself. The more she cries, the easier the burden will become, though it'll never truly disappear. I suppose the least I can do is wait quietly here until she's done crying. Mrs. Patrice, if you stay there much longer, you're gonna catch your death. Here, I'll help you up.
Thank you, but I'm fine, Mr. Hyde. I can stand on my own. I've never needed anybody's help, and I have no intention of changing that now.
Max stands up and I notice that there are no longer any tears in her eyes. Her eyes are now fixed on the light bursting forth from the lighthouse. We just stand and stare. Silently, we gaze up at the lighthouse.
Soon we'll be leaving this lighthouse behind forever. I wonder if it'll be okay without it to guide me through the darkness.
Max continues to mutter things to herself. I'm unable to respond. I just continue staring up at the lighthouse without saying a word. Now it's 11 p.m. Even though Max has left the roof, I'm still standing around here. I don't feel like dragging myself back to my room. I decided to take one last trip up to the 4th floor. I enter room 406 and open the curtains. I brush aside the dust that's covered the window and peer outside. Through the dirty window, I observe the scene beyond. It's the cold, damp view I'm so accustomed to seeing. The picturesque city at night. I never thought I'd see the last view my dad ever laid eyes on. But of course, what my dad saw must have been slightly different. 25 years have passed since my dad was killed. And I'm now the age he was then, standing in the same room and looking out the same window. What did he see when he stared out through it? What was he expected to see? I may have uncovered what happened then, but I'll never know what he was thinking. There's one thing I know for certain though. He was standing by this window because he made a choice. A choice which was made with me and Mom in mind. I closed the curtains and let the memory of my dad rest at last. So yeah, we're pretty much ending this game now, guys. So we're now going into the next day. And yeah, it's pretty much gotta be all dialogue from here on out. So sit in for the long haul, guys, because we've got an epilogue to see. It's my phone. I reach out from beneath the covers of my bed and make a move to grab the receiver. Hello?
Morning, Kyle.
Hey.
I got a call from Ed last night. He told me everything. Seems you've been keeping things from me.
He what? It's not like that. I wasn't keeping anything from you.
Then why didn't you just tell me yourself? I mean, Ed going to the hospital is pretty serious and all.
Oh, right. That.
What else would it be? Is there something else you're not telling me?
No, of course not. I don't feel it's the right time to let Mom know about the truth behind Dad's death. I guess I can't put it off forever though.
Ed told me something nice too, though. He said you're not the good-for-nothing you used to be.
What's that supposed to mean?
Relax. It's just his way of paying you a compliment. Besides, I was really happy to hear him say that.
Listen, Mom.
Yes?
You remember the chat we had a couple of days ago? The one about why you and Dad were together?
Yes, I remember.
Well, I've been doing some thinking since then about that. If I can put his crimes into the past, I'd like to come and visit you. Maybe then we could tell him. Maybe then you could tell me some more about him.
I'd be happy to, Kyle.
Kato you saying GG. Thanks, man. I hope you've been enjoying the series and or enjoying the streams, and yeah. And if this ever comes out on the Wii U Virtual Console, which, by the way, Nintendo, get onto that before you ditch the console entirely for the new Nintendo Switch. I know, but before you pass over and go to Switch, at least release Hotel Dusk and Last Window on digital download for the Wii U, or even the 3DS itself. You know, be a little, supportive, of these properties that you own, so that other future generations might want to play it themselves. Because it's not very easy to find pre-owned copies of this game, especially Last Window, seeing that it only came out in Europe and Japan, of course, from its native country. Anyway, back to the story. Turn on the tap, splash some water on my face, and throw on some clothes. Same clothes I wear every day. Time to give Rachel a call.
Red Crown, how may I help you?
It's me.
Morning, handsome.
I'm done with that order.
You mean you found the item?
Yeah, that and the truth from 25 years ago.
Shall I pass you over to Ed?
No need. I'll probably come into the office later, anyway. Best give Ed a heads up first, though.
Will do.
So I guess I'll see you then.
I'll be waiting, Kyle.
That was a short-lived conversation. Before I do anything else, I better fill Frank in on what happened yesterday. I head to room 302. Yeah, this is all conversation based. I don't need to move anywhere, so.
Mr. Hyde,
Hi, Frank.
what did you find out in the end? Did you manage to uncover anything significant?
Yeah, you could say that. That's why I'm here, actually.
Please, tell me what you know.
I gained access to the hidden chamber Condor used for their secret sales.
A hidden chamber?
That's what I said. Seems there's been a secret room here ever since the place was a hotel. Wasn't easy to find, though. The only way to get in was via a secret hatch in the elevator.
I'm stunned. So you actually entered this chamber?
Damn right I did. And not just that, I found some pretty interesting things there. This should be just what you've been looking for.
What?
Here. A ledger.
Mr. Hyde, could this be...
It's a ledger containing all the details of the jewelry sales that Condor made. I believe this pretty much covers what you've been trying to find, am I right? And of course the more important thing.
And these?
What you have there is a picture showing Hugh Speck together with Condor and an LAPD police badge. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this should prove you with enough evidence to nail Speck.
Mr. Hyde, I thank you.
What's wrong?
I'm sorry. Please understand how emotional this is for me. I've hoped for this day for such a long time now. It's been quite a wait. Mr. Hyde, thanks to your efforts, I now have all the proof I need to take that man down. The rest, you can safely leave to me.
Break a leg. Just one thing though, Frank.
What is it?
Once you've blown the whistle on Speck, what do you do next? Where you gotta go after this?
What? Worried that this old man might have nowhere to go? Please don't trouble yourself with such worries. I've got no wish to throw myself into the care of my children. In fact, after Hugh Speck's wrongdoing has been exposed to the world, I intend to move to Idaho and live out my days there.
Idaho, huh? Idaho?
Yes. A colleague of mine from the force has a farm there. He's been telling me for years to come down and visit. It's about time I took him up on it.
Sounds like you're all set. Let's make a deal then. I give you the proof you've been after, and you promise to send me some of the potatoes you've gonna grow down there.
Deal. I'll be sure to send some your way. Now, I must be going.
Frank returns to his room. That ties that one up. Now I better think about visiting an estate agent before heading to the office. Well, now I can move, so basically just go down to my place, I guess. Actually, no. It's like I want to check on some people. Who's there? It's me, Kyle. Oh, Hyde. Sorry, man, but I'm about to go out. I see. Oh, never mind. It's like we could talk to several of the people here. There's no answer. It looks like Mari's kept her part of the bargain and headed to the station. There's no answer. Looks like Betty's not at home. I wonder if I can make a phone call just now. Oh, maybe not. Alright. So yeah, pretty much this is your end game. You can go around and knock on the doors and see what you can get in terms of kind of like interaction with characters and whatnot, and know what certain people would be doing. In fact, actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna bother with Charles. Oh, hello. Huh? Oh, it's Claire.
Good morning, Mr. Hyde.
What's up? You seem chirpier than usual, if that's possible.
Can you guess?
Come on, tell me what's up.
My mom's here. She's chatting with Dad right now.
Is that so?
Yes. And what's more, they seem to be getting along really well. I don't want to jinx it, but this could be their second chance.
Well, let's hope your luck's in.
I got you to thank for this, Mr. Hyde.
Me? What did I do?
Well, you and Dad talked about it, didn't you? You told him few families actually managed to get back together, and that there are lots that really want to, but simply can't.
Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing I'd say. Claire!
Huh? Hmm? Dad!
Oh, hey there, Mr. Hyde. Hi, Sydney.
Dad, where's Mom?
It's no use. Whoops. Went back to my Frank voice there for a second. And Sunrose is hosting, but you kind of run it a little late there, Sunrose. Oh dear. Because we're just at end game now.
It's no use, Claire. I don't think I can handle it on my own. I run out of things to say when it's just the two of us.
Dad, Mom's not expecting the world, you know. Just be yourself.
But Claire...
Just take it slowly and try not to get flustered. Don't try to rush through it. Enjoy the time you have together.
Claire...
Anyway, I've got to go get back to the cafe. You better think about heading back too, unless you want to keep Mom waiting.
Yeah, fair enough.
See you later, Mr. Hyde.
Yeah, bye. Claire walks back to the cafe. This whole thing isn't as easy as it looks. Sydney, I think you better do what Claire says. After all, these things take time. I suppose you're right. I'll give it my best shot.
Dad!
Guess that's my cue. Speak to you later, Mr. Hyde. So he goes back to the cafe. Well, let's knock on Max's door. Sunrose, don't talk to me about Sonic Boom Season 2. I don't care. I'm sorry, but I just don't care. I don't care it's on hiatus. Okay, Sunrose. If you want to talk to anyone from Last Minute Continue about Sonic Boom, either talk to Kevin, Kat, or Donnie. Those three, they have the reins of Sonic Boom, the TV series. I have nothing to say about it. I have nothing at all. Nothing. Haha. So yeah. So if you want to talk Sonic Boom, talk to those three. Me, nothing. I have nothing. I have nothing to say, sir. I have nothing to say to your idea. Anyway, back to finishing this up. Yo, Hyde. Huh? Oh, well, you know. Word up. Word up, Home Slice. Home Slice? Is it word up, Home Slice? Who says that? Oh, okay, 1980s? What's up with you? Carrying your guitar around with you at this time in the morning? Oh, before I continue, kind of you. Those three people talking about Sonic Boom and whatnot, they're gonna be doing a show on the Last Minute Continue YouTube channel called The Uncutting Crew, where originally they did Sonic Boom commentaries of the first season. Okay, so the Uncutting Crew is pretty much the successor and the sequel for the commentaries of Sonic Boom. So Sonic Boom Season 2, the Uncutting Crew, that's Kevin, Kat, and Donnie, and those will be going up onto the Last Minute Continue YouTube stream, YouTube channel in the coming months as they become a bit, because all three people are very busy people, especially Kevin. So more power to give them all the support, especially if you give them all the support by rewatching all of the first season commentaries that they did, and you can go check it all out. All the initial commentaries for the episodes are on the Sonic Show channel, but no, you're right. Cut you. It's SSF 1991, Donnie. I mean, that's the only Donnie that is ever revolved around Sonic, apparently. So that's the only guy. So yeah, he is the one. He is that Donnie. Even though I know another Donnie in my neck of the woods, but he's completely different to what the one that is revolved around every single Sonic-related thing in the world. Anyway, back to the story. Yeah, Kevin, if you want to cut that out, so you're more than welcome to do so. Anyway, back to this line again. What's up with you? carrying your guitar around with you at this time in the morning? Got me a job. No kidding. A job? Heh, it's okay, Hyde. You don't have to get so emotional. I've got a gig. The venue's a bit small, but they picked up my act after hearing my song on the radio. We've been signed up to play from today for a whole week, you know. That's great, man. Good for you. There's just one tiny little hitch. They want me to play that. They want me to play them something totally new on the last day, which is cool and all, but I don't have any new material. I've been going over it in my head, but I'm coming up with zilch. Cut the crap. Stop worrying about it and just do it. What? I'm pretty sure that if you put your mind to it, you can write something new. You know how tough life can get. You got a nice girl. You've been knocked out. You've even been knocked out. Surely you've got no end to, surely you've got no end of subject matter to work with. You know what? You're right. Guess I better give it a shot. How are you feeling after last night anyway? A lot better now. No sleep spray's gonna keep me down. How about you? How'd the treasure hunt go? Treasure hunt? I'm finished with that now. Yeah? You done? Turns out the information wasn't entirely truthful. What do you mean? It was all devised by some shady types to get us to play their game. So we were taken out by those same shady characters? Right. And that's why I decided to get out while I still could. Better not pry into it. Damn! That's serious stuff. So I guess all our dreams about becoming stinking rich had gone up in smoke, huh? Guess they have. Oh yeah, Hyde! I'm gonna be recording my demo tape today. So you got yourself a studio? Sure did. That grand you gave me was plenty to set up a real sweet place. Glad to hear it. You and me both. And once I've got my sound recording on a demo tape, the sky's the limit. One step closer to your dream, I suppose. Hyde, I just want you to know. As soon as I got the cash, I'm gonna pay you back. Every last penny. Well, yeah, well, I'll believe it when I see it. Cut me some slack, man. I'm being serious here. Whoa! Hello, Mr. Wolf. Long time no see. Ah, and you thought Sega using the line long time no see was overused. Ha! Screw that. Cing was doing that. I trust you are well. Sunrose is asking me about Halloween. Never had any trick-or-treaters. I wasn't set up for Halloween. Just the place where I live is kind of like an apartment. I say an apartment complex, but it's really, really, really small. So really didn't have mine. And plus, mine's on a higher level. I have a staircase, so it would always be a pain for me to go up and down the stairs and whatnot. So yeah. No, currently I'm dealing with all the fireworks for bonfire night right now, Sunrose. So that's what's happening right now. Halloween's coming, go on. It's bonfire night, Guy Fawkes night. Bullshit up, idiots. Anyway, yeah, I'm doing okay. Your timing's perfect, actually. I was hoping to ask you something. What is it? Regarding your rent. I was just curious to hear when you'll be settling the total amounts you still owe me. I'm sorry about that, but it's cool. I'm gonna pay it all off soon. I got some work that's gonna be bringing in the cash, so don't worry. You'll get your rent soon enough. I see. You seem quite confident about it. I'm prepared to take you at your word. Please come and see me once you're in a position to settle your debt. Thanks, Mr. Patrice. Hey, Tony, aren't you supposed to be somewhere? Damn, you're right. I got a split. Wish me luck. Now he goes. He's somewhat different from before, wouldn't you say? Yes. He managed to look me in the eye and tell me straight. Much more confidence. I feel a lot more inclined to believe what he says when his attitude is like this. I wonder what brought on this sudden change. You're not so different yourself, you know. What? Well, like you, he's been weighted under by problems and couldn't get any help. Now he's overcome that, and you've seen the results. I see your point. Mrs. Patrice, what are you going to do with yourself after you leave this place? I must confess, I haven't really given the matter much thought. But now you mention it, maybe it's about time I did. Part of me just wants to get out of here. Maybe on a cruise. Somewhere with a lighthouse to guide us at night. What do you think, Mr. Hyde? Maybe you care to join me? I think I'll give it a miss. I'm not really one for long, drawn-out cruises. I see. Well, that's probably for the best. Especially seeing as you have more pressing matters to attend to. Meaning? Like finding a new place to live for one. It's only you and Mr. Wolf who are yet to decide on a place. Maybe it is time. Maybe it is time I'll move on. I really appreciate it if you did. There's still a lot on my plate to take care of, without having you to worry about. Though I'm sure you appreciate that more than the others would. Yeah. Anyway, I must be going, Mr. Hyde. Max returns to her room. Okay then. Time for me to head out too. My pager. Ah, crap baskets. Take it easy, I'm coming. I'll be there as soon as I can, Rachel. And that's end game. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Last Window, The Secret of Cape West. Starring Kyle Hyde. Tony Wolf. Betty Meyer. Charles Jeanette. Dylan Fletcher. Mari Rivette. Rex Foster. Sydney Rigonal. Or Regan, whatever. And Claire. Claire Ragonal. Ragonal. Sorry. Ed Vincent. Rachel, with no last name, apparently, for some reason. Mila Evans. Will McGrath. Frank Raver. Margaret Patrice. And there you go. And that's the staff credits. So, yeah. And that there was Last Window, Secret of Cape West. So, yeah. It's good that you love the game, Kado Yu. So I would definitely recommend if you got what was it, a region free DS. Again, I think it could be easy enough to get a used copy cheap for Last Window, because it's not so easy as, you know. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is easy, but hey. But Last Window, it's definitely a decent follow up to Hotel Dusk. You know, it is a true successor in every sense of the word, with you know, an intricate plot line that has a continuation from the original game. Also, although granted, some plot lines, like for example what happened in the first game, not being covered in the second game, you know, kind of it's or like them being dropped, whatnot. But well, you know. And it just begs the question: would there ever be a sequel of in this franchise? And we'll never know, because as I said before, this was practically one of the last games that Cing did before they shut down for bankruptcy. So we don't have a team Cing anymore. But like I was saying earlier in this playthrough, some of the former team members of that bankrupt studio went on to join with Arc System Works and make a game called Chase, Cold Case Investigations, and right now you can get the first episode for very well. You can get the game for a very cheap price, but it's supposedly a very first, you know, you know, kind of like an episodic style, kind of like feeling to the game, because it's that first thing. It's very cheap. Oh, there's more story. Ooh, more story. And oh shit. LA's new mayor is John Taylor, born and bred in a local. Oh shit! The lines are going by too fast. Spec, the runner-up of the campaign, had this to say: "Regardless of the outcome, I will continue to represent the good of the people. We apologize for the interruption, but breaking news has just come in. The Museum of Natural History has received an anonymous donation. The donation consists of a large, pristine diamond. The diamond itself is a well-known jewel, the famous Scarlet Star. It was stolen from the French jeweler Charnay 25 years ago. Experts examined the diamond recognized as the Scarlet Star due to the distinct appearance, and is absolutely priceless stone. I repeat." So that's, well, the Museum of Natural History has received an anonymous donation. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the extra ending when you that's the extra ending when you what was it? Shit. Oh yeah. It's the extra ending that you get when you do not look at any of the classified files in the novel of the novelization of what was it? The novelization of Last Window, So when we save the game, after you beat it, and there's no New Game Plus when you select that file. So you get the epilogues and extras added. Pinky Rabbit Land added. 9 Ball added. So yeah, so you get this electronic game. This is what you get for when you buy when you get the winning bottle cap. You get this as a playable game. So it's a very simple. Yeah. Oop, dang it. It's like one of those LCD. Yeah, one of those LCD screens. Just use the D-pad and whatnot. Very simple. Yeah, nothing too complicated. Of course, you get access to the jukebox as well, so you can listen to any of the songs. Yeah, you got the Last Window novel you can look at. Got a bookmark. Like you can read it like an actual novel, so I don't know how many pages there. Well, I've forgotten how many pages there are, but yeah, there's a lot. If we go to the contents page and we go to chapter 10, and we go through all the pages here. Christ, there was a lot of pages. So yeah, at the end of each chapter, after you save, you have the ability of opening one of these classified files. And if you don't open any of these files throughout your game, you get this. It's kind of like epilogue style, kind of like a special thing. And it talks about the events. It's a timeline of the events in Cape West, of what happened at Cape West. So starting from the 1950s, all the way up to the present day of the game's storyline.
Hey there, this is John Turbo Finley thanking you for watching this video of Turbo Drive Live for Last Minute Continue. If you like this, then check out the rest of the Turbo Drive Live archive on the Last Minute Continue website or the Last Minute Continue YouTube channel right here. And if you want to interact with me directly, follow me on Twitter at TurboXLR or catch me doing these videos live on Twitch at twitch.tv/Turbo Drive Live. Thanks again and hope to catch you soon.